gray hairs, I guess they kind of look good on me a little bit. What's up, my people? Sorry. I had to come home, Joe. Everything is just dying. Phone was dying. AirPods dying. I'm surprised my Apple Watch didn't die. Okay. But yeah. Diddy, you are crazy. You are really crazy. You are really crazy. It could be me. Hey, Wee, what's up, my love? But also, like I said, I also do feel as though when you live a secular life, you know, you put your money, you put all your trust in your money, you put your trust in your titles, your whatever. It's really hard to have faith. Like, it's really hard to be brave because you're scared. You're scared because you've never you've never worked on growing, like, you know, having a resilient mind. So you're scared. So you beg for your life. You beg. How can you beg somebody that makes 100,000 to let you go? Are you crazy? Please, rubbish. You are insane. I'm gonna beg a peasant to let me go. Get the fuck out of here. I'll ruin your life. I'll ruin your life. Play with me if you want to. Like, you're crazy. You are really, really crazy. You are seriously crazy. But yes, you guys. So I guess Diddy got sentenced to like what, 50, what's it called? 50 months. So like 4 years and 2 months. So I'm sure they're going to take like time served. So how many months does he have to go? Absolute madness. Absolute madness. This is crazy. This is really crazy. Me, I am begging nobody. I will take your ass to the appellate court. Play with me if you want to. Play with me if you want to. But that's Southern District of New York, that those people out there in Brooklyn, you know, people really need to. I don't know what she's talking about. Black men, people need to really watch out for that Southern District of New York, because it's always the Southern District of New York that's always on some BS. It's always them. It's always them. But anyways, Diddy, listen. 4 years. She wanted him. Cassie wrote a letter. That girl is so damn crazy. That girl, you can never, I swear, nobody could ever convince me that America is not a racist place. Nobody could ever convince me that this right here is not a concentration camp. Like, seriously, like, and think about this too. Like, when you're a U.S. citizen, or if you have a green card, whatever, if you live in America, like, truly, what are the benefits? Like, you just live here so you can pay taxes. Yeah, I'm so confused. I am so pissed off. But I'm like, maybe, because I really feel like maybe when you live a life of sin, you're scared. You know what I mean? But I'm not begging that man. I will never beg an Indian to let me go. Because between his Krishna, whatever elephant god or monkey god he prays to, and the God that I pray to, I'll see you outside. You out your mind. When I tell you the Lord that I pray will persecute you in your sleep, you won't let me go. You won't let me go. But I think maybe for me it's a lot easier because I don't live a life of sin. I don't live a life of sin. I live a life of righteousness. So I guess for me it's easier. But nonetheless, though, why would you beg, though? Why would you beg? You did not get convicted of the RICO. Why are you begging? You got found guilty of paying for sex. Womp you womp womp. That should be a fine. Why are you begging? Why are you begging? Why are you worth 300 million, even 500 million, and you're begging an Indian who probably came to America, like I said, 20, 30 years ago to let you go? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Do you not know who you are? Do you not know who you are? And it's moments like these, I promise y'all, this is where I love Trump. I love Trump. Trump never would have begged nobody. These people came at Trump off, man. Do y'all remember pre-election time? These people came at Trump swinging. Colorado, Atlanta, New York, you name it. It was lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit. Trump was like, yeah, whatever. Whatever, Janine Carroll, whatever her name is, and her foolishness. Like, I mean, it was court case after court case after court case. Trump was like, okay, I'm running for president and I'm going to win. There you go. I'm going to win bigly. There you go. Right? And I'm like, that is something that I really like. I love that about Trump. He's incredibly confident. He's stupid though, but he's confident. Okay? I ain't going no fucking where. Letitia James, she wanted like $450 million in bond. He's like, what? 450? Nah, I got 150. Take it or leave it. They brought the bail down to 150. Okay, he dropped the 150 million. He went home. Fannie Willis wanted his head. He took his private plane. No, Trump is crazy. He took the private plane, went to Atlanta, took the picture. He went home. There you go. There you go. Right? Went home. Colorado, they wanted Trump to be off the ballot. He said, yep, Supreme Court, here I come. Here I come. Here I come. They're like, yep, you can't keep the man off the ballot. It's up to the people. If they don't want him, they don't have to vote for him. Why do you want the man off the ballot? Right? But I'm like, Trump, the number of court cases he was facing, the foolishness he was facing, that man never broke. He never broke. It's like the pressure just made him stronger. And that's what, I feel like that's what also made Trump like bigger than life, because it's like, what the fuck? They're coming at this man from all different angles and he's not breaking a sweat. He was going to rally. Like the man he didn't care. He was selling merch. He was selling his shoes. He was selling candles. He was selling the Bible. I mean, you name it. Trump was living his life. You wouldn't even think that this man was facing all these court cases like that, right? And it's like, you, Diddy, these people wanted you in prison for the rest of your natural human life. That white man from the Russia, he had your back. He was like, nah, I don't see a RICO in this. And I'm pretty sure even that white man from Russia with the PhD, I'm pretty sure he also didn't agree to what they found you guilty of. But symbolically, they had to find you guilty of something because they need someone to punish for the deeds of Jeffrey Epstein. And it's like, and because you're black, they want you to pay for that shit, right? But I'm pretty sure he also didn't want that because they were really deliberating. And yeah, he was not down for a lot of this bullshit because he saw the bullshit. It was a bullshit ass case, right? So for you to come in here and start begging the judge as if your entire case was legitimate, you are batshit crazy. You're fucking crazy. Like this was persecution. There is nothing legal about what's done to you. Nothing at all. Because even the thing that made it possible for Cassie to sue you is Governor Cuomo. Because they wanted to be able to have Jeanine Carroll bring her case against Donald Trump. But I guess they didn't go as far because they thought, oh, if Trump gets convicted of sexual assault, people are not going to vote for him. They're like, nah, you're crazy. They're going to vote for that man. So that made it possible for Cassie to come after you. But even that too, I feel like she was sent by a whole lot of people. Because the thing is, they wanted your $400 million fortune. This was a fucking heist. Okay, masqueraded as like, I don't know, like paper wrapped as in like, oh, we're trying to protect women against violence. Oh, shut up. Okay, shut up. If America really cared about protecting women against violence, this country would not look the way that it does. It was nothing but a heist. So for you to sit here and beg this Indian man to have mercy on you, like you are truly a disappointment. That makes me mad. That really makes me mad. You got convicted of paying for sex. Why are you begging for forgiveness? It's a fucking joke. It's a fucking joke. The moment the verdict came out that you were not guilty of the RICO, they should have sent you home. But when you're begging, it's like, oh yeah, I deserve this. No, you don't deserve this. Like, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. This is crazy. Oh my gosh, I was so upset. I am so upset. I am so upset. Like, that's the part that makes me so mad. Why are you begging? Why are you begging? What other man do you know out here that has ever paid for sex, that has been convicted for paying for sex? Who are these people? Who is that person? Why are you begging? Why are you begging? Oh, Lord, read your Bible. What the heck?
With Johnson in New York, we're coming back on the air because the judge has just sentenced Sean Diddy Combs to 4 years in prison. He was found guilty over the summer on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution in connection with his ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, and another one.
So this is worth 4 years? You're the fuck right. What that bunch of bullshit. So this right here is worth 4 years of somebody's life. This is insanity. How do I make this bigger? Okay, this is insanity. So count 3, transportation to engage in prostitution. Count 5, transportation to engage in prostitution. That is worth 4 years, Diddy. And you see this is blasphemy. And you started begging this Indian man. This is a farce. This is a fucking joke. I am begging worth a damn. And also me, I wouldn't have even left my cell. Because there comes a time where you have to understand that it is your job to also protest. You have the right to protest. And you have the right to say to this whole country, man, fuck y'all. These laws are bullshit. Because it's one scale for white people, it's one scale for the Jews, and it's one scale for a black person, especially a black man. That's out of order. That this is crazy. How many people have paid for sex in this country? Right? How many people? So at this rate, a lot of white men need to go to prison then. Like, this is insanity. This is insanity. This is absolute insanity. It's insanity. And the funny thing is with his case is that those who are willingly selling sex, they're not being convicted. Those who are selling their sex, they're not facing charges. They're not being put on trial. They're not being convicted. But the person who buys from an adult that is selling, you are selling sex. So you don't get punished for selling the sex, but the person who buys the sex is punished. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. It is a fucking farce. It is a fucking joke. And this is why I, Marlene, if I was to write a letter to that judge, I would expose everything that went wrong with this case and why I feel like this is a personal prosecution, because you need someone to be the image bearer of Jeffrey Epstein. Get the fuck out of here. You are fucking crazy. You are fucking crazy. Most of New York City, all these rich people in New York, all these rich politicians, the athletes, the bankers, they all pay for sex. They all pay for sex. They transport all kinds of people. If that's the case, a whole lot of people need to be going to prison. So why would you in your letter, instead of exposing how, okay, hold up, wait a minute. Is it because I'm black? Is it because I'm black? Because when in the history of New York City has anybody ever been convicted of paying for sex? You have the white guy. You remember him? He's Jewish though, right? Oh my gosh, he was a politician. He had paid for sex as well. And guess what? He was found not guilty. If anything, they punished the people who sold him the sex. Yo, what's his name? Oh my gosh. You see? Racism. Yes, Spicer. There you go, right? Hold on. I thought. Okay. Elliot Spicer. Okay. So see, he was the actual governor of New York, right? So these people are just disgusting. They are truly disgusting. So this guy right here, he was the governor. This was the former governor of New York City, right? He paid for sex. He paid for sex. The people that he bought the sex from, they blackmailed him. He did not face charges for paying for sex. The people who sold them the sex, like the pimps, the madame and stuff like that, they were the ones convicted. So in Diddy's case, Diddy is the client. He has no reason to get convicted. The sex workers should be convicted. And some of these sex workers, you have like Cowboy Angels, whatever, like the CEO of Cowboy Angel, he should be the one facing charges, not Diddy. So in Diddy's letter, he should have brought up Elliot Spicer. But like I said, to me personally, I think his legal team, I'm not going to say they're racist, but I think they're bigots. I think the Diddy's legal team is full of white-skinned people, Armenian, white Americans, whatever you name them. And those people themselves have preconceived biases. They have internalized stereotypes against Black people, because it's not possible for them to be from New York. Even the Italian, what's the guy who runs the law firm that was the head of Diddy's case, because he used to be a former prosecutor for the state of New York City. So there's no way that he doesn't know about the Spicer case. So for me, in Diddy's letter, knowing that his letter is going to be made public, what he needs to do, or what we need to do for him, is highlight the difference in treatment between Spicer, who's a Jew, and Diddy, who's a Black American, African American person, who have both paid for sex, but yet people are sending letters for him to do 10 years in prison. People who consented to have sex with him, people who consented to be in the free calls, are not calling themselves victims and survivors. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. In these moments, I wish I had a legal license. I told you that. I wish I was a criminal lawyer. When I tell you I would have taken Diddy's case, play with me if you want to. Play with me. You agreed to BDSM. You agree to the freak offs. You agree to urolania. You agree to sexual masochism. You agree to all whatever this BDSM bullshit is, right? You agree to that shit. You go and you seek out those sex workers. You go and you greet the sex workers. You pay the sex workers. You keep their phone numbers. You have them come to your apartment when you're all by yourself. Ex parte, for my client Sean Combs, you have numerous sexual encounters with these people in Miami, in New York City, when he's not present. You've made every single, I don't even know how you do that shit because you barely work. You barely work. You don't tend to your music. You sign a contract with Bad Boy to deliver 10 different albums. You only gave this one. We missed 9. So instead of you actually coming here and working, we end up paying you when you sign a contract to give us 10 albums. Girl, you are so lucky that Bad Boy is not ran by Des Perez. This is when I respect the Madrina. You out your damn mind. You come here you sign a contract to give Bad Boy 10 albums. You only give us 1. You only give us 1. So you owe us 9. And instead of you paying us to get out of your contract, we're paying you. This girl is really funny. She's actually quite funny. So now you are a survivor, girl. Bye. Girl, please, my client is a survivor of your ruse and your chicanery. Play with me if you want to. Play with me if you want to. This girl had over 16 sex workers. She had enough time to make everybody feel special. What? She made everybody feel special on top of the affairs that she was having. She made Kid Cudi feel special. She made Michael B. Jordan feel special. She made the football player feel special. Girl, when do you have time to work? When do you have time to work? Right? And that's the problem. So Diddy's letter, too, because the letter is going to be public. You need the world to see that in America, there is a 2-tiered system. America has a 2-tier legal system. There's the law for the Jews, there's laws for white Americans, and then there's the law for Black American people. And that needs to be highlighted because he paid for sex. He's the governor of New York City. He paid for sex. Not once was he found guilty. There's nothing he did that Diddy didn't do. Him and Diddy got the same, they got convicted of the same thing. But instead, he didn't face consequences. The people who sold him the sex, they were the people who were found guilty. And that's what the letter should have been about. Not domestic violence, wump, Diddy, you're bipolar. You are bipolar, you're hypomanic, okay? And then you do drugs. So yeah, when you come off your drugs, you are violent. But does that make you a violent person? No. These are the side effects of your disease and poor lifestyle choices. So why are you going on and on about this whole domestic violence bullshit? Like, that sounds crazy. That sounds crazy to me. That sounds crazy to me. And like I said, the mere fact that your legal team did not tell you to sue CNN pisses me the fuck off. Because that tape that CNN released is what made people see you like a monster. And CNN has to be sued because why did you have to edit the tape? Why did you have to doctor the tape? Why did you speed up the tape? Because the intent was to make Diddy look crazier, more of a savage, right? Even the mere fact that they had to speed up Cassie walking out the room is because they knew the way she walked out the room naturally does not show a woman in distress, right? It doesn't, because she was casually strolling out of her room. She was casually strolling out of her room. What woman do you know is trying to evade a 12-hour freak off where she's going to be turned to a sex slave, grabbing her luxury bag? Not 1, not 2, 3 luxury bags? Seriously? You're about to be raped. You claim that you're about to be turned into a sexual object in the hands of these black brutes, right? And you are casually strolling out the room with all your luxury bags, your Louis duffel bag, your Celine bag, your whatever bag that you had. Girl, please miss me with the bullshit. Miss me with the bullshit. You get to the elevator. Miss, I'm running for my life. I am so afraid. And your first response is not to call for the elevator. No, you put down your bags, you put down your shoes, you put your shoes on, and then you remember, oh, by the way, I need to call the elevator. So were you really in distress? Were you truly in distress? You watch the video. This girl there are 2 fire alarms. Not once do you see this woman she didn't ring a single fire alarm. She does not try to even go for the stairs. No, she stands there and then she puts on her lip gloss. Does this make sense to people? Does this make sense to people? You know, the more and more I live in America every single day, I'm like, yo, this country really hates Black people. This country really hates. It's like people hate Black people so much that even when the facts are like just glaring, I'm talking like headlights, okay? Glaring in their faces, they will intentionally pretend not to see what they're seeing because the goal is to hate you because you're Black. This shit don't make no fucking sense. This shit don't make no fucking sense because everybody should say to themselves, is this how I would behave if I was about to be gang raped for 12 hours? If you knew that you were about to be gang raped for 12 hours and by the grace of God, you have a small window to get the fuck out, to run the fuck out, you're going to walk to the stage, you're going to walk to the elevator, right? So do you have any idea where the elevator is? Because what if they come out the room and they drag you back in there, right? No, I don't know where the fuck the elevator is and I don't have time to wait. I need to save myself. I am running. Fuck these bags. Fuck the damn bags. The least thing, though, the one thing I know I need for sure is my phone. I need my phone. Okay, I need my phone. I'm getting the fuck up out of here. Okay, I'm taking the stairs, bitch. Catch me if you can, bitch. If I could even jump out the fucking window, I'm jumping out the window. Like Lil Jon said, to the window, to the wall, okay? I am not risking it. Because when you go to the elevator, you're going to have to wait because you have no idea how long it's going to take for the elevator to get there, right? No, Miss Little, I have all the time in the world. I got all the time in the world. That is insanity. And then you see she has a phone. She has a phone. And not once does she call 911. Because and I feel like that phone was Diddy's phone. So she left the room with his phone because she was trying to trigger a reaction out of him. And I'm telling y'all this, she knew the cameras were going to be there. She knew the cameras were going to be there. This girl had a plan all the fuck along. She knew the cameras were going to be there. And that's why as long as she's right there in the hallway, she doesn't fight. She plays the little innocent girl who can't fight. No, it doesn't make sense. It's like people got to think. This girl took a flight. She took a flight, went back to her home state of Connecticut to threaten a friend that had a video her. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to put you in a body bag. I'm going to fuck you up. Sean going to fuck you up. This girl be cursing at people. She makes death threats to people. She going to fuck you up. She knows how to curse. You have multiple sex workers who have said on multiple occasions, not only did she cuss out the sex worker, she cussed out Diddy. She talked about his penis because he got a small penis in front of people. And who was always there to diffuse it? It was Diddy. There were also times where Cassie would take off the condom without even asking the sex worker for permission. Okay. And so the sex workers would get mad because they didn't know she had diseases. Because initially, some of them thought, oh, it's only her, Diddy, and I. But then they would start to realize that, oh, shit, it's not just me. They have sex with different people. You also have sex workers to whom she gave chlamydia, allegedly. I was in there, right? So she would take off the condom without asking the sex worker, hey, is it okay if we have it raw? She would just take off the condom without asking permission. And when they would get mad, Diddy was the one to give the money, like, calm down. It's okay. Forgive her, because she has a badass temper. But when people don't like you, because this nation is so fucking racist, people don't want to listen because the facts are not convenient. America is a land that runs on narrative. People treat life like it's a Disney movie. Oh, it needs to be a story. No, you are a fucking adult and you are dealing in reality. You have to care about the fucking facts, right? But I'm like, you watch the video and you realize that hallway with the elevators, right? That place right here was a stage for her. And I'm pretty sure when she left the hotel, before she left, she met with that Latino security guard. And that's why she had the tape. I'm pretty sure she's the one that had the tape all along. I'm pretty sure because that tape was her guarantee. I'm pretty sure that tape was her guarantee. And I'm pretty sure when she told Alex Fine that she had the tape because these two are broke. They're broke. They ain't got no money. They were living in her mother's basement. Oh, yes, honey. Oh, yes, honey. Because, these white boys, okay, the vast majority of white boys who mess with minorities are always bottom shelf bred with low ambition, no work ethics. They're just a bunch of bums, right? That's where it came from. Because you're like, how would you have that tape? Because when you listen to a security guard, he's the one that had the tape because nobody was in the security room at the time. He was the only one in the security room. So he's the only one who saw the tape. Because he said when he went up, there's, oh shit, that's Diddy. Right? And then he said a thing, he said, oh, he looked at me like the devil. And once again, because Diddy's lawyers are white people, they did not interject, because me as a black person, and I think the security guard, he's Dominican, me no black. So these people, we already know. But when you're white, you will, because white people, they think all of us are just minorities and we get along. No. Because I would have said, and I object. Because when you say Diddy looked at you like the devil, have you ever met the devil? Have you ever met the devil? Why do you say that my client looked at you like the devil? Have you ever met the devil? So if the answer is no, then why do you assume the devil's a black person? Are you a racist? I mean, shit, let's go all the way there. I got time for this shit, right? That's why you gotta be very careful to be black and to let white people come to your defense, because there's so much they don't understand. They've never lived your life. But why does a Dominican get to say that he looked at Diddy and Diddy looked at him like the devil? Have you ever met the devil? Then why do you assume the devil is black? What the fuck? If you never met the devil, why are you saying that he looked at you like the devil? Why can't you just say he was very upset, and from the way he looked at me, I could tell he was very angry, and leave it at that? Why must your language be hyperbolic? Because we know in racist Western culture, anything black is always associated with Satan. Black sheep, black market, the devil black, hell is black, Black Tuesday, Black Friday. Everything that is always bad is always associated with black. So why do you say that he looked at you like the devil? Have you ever seen the devil? You ever laid eyes on the devil? And I wonder, what the fuck do you do that you meet the devil so often? Lie for money, maybe? What the fuck do I know? Right? That is ridiculous. But they let that shit slide. Even as attorneys, when they know that that man would come up there and talk about this tape, right? They should have had forensic accountants. They should have had all kinds of people run through his financials, because somebody paid this boy. Somebody paid this boy. The mere fact that he said once he had the tape, he took his phone and he recorded it on his phone, right? Right? He recorded on his phone and he sent it to his girlfriend, sent it to this. Even that too, breach of privacy. Diddy should have sued the hotel, because you have the right to your privacy. When you reside at a hotel, you have the right to your privacy within the hotel. You have the right to your privacy. You have the right to your privacy. And if your privacy is breached because by people who work there and they want to breach it, you need to sue. Why is she the only one that sued the Hilton? Why isn't that Diddy suing the Hilton as well? Because you have a reasonable right to privacy when you're inside a hotel, especially when you're a celebrity. Why is it that one of your workers is recording me and then he's saying it to his girlfriend, his whatever? Why then Diddy's lawyers also file a lawsuit against this man also? Like, yo, people are crazy. People are really, really crazy. They are truly, truly crazy. But I'm like, you have to be very careful running to hire white attorneys because they're white, but oh no, they're going to fight for me. No, because even if they mean well, there are certain things they will never understand because it doesn't happen to them. They're white. They don't know what it is to be oppressed by a Dominican or to be treated a certain way by a bigot, a Dominican that's a bigot. They have no idea. But I would have asked, have you ever met the devil? So how exactly can you say that my client looked at you like the devil? Are you racist? A bigot? Interesting. Okay, that is pure madness. But anyways, when the guy comes up, if you watch the video with Cassie, when the guy comes up, Cassie's not panicking. She's not crying. She's not panicking. She's not asking for help. Instead, she talks to Diddy and she said, okay, let's go. So they're all going that way. She goes back the other way, then she comes back, and then she walks back into the room. But I'm like, to me, once again, if I feel if I'm about to be put into a train, right, about to be raped, gang raped by a bunch of crazy ass black thugs, right, and I'm trying to get away from there, if security finally comes, I don't even know why I would wait for security, but once security comes, I do believe I'm going to be crying. I do believe I'm going to be hyperventilating. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. I want to leave this place. You're not going to see me tell my abuser, hey, let's go. Let's go back. Let's go back to the room. I'm not going to go back in the room with my abuser. Even if I have stuff in that room that I want, I'm going downstairs. I'm going to tell security, can you get X, Y, and Z for me and bring it downstairs because I want to leave this place and I want you to go in there and get my stuff. right? Matter of fact, she could have gone down to the lobby and told the people at the lobby, like, listen, my boyfriend this, and that. I need y'all to go in there and get my stuff because he doesn't want me to get my stuff. Okay? No, because it was a masterful performance that truly feeds off the stereotypes that people have of Black American men. And I will say this, and I hope a lot of these Black dudes who like to sleep with these people understand, just because she's having sex with you doesn't mean she's not a racist. Just because she's having sex with you doesn't mean she's not a bigot. Because the day you no longer do what she needs to do, she will show you that she fully understands how America works. She fully understands how America sees you, and she will use that to her advantage. She will use it to her advantage. Be very careful. Just because you sleep with someone, just because a woman likes to have sex with a bunch of Black penises, doesn't mean she likes Black men. Doesn't mean that she likes you. Okay? Sex is a very selfish thing. People have sex for their own personal pleasure. People don't have sex as a mode of like civil rights, of fighting for civil rights and shit like that. That's not how it works. Sex is a very selfish thing. You can have a man who's racist have sex with a Black woman because he likes having sex with her, because he's having a good time. He enjoys her vagina. You can enjoy the vagina and hate the entire person, right? Stop believing that people can't separate your sexual organ from your actual humanity. Yes, they can. They've always done that. It's called slavery. Okay, somebody can enjoy having sex with you, like a woman. Let's say you have a Black girl and she has like a very warm, moist vagina. Yeah, you know it's a good vagina. You can enjoy her vagina and you can hate her as a Black person. Like, she's not even a human being to you, but she has a vagina that makes your penis feel amazing. So yes, you're having sex with her, but you don't care for her. Someone does not have to care about you, your soul, your community, your struggle, right? In order to be like, yeah, no, nobody has sex as an ally of civil rights, okay? People have sex out of selfishness. It feels good to them. You understand me, right? Right? And the vast majority of non-Black people who have sex with Black people, especially those who have sex with Black men, because Black men are known for having big penises. It feels good. Right? But it doesn't mean I care about you. It doesn't mean I'm going to fight for you, protect you, be loyal to you, or not use this racist dog whistle language to fucking have you shut down if I need to. You got to be really smart, right? Racism, it comes in many flavors. Bigotry comes in many flavors, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, but you see, but listen, right? But you see real truth, right? Look at what you're saying, that, oh, Trump got 34 felonies and he's not in jail. Right? But look at his confidence, right? Look at his confidence. Diddy, he only got convicted of 2 things. He's already crying and begging for his freedom. You see? So sometimes your confidence also is going to determine how you get punished, right? Trump has 34 felonies. He never begged anybody. Like, even when he had to go to New York, like right before he had to be like sworn in or whatever, right? He had to go to New York to meet the judge Merchant. He didn't beg for shit. He didn't say shit. He didn't beg for shit. Oh, you know, because I'm about to be president, I will like, no. He didn't beg for shit. The man went there. It's like, okay, you done? Is you, in the words of a Birdman, is you done or is you finished? Because I'm going to the fucking White House. And to the fucking White House he went. You have Diddy. Diddy's only getting convicted of Diddy got found guilty of 3 counts, right? Three counts. And he's sitting here crying, begging. You know, he's begging for his life. He's begging for mercy. Sir, you did not get found. You were not guilty of a RICO. You were not found guilty of having sex with a minor. You were not found guilty of murder. What the fuck are you begging for? Why are you begging? Why is he begging? Like, I'm so confused. Why are you begging this Indian man? Why are you begging him for? Why? So that's the thing. Trump has a lot of confidence. Like Trump, the way Donald Trump conducts himself, he's like, yeah, I'm a fucking American. I'm a white American. We built this shit. And the thing about the Merchant guy, he's from Colombia. I guess he's a U.S. citizen, but he's not from here. He's not generation. He's not from here. He don't have generations from here. His people did not find the Civil War. So to Trump, he ain't nothing but an immigrant. So why is Trump going to beg an immigrant from Colombia that's a naturalized U.S. citizen to have mercy on him? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. And that's the kind of energy I wish Diddy would have. Like, bitch, you're from India. I'm from here, bitch. I'm from here. Right? I don't care how many kids you have here. They will always be Indian. Okay? Y'all not from here. You're from here. So how can you beg a foreigner to let you be? That shit drives me fucking insane. Why are you begging an Indian? What the fuck are you begging an Indian for? You are a U.S. citizen. You have generations. Most likely your people fought in the Civil War. And you want to beg an Indian immigrant? I want to fucking die. I want to fucking die. Like, that fucking grinds my fucking gears. You gotta have some fucking self-respect. You gotta have some fucking self-respect. And I'm like, and this is where my black ass loves Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali would have told these people, go fuck yourselves. All of y'all, fuck you. When I tell you Muhammad Ali would have stayed in the cellar, yeah, this is fucking rape, he would have embarrassed these people. Muhammad Ali don't have no fucking time for this bullshit. You think Muhammad Ali would have begged an Indian? Rastafari. You are, wow, whoa. What? You are crazy. You are batshit fucking crazy. You are fucking crazy. I'm not begging a fucking Indian. I'm not begging an Indian. I am not begging people who worship elephants. They have elephant gods. They have monkey gods. I am worshiping that. I am not doing that shit. Okay? He's not going to get 20 years. There's no way for him to get 20 years. 20 years was going to come with the RICO. Do you know what he's charged with? You know what he's charged with? This is it. What? 20 years for what? 20 years for what? Guilty count 3, transportation to engage in prostitution. What the fuck? Guilty count 5, transportation to engage in prostitution. There is nothing here that warrants somebody getting 20 years. He was never going to get 20 years. This kind of bullshit, at most, you probably get a fine. But this right here, you go after the people who sold you the prostitution. Diddy is a John. The John does not get convicted. He doesn't even get charged. It's the people who sold the sex. You don't punish the people who bought the sex. You punish the people who sold the sex. So that's why in his letter to the judge, he should have highlighted how racist, how comical, how farcical the Southern District of New York is. It's a fucking clown show. And it's nothing but persecution. It's a witch hunt because he's black. He's a black American man. This is some bullshit. Why? When Spicer, who was the governor of New York City, he paid for sex. He never spent a day in jail. Why is Diddy in jail? Why? Because he's a Jew and Diddy's the N-word? Like, what the fuck is this shit? What the fuck is this shit? So that's what I'm saying. Why is Diddy begging for his life? Why? When white people want to start cheating, expose their asses. When you know that a white man is cheating and you're begging him to stop, you are legitimizing his fucking lie. It's a fucking witch hunt, Diddy. Why are you begging these people? Why are you even apologizing? Hey, Lacey, what are you apologizing for? You have the right to pay for sex. Get the fuck out of here. How is paying for sex any different than having a subscription to OnlyFans? At this rate, we need to arrest anybody that has a subscription with OnlyFans because they're paying to watch somebody play with themselves, right? Sex work is okay. It's a thing here in America. It's a lot of people are sex workers. They're sex workers, right? It's the culture. We either have a progressive culture or we don't, right? Because I'm like, which one is it? It's like one day America wants to be the biggest whore in the world, and other days America wants to act like a little church girl. Like, oh my gosh, I can't talk about sex. No, this country is progressive. America has a lot of whorish culture, right? So in such a nation that is so pro-sex, sex work, whatever, it's always sex all over the fucking place. A man can be a woman, a man, look, whatever. We're teaching kids about gender at the age of 2, all right? We're not going to act like, oh my gosh, he paid for sex. Okay, Ann. Did he pay for sex out of children? No. These were grown-ass people. Some had their own Craigslist pages. Diddy was not involved in that bullshit. Number 2, some people work for a company called Cowboys Angel. So these are willing adults who have their own businesses. They have their own LLCs. They sell sex under their own LLCs. Why don't you persecute those people? The owner of Cowboy Angel, why don't he get persecuted? And as a matter of fact, who went and got the sex workers? Cassie. Who went to the website to get the sex workers? Cassie. Who would call the sex workers? Cassie. Even when the sex workers would come to the actual hotels or to their rooms, whatever, when they would first meet, Diddy would always say, she picked you. She picked you. Every single sex worker was chosen by Cassie. So why is she not getting charged? Why is she not getting charged? Every single sex worker is someone that she chose. And the requirement, because when you see the sex workers, they all look different. But they have one thing in common. They have huge penises. That's the only thing she required. You had to have an abnormal penis size. If you did, she chose you. How you look, your face, how tall you are, been to prison and go to prison, it's a non-factor. The main thing she cared about was your penis size. So when the guys would come, Diddy would say, she chose you. And he would even say, tell him why you chose him. And she's like, yeah, I chose you because da, 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 da. She was fully in control. She was fully in control. She was having sex with the sex workers that she chose. She was having sex with a sex worker that she chose, that she greeted, that she welcomed, that she would spread oil all over these people. So why is she also not getting charged with partaking in prostitution? She had the sex workers come to her apartment, Miami, New York. They would go to her apartment when Diddy was not there. She was having more sex with those people. She was conversing with these people. She was nurturing relationships with these people. These are grown-ass men. They're like, oh, she made me feel special. She made me feel special. Oh, really? So why is she not getting charged? And also, be so for real. Diddy never had sex with these people. So, okay, they use this jet. Yeah, because his girlfriend is a kink. She has a kink. She likes BDSM. So why is she not getting charged? This is ridiculous. This is utterly ridiculous. Like and that's the part that kills me, Mark. Why is he begging? Why is he begging? Why is he begging? Why are you begging? You need to explain your case. First of all, you compare yourself to Spicer. Number two, you explain that you and your girlfriend have a very unconventional sex life and you have the right to do this. Okay, it's like the First Amendment. People have the right to have sex to some extent how they wish to have sex if they're all consenting. These people are into BDSM. They are into BDSM. It's cockholding. It's sexual masochism. It's the relating. They have a lot of paraphilic disorders. The peeing on people bullshit, right? It's very unconventional, but it's the right to have unconventional sex. I wouldn't fucking do that shit. But then again, I'm not fucking bipolar, okay? I'm not doing that. But I understand. Celebrities, they live a different life. They're a little batshit crazy. They never want what's normal. Even naming their children, Apple, Blue, North, Wave, Ocean, you name it. They never want to be like everybody else. Always doing the fucking most. Always doing the fucking most. No, okay, sure. Okay, they're very eccentric. What do I know? Okay? But I'm like, this is pure insanity. But nobody was being abused. Nobody was being forced because, listen, on multiple times, not only did she have affairs with other men, and whenever she was done, she would come back to Diddy. There was no pressure applied, right? Then she was also having sex with the sex workers on her free time. But one thing she was never doing was fulfilling her contract, which was giving money to giving music to Bad Boy, okay? Everything but the music. It's like, I feel like this girl, this Cassie girl right there, I really think that she would excel more as an adult film star. I really do. I think like this whole music shit, no. She needs to be an adult film star because she takes pleasure in having sex. She also takes pleasure in people watching her have sex. She likes it. She likes people to look at her have sex. She is more comfortable you watching her have sex than her performing on stage. She gets very nervous when she has to sing and dance and shit like that because she's quite mediocre. But when it comes to having sex, she enjoys being watched. She likes it. She's an auto trasher. There are people who like to have people watch them have sex. And that's why some people become OnlyFans models, right? You even see it on social media. All these girls are always out here posting thirst traps and they do it on purpose. They want people to look at them. So look at my ass and run to my DMs. Run to my DMs, right? There are women out here who want men to salivate over them. They like being watched. You know, it makes them feel powerful. It's no different than strippers, right? A lot of strippers also have this control issues. They like the way men look at them when they're completely naked, going up that pole, coming down that pole, doing their squats and shit like that. They like to see how powerful, like, because it's a form of control. Because men become very weak when it comes to sex. We all know this. Men are weak when it comes to sex, right? They can't help but look. But once you look, you want to touch. Once you touch, you want to consume. Right? And that's where they're going to start calling the police. Okay? That's it. That's that. But we have to stop pretending as if you don't have ladies out here who derive immense pleasure from making men weak in the knees with their bodies, with their sexual performances, and things of the sorts. They make all kinds of money. That's why most female rappers are always naked, because they know if it comes to just making straight up music, they're not going to make it. Right? Most female rappers don't believe in themselves. They don't really believe in themselves. That's why they're always naked. Show me one woman who can actually make it without being naked. Even to sell perfume, they have to be. Women don't know how to succeed without being naked, because they know men are weak when it comes to sex, right? If you don't talk about sex, your music is not going to sell. And most women do not believe enough in themselves to not sing about sex to make it. They will sing about sex so they can make it. If they're not talking about a man, his penis, his hook, or how he eats my vagina, she's not going to sell no records. There you go. There you go. So we have to stop pretending. Got to stop pretending, right? But we know that a lot of these girls, especially entertainers, movie stars, porn stars, musicians, whatever, they love to be naked. They want people to look at them naked. They do as much as they can to wear the least amount of clothes possible, because they want you to desire them. And when you desire them, you will be submissive, right? You can get if a man finds you attractive, if a man wants to sleep with you, right? And he thinks, or you make him feel like he has a chance, he is more likely to be very, very submissive. He will give you money. He will give you his time. He won't complain. He'll put up with all kinds of bullshit because he's hoping to have sex with you, right? We all know this shit. Ain't nothing new. There's nothing new. Why are we sitting here pretending? Right? So I'm like, this young lady, I really feel like she should have engaged in a career as a adult film star. She enjoys sex. She loves sex. Cassie has a very, very high libido. She has a very high libido. Like, she needs a lot of sex. She needed more sex than Diddy could give her. Even now, I'm pretty sure even now she's having an affair on Alex Fine. And in due time, it's going to come out. Everything always comes out because she's addicted to sex. Alex Fine, you got to stop for a second. You got to stop for a second and think about the shit. He's a white man. If you notice that, Ryan Leslie, black. Diddy, black. Michael B. Jordan, black. Kid Cudi, black. The football player, I'm pretty sure he was black also. The sex workers, they're all black. So how can you think this white boy going to compete with that? Right? How do you think? Because even if Diddy has a small penis, because I do believe Diddy has a small penis, but even if Diddy has a small penis, Diddy has a ginormous bank account. Diddy has a ginormous bank account, right? So he might not have the penis, but he got the moolah. And he said, when you're with me, don't worry about money. Right? So that also makes him very sexy, right? So, but take all these black men, right? The average, if you put all their penis size together, it has to be over 7 inches or like maybe more. How exactly can Alex Fine compete with that? And if people think that this sex addiction that she has is something she can just turn off, you can't turn that off. Her brain is wired for that. Like, she gets her dopamine hit from having sex with ginormous penises. I even feel like even just looking at a big black penis, it does something to her. Like, it attracts her. Like, look at how many black guys she slept with. And you think one man, one goofy ass trainer with no job, no stability, no career, no money, is going to turn that shit up in her head? You're psychotic. The girl is still having affairs. The girl is still going on dating sites. The girl is still going on Craigslist. She's an addict. She's a sex addict. Okay? Yeah, she never played the whole, she never did. And she was there. And if you watch the whole video, like what I saw, like the longer video, the video is 16 minutes long, Mark. 16 minutes. She only called for the elevator one time. And even the way she called for the elevator, Mark, you know, because you would think, once again, we got to ask ourselves, if I was about to be gang raped for 12 hours, Am I going to call the elevator like this? This is her. This is how she called for the elevator. Right? A woman that's really running for her life, first of all, why would she even go for the elevators? She's going to go for the stairs, okay? I'm just saying, catch me if you can, bitch, right? But I'm saying, even if you're going to call the elevator, a woman that's about to be gang raped for 12 hours, that has been able to find a window to run for her life, she's going to be raping that damn elevator button. Like, bitch, you better get here, bitch, right? I'm not going to do like, that's it. She only called the elevator one time. And that's extremely suspicious. She's standing there putting lip gloss on. Her hair is perfectly done. She never cries. The entire video, she's not crying. The security guard comes up. She's not crying. She looks at him. She looks at Diddy. She's like, okay, let's go. I'm like, girl, what? Right? Because to me, if he's everything you say he is, right? If this man is everything, yo, when I tell you the way I would have rang these fire alarms and the way I would have ran down them stairs, bitch, please. You're not about to gang rape my ass for 12 hours. Are you fucking crazy? Right? How can you? That's the thing. Why would you? There you go. Then you're lying. Because who would not think of taking the stairs? If you were running for your life, you're gonna go for the elevator. Like so in your 28, 30 years, in your 28 years, 30 years of living, you don't know that it takes time for an elevator to reach you. And the thing about the elevator, it takes time for the elevator to reach to you. Then the doors have to open. Then the doors have to close. And even that, somebody can still put their hands and block the elevator. We all know elevators take time. Like even in scary movies, have you ever seen anybody in a scary movie go for the elevator? Have you ever, even these dumbass white women in the scary movie, because like they have a blonde, she's always like super dumb. Even the super dumb blonde chick in a scary movie never goes for the elevator. Even after she opens the door, she's not going for the elevator because it takes time. It has to get to you. It has to open. It has to close. Like it takes too much time. So why would you not think of going to the elevator? Because you were not scared. You were not scared. We have adrenal glands for a reason. We have adrenal glands for a reason. And that's where you get your flee or flight from, right? Your adrenal glands would have told you, go for the stairs, right? That's it. And that's the thing about pretending. It's hard to pretend when you're not really under duress. Just like people who pretend not to kill people. When you take them to the interrogation room, it's hard for them to fake because they don't know how to react. Exactly. You don't know how to react. You think you do, but you don't. And that's why they get caught. Because like sometimes, especially when they kill someone, they usually forget to say, oh, how did the person die? They usually forget because they know how the person died. So that they never ask. If you ever watch any interrogation, that's how they always get the people. Because they never say, oh, how did the person die? They never ask. An hour, 2 hours, 15 hours in, they never say, oh, by the way, how did she die? How did he die? Because they know, because they did it. It's very hard to trick your own mind, right? It's very hard. But that's what we have adrenal glands for. That's why you have cortisol. That's why you have your adrenal glands, right? Your cortisol, your adrenaline is for that. Because when you're really under duress, when you're truly under duress, you go into autopilot. If sometimes you'll see it with moms. If a baby's in danger, the mom becomes crazy strong. She didn't even know she could be that strong. But when you're in danger or when your child's in danger, you just go into autopilot because we are evolutionary creatures. Once upon a time, we used to go out. We used to be outside. So we understand danger very well. We're not that dumb, right? So when you don't go for the stairs, when you're telling us that you are about to be gang raped for 12 hours, you're not scared. And I know that because your adrenal glands did not kick in. When you're scared, your adrenal glands kick in like you are uncontrollable. You might even be able to run a mile. Let's say you're a fat person. If you're really scared for your life, you might run a mile in 3 minutes. Because it's your adrenal glands. Like when your adrenal glands kick in, you go on autopilot. Like you can become so strong because you have to get the fuck up out of there. Why? Because we are evolutionary creatures. We used to live outside in very dangerous element. That's why there are certain things you cannot fake. You can't fake being afraid. Because when you're really afraid for your life, it takes over because the brain wants you to live. Even you, if you try to do a diet and you starve yourself, your brain will force you to eat food. You will eat that fucking food. because your brain is there to keep you alive. You can't fake shit like that. You just can't fake it. That's how I knew it was a fucking stage. Because a person that is scared is going to run. They're going to try. Even Diddy grabbing her. If she was really afraid that he was going to take her back in there and gang rape her for 12 hours, she would have fought that man right then and there. But she only fights when he pulls her around the corner because the cameras are no longer there. And she wants to come back into the frame because it's her stage. And let's not forget, this is a woman who enjoys being recorded. She enjoys being recorded. How many text messages or whatever they read where she said she felt bad because she left the camera at home? She likes to be seen. She loves to perform. Like this, I'm like, listen, okay? And when you study BDSM, like escaping shit is also part of BDSM. It makes it sexy. Like Madonna did a video on that where she's just like Cassie. She's trying to escape a hotel room and the man drags her back in there. You have people who want to be kidnapped. You have people who want to be put in the back of a trunk of a car. It's their brain is like fucked up. But it's like the more dangerous it gets, the more it turns them on. These are not people who get aroused like a normal person, right? For them to be aroused, they have to feel like they're about to lose their life. And it makes it more sexy. Like the stakes have to be really, really high. It has to get really violent. And that's why a lot of these people, they identify them as sexual masochists. Like the way they get aroused, like the way they get turned on, they get wet, whatever, they have to feel like they're about to die. And that right there just turns them on. And it's the same, like look at Hollywood, right? Look at how so many white women go crazy for a movie like, what's the movie with Belle? Twilight, right? Where a woman can have sex with a werewolf, knowing damn well they kill people. Where a woman can have sex with a vampire. Look at the kind of movie that Hollywood produces. And look at how women, especially white women, go crazy for that. The mere fact that you know that a vampire needs blood to be alive, but yet that's what you want to go have sex with. You want to come this close to getting killed. And that turns you on. And you see so many white women who fantasize about having sex with vampires when they know the food for vampires is human beings, right? But it's a thing. It's a brain thing, because you know he's hungry, but you want to see if he can control himself, have sex with you and not eat you. That's crazy. That's really crazy. But that too, that's what you have when you're a sociopath. And that's why you have a lot of women who are dick tease. They like to tease men. They want to tease the man. They want him to have a hard on. They want his penis to get really, really hard, right? Like she's about to have sex, and just when it gets right there, she'll say no. Because she wants him to see, can he control himself, or is he going to be an animal? And that also needs to be studied, because that's criminal. That's sociopathic behavior. Because when a man is that hard, when he's that hard and he's that horny, like he's like this close, and I changed my mind, and he has blue balls and shit. That's reckless behavior. But you have women who enjoy that shit. They enjoy it. They turn men on to the point of like it's like he feels it. She's like, I don't want to do it anymore. Right? Change my mind. Because she wants to see if he can control his animal nature. Because we used to be outside. We're mammals. We are mammals, right? And they provoke you to get to a point where your animalistic instinct is like right there. And to see if you can have enough reason for self-control. It's very evil to do that to a person, right? But that's how it goes out here, child. That's how it goes. But that's what it is. So it's like when you look at BDSM, people that do sexual masochism, this is what they enjoy. They like for their sex not even the sex, the foreplay. The foreplay has to be excessively violent. Well, you have no idea at this point if you're even breaking the law. It's like they want you to break the law, and it turns them on. And that's what's so dangerous, because if she ever changes her mind, she can get you arrested. Right? But even that kind of power turns her on as well. So the danger of the sex turns her on. The fact that whenever she feels like she can rebrand this consensual sexual masochist experience as also something that was against her will, that turns her on as well. She's a sociopath. A lot of women are sociopathic. And I think men today have to learn. Women that are highly promiscuous, women that are hypersexual are usually sociopathic. But I'll tell you this, they're definitely bipolar. And you have to be very careful, Be very careful of a woman that's hypersexual, because most likely she's having an episode. She's having an episode, and you have no idea when she comes from that episode how she's going to assess what happened sexually. If she's honest, she'll know this is that's my shit, right? If she's dishonest and she can't deal with the shame, when she comes out of her manic episode, she will accuse you of rape. You understand? I think that's the part that people don't talk about often, even these psychiatrists. They don't talk about that part, because when a bipolar person goes into hypomania and they're having a manic episode, and the manic episode triggers hypersexuality, when they come out of that hypersexual episode, because it doesn't last, right? It might last a week or so, but when she comes out of that, she might not be capable of dealing with the shame. So in order to deal with the shame, she'll need to scapegoat someone, and she might accuse you of rape. And a lot of bipolar people, I mean, I looked into it, but it seems like a lot of bipolar people lie a lot. They are big liars. And that's how they cope with their life. They have to lie to themselves. Oh, I didn't want this. Or I had nothing to do with this. Or it's not me. Or he forced himself. No, he didn't force himself. She was having a hypomanic episode. And in her hypomanic episode, she became hypersexual. And usually when they're hypersexual, it lasts for days, which you'll see with Cassie. It can last for hours. It can last for days. It can last for a week. They want so much sex. And then when they come out of that episode, some people are able to deal with what happened. It's like, okay, cool, whatever. Other girls cannot deal with the shame of what they did during their hyposexual episode, their hypomanic episode. So she will rebrand what happened. And she will say that you raped her. So you also got to be very careful. If you're a man, got to be very, very careful. If you meet a girl that's hypersexual, most likely she's bipolar. And if you see that she wants a lot of sex, most likely she's having a manic episode. And you need to be very, very fearful, because when she comes out of her mania, she will accuse you of rape because she can't deal with the shame, right? And it's the same thing like when you go into the Bible, right? If you go to Genesis, Adam could not deal with the shame of what he did. So what did he do? He blamed Eve. God was like, where are you? He said, oh, I hid. Why did you hide? Because I was naked. How did you know you were naked? He said, oh, it's the girl, this woman that you brought to my life. She did this, right? When people can't deal with shame, they have to blame someone else. And because you're a man, and because she's a woman in America, she knows it's perfectly normal to blame the man. And the sisterhood, because all batshit crazy, will galvanize behind her. Like, you did nothing wrong. You did nothing wrong. It's all him. It's all him. And if you're a black man, it's even worse. Because you already personal no grata. Like, nobody likes your ass. I think a lot of black men in America don't realize how much you're hated. Nobody fucking likes you. Because when you realize that the white man had plantations, the white men raped a bunch of black women, but today they have rebranded the white men as their savior, that needs to tell you a lot. Okay, white men brought them people here butt naked, right? Raped them, made them have all kinds of kids, tortured them, made them clean, cook, breastfeed for the white women. And today, these black women have rebranded white men as the savior. Okay, that needs to tell you something. You pale in comparison to what the white man has done to the black woman, and yet she hates you more. So you need to wake up, okay? You need to wake up, and you need to realize nobody likes you. No one likes you. So you gotta be very careful. You gotta be careful who you have sex with. You gotta be careful who you give your heart to. You gotta be very, very careful, because nobody likes you. And all these women are fully aware that if they claim anything on your ass, it's going to stick, because you don't like America. America has created a bad brand for your ass. Be very careful with girls that are hypersexual. I promise you, she's most likely bipolar. If she's not bipolar, she's having a manic episode. You think, oh no, she freaky, she kinky. No, everybody has a modicum of shame. Most women are prudish, right? So if she has no inhibition at all, be very careful. She's most likely bipolar. She's having a manic episode. And when she comes out of that and she can't deal with the shame, she's going to blame you. And if you don't want her to blame you, you're going to have to be her little pet. Whatever she asks for, you have to give it to her. Whatever whim she has, you have to cater to it. Because if you don't, she will call you a rapist. She will call you a rapist. Okay? Gotta be very careful. Any woman that just throws sex at you, red flag. red flag. She's damaged. Something happened to her, and you don't need to be involved with that shit. Like I said, to me, I really do believe, like to me, I really do believe that Cassie was molested. So if they have trauma, because that's the thing about, because they have a thing called consent, non-consent, which is like people who were raped, they go around trying to like mimic the rape with other men, right? So somebody might have raped her. The person got away with it, or she never said, or she was too afraid to say. But either way, the person got away with the rape. So because she can't punish the actual rapist, she has to create new fictitious rapists. So she will draw you into her rape fantasy, and then she'll make you pay for what her actual rapist did to her. Be very careful. It's called consent, non-consent, right? She will accuse you of rape, even though everything that happened, she told you she was okay with it, because it's a form of shock therapy. Like, in order for me to forget about the rape, I need to replicate the rape and do it with a new person and make that person my new rapist. Gotta be very careful. Like, sex can really ruin your life. And that's why I even feel like a lot of men too, y'all need to really consider the Bible. Okay, get your wife, get married, and get out of the way, right? Because a lot of this sexual life out here, many people are mentally ill. Many people are mentally ill. And because the culture is so pro hyper sex, a lot of sex is very, very sexual, you don't even realize that a lot of people are mentally ill. Oh, it's the culture, we're just having sex, we're just hooking up. But I'm telling you, a lot of people are not well. And in these casual hookups, God forbid you have sex with someone that's having a manic episode. Okay, so be very, very careful. But I'm like, the shame part, because Cassie also went to therapy. And I'm sure when she went to therapy, the therapist, they were probably so grossed out. They're like, what? She's so pretty. There's no way she wanted that. So they told her, oh, maybe he did this to you, right? You're his victim. You're his dad. No. Why didn't anybody ask this girl if her father molested her? Right? There you go. Because once again, you got to preserve the image of their cute little family, her cute little Filipino dad. But it's very likely that her dad molested her. Or a family member molested her, right? And now she comes over here to the Black community with her sickness. But because she has white skin, she has slanted eyes, she has long straight hair, right? People don't see her as someone who could be damaged, and that you have to be very careful. Why do you have these sexual desires, right? That is very weird. That is truly weird. And I also think a lot of men also need to stop having sex on the first date. Be very careful. Be very careful, because you barely know this woman. You barely know her lineage. You barely know her mental health status. Because I think the problem is, like, we have spent so much time telling people to only worry about STDs, that somebody has HIV, that somebody have AIDS, that somebody have chlamydia. It's a great concern, right? You should know who you're sleeping with so you don't get a disease. But I will also say this: you need to take your time to know someone's mental health. You might want to ask, oh, did your grandma ever have dementia? Ask. If she says yes, be careful, right? Does anybody in your family struggle with depression? She says yes, be careful, all right? Don't just worry about a woman and her sexual, even a man too, but men are more likely to go to prison for rape, okay? So I'm going to talk to the fellas, right? You need to take your time with this young lady. Do not be so quick to have sex with her. Right? You need to know her mental health history. You need to know the mental health history of her bloodline. Because if her mom, her grandma, anybody in her family had dementia, be very careful. And let's say she says her grandma had dementia, and then her mom struggles with depression, and then you notice that she's very sexually active like that, she might be bipolar. Because sometimes it's genetics. Okay? She might be bipolar because there's mental illness in her family. Right? But things like depression, chronic depression, dementia, bipolar disorder, right? Be very careful. Even schizophrenia, be very careful. Take your time before you have sex with her. You need to understand her mind. Okay? Take your time. Because I'm saying, just because the culture is preaching hookup culture, casual sex can get you accused of rape. All you guys, all the Black men, y'all need to learn from this Diddy stuff, right? Even Uncle Shannon, like, you can get accused of rape. Casual sex could be the one thing that has you locked up for the rest of your life. And even if you're found not guilty, your reputation is gone. Because the fact that people will never say to themselves, oh, could she be bipolar? because people think there's a look to mentally ill people. Like a lot of people, they see Cassie because she's very pretty. They will never think, oh, she could be bipolar, because they probably will think bipolar goes with ugly people and pretty people can never be bipolar. There's no face to mental health issues. There's no face to depression. There's no face to chronic depression. There's no face to schizophrenia. There's no face to bipolar disorder. There is no face. You just have to take your time and get to know the person, and then you'll see it in their behavior. Or like I said, and you can ask, does anybody in your family have dementia? Did anybody in your family have depression, right? What kind of depression? You need to ask these questions before you even try to be sexually attracted to somebody. If she says yes, take your time before you sleep with her. Okay? If she says yes, dementia, depression, chronic depression, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, do not have sex with her. Okay? Do not have sex with her. Do not have sex with her. I'm telling you, she could, when you have sex with her, it could be while she's having a manic episode. And she comes out of that. She could say you raped her. And in her mind, it will make perfect sense, because you're not talking about a person that has a healthy mind. I'm saying, even Meg Thee Stallion. I think Meg Thee Stallion is bipolar. Okay. So what you would say, it's not true. In their head, it's perfectly true, because their brain is not healthy. They don't have a healthy brain. They don't assess reality the same way the rest of the people assess reality. Just like a trans person. You can sit here all day and argue with a trans person that a man can be a woman can be a man. It's a waste of your time, because at some point you have to realize they don't have a normal brain. They might not even have enough white matter in the brain. You're wasting your time. Okay? They're not okay. So you have to be accommodating and understand that you can only ask so much of a person. People can't give you what they don't have. But bipolar people are more likely to lie, because that's the way they cope with their minds, their actions, their behavior, the stuff that they've done during a hypomanic episode. It's the shame. People will lie when they feel shame. They will lie. And they don't care how destructive they are. They don't care that you'll go to prison. They don't care, because in their bipolar mind, self-preservation comes first. That's why it's very hard to get a bipolar person to admit that they lied, because that's not part of their self-preservation. They preserve themselves by lying. And one thing you will also notice about people that are bipolar, they are very egocentric. They have big egos. And because they have such big egos, it's hard for them to admit that they're lying. Okay? It goes against self-preservation. If you have a big ego, you thrive on having a big ego. If you start saying, oh yeah, I lied, that reduces your ego. That might also trigger another episode, right? So part of self-preservation is that not only do you lie, but you actually believe it, because you have an image of yourself that you have to protect, right? And we see when it comes to image, even people that are non-bipolar, okay? Even people that are non-bipolar, we have seen what people will do to protect their image, killing people, slaughtering people, starving people, poisoning people, lying on people, pay other people to go attack people, right? People will do all kinds of things to protect their image without even being bipolar. Now imagine being bipolar and being afraid that someone is going to destroy your image, right? No, it's not going to work. It's really not going to work. It's not going to work. So my thing to you is like, be very careful, right? I'm not saying you have to be married to have sex, but I'm saying take your time before you have sex. Because what we are seeing here today, like all these things we're seeing, the OnlyFans girl with Uncle Shay Shay, it's a lot of people. Even the girl Amber with Johnny Depp. I mean, it's all over the place. But at some point, we have to realize that, you know what? Some people, the way they're hypersexual, it seems empowering. But me, I will say it's a sign of distress. It's a sign of a manic episode. So be very careful. Because most women that have a healthy mind will be more cautious with how quickly they have sex with a man. There's no rush, right? There's no rush. She's more cautious. And most women also who have a healthy mind will be more interested in getting to know you versus having sex with you on the first date. It's not a flex. Now, if you are a man who has a weak ego, I can see how a woman want to sleep with you on the first date can make you feel special. But I'm telling you, it could be a trap. And once you put your penis in there, your life is in her hands. your reputation, your career, your income, everything you've ever worked hard for. You've not put your life into her hands. You are not her slave. So you also have to deal with your ego. Do I really need to have sex with a woman on the first date? The answer is no. Because a man also should have mastery. That makes you sexy. It makes you respected. It makes you feared. Okay. The fact that you said no, say no. Okay. Gotta have self-control. Gotta have self-control. Okay. And the more you control yourself, the more you control your urges, the more you control your sexual urges, the more you're going to see a lot of behavior. Oh shit. Oh shit. So the balls are in her court, right? You're like, oh shit. I didn't see it. Gotta be very careful, y'all. We gotta be very, very careful. These times out here today are extremely treacherous. People seem to be progressive, but they're not progressive. People are not that progressive because when that shame hit, they don't know how to deal with it, and then they start lying on people. Okay? They start lying on people. So you gotta be very careful. Let me play this one video. Hold on. What is this? Hold on. Okay, let's go.
Without lawyers present.
Elliot Spitzer, why is nobody in jail?
Well, look, I think we got one incredibly valuable window into this today. Gretchen Morgensen had an article in the New York Times in which she says Tim Geithner, the Treasury Secretary, was going around.
Hold on. Oh, here he is.
Welcome back. We're here with our Powerhouse Roundtable, standing by to discuss a year packed with political comebacks. Mark Sanford takes back a congressional seat in South Carolina. Anthony Weiner jumps into New York City's mayor's race and is an instant contender. And the latest, also in New York, Elliot Spitzer, the former governor, resigned in disgrace 5 years ago after getting caught with prostitutes. But there he was, taking New York City by storm this week, entering the race for controller, the city's second most powerful job. Elliot Spitzer.
Sorry. Okay, hold on. Let me share my thing again. Share the screen. Boom. Let's start over.
Today, I want to briefly address...
8 months after a call girl scandal forced former New York Governor Elliot Spitzer to step down in disgrace, federal prosecutors have decided not to bring criminal charges against him. In a statement, U.S. Attorney Michael Garcia said investigators found no evidence that Spitzer misused public or campaign funds for prostitution. Federal prosecutors typically do not prosecute clients of prostitution rings. And Garcia said...
You see this? That you don't prosecute clients of prostitution rings. You go after the people that have the prostitution ring. Diddy is just a client. So why are you coming after this man? That makes no sense.
Spitzer accepted responsibility for his conduct. Spitzer also issued a statement expressing relief at the decision. 4 people have pleaded guilty in recent months to running the prostitution business that led to Governor Spitzer's downfall. Thursday, the attorney for one of them blasted the decision, saying his client still faces a jail sentence and that it would be an injustice if other more infamous actors do not. However, the attorney for Spitzer's call girl, Ashley Dupre, said she's glad the matter is resolved and she's going to move forward with her life.
Is it?
Ross Simpson.
So in his case with the governor, right, with Spitzer, so the girl who was selling sex, she's the one who was charged, found guilty, and convicted because she's the one selling sex. He is the John. So he was not convicted. He was not convicted. Now, you fast forward in Diddy's case, those who are selling sex are facing no charges. They never faced any charges. They're not going to face any charges. They're not facing any fine. It's all Diddy. Everything is Diddy's fault, as if adults don't have agency. Like, it's America, like, for real, right? And I'm like, this makes no sense. And that's why I said in his letter, knowing that his letter was going to be made public, he should have brought that up. His attorneys, Tenny, especially her dad, they should have told Diddy, this is what you're going to put in your letter. You're not begging for your freedom. You are exposing a two-tiered system because we are confused. If we have I don't know if you could say case law, but if we have precedent that a governor of New York City paid for sex, transported sex workers, did not face charges, but instead those who sold them the sex were prosecuted, why is it that in Diddy's case, who is Black, Spitzer, who's Ashkenazi Jew, why is it that Diddy is now the first one to get charged for paying for sex? Why then Spitzer also get charged for paying for sex? This what should have been in the letter. So that way, we're all then, the rest of us, in the public, we're like, yeah, that's so true. Why is he getting charged? Why does he have to go to prison for paying for sex when Spitzer did not get charged for paying for sex? Right? That's the way the conversation should go, because it makes no sense. They have precedent in New York. They have precedents in New York City. They have the Spitzer case. So based on precedents, Diddy should not be in jail. So that's why I don't understand why in his letter he's begging for forgiveness. Forgiveness for what? You are an adult. You have the right to pay for sex. And you also have the right to offer transportation to prostitutes. They have the right to say no. You're like, what the heck? This is the way I see it. If I'm going to pay for sex, my sex person can say, oh, Marlene, I can come to you directly, or could you help me get there faster? I'm offering you transportation. I'm not forcing you to take transportation. But who's going to be mad that you're about to be transported on a private jet? You're going to get here in Southwest. So I did you a favor. Okay. I made sure by the time you got to me, you were actually refreshed. I did you a favor. But these sex workers were not forced, were not coerced to take Diddy's transportation. But it's a luxurious mode of travel because you're coming to him in a private jet. Either way, you would have taken a plane because how are you going to get there? Right? How are you going to get there? So what's the problem? You have the right. I believe you have the right to offer your sex workers luxury transportation. What's the problem? Go solve real crime in America. All these mass shooters, okay? Make America safe again, all right? But I'm like, what does that, like, how's this a problem? Go solve real crime, okay? Go solve real crime. But if you're paying for sex from an adult, and they say, okay, I can take Southwest and I have a layover. Well, would you like to take the jet? Sure. Who would want to take the jet, right? But you're not forced to take the jet. But it definitely is a luxurious way of traveling. What's the problem? What's the problem? So if you have a sex worker too, they can come to you with an Uber, or I can send a limo. Either way, transportation was going to be taken. What's the problem with giving luxury transportation to a sex worker? What's the problem? Especially if I like the sex worker. We might be friends. Some people I wouldn't do it. But, I know people. I have at least one friend, right? He has a favorite sex worker. She's like a therapist. Okay. I'm like, you are crazy. Okay. But he's like, yeah, he likes her. Like he likes going to the same person. And they have conversation. Some people I wouldn't do it, but hey, some people have a certain rapport with their sex worker. Like it's their favorite person. They go to that person. They have conversation with that person. They like it like that, right? But some people do. Not every relationship with a sex worker is like one where people are indifferent and they're just there for sex. Some sex workers too, they provide companionship. Some sex workers provide great conversation. Some sex worker also, you have fun with them. Of course you have sex with them, but sometimes it's just companionship. They like you, but they pay you for your time. You know what I'm saying? Being an adult is complicated, right? But I'm like, what is the issue with providing luxury transportation for a sex worker? Like, I don't get it. I really don't get it. That's really weird. But at the end of the day, nobody was forced to get on the private jet, right? They got on there because they assessed, do I want to take Southwest? Do I want to take a private jet? So they chose the private jet. The market always wins. What is the problem? What's the problem? It's bullshit. And that's what he should have put in his letter. And I'm like, why are you sitting here begging this man to let you?
The Associated Press.
Hold on. Where's this one? Watch this one.
Back, we're here with our Powerhouse Roundtable, standing by to discuss a year packed with political comebacks. Mark Sanford takes back a congressional seat in South Carolina. Anthony Weiner jumps into New York City's mayor's race and is an instant contender.
Remember this one guy too, he used to send his penis to people. He'd take a picture of his penis. He also has BDSM. When you expose yourself like that too, that's also, it was a Freuder. No, like he likes, you rub on him, you show your penis and stuff like that. That's also a paraphilic disorder. So a lot of people, like, And I think it's a lot of high-powered people because it's very stressful. I don't know.
And the latest also in New York, Elliot Spitzer, the former governor, resigned in disgrace 5 years ago after getting caught with prostitutes. But there he was, taking New York City by storm this week, entering the race for controller, the city's second most powerful job. Elliot Spitzer joins us now from Manhattan. Good morning, Elliot. Thank you for joining us this morning. And I do want to get to your comeback. But first, this breaking news overnight on the George Zimmerman verdict. You're a former prosecutor as well, former attorney general. Was justice served?
This is a failure of justice. I don't think there's any other way to view it. The judicial system is not perfect, and in this case, it has failed. And before we get into a conversation of whether the prosecution was flawed, that they should have handled it in a different way, there is a simple reality here. An innocent young man was walking down the street, was confronted by a stranger with a gun, and that innocent young man was shot. The criminal justice system should be able to deal with situations like that. It didn't.
So should the Justice Department step in now?
Well, the Justice Department will step in, but it's in a very dicey position because there has been a criminal case. Double jeopardy is a fundamental principle in our American judicial system, as it should be. And so it's going to be hard for them to come back at the defendant. And boy, this is just understandably a hugely emotional moment for many people who say that could have been my kid, could have been my son. Where are we when the simple principles of justice should be applied? There are notable examples where our judicial system has failed. It is not perfect. Look, I will say this. It is still the best system in the world, bar none. The jury system is what we have to rely upon. But in this case, it failed. Let's
get to your race now for controller, City of New York. Probably a seat you didn't ever expect to run for, but boy, you were back on the streets all week long and really shook up the race and instantly became the biggest topic of conversation here in New York. Here's the cover of New York Magazine coming out tomorrow. It shows an amalgam of you and Anthony Weiner. Weiner on one side, Elliot Spitzer on the other, and it's a comparison your political opponents are already making. Here's Christine Quinn, running for mayor of New York. She says the question with both Anthony Weiner and Elliot Spitzer is, what have they done to earn this second chance? I don't think we see all that much from either of these men that would put them in a position where they would have earned a second chance, redeemed themselves from their selfish behavior, and earned a second chance by New York's voters. Your response?
Well, my response is, George, first, I have done a fair bit. It's been 5 years. I've taught, I have written, I have participated, I've hosted a few TV shows, and so I'll leave you to judge whether that is a moment or not. But I have done things that are important.
Thank goodness I'm not facing the voters.
And that may be the case. Nobody in the media, for that matter. But I've asked the voters of the city for forgiveness. But I've also said, look at the totality of my record, the independence of my voice when it came to Wall Street.
You see how he's talking, right? You see? No, okay. He was governor. He was shamed. He had to resign. Okay. I'm still coming outside to be controller. I asked for forgiveness. I said I was sorry. Okay. And look at my life. Look at the totality of my life. He's not begging. He's not begging. So I'm like, you, Diddy, why are you begging? Why? You're not the first man. You're not the first rich man to pay for prostitutes or be exposed by a prostitute. Blah, blah, blah. Why are you begging? Why are you begging? Why are you begging? Right? Even Cuomo's back outside too, trying to be the mayor. He was also disgraced. He had to resign as the governor. They said he was touching people, right? And now he's running for mayor of New York City, right? They are shameless. These people are shameless. So I'm like, why are you begging? Right? If you're going to ask for forgiveness from your kids, not from the judge. Okay? And act like life goes on. These people are shameless. Donald Trump, 34 conviction. He is comfortably nested at the White House. Why are you begging? You see, white men don't beg. They don't beg. Because they look at America like, yeah, this bitch belongs to me. This is my fucking country. I do what I want. Want you won't. Fuck the laws. I do what I want. That's the mindset. And I'm like, that's the mindset that makes you a full citizen. That's the mindset that makes you an American. But if you start begging, oh, I'm so scared. Please don't lock me up. Oh my gosh, I'm so scared. Why are you scared? You have like 300, 400, 500 million. Why are you scared? Why are you scared? They found you guilty of transportation for prostitution. Wumpty womp womp. Okay? You know dang well, being as famous as you are, that paying for prostitute, giving rise to prostitute, that is common business in New York City. Who don't do it in New York City? So why are you acting like you're the only one who does that in New York City? Are you dumb? Are you slow? Yeah. Like, why are you begging for your life? This is just so damn crazy.
When it came to standing up on the environment, low-wage workers, immigrants. We were talking about immigrant rights just a few moments ago in your show. Years ago, remember when I said undocumented immigrants should have driver's licenses, the heavens opened and descended upon me. It's now the law of the land. It is accepted across the nation. We've been ahead of the curve and perhaps most fundamentally independent on the issues of finance and Wall Street and integrity in our capital markets, which is the heart and soul of what the Comptroller's office is all about. My mandate is to be a fiscal watchdog, to make sure the pension funds are invested well, to make sure the city's budget is being spent where it should be spent and for the purposes for which it should be spent. And I think the public, and you referred to a poll, I don't take polls and rely upon them, but the polls were, to use Tom Wolfe's great phrase, masters of the universe.
CEOs began to take everything they could, and ultimately that was going to destroy our economy.
They literally were terrified at this guy coming after them.
So I see this film as a kind of mystery within a mystery within a mystery. And one of the mysteries is, how is Elliot Spitzer outed?
Joe Bruno hired the country's most notorious dirty trickster, Roger Stone.
We know that he did what he did, and he takes responsibility for it. But how was he outed? That's a very interesting story. And it appears that his very powerful enemies on Wall Street had a role to play.
So somebody was after Diddy. And it could be the Diageo people. It could really be the Diageo people, right? Because that white man you saw with the silver hair, that white man used to work with Trump. Like when Trump first ran, he was helping Trump. Then he got locked up. Trump gave him a pardon also. But this is what they do. So it's like, okay, so who could have triggered, like what could have triggered that for Diddy? And I think it has to do with Diageo. I really do. I really, really do. So that's why I'm saying don't beg, because you should know who's behind this. You should definitely know who's behind this. Why are you begging? It's a fucking scam. It is a fucking scam. It's a fucking scam. You know dang well you didn't traffic no damn Cassie. You know dang well under normal circumstances, as a John, you should not be getting charged for giving transportation to a prostitute. Okay? Like what the fuck? I'm nice to my prostitutes. Okay? I don't make them walk. I give them cars, right? I give them rides, right? But I'm like, there's somebody behind this. And most likely it's Diageo, because that's who you sued and you won against those people. And you took a lot of money. So they wanted their money back, or at least to shame you and to break you so that you could never go back and start your own liquor line and be their competition. So why are you begging? You should know what this shit is. Like you should, huh? Yeah. Okay, you should know what this shit is, because you could see how Diageo, because I'm sure Diddy also learned a lot by working with these people and promoting Ciroc or whatever, that if he was to start his own line of what is it? Patron? Is the Ciroc Patron? What is it again? Tequila. It's tequila, right? It's the tequila line. Okay, but you can see after everything he's learned with them, if he was to start his own tequila line, he might make more than they did. So they have a vested interest in destroying his reputation, because that's how he sells stuff, right? His brand, the Diddy, the bad boy, the luxury, the this and that, the party boy. So if you destroy that image, you destroy his ability to not just start his own liquor line, his own, what's it called again? Tequila line, right? But his ability to sell it. Right? Because if he has no relationship, if no celebrity wants to get close to him, he can't sell it. So he will never be competition. So you destroy his reputation. So that's why I'm like, why are you begging? I'm like, what are you begging for? But I'm like, for him to be in there, and after all this while he's been in there, for him not to realize who's really behind the shit is kind of wild to me. Okay? Yeah, that's for real. I'm like, he's very submissive. And that really triggers me, because I always thought Diddy was a fighter. I really did. I really thought he was a fighter. But I'm like, wow, you're very submissive. You are truly submissive, because you should know. You sue Diageo, you win, and then 2 days later, you're getting sued. Like, sir, come on. All right? You should know who's behind this shit. So why are you begging for your life? Like it's a game at this point.
And it appears that a Republican Department of Justice also had a rather unseemly role to play in terms of revealing details about his private life to the press in ways that showcased a kind of calculated campaign to embarrass him.
The New York Times website identifies Governor Spitzer's mystery call girl as Ashley Alexandra Dupree.
I discovered, in a way...
Do you see how history repeats itself? Do you see how they use the same playbook on people? The same playbook, right? The same playbook. The same playbook. There was a lot of pressure for the Jeffrey Epstein files, even with Biden. There was a lot of pressure. You have Comey at the FBI. It's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure. So you make this big move. You have Homeland Security Go to Diddy's house. You have the cameras. It's live. Doing the very most. Doing the absolute most. You put handcuffs on his sons. You put his son's face down in the grass. There's helicopters flying over the fucking place. For what? For baby oil? And even that, we never even saw the baby oil. We didn't see the baby oil. Nobody saw cases of baby oil. To this day, we have yet to see one picture of baby oil being held and being brought into evidence. We ain't never seen shit. We didn't see a bunch of women running out the place half naked. Nobody was being held hostage. We didn't see any of that shit, right? It was just a show of force. That's it. Because even that too was to make him look guilty. It's the same thing like when they give you bail, when they set your bail at $1 million, the goal is to have the public think that you did that shit. It's spiritual warfare. That's how they play these games. Because if we do this huge display of force like that, it makes it seem like Diddy must be a real hardcore criminal. And they did all that shit. Only God knows how much money they spend. The Homeland Security shit. Only God knows how much they spend. Like how much was it? Like $500,000, $1 million in tax money? For what? To get baby oil? And nobody's, this is how they waste the money out here. This is how this government just wastes money, right? What did you get? Homeland Security for baby oil? Seriously? You can have the local police do that shit? What did Homeland Security do that the local police couldn't have done? Right? But all of that show of force, make it super big like a fucking movie and shit, like some O.J. Simpson shit, right? It's to really in the mind of people to say, wow, maybe Diddy really is a criminal. Maybe he's so dangerous. Maybe he's so shit. He's black. He's not that dangerous, okay? The real dangerous people here are the small hat people. There you go. Okay? He's just a little hip hop person. But doing the very most. But for Epstein, there was no televised raid of his home. Right? When it came to even Harvey Weinstein, there was no televised raid of his home. Right? But all of that is to cement into people's head that you are a bad, bad, bad person. You are a very dangerous person. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But it's like the only thing you people got out of there was baby oil. You had to bring Homeland Security. You guys, Homeland Security. You think about all the, like even Charlie Kirk, you think about all these young people that are on Discord, Minecraft, Roblox, Telegram, talking about all kinds of foolishness, unaliving people, shooting people. Like you really have real terrorist cells in America. You have a lot of sleeping cells out here, right? Shouldn't Homeland Security be out here stopping this shit? So isn't that funny how Homeland Security is never stopping a mass shooting? Charlie Kirk got killed. The Homeland Security, how come they know about that? Okay, there was a shooting at a school, at the church with the little kids. How come Homeland Security did not know about that? There was a shooting at an ICE facility. How come Homeland Security did not know about that? There's all kinds of fuckery going on. Homeland Security is not involved. They never stop anything that is truly a safety concern to the American people. But they're going to go to Diddy's house, okay, televise that shit. It was live nonstop. To do what? To get baby oil? There was nobody there. No woman. They didn't find any woman trapped in the basement. You didn't find a bunch of Filipino sex workers. You didn't find a bunch of Vietnamese sex workers. You didn't find a bunch of whatever, like poor immigrant sex workers. There was nobody in there. It was Christian. It was Justin. Who else was there? Like a few security guard people. That's it. There was really nobody in the house. And all they got was baby oil. And because America is so fucking dense, right? Because people here just care about gossip. Nobody got upset. But I'm like, as taxpayers though, people should have been pissed off. So you wasted all this money for baby oil? Why couldn't you get local police to do that? So you had no tip, you had no informants, you had no real information to say that there were women being sequestered at that house. There were women being forced into sexual activity at that house. You just went there just to go there. Because it was all about entertainment. It was all about a display of force. And who better to do that than a black man in America? Oh, look, it gave OJ all over again, where you have a fucking helicopter chasing behind his Bronco. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? And all you got was baby oil. You could not get local police to do that shit. Local police with a fucking warrant. You had to do all of this. right? Because it was all, I mean, these people had this whole thing pre-planned. And my thing is, I feel like it's D'Angelo. It could also be Lucian Grange, but I'm like, he has to know who's behind this. Because that's a powerful person with lots of money. But this is a waste of money. It was excessive, Elaine. It was excessive. And to this day, the only thing they told us they got from that place was baby oil. Oh, he had a boatload of baby oil he bought from Costco. Like, okay, so we're going to use Homeland Security because somebody bought cases. And even if he wants to buy a container of baby oil, who cares? Why don't y'all stop these mass shooters from shooting people, especially shooting children? Why don't you secure the border? Homeland Security should be for the border and any kind of terroristic threat against America. No, they went to Diddy's house, not because women were being held against their will, not because women were being forced to have sex, not because there were a bunch of ladies being chained in the basement and starved to death. No, they went to Diddy's house with this massive show of force to retrieve baby oil that he bought from Costco. This is insanity. At this point, I stopped taking these white folks seriously. I'm like, okay, this is nothing but a distraction. This is nothing but a distraction. You are trying to distract people, right? Because you're hiding something else, just like a magic trick. They want you to look at it this way when the magic or the trick is really going on over here. It is nothing but distraction. It's optic distraction. Go sit down somewhere. Homeland Security for baby oil. And we saw Homeland, we saw these I guess soldiers, whatever the fuck they are. We saw them go in and out. We never saw them remove cases of baby oil. We didn't even see shit. It was just a show of force. We saw Justin with the handcuffs. We saw Christian with the handcuffs. That's it. They just went there to cuff people and put his sons in the yard. Then they went in there. They just destroyed the whole house. Just destroyed his property. Just ransacked the house. They made a mess out the house. For what? For what? Just to let you know you're a black person in America. For what reason? It is so disgusting. And I'm like, whether you like Diddy or not, you have to find this repulsive. You got to find this repulsive. Homeland Security for baby oil? Meanwhile, Jeffrey Epstein was over here having underage people have sex with Prince Andrews. And yet he was never rated live on TV because he's a Jew. Like, get the fuck out of here. No, it's like it's really like it's really crazy. No, like I could see if they went in there and we saw a bunch of ladies start running with their chest out, they ain't wearing no bra, their asses out. I'm like, oh shit. Okay, no, nobody came out the house. Y'all, they had guns this big. Like, what the fuck? For like, this is so fucking traumatic because they wanted people to see Diddy like a monster, and it's stuck because he's black. This country is fucking racist. They only treat black people this way. It is so disgusting. And the whole time, baby oil, freak off, baby oil. Like just making this shit like some gossip TV shit. This country is so fucking embarrassing. Like the American media is completely embarrassing. These people are so fucking juvenile. They're so fucking juvenile. The freak off. Get the fuck out of here. And I even wish that Diddy had taken the stand to properly explain to people what a freak off actually entails, right? Get the fuck out of here. These people talk for like 10, 12 hours. They're mostly talking. And the sex workers explained it also. But why didn't Diddy go up there and explain to people? First of all, I don't even call this shit a freak off. That's fucking insulting. Okay? They call it a freak off because once again, he's black. So you have to use words that make him sound like an animal, a freak off. What the fuck is a fucking freak off? Okay, what the fuck is that? Who came up with that? Bunch of white bitches in the DA's office. These white girls came up with that shit, right? That's what they do because that's what they have. Get the fuck out of here. A freak off, bitch. Did you hear what the fuck they said? Right? Like, listen, why can't you fucking call it art? Why do you have to call that shit a freak off? Diddy and his girlfriend Cassie are into BDSM. But when the people come in, you say hi, they greet you. Diddy like, oh, what you want to eat, Playboy? Okay, like it's a whole vibe. They smoke weed, they talk for a while. He's like, oh, that's Cassie. She chose you. Cassie, tell him why you chose him. Like they're really talking because they don't want it to be awkward. And I'm like, and I wish Diddy would have gone on the stand to explain to people how their stuff actually works. Because Cassie knows she's just being an evil bitch. She's being an evil, bigoted Filipina. She's a fucking racist. Get the fuck out of here. Like this stuff, I understood how it works. I'm like, oh, because initially, okay, right? Because initially I thought the freak off, because when I heard the 12 hours, I thought they were having sex for 12 hours. I didn't know what it was. I'm like, damn, you're having sex for 12 hours. So when you're thinking that Cassie is having sex for 12 hours, yes, it sounds barbaric. It sounds like she's being not just even just rape. It's like she's just out of it. Because how can your vagina go for 12 hours? That's extremely painful. So that's what I thought it was going on. Like they were having sex nonstop for 12 hours. And that's why he was giving her the drugs so she could keep going like a fucking horse, a fucking ox for 12 hours. But no, that's not what the fuck happens. And his lawyers trash. He needs a fucking refund. He needs a fucking refund. Horrible representation. His lawyers did not do a good job explaining to people what exactly is a freak off, when it starts. Like if it starts at 9 a.m., yes, it can start at 9 p.m. and it can go until 9 a.m. in the morning. But for the most part, Cassie's not going to have sex with the guy until maybe 7 in the morning. So the sex it's usually 45 minutes to 2 hours. And after the sex also, Diddy says, hey, if you want to stay, you can. If you want to leave, you can. If you want to order room service, you can. If you want to spend more time with us, you can. Does that sound like people being abused? So that's why he also pisses me off. Because I'm like, you need to explain what this is. Because if you let people with their own imagination and this goofy ass, racist ass, white-owned American media, people are thinking the girl is having sex for 12 hours. And that's why you got to give her so much drugs. And that is why you need all this baby oil, because who can have sex for 12 hours straight? That's not how it works. And it's not until I listen to the sex workers on Vlad TV, I'm like, oh shit, the freak off, it's not what we think it is. They spend like 9-10 hours talking and then they have sex because he wants her to be comfortable because she don't know these people and they don't know her. So he tries to do what she needs to do because that's the thing, because they do BDSM. So he's a dom and she's a submissive, right? So it's like when you do BDSM, the dominant person has to make sure the submissive is safe, right? But I'm like, so they talk for 12 hours. They talk for 10 hours, right? They talk for about 10 hours. And then they don't start having sex until 2 hours, towards the end. But usually, and even that, he says to her, are you comfortable? They explain all that shit. But I'm like, Diddy, why didn't you take the stand? Why didn't you have your lawyers explain that to people? Right? They like to record sex, but the things I'm like, his lawyers are trash. The lawyers are pure trash. They are fucking lazy and they're not creative enough. They're a bunch of lazy ass white people who don't took his money. It's very easy to explain to people. Diddy is a voyeur. Diddy likes to look at people having sex. So the thing is, it has to feel like voyeurism. It can't feel like it was rehearsed. If you come in and you start having sex, he doesn't like that. It needs to feel like he's peeking in on something. So it has to feel natural. I'm peeping in. I'm like a wife and a husband having sex. So these people need to have a natural chemistry. It's not going to feel natural if they don't have conversation first. That's why it takes so long, because she needs to be comfortable. The other guy also needs to be comfortable. He doesn't, even though you're paid for sex, but it's more so like you're paid to be an actor. That's really what it is. Okay. That's really what it is. So therefore, what's wrong with this person? Okay. So therefore, what you have to do, is that when you come in, you need to warm up. You have to warm up. She also has to warm up. And then when you guys get to it, it's going to feel organic, right? It's going to feel organic. Once it feels organic, then he can watch, because then he feels like he's a voyeur. So it takes about 10 hours. It takes about 10 hours. Okay. And then at the tail end of the 10 hour, within the 11th hour, that's when they're having sex. But initially, even me, when I heard about the freak offs, I really thought that even the name, oh gosh, the name is excessive. Initially, I thought she was having sex with these men for 12 hours. I said, 12 hours? So it sounds batshit crazy. So yeah, you're like, what the fuck? You are insane. Okay. So is that why you need all these drugs? Is that why you need all this baby oil? Because she's having sex for 12 hours straight. Like, who is not going to hear that and be so disgusted and repulsed by Diddy and whatever comes with the Diddy, okay, with the diddler, okay? But it's not what it is. And his lawyers did not do a good job explaining that to people. And also, he also did not do a good job explaining that to people. But the hotel video too, to me, honestly, the hotel video, to me, it wasn't nail in the coffin. Okay. But if you see it, because even me, when I first saw it, because when I first saw the hotel video, I thought it was the actual video. I didn't think it was doctored. That's why I say his lawyers are trash. His lawyers are absolute trash. I thought it was the actual video because in the video, when you watch the CNN video, Diddy is running like it's like, it seems very intense because they sped up the video. The video is sped up. It is sped up. It's edited. It's cut. I mean, they doctored the video to make it look more intense. So I do feel like to combat that, his lawyer should have brought that up and he should have sued CNN. Because you have to sue CNN to get the original footage, right? To really show people what it looks like. And then your lawyer have to say, if a woman was being abused, if a woman knew that she was about to be forced into an impending gang rape for the next 12 hours, would she casually stroll out of her room? Would she casually not just stroll, but gather all her luxury goods, her Louis Vuitton duffel bag, and then you say the price, $5,000, her Celine bag, $4,500. Like, she's grabbing all these luxuries instead of thinking about preserving her life, right? So it's like something is off. When she gets to the elevator, the first thing she does is like put her bags down, put her shoes on. It's not calling the elevator. Something is weird. And then you sue CNN as you question everything being seen in the video. Don't be afraid to do that. That is your fucking job. Where she applies the lip gloss, you talk about that too, because that's also BDSM. It's a cue. It is a cue. Like, be so for real. Be so for real. But his lawyers did not do a good job. They didn't do a good job. And I think he feels like because he paid all this money, he got the best representation possible. No, they scammed you. Because Marlene, if I was his lawyer, knowing how racist America is, you're not going in admitting to domestic violence. You are going to say, this is the consequence of a withdrawal from drugs. These are the drugs. My client is bipolar and he has a drug addiction. So that causes violence, but he's not a violent person. What you are witnessing here is a crash out from the drugs. He's going to withdrawals because people are violent. We have seen violent drug addicts before. They're not violent people, but the drugs will make you violent because when you crash out, the brain doesn't know how to properly function. And then you bring a psychiatrist to explain that. Right? People need to understand what it is to come off the drugs. It's extremely violent. People are not rational. And also, she took his phone. So to me, that's also a trigger that needs to be highlighted. You know he has a drug addiction. You know he's bipolar, right? You know he's coming off a 12-hour high. And here you take his phone and you want to run away with his phone. So yeah, it's not the best way to handle that. But given the brain, giving the mental health disorder, giving the drug addiction, at that moment, that's the best way he knew how to handle that. What's the problem? But we're not going to go in and say, oh yeah, he's admitting to being violent. He's not a violent person. He's an addict. He's an addict. And then many times, knowing that my client is an addict, she's also offered drugs to my client. So she's a bully, okay? She's a bully. It's your job. Whatever people see, they see it. It's the story that goes with what people see that matters. It's not what people see. People see all kinds of shit all the time. But if you know how to talk to people, they will see what you say they need to see. That's it. That's that. Right? But you don't go in there saying, oh, yeah, my client is violent. My client is not violent. He's a good person. He's a party person. They call him Lover Boy. They call him Brother Diddy, the brother of love. You know, he's a sweetheart. He makes it rain wherever he goes. But he's sick. He is sick. That's it. He needs help. Right? But at that moment with the bipolar, he's bipolar. He was having a hypomanic episode. With the drugs, 12 hours of strong drug usage and crashing out. And she took his phone, which is a trigger because he works with his phone. He needs his phone. So is it the best way to handle that? No. But then again, he paid $20 million to say sorry. What more does he need to do? right? Let's be so for real. Let's be so for real. But that's when, and that's why I always say that, I will always say this, like when you go and you pick a lawyer, don't pick a lawyer that just wants you to, I'm going to make sure you don't get found guilty. Oh, I'm going to make sure that you get the least amount of time. Bullshit. You need a fucking lawyer that believes in you. You need a lawyer that's going to say, listen, when I look at your case, if it was me, I would have done the same shit. Okay, that's it. You need a lawyer that's like, nah, you going home. Okay, that's it. If you have a lawyer that says, oh, let me make sure you don't get the RICO, or let me make sure that, they don't believe in you. They don't believe in you. They don't believe in you. Because if you have a lawyer that believes in you, if you have a lawyer that wants you to go home, you're going to fucking go home because they're going to know what to say. The jury, they're people. They're not aliens. The jury, they're people. They're people. They've lived life. They've been through shit. You know what I'm saying? They are people. You got to talk to these people. Don't be afraid of these people. They need to understand what is going on. And don't ever feel like they cannot have empathy for you. They can. You have to talk to these people as if they were people. I feel like when you look at a jury, you got to go, yo, these are my friends. And they're trying to gain clarity. I'm going to give you clarity. I'm going to tell you exactly what you saw. But my thing is, who can really say that they've never seen a drug addict, when they come off their high, get violent? Who can say that? They're very violent. If it's crack, if it's fentanyl, if it's any opioid, you name it, people get really violent. It is the brain. It's the brain. Because they're not in they're not in their right frame of mind. Sometimes if you see homeless people, sometimes they beat themselves up. Okay, when they're not high, they beat themselves up. Why do you think homeless people that do drugs always have bruises on their bodies? They're always they have bruises, they have blue eyes, they have red eyes. I mean, listen, if they're not fighting other people, they fight themselves. Right? They fight themselves. This is why people should not do drugs. But when you're a celebrity, sometimes, unfortunately, it comes with the lifestyle. And given the fact that Diddy grew up in an environment where there were always drugs, as you can see how you grew up, and drug is how you cope with life. It's not okay. But unfortunately, sometimes people only do what they know. And they know what they know because they saw their parents do it. And this is when you bring Miss Janice to really explain who was Diddy's dad. When Diddy's father died, what kind of life was he living? What kind of household was he living in? Because is it normal to let your child be mentored by Frank Lucas? Are you fucking crazy? Okay? You have to humanize the person. He's a human being. But he's not a monster. She stayed there for 9 years. She lived a life of luxury. She went to the Met Gala. She had private jets. Whatever she wanted, he gave it to her. Every day was not a bad day. But it's only bad when he crashes out from the drugs because he's an addict. His mom most likely was an addict. Most likely also his dad, when he was alive, was an addict. Right? You have to humanize people. But I'm like, if you get a lawyer that just says, oh, I'm going to make sure that they don't give you this or take a plea or wump, run. That's not the lawyer for you. You need a lawyer that believes in you. I said the same thing with Carmelo Anthony. I didn't like his lawyer because the lady said, oh, why did they choose you? He said, oh, I don't know. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Carmelo Anthony, me, if I was his lawyer, I'm like, oh, Marlene, why are you his lawyer? Because I believe in him. And if it was me against Austin Metcalf, I would have done the same thing. Because you're not about to be 250 pounds. While I'm 160, you know jiu-jitsu, you're a fucking linebacker, and you think your brother, and 5 other people gonna jump my ass? Yeah, the fuck right. Yeah, the fuck right, bitch. I will do what I have to do to save my life. You don't have to bully me. Okay? You chose to bully me on multiple occasions. I said, leave me the fuck alone. You chose to apply pressure. You battered me. So it is what it is. Maybe his parents should have raised a better child. It's not that hard to be 17 and to show hospitality and practice good sportsmanship, right? But I said this, if you're going to be someone's lawyer and the person is fighting for their life, if you don't believe in that person, move the fuck out the way. But the problem is greed. Diddy is a rich person. So they're going to take his case because they can charge him all kinds of hours, right? They can charge him all kinds of money. But there's no reason to go in there and to say he's a violent man. You are batshit crazy. He's fucking black. He is black. He's a black man. How can you go in there and say he's violent? Are you stupid? Are you really stupid? And that's why, because they said it, it became a problem. Oh, well, even the defense said that he's a violent man, so we can't give him bail. Why would you ever say he's violent? He's a drug addict. He has a drug problem. And yes, when he crashes out, it's very scary, but it doesn't happen all the time. It happens sometimes. But being in prison is not going to fix it. It's going to make it worse. So we need to get him some help, right? There you go. It's all about how you talk to people. But you have to believe in your client. If you don't believe in your client, then that's not the client for you. You got to let that person go find somebody else, right? Because if you can't look at the person and be like, you know what, this is some bullshit, you're going to go home. That's crazy. But because they led with, oh, he's domestically violent, this is domestic violence. Okay, well, in order to keep the public safe, whatever. No, he has a drug problem. Like some people have an alcohol problem. Some people have a food problem. Some people have a shopping problem. Welcome to America, where most Americans have some kind of addiction. My client is no different. So what he needs is compassion. He doesn't need condemnation, because we know for a lot of Black people, like the drug struggling with drug, it affects a lot of Black people. And we have to stop demonizing people. And maybe that's why some people don't get the help they need. Okay, so I'm like, no. Are you going to lock up someone for being fat also? Like, what the fuck? No. It's the drugs. It's not the person. It's the drugs. Just like her, I'm sure she could be sweet. I don't know. But when she's hypomanic, she wants all that freak of shit, right? That's it. These are sick people. They need help. But what we're not going to do is take one bipolar person to convict another bipolar person when they were consenting bipolars doing BDSM stuff. Like that. That's crazy to me. That's really crazy to me.
It was because she wouldn't talk to me, Ashley Dupre, that there was somebody who had been a regular with Spitzer. And I found her, and she taught us a lot more about what was really going on, both with Spitzer and also with the federal investigation, than Ashley ever could.
Did you learn something about your wife that you didn't expect as a result of this experience?
I wish I hadn't needed to learn it.
He's a human being. He's got a wife, he's got kids, and he tried to do something great, which was to bring some sense of economic justice.
You see, when a white person does something wrong, no matter what he does, they will always try to humanize that person. A white man can go and shoot at kids, shoot at school, kill people, no matter. They will always try to humanize that white person. Right? But when it comes to a Black person, like if you didn't know any better, you would think that Diddy was having sex with children. Okay? You would think he was having sex with kids. It's like, no, it's not that. Right? But it's like when you're a Black person, but when you're a Black man and you go through this kind of shit, nobody wants to humanize you. And I'm like, to me, that's not okay. That is not okay. Oh, he's a man. He's a husband. He has kids. And okay, why don't people also humanize Diddy? And it felt like even during his whole trial, because what's his name? Armand, people were really upset at Armand for I guess they were celebrating or whatever, right? Because you don't have the right to celebrate for Diddy. You don't have the right to want Diddy to get off or want Diddy to not go to prison for life. No, people were expecting you to say, yeah, let him do whatever with Diddy. Let them kill him, throw him in prison, throw him to the gulags, let the wolves eat his flesh, wumpty-wump. I'm like, nah, that's a little too much. There are people in this country that have done way worse than Diddy. Dick Cheney shot somebody. He murdered somebody on his property. And they came outside and told us, oh, it was an accident. You're right, whatever. Okay? Every day, wealthy white people do all kinds of heinous shit in this country. And the world just moves on. Even that white girl who killed all these kids at the airport by flying their helicopter into that plane, they moved on like nothing happened because they didn't want to damage her reputation. Even though she killed 60 kids. Okay, every day, white people commit all kinds of gross acts out here against humanity. And they move on like nothing happened because, don't talk about the white people, especially if they're LGBTQ, especially if it's a white woman. They're always they're always preserving the humanity of a white perpetrator, right? But somehow, if it's Diddy, nobody can say anything nice about Diddy. Nobody's allowed to have compassion for Diddy. Nobody's allowed to see it from Diddy's perspective. Yeah, the fuck right. Every day I thank God I wasn't born here, for real, because this country really teaches you that you have to be complicit in the slaughtering of people that look just like you. No, I'm not going to sit here and watch you turn Diddy into a sacrificial lamb because you don't want to open up the Epstein files. That's your problem. That is your problem. It is white American men who go out here telling us they're Christians, they're married, they have integrity, wumpty wump wump, until it comes down to open these Epstein files. So now you're looking for a black person that you can demonize, that you can like create this demonic narrative around him so that you don't have to open up these Epstein files and own up to the fact that a vast majority of American politicians have had sex with at least one underage person. Go fuck yourself, okay? Go fuck yourself. This is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous.
This country. So in that sense, I do have a sense of sympathy, but I think the film is also pretty hard on him in some ways. But you do come out, if you come out of the film being sympathetic toward him, to me, it means you come out of the film thinking, oh, he's a human being. He's not that kind of stentorian stick figure.
So when they do their movie, they want people to look at Spitzer as a human being, not some stentorian stick figure, right? So they make movies. So even though he's done all these things, they still want you to have compassion for Spitzer. Okay. But when it comes to Diddy, nobody's allowed to have compassion for Diddy, especially if you're a black woman. Oh, yeah. Yes, me, I have compassion for him. Okay. He's not America's biggest monster. They have real demons out here. They have some serious demonic people. And if anything, that Charlie Kirk thing has opened, like it just has opened, it opened the Pandora box to see the kind of evil people that really run this country. And I'm like, Diddy pales in comparison to these people. Like, no, he's a human being. He's a human being. People make mistakes. People make mistakes. But in those 9 years of being with Diddy, every day with Diddy was not a nightmare. And many of those freak offs, many of those people, first of all, she looked for the people, but many of those freak offs, most of the freak offs were ones that she initiated. And it's all documented because she said she didn't know how to get his attention because he was busy working. She didn't work. All she did was sit in her room all day, think about sex, think about black penises. Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? Diddy was working. He was working. Something that maybe if she had done, that probably would have helped her bipolar disorder. What do I know? But I'm like, this is insanity.
In a way, he had allowed himself to become.
I learned that the depths of her forgiveness are deeper than are ever to be called for.
See? So when he asks for forgiveness, we should forgive him. But when it's Diddy, no. Get out.
But was acquitted on more serious charges that could have sent him to prison for life. Let's get right to our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katersky, who's been following this trial from the beginning. He joins us from outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. So, Aaron, we just got the verdict right there. We know that Combs himself spoke to the judge. The judge responded. Lay out the sentencing here and what went down in the courtroom today.
This was a very long sentencing hearing, which Sean Combs himself, once larger than life, was left begging for mercy, standing at the defense table, telling the judge that he's a changed man, apologizing for his behavior. But that request for a lenient sentence of time served was rejected by the judge, Arun Subramanian, who said it was insufficient to send the kind of message that he wanted to send, that violence against women must be met with real accountability. And so he sentenced Sean Combs to 4 years in prison. That's not as much as federal prosecutors here wanted. They wanted 11 years in prison, reminding the judge that Sean Combs has a penchant for violence and abuse, pointing to 2016 hotel security video showing Combs attacking Cassie Ventura. Combs says he knows that video.
Even this language, like he has a penchant for abuse. When you have a penchant, that's a French word. You have an inclination for violence against women. This man would have had a flurry of women with bruises. And then even with Cassie, you would have had more than one hotel video. If you have a strong inclination to put your hands on women, you would have had a lot of documented instances of you beating, not even just Cassie, you just beating everybody. Okay, because you beat the fuck on people. You only have one video in a 9-year relationship. You only have one video. You have no police report during the relationship, after the relationship, but this man has a penchant, right? And these are the things that they say. And people don't even question the language, right? Because they want to fight violence against women. If America wants to fight violence against women, America needs to stop sending weapons of mass destruction to Gaza to kill hundreds of thousands of women, right? Get the fuck out of here. This country does not care about protecting women. If this country really cares about protecting women, violence against women, how about you increase maternity leave from 12 weeks to 24 weeks? Matter of fact, maybe 36 weeks. What do I know? We have a country that is sending all kinds of weapons. In less than 2 years, Israel has killed over like 200,000 women. Oh, with their babies. You don't care about violence against women. But my thing is, when you are a violent person, or you hit people all the time, you're not going to have just one video in 9 years. You're going to have a bunch of videos. Okay? Exactly. You're going to have a bunch of videos. You're going to have a bunch of videos. People who hit people, oh, they hit people for real. You're like, oh, I hit you once every 9 years. You're the fuck right. No, that's a crash out from the drugs. But I'm like, to say, oh, he has a penchant for violence, for domestic violence. Yeah, and he only did it one time. You only have one tape. You don't have multiple tapes from different hotels, because he would have done that in numerous places, not just one place. I'm like, please, child. But I'm like, these people are really insane.
Intimately, he apologized to Cassie Ventura. The judge said 11 years.
Look at her walking out.
Was unreasonable, but 4 years is just the right amount, the judge said, to send a message to Sean Combs, to victims of domestic violence, that their accounts will be taken seriously.
But Aaron, thanks. Let's go ahead and bring in.
You see how she's walking in? Let me look at this, y'all. Let's go over here real quick.
You will too. So go right now. Do not wait. MyPillow.com/Lionel or call 800-645-4960. Got 50 months. And we're supposed to act like what? Like this is a travesty. Like he's the worst thing that's ever walked this planet. Oh my God. He's the worst. Oh God. He's the worst. He's nothing. He pissed somebody off, and I don't know who.
Yeah,
he's a walk in the park compared to the stuff that goes on in Hollywood in the rap world.
Yeah.
And they got him on Mann Act violation.
Mm-hmm.
So are you telling me that the women are prostitutes?
Mm-hmm.
Because he was convicted of basically transporting women for prostitution. So Cassie Ventura and all these others are prostitutes?
And the thing is, like he's saying, the charges, what he was found guilty of was transportation to prostitution. Why are you bringing up domestic violence? Oh, he hits women. This case was never about domestic violence. But that's what the judge is bringing that about. And I'm like, take that shit to appeals. Take this case to the appeals. It's enough. I'm like, I don't know why Diddy is so submissive like this. I don't know. He needs to convict you. The judge has to convict you of what exactly you were found guilty of, right? 2 counts, transportation for prostitution and paying for prostitution. He needs to convict you for that, right? The judge does not get to say, well, I'll convict you because I think that you are violent against women. The case was never about that. But he is he's giving you 4 years based on something that you were never even charged with. Take this shit to fucking appeals. And this goofy ass Indian needs to lose his fucking license. That's it. That's that. Get the fuck out of here. Diddy, listen to me. Diddy, I don't know what the fuck you are in that prison, in that Brooklyn jailhouse. You need to get in contact with Nick Fuentes. You need to get in contact. You need to go find the Groypers. This is when you actually this is when you need Nick Fuentes. You know, let me tell you, for as much as I can't stand Nick sometimes, people like him are needed at certain times. Nick Fuentes is going to do a show on Rumble and tear this goofy ass Indian whichever way but loose that leads to the Grand River. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? There was not a single charge that pertained to domestic violence. So why are we even talking about domestic violence? Okay, why is this judge even talking about domestic violence? And if his lawyers don't take this to appeal, these people are in on it. Because your lawyers now, they look extremely suspicious to me. I even feel like your lawyers even want you to go to jail because this is getting fucking ridiculous. Because even when the judge started saying that, they should have interjected like, yo, Your Honor, we're not here for domestic violence. There are 2 counts. We need you to convict him on those 2 counts. But it seems as though you have a bias against my client. So you want him to be punished for domestic violence. You should have brought charges for that. Because if he's not capable of giving you your sentences based on those 2 counts, because he has a personal vendetta against you, you need to go, sir. That this is getting ridiculous. Why are you doing no? Because a lot of Indians are racist. So listen to me. A lot of Indians are, Fumi's here. Ask Fumi. You should see what Indians did in South Africa. You should see what Indians have done in Kenya. You should see what Indians have done in Great Britain. It's a lot of, even in Canada, a lot of Indians are racist. They're a bunch of bigots. They're a bunch of bigots. They are a bunch of bigots. So it's like, no, it's not going to go down like this. Exactly, Lacey. Like, fuck this shit. And you take this shit to appeals. Like, this is insanity. Okay? This is insanity. But I'm like, you need to get in contact with Nick Fuentes. Because when he's going to have these grapers out here, they're going to lit this judge up. Okay? Because who is this judge? Because for as much as Nick might be a racist, he knows you're an American. But he's like, this judge is not an American. So who is he to do that shit? Does he even understand English? Does he understand English? Right? Does this judge actually understand English? No, like, you need to reach out to Nick Fuentes, Diddy. You got to reach out to Nick Fuentes. He's going to handle these people. Because this judge is a fucking clown. He's a fucking clown. We're here for you to give the man a sentence based on those 2 charges. You over here talking about domestic violence. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Bunch of clowns, because they can't stand the fact that the jury did not side with them. And because they're bitter, they're sad, they big mad because they were all planning to run campaigns to get reelected. Because that girl Comey, Maureen Comey, she got fired, right? Because she didn't bring home the RICO. She didn't bring home the RICO. They were going to start writing books. When I tell you, these white girls were going to become millionaires. The white girls, the judge, they were looking at a major payday. These people ain't shit. They were going to quit their job, start writing books, go on Good Morning America. Oh, I'm the white girl who took down Diddy, the black man that's abusive towards women and that runs a sex ring. They were going to have all kinds of book deals. I'm pretty sure they had book deals lined up, because that's how you make it in America. You lie on black people. You send them to prison. And then you pretend that you're making America safer. Joe Biden did it. Bill Clinton did it. Okay, Hillary Clinton did it. Who else? They all do it. All right, that's what you do. You fucking clowns. Like, I'm like, Tenny's like, she needs to go sit down somewhere. Like me, I was like, this girl, I don't know if I trust this little girl. But I'm like, this is insanity. But I'm like, the moment you hear the judge is talking about domestic violence, we're not here for this. Why? Like, we're not here for this. So why are you bringing this up? These were never the charges. But it seems as though you want my client to be punished for domestic violence. So therefore, you're not able to do your job. I'm taking this shit to appeals. That's why there's no reason for Diddy to start begging this man. The man makes $100,000, Diddy. Even your gardener makes more than this man. You don't see he's jealous of you? I am begging nobody I could hire to clean my shoes. You watch your damn mind, because he wears a fucking robe. Guess what? Next election, we're going to put money behind his competitor. He's going to fucking lose. Then we're going to make his life a living hell. Like, go sit down somewhere. Yeah. Like, this is a fucking joke. This is a fucking joke.
Is that what the judge declared, held as a matter of law?
Ridiculous.
Listen, you will never, ever win in some worlds if you ever dare to say anything about alleged putative victims of sexual battery or sexual assault or anything along those lines. We were not there in the courtroom, and we are not privy to a lot of the victim impact statements that normally accompany these types of offenses. But I can tell you this, and this is what's critical to know, and this is important. He was convicted of something which has nothing to do with the, how do I say it? It has nothing to do with that which he was charged.
You're insane.
The stuff he was charged with, basically bringing women across state lines for purposes of immoral acts. It was called years ago the White Slavery Statute from like 1910. Charlie Chaplin, Jack Johnson, Chuck Berry, R. Kelly. And with the exception of Charlie Chaplin, what do all these people have in common? Now, I'm going to tell you something right now. Ask me to answer this one question for me. If instead of, I don't know, Diddy, it was David Foster or Martin Scorsese or Clint Eastwood, Would they be in federal court? Hell no. Hell no. We love this guy because we hate this guy. Now, is this because of race? Well, I don't know if it's because of race.
It is.
But it has a role in it because he comes across as this typical dirtbag. Dirtbag.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly.
Yeah, you see, and he's white, and he's telling you that, right? A typical dirtbag. So that's how they see black dudes, especially black guys in hip hop. You're a dirtbag. It's like the thing about, and that's the thing about hip hop. It's like the same thing the same imagery, stereotype that allow you to make a lot of money. It's the same thing that can be weaponized against you to destroy you when they no longer see any more use for your ass. Right? So if you decide to become a rapper, you decide to go into hip hop, they will see you as a dirtbag, but you're entertaining dirtbag. The day they no longer want your services, like when Shawnee said, thank you for your services. The same stereotypes that enable you to make this money and have this fame and have this image, this bad boy image, they go weaponize that shit. Okay? That's why this whole hip hop thing, the image that you want to have as a hip hop person, it's a double-edged sword. Like when it's good, it's good. But when it's bad, it's really bad. Like, oh, he's a dirtbag. But even to call a black person a dirtbag, our skin is brown. So to compare us to dirt also, that's kind of nasty. That is kind of nasty. But that's how it goes. Everything associated with black is always bad. Black market, Black Friday, black sheep, black this, black. You know, anything black is always bad. And everything white is always good. That's how it is in people's heads. Okay? I'm like, it's really sad.
Exactly what it is. He's a dirtbag. And we hate him. And we hate all these people. Let me also tell you something. I don't know who's worse, him or the people who were supposedly the victim. Did you see this crew? These women, some of these women went out of their way, like with the Epstein case. Now, let me just say something right off the bat. If they were, you know, minors, it didn't matter. But they went out of their way to become a part of that coterie, to be one of Diddy's girls, to be part of the freak-offs. Mm-hmm. They went out of their way. Mm-hmm. Sometimes to bribe people to sneak in. They could have left any time. There's something called the retreat doctrine, which we normally see as a part of, and this is important, which we normally see as a part of.
But you know, the problem is also, Lonnie, the problem is ego. When you have, Diddy has a big ego, right? Diddy has a big ego. When you have a big ego, you have lots of blind spots. Because you say, oh, we're all adults. We're having a good time. They're consenting for now, right? So that's the thing with ego. Your ego and your drug usage, okay, will cause you to have a lot of blind spots. Because you're not thinking like, oh, are they going to come back and say, I did this? Like, oh, we're all adults. We're all, yeah. So the fuck you think, okay? So the fuck you think, right? It's the ego. It's hubris. Hubris causes people to have lots of blind spots. And they say to themselves, oh, it will never happen to me. She will never do that to me. Yes, so you think. So you think. Good luck with that. Good luck with that.
Self-defense. And normally we will say before you use deadly force, you have to, there is a duty to retreat. Mm-hmm. And that's a critical thing, a duty to retreat. Now, if ever you are kidnapped or you truly are kidnapped, you have at least a fundamental duty, if at all possible, to leave. Now, you can argue, well, there's this kind of a learned helplessness. In fact, look at this. Soul says Weinstein is white and was found and was not granted leniency. He did something else. You're right about that. He pissed somebody off. Mm-hmm. Now, Soul, I'm not saying no white people have ever been found guilty of this. You know that, right? Thank you. I'm not saying that. I don't understand this. I don't understand what Weinstein was at least sentenced to what he was found guilty of. Mm-hmm. Do you believe, does anybody believe that Diddy was transporting women across state lines for prostitution, paying them to be? Prostitution is not necessarily, put it this way.
No.
If he captured them, if he involved them against their will, that would have been trafficking, which he was found not guilty of. Mm-hmm. Prostitution is the remuneration. So I want you to stop for 1 second because I want you to understand something. I want to remind everybody of our good friend, our sponsor, our good friend Mike Lindell. Let me tell you something. You hear me day after day, night after night, like tearing into the nonsense, the scandals, the corruption, and I always remind you there are still real American companies, real American heroes out there that fight for you. And one of them is My Pillow. Mike Lindell built My Pillow from the ground up with faith, grit, guts, and the kind of /Lionel. Or call sheets, the mattress toppers, the towels, the slippers. I enjoy them, and I trust these products, and I know you will too. So go right now. Do not wait. MyPillow.com/Lionel or call.
She's the one that was having sex with the people. He didn't sleep with these people. She's the one that having sex with the people. She picks the people, and that's the thing that is so damn crazy to me. A 28-year-old woman, they treat her like she's a baby. She picks the people. She goes on the website. She finds the people. She talks to the people. She gives them the name. She tells them what hotel to come to. She meets them in the hallway. She gives them money. She keeps their phone number. She entertains the people. She has sex with the people. When Diddy's not there, she invites these people to come to her apartment. Her apartment. Many of these guys, but I know the one that went to prison, he went to her apartment in New York. He would go there quite often because she was having sex with him behind Diddy. And also, who knows, maybe she was having sex with Diddy, Michael B. Jordan, and the sex workers. I think she was. And the fact that a lot of Black people are not stopping for a second and asking for themselves, did this girl mean to infect Black people with HIV? Because the only people she goes after are Black people. And she's sleeping with multiple Black people at once with no protection. The guy from the guy who went to prison, I forgot his name, the one who speaks well, he said that she gave him, he said, not me, but he said, he alleged that she gave him chlamydia, right? So who's to say she never gave an STD to Diddy? Who's to say she didn't give an STD to Michael B. Jordan? Who's to say she didn't give an STD to Kid Cudi? Who's to say she didn't give an STD to the football player? So it's like, it feels as though this girl comes in the Black community, she goes after some of the most successful Black dudes, and she's out there just burning people. So I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, are you just here to spread diseases and just kill people with lots of money? Because she's burning all, like, how many sex workers told us she burned the people? But the guy from the prison, he said that she gave him chlamydia because she likes to take the condom off without asking you for permission. And then when you ask her to take a test, she don't want to take it, or she does not want to show you her test results. And nobody is saying, like, Cassie, are you here to infect the Black man? Are you here to spread disease? Like, what is going on? What is going on? Why is this girl sleeping with so many Black dudes and she's not using protection? What is going on? And I'm like, that to me is really bizarre. Who sent you? Who sent you to infect the community? Right? Like, seriously, who even knows? But I'm like, how do we know that Michael B. did not get chlamydia? Because if he's not lying, but who's to say she didn't burn other people? Because she doesn't like to use condoms, it seems like. Okay? So I was like, girl, what the fuck? What the fuck? This is weird.
800-645-4965. Use promo code LOCKY. Again, is something which is so lousy, it stinks so bad. It is so bad because what it is it deals with a guy who is a dirtbag, but they're all dirtbags.
Exactly.
You can take the lot from Jay-Z to Beyonce to this one to Eminem to Fitty to Shitty to Mitty to Pitty, all these sub-lit.
How many girls do we know, be they Black, white girls, anybody that has white skin in this country, when they're young, they have lots of sex with Black guys. And then when they decide to marry white, in order to make the white man feel like he's not buying used goods or ran through women, she has to paint the Black guy in a certain light. How many white women have lied on Black dudes? Oh, he raped me. Oh, he assaulted me. The whole time it was consensual. But she wants to make that white boy feel like he's not buying or he's not about to marry damaged goods, because a lot of white boys don't want to come after a Black person. Right? And I'm like, she's fully aware. She's a bigot. She is fully aware. She knows how America works. So now because she decided to marry a white man because she wants to cleanse herself of her shame, she has to demonize all these Black people. And it's like, no, sis, you are fully involved in that shit. You were fully involved in that shit. When you were having sex with Diddy and Alex Fine called you and you sent Alex Fine to the FaceTime, the voicemail, was that also Diddy's fault? Like, girl, go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere.
It meant some mental, just all thugs and hard. But you know what? It's not my kind of music. It's up to them. God bless them. But Mann Act violations?
Seriously.
What he did to Kathy Ventura was horrible. He obviously should have been taught. He should have been, in essence, tried in state court based upon state law for what he did. That was a battery. It was pure and simple. Aggravated, perhaps, maybe, I don't know. But federal?
Exactly.
Federal?
Ridiculous.
Think about this government. Think how this government has looked the other way, whether it's Epstein, whether it's Child Protective Services. Look how they, for the longest time, have turned the other way and also been co-conspirators. Your government is some of the worst racketeering ever. Ever. Unaccompanied minors, the Biden administration. Where are all these kids? Where are all these people? Real trafficking, real harm. Kids who didn't want to become part of some freak off. Do you know right now there are in this country about 2,500 or so professional athletes. And those 2,500 athletes are such that they are incredible. They are, by virtue of who they are,
targets.
They have lookouts and Mackies and all kinds of folks who associate them whenever people come into hotels. You have people who try to, what am I trying to say? People who try to, grease the skids to let people know when they're coming in. This goes on forever. It's done in groupies. It's done every time there's a Grammy Award or the Academy Awards or any kind of event. This guy did what everybody else did. So fine, charge him in state court. Federal court? Federal?
It's a fucking joke.
Federal Mann Act? He's bringing. I think they tried to get Charlie Sheen on that because he brought some girls or whatever. We should be going after terrorists. We should be going after Antifa. We should be going after people who really affect this country. Not this guy. How many million?
Exactly. Where is Homeland Security against Antifa? Where is Homeland Security? No, they want to go to Diddy's house to remove baby oil. And people are not upset. Just wasting taxpayers' money. Like the police couldn't do that. The local police could not go retrieve the freaking baby oil. We have to have Homeland Security. You guys, how much money you think they spent to raid Diddy's house just to take out baby oil? And people are not upset. These are your taxes. These are your fucking taxes. That's why I support Doge. Oh, yes, I support Doge because the government just out here just wasting money because they don't care. Because people are going to pay their taxes. Because people don't revolt. People don't protest. People are going to pay their taxes. People are so fucking submissive. But how much money did you waste just to go get baby oil? Baby oil? They could have used that money and paid teachers more. Like, there are better things you could have done with that money. They just squander money. The federal government is so fucking wasteful. All they do is waste money. Baby oil. Homeland Security. Instead of finding Antifa. If they were actually doing their job, maybe Charlie Kirk would not be dead. Because I refuse to believe that on the dark web, they were not talking about unaliving Charlie Kirk. I refuse to believe that. It's not possible. It is not possible. Somebody just wobbly, I'm going to go to the campus and just do it on that day. And nobody knew? Yeah, the fuck right. Yeah, the fuck right. Yeah, it's like, it's crazy. This is really crazy. This is so...
It has caused all the waste of time and the lessening, the absolute... what's the word? The loss of faith that people have in our system by looking at this stupid case. I said from the beginning, much to the chagrin and dismay of a lot of folks, I said this was going to be a dog. I told our good friend Natalie and Clayton on Redacted. I've said it since the beginning. It's one of those things which was obvious to me. And the jury saw right through it. But Mann Act violations, you got to be kidding.
Especially that European man, he saw right through that bullshit. And that's why they're mad. Because I guess because he was gay. I think that's what tripped him up. He's white, he's gay. So they thought he's going to be woke. Nah, he Russian. He's like, fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. Y'all some lying ass people. This does not pass the sniff test. And even the other, I'll play it maybe like if we had time. The other juror who came on the CNN with the black lady, he was like, when they watched the tape of the freak off, she seemed like she was enjoying it. Didn't see a person in distress. Like nobody sees a person in distress. Vlad TV, he interviewed all these sex workers. What reason did they have to lie? Every sex worker said she enjoyed herself. She enjoyed herself. She enjoyed herself. Diddy was always checking on her. Are you okay? Tell him to slow down. Do you want to do this? Do you want to stop? Do you want to stop? Even when Lauren De La Rosa, Lauren went to the courthouse. She was like, y'all, Diddy was telling her, Cassie, it's okay. Cassie, you don't have to do this. Cassie, take a break. Cassie, go to rehab. Cassie, call your mom. Cassie, we need the Lord. Cassie, I'm scared about your soul. Like, what the freak? Like, make it make sense, though. Make it make sense. Somebody who wants to abuse you. Somebody who, oh, if I don't do the freak off, he's going to torture me. He's going to kill me. And he's telling you not to do it. He's telling you, oh, it's okay for us to take a break. It's okay for us to chill. It can just be you and I. We don't have to do this, right? When you have a movie, he's like, no, you don't have to do it. You have to work tomorrow. There are actual text messages where Diddy says to Cassie, let's not do this. You have to go to work tomorrow. You have a movie premiere tomorrow. No, 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 no. I want to do this. No, 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 no. I want to do a freak off. No, 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 no. At what point do you say, Cassie, now, Cassie, these text messages ain't making sense now? Diddy is such, what demon? What have you seen a demon man, an abusive man, a whole kind of monster say to a person, I'm worried about your soul? What? I swear, I ain't never seen that before. Oh, call your mom. Your mom is worried about you, right? You have to work tomorrow. We don't have to do this. Like, this is insanity. Diddy is telling this girl, we need to pray. Like, I'm like, what the fuck? And it's not even me. It's Lauren De La Rosa. She was like, yeah, the text messages, Diddy was telling her, you don't have to do this. You have work tomorrow. You have a premiere tomorrow, right? It's okay to chill. Like, we can just chill. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I want to do this. I want to have a freak off. I want to be peed on. Like, at what point do you say, hey, you know what? Maybe you're the super freak. Everything, it's always her. It's always her engaging freak offs. Diddy said, okay, it's your thing. You set it up. It's in the text messages. He said, you set it up. You decide how you want to do this. You go ahead. You find the people. And then you tell me what you need from me. But somehow he's the monster. I'm like, this is because America's fucking racist. I tell you, y'all, listen to me. Listen to me. If we were in France, this never would have happened. What? French people would have chewed her ass up. If we were in the Ivory Coast, oh, Cassie she wouldn't even dare. She wouldn't even dare because this don't make no damn sense. Because like what? You say he's abusive. He's forcing you to do the freak. He's forcing you, but at the same time, he's telling you not to do it. He is telling you he's worried about your soul. He is telling you call your mom. Like what the fuck? What kind of abuser is this? What kind of man is this? When she had her movie premiere, he took her out to eat. He told her he was proud of her. When she went on 106 in Park and she fumbled, he went behind. He went behind. He told the people to take it easy on her. She's new. She's trying. He's proud of her. He was always, every time she would mess up, he goes around telling people how proud he is of her. People got to chill. She's learning. She's growing. Are you fucking kidding me? That's why I say his lawyers are trash. I should have been his lawyer. Just me. I will handle all these fuckers in this fucking courtroom. This is a fucking joke. This is a fucking joke. You go to 106 in Park, all you have to do is say, it's me and you, and I've been waiting. Even that, she can't even do it. I mean, how hard is it to sing it's me and you? That's all you keep saying the whole song. It's me and you, I've been waiting, think I want to, girl, she went to 106 in Park, she completely fumbled because she has no fucking talent. And she was so embarrassed. So Diddy goes back to 106 in Park, be like, yo, you know, it's Cassie, you know, give her some time, give her some grace. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Every time she messes up, he holds her hand. And you want to sit here and paint Diddy out to be a monster. Bitch, I'll see you outside, bitch. I'll see you outside. And I told y'all this. Kevin is here. I told y'all this. This girl is still having sex with men from the sex world, people from the sex world. Mark my word. Mark my fucking word. It is going to come out. Because she's a sex addict. You don't turn that shit off. You don't turn that shit off. You don't turn it off. She's a drug addict. She's a sex addict. You're gonna see this boy, Alex Fine, he gonna file for divorce. You're like, yo, Marlene told me she's a sex addict. And she lies like she breathes. Like, this girl is crazy. Okay? No, seriously, like, she's insane. She really is insane. Hold on. I'm like, the man is telling you, what's her name? Lauren LaRosa? Right? She's like, yeah, Diddy told her. Where's my video again? Yeah. Where's the video I had of her? I can't even remember, child. She was like, yeah, Diddy told her to take a break. Diddy said, oh, you need to rest, Cassie. You have to work. Cassie, you don't have to do this. Hold on. Lauren LaRosa. I don't know what that video is, y'all. How do you spell her name again? Yeah, it was so long ago. What's her channel's name? Hold on. Oh, it's Lauren. Okay. It's a O. Okay. Let me see. Okay, here's the video.
The way that they talked about the CNN video and everything that led up to that and showed that Cassie, y'all, the way that the defense set this up today, and Cassie really had no rebuttal, and the prosecution, they like threw her to the sharks today. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, yesterday when Cassie was speaking to the prosecutors, right? The prosecutors are the people, and I keep reminding y'all so that y'all know who I'm talking about when I'm talking about it. The prosecutors are the people that want Puff locked up. Yesterday, when she was talking to the prosecutors, the whole point of their conversation around the CNN video was, okay, we're going to show, right? Because they've already established that, you know, they have Diddy on text saying, hey, fly this person in. You have Cassie's testimony that people were being paid. You have the escort's testimony that they were being paid, right? So there's that. But with Cassie, I think, because again, none of the escorts we've heard from so far have said that they've been kept beyond their will. They were threatened with videos. Like, that's a big part of this. Cassie is that testimony. She is that character in this whole thing, right? Yesterday, Cassie testified about what led up to the CNN video using part of a text conversation, which I thought was so stupid by the prosecution, because with everything else, with a lot of other things, they've been trying to like put it out there before the defense had a chance to put it out there and kind of like create the narrative around it. I don't know why they didn't do that with this video. It was so bad, yo. Like, I felt bad for her on this thing. Wow. So basically, they brought in the conversation that the defense used yesterday, and I think that conversation was something like, when she talked about not wanting to mess herself up because of her big movie premiere that was coming up, and, you know, not wanting Diddy to feel like she didn't want to do it. The way that they painted this picture about what led to that CNN video that we saw, the beating video from 2016, was that Cassie was this, you know, hopeless romantic who just loved this man so much and always wanted to make him happy, even if it was at the detriment of her own career, her own body, everything, right? Today, the defense refreshed her memory of that and then said, hold on, we're gonna go through all the text messages leading up into that. And the prosecution was trying to object so many different things because they didn't want it to be on record, and the judge was like, nah. The judge was overruling it. Like, he was letting it fly. So they take us back. They take us back to March 3rd, mind you.
Okay. Talk about this, right? What's the main issue with Mandani running for the mayor of New York City? The Jews. The Jews run New York. I don't know if I think like New York City has the highest population of Jewish people. I don't know. But pretty much the Jews run New York. So if she's telling you here that when this was going on, the judge wasn't trying to run interference, like, no, let's talk about the shit. What'd that tell you? The judge got a call. Okay. And who the fuck did the judge get a call from? The Jews. This is something coming from the Jews, y'all. And we might want to go look at Diageo and see if Diageo, whatever it's called, that liquor company, if it's not owned by the Jews. Okay? Because you have to, if Diageo, hold on, let me see. Because they run New York City. Okay, there you go. Okay, so they have significant investors like who? There you go. See, I told you. This is easy business because white people and their courthouse, their laws, it's a charade. This like democracy. They use democracy as a Trojan horse to finesse the world and to not realize that America sells war. America sells war. America has weapons to sell. Oh, we just want to bring democracy. No, you want to start a war so you can sell weapons. There is nothing wrong with these people. Everybody doesn't need democracy. There's a fucking queen in England. I mean, a king in England, right? There's a fucking king in Saudi Arabia. There are a bunch of kings all over fucking the Emirates. Why don't you try to bring democracy here? They pick and choose where they want to bring democracy. They're selling weapons. They are selling war. America is, these white American people, especially the white man, they're a bunch of mercenaries. They're paid killers, okay? That's America's main business. But it's not proper in the modern era to say, oh yeah, we sell war, we sell weapons, okay? We need y'all to kill each other so we can make a profit. Oh no, it's about democracy. We want to make sure that little girls in Afghanistan can go to school. We want the girls in Afghanistan to go to school. There are a bunch of girls who are not even going to school. Okay, go sit down somewhere. So when you see what the court is, it's not about justice. The American legal system has never been about justice. It's about oppression. It's about oppression. It's about submission. It's about vilifying people you don't fucking like, right? That's it. Now you have to make it look respectable. You have to make it look legitimate. But it's harder now too because of social media. Right? But anybody with some good sense knows this shit right here ain't got shit to do with Diddy and Cassie. There's somebody bigger. So now when you know that BlackRock, go see who owns BlackRock, right? So BlackRock is pissed off because you fucked up their coins. There you go. So when you understand that per the Torah, when you're black or you're a Gentile, you're a fucking goy, and a goy is meant to be a slave, you get out of order. Right? So since they can beat your ass, they can shoot your ass, they're going to weaponize the legal system, put on this charade of a court case to pretty much put you in jail for life. This was never a fair case. Like, this is bullshit. It's a fucking witch hunt because Diddy has messed up them people's bottom line, right? And this goy had to be taught a lesson. That's it. That's that. That is it. That is that. And I really do feel like Cassie was in on it. She was in on it. And she's been sitting on that tip since 2016, and it came out in like 2024, 2023. So y'all sat on that tip for almost like 9-10 years. Yeah, the fuck right. Yeah, the fuck right. Okay? And even if you wanted the whole domestic violence stuff, you don't even go to state court, you bring it to the federal court. Yeah, the fuck right. And that's why Homeland Security was brought in. And if you remember, under Joe Biden, who was responsible for Homeland Security? Mayorkas. Mayorkas is a Jew. He's a Mexican Jew. It's a bunch of Jews. Like, it never fails. Mayorkas run the Homeland Security. He run the borders and shit like that, right? For those of y'all who don't know what that man looked like, hold on. Step it up. Alejandro Mayorkas. There you go, right? He's a Jew, okay? He's one of the people who left Europe, okay? And because America did not, because remember, like under Roosevelt, America did not, these white Americans did not want to take in the Jews. They would refer to the Jews as undesirable. So a lot of Jews who were fleeing from the war, those who didn't go to Palestine to go be killers, they went to Latin America to be killers and bullies over there. Okay, so Mayorkas, he is one of those Ashkenazi Jews from Europe, but he was born in Mexico. So he was with Joe Biden. You see, Homeland Security. There you go. There you go. Right? So, and all these people are brainwashed in the Talmud. They're brainwashed with hatred. They are brainwashed with hatred. Let me tell you something. This whole domestic violence against women, child, okay? It's a pretense. They don't give a fuck about women. They don't give a fuck about domestic violence. If they cared, when that happened in 2016, charges would have been brought against Diddy in 2016 or at least 2017, 2018. And you could have brought them things up anytime before the statute of limitations ran up. It has nothing to do with that. He fucked up their bottom line. And so they call this fucker up. Because, and I'm pretty sure if you look into it, you will see that BlackRock was a donor in the Joe Biden campaign. Okay, there you go. And this is my issue when it comes to really wealthy Black American men, is that they don't invest enough of their money into politics. They don't buy enough politicians. You just worry about buying cars, shoes, having blazing girlfriends, or all kinds of weird shit. You need to start putting money in politics also, because you need people to look out for you, right? But how much you want to bet? His cousin from BlackRock called him, and then he put the shit in motion. So we know Mayorkas is the one who set up for Diddy to get raided. Okay, so he pissed off the Jews. That's how it goes. Just like Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk had to piss off some Jewish person, and now they don't. Now he's gone. Let me not be mean today. Okay, that's just how it goes. That is how it goes. So now you know you have BlackRock and you have the Vanguard group, and I'm sure if you go look. Okay, major shareholders are BlackRock and Vanguard. Okay, hold on, let me see. You see, there's an Indian. There you go. You see, all the ways they always lead to Rome. There you go. So you have an Indian. There you go. And Diddy's lawyer is Indian. You're going to go find out and realize they are from the same caste. You might even go look up and you might see that they come from the same place in India. You might go and look up and see that they come from the same village in India. Because a lot of immigrants, when they come here, they bring their tribalism, they bring their caste system and all their bullshit. That's why, Diddy, you need to call Nick Fuentes, okay? You need to call Nick Fuentes. So the CEO of Vanguard, Indian, all right? BlackRock CEO, let me see. And I'm sure he's Jewish. Hold on. Okay, there you go. 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 All right. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. So this is what this case is really about. You have to put a goy back in his place. It has nothing to do with Cassie. It's not about protecting women against child, please. They've had that tape since 2016. If they cared that much about women and domestic violence, Diddy would have been locked up a long fucking time ago. Okay? But all this bullshit started to happen after he sued Diago and he won. Now, how much did he make? I don't know. But they had to teach this little goy a lesson. That's it. It's never that hard, you know. It's never that hard. So, what did I do?
Cassie beating video, I believe it was like March 5th or March 6th. I believe it was March 5th, 2016. They take us back to March 3rd. Starting from that day, Cassie and Diddy are having conversations, and Cassie is the one leading into all the sexual conversations. She about 4 times mentions the text. I don't even know what the text said. The texts were vulgar to the point where they didn't read them out loud in the courtroom. And they've been doing that a lot with any like sexually explicit things, just to, just to save the victims, just the alleged victims, I guess, like some dignity. But she had sent a couple of those text messages, right? It got to a point where basically Puff was like, okay, well, like it was around the time that they're about to link up to do whatever. They didn't know what they were going to do. So Puff is asking her, because she's saying like, yo, I want to do something, but I can't get too crazy. Like she's sending all these texts and he's like, well, too bad you got to work. He's prioritizing work for her. He's like, too bad you got to work. And then she keeps going. So finally he's like, all right, well, what you going to do tonight? Like whatever. And she's just like, oh, I want to be with my baby. So then they start having a conversation.
A man who's so abusive, you're referring to him as your baby. Okay, interesting.
Because now, you know what I mean? Now the conversation is initiated about the freak offs or whatever. But again, Cassie led into that. And the defense made it clear They went back and they wanted to clarify who led into the conversation about that freak off day with the CNN video. And I'm gonna tell y'all why I keep bringing up this video. There's a lot more, but this one I thought was a big bombshell. And they didn't even finish this one, because not only did Cassie initiate the conversation, but Cassie made it seem like, you know, during these freak offs, her body was violated. You know, she made it seem like Diddy had no regard for her health. She talked about having sores in her mouth, and basically all he said was, oh, you need to go to the doctor. She talked about having so many UTIs back to back that like antibiotics weren't even helping her anymore. She was trying to figure it out naturally, but like it wasn't happening. She was in pain because of the back-to-back UTIs. Like there was just no regard or no, like she had no control over these situations she was put in. It was a job. She just had to show up to her job, and she did it because she loved this man and she wanted this man to love her and to not go anywhere and be anywhere with anybody else, right? Multiple times in the conversations leading up to this CNN video, Puff is asking Cassie, like, well, what you want to do tonight? Where you want to go? What you doing tonight? What's the word type vibes, right? So she finally gets to the point where she's like, I just want to be with you. So now he's like, okay, like, he's telling her, like, since it's your idea, you set it up. Like, what do you want tonight to be like? Like, what is, she talked about it was a very well choreographed thing when they did the freak offs. She didn't tell us she was choreographing too. And that's what it was given. Like, he's asking her, like, well, who do you want to do it with? And blah, blah, blah. Like, she had control at some points. And the reason why all of this is important is because, yes, yesterday, prosecution did an amazing job at showing us that they do have proof that Cassie was threatened with videos from these freak-offs and things of that nature. But today, even when talking about the CNN video, and when I'm talking to you guys about the control, some of the control that she did have, right? There was one point where she's preparing to go and meet him to figure this out.
I feel like the problem that I have with many of these black dudes, Kevin, they don't realize that they are sexual fetish to these people. Like, they think the love is real. I think whether it's a white girl, an Asian girl, whatever, right? I think these black dudes will, oh, she's really into me. No, you are a sexual fetish. Just like I think a lot of black girls don't realize that when they mess with them white boys, you are a fetish. Like, let me see what that's like. That's why they call it jungle fever. The love is not there. Because I think a lot of people, I feel like a lot of black people think, oh, if somebody slept with me because they love me. No, sex is a selfish act. You can have sex with someone without loving the person because it feels good, right? It just feels good. People have sex with prostitutes. They don't love them people. It feels good. Why is it so hard to believe that someone is detaching your humanity from your sexual organ? They only care about your sexual organ. They don't care about you, right? So it's like, yeah, oh, her, okay. But I'm like, yeah, these girls don't give a fuck. They don't care about you. I'm like, these black dudes are not realizing that you are a sexual fetish. They've heard about your penis. The black dude with the black penis, the big mandingo. Like, she wants to see what that's like. She wants to see what it feels like. But at any moment, if she feels like it, she will weaponize every stereotype she knows white America has against you. Because she knows her skin is white. Okay? That's the real thing. That is very real. Like, J-Lo did the same thing. They all do the same thing. Right? And then when it gets bad, they just leave. Because it was all a fetish. I'm like, I don't know why black people don't see this. Like, we are fetishized by these people. Our lips, butt, titties, penises, you name it. It's like a fucking fetish to these people. They don't see they don't care about your humanity. They don't care. They really do not care. You are a fetish to these people. They'll use you for sex and money, ruin your reputation, lie on you, weaponize every trope, weaponize every stereotype, anything white people think of you, they'll weaponize that and then go seek refuge amongst the white people. Like, oh, I was just corrupted by the blacks. The blacks corrupted me. I need deliverance from the white man. That's just how it is. America's fucking racist. It's a racist country. It really is racist. It's really racist. And anytime you have something bad to say about black people, or you reaffirm the stereotypes or fears that whites have against black people, they will be very nice to you. They will help you out. They'll have sympathy. You'll be on their show. They'll give you a book deal, because you are helping them you help them to legitimize the black fear. That's how America is. Like, they have, I don't know, it's like black people are these unhinged, unregulated, emotionally unregulated animals. And that's what we fear. They come out and they act a fool and they grab people and they rape people and they steal from people and they rob people, right? So if you have that kind of narrative, white America is going to be really nice to you because they have this perceived black fear and they know damn well they're not scared. But this is how they play the victim because they're a bunch of sociopaths. So it's like, yeah, she's batshit crazy. I'm like, oh, Lord.
And or to figure another freak off out, and she's like, dang, I forgot the tablet. And he's like, oh shoot, like she was okay with the tablets being there and things being recorded, and like today just painted such a different narrative around that whole evening, right? To the point where like Diddy at one point, the person that was in the room with them, whoever ended up in the room, because they brought up a man named Johnny, but then she had said at one point it was like I believe she said or like another name, whatever. But as before they got to the room, as they were still planning, Puff said to her, "We could just watch and it just be us. Like there's a guy named Johnny that they booked from some sort of service, and I guess the service was it was a strip service." So at that point, if
even the strip service too didn't face any charges, so you see it's personal. Because why? Like in the Spicer case, the people who sold the sex, they were the one who faced charges. They got found guilty, and then they were given jail time, right? But in Diddy's case, the sex service, nobody got indicted, nobody got charged of anything, nobody's going to court. So we realize it's a charade. It's just like when the Europeans have the what's it called in Hague, they have the tribunal against war against humanity, right? The only people who go there are African people. It's only African leaders. White people don't go there, even though they commit all the wars, they kill all the people. You think Benjamin Netanyahu, like even right now, there's a warrant out for his arrest. You think America is ever going to turn him in? Of course not. He's white. Because the Hague is only for African leaders because they want the world to believe that only African leaders commit war or crimes against humanity, right? That's all that is. Like white people and their core shit, it's kangaroo bullshit. Like it's a very, very dishonest people. Because if this was really about the sex stuff, protecting women stuff, everybody involved get locked up. Because if Cassie really was raped by these people, even the sex worker should be getting locked up. Because why would you have sex with a woman against her consent? Especially given the fact that Diddy never had a weapon. And many of these sex workers are bigger than Diddy. They're taller, they're bigger, they have more muscle mass. And it was just them. It was just 3 people in the room. So why would you be afraid of him? Man against man. He has no security. He has no weapon. So why are these men also not getting charged? Okay, that's just crazy to me. So from the very onset, it was nothing but a witch hunt. But because America is racist, it's very easy to pass it off as, oh, we're just concerned about women. We're just concerned. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Okay, like that's just a bunch of bullshit. Racist place.
Puff is saying to you because another thing that Cassie made a big deal of yesterday was because here's the issue, right? A lot of this is Cassie not saying, I don't want to do this, not saying no, not saying, it's like he doesn't know that you don't want to do these things, right? You're alleging that he knew you didn't want to do these things and he did it anyway. And he threatened you, you know, with certain things if you didn't do it, like if you didn't comply, right? But now you're here.
Well, she alleged that Diddy would, he would threaten me if I didn't do it. Did she ever show a single threat? A text message, a letter, an email? No, she alleges. And because her skin is white, why would she lie? Why would she lie? If you said Diddy has threatened you, you got to have some kind of proof that he threatened you. But instead, what we see, oh, I want to be with my baby. I want to be with my baby. I want to be with my baby. So a man threatens you and you call him baby, right? Not once did she produce a single threat, right? Like I said, when people don't like you, even when someone is lying on you, they're like, oh, yeah, that's the truth. Because they don't like your ass. They don't like you. If they liked you, they would start asking more questions. That's how America goes. Everybody does it over here. When they like you, they ask more questions. When they don't like you, they don't care. Because a lot of people in this country don't have principles. They are not principle-based. They're biased. If I like you, I will always fight for you no matter what. If I don't like you, I don't care what happens to you. right? And that's quite disgusting because I'm like, if you want to have a country that actually works where people are safe, we can't do stuff like that. We got to ask for the Constitution to apply to all people, whether I like you or not, because that's how we keep everybody safe. You are saying this man threatened you. Where are the threats? Show us the threat, right? One video, that's it. But there's a slew of text messages throughout the years where you call them all kinds of baby, my baby, my baby, my baby, my man, my man, my man, my man. Girl. Okay. And I'm sure if you were to look at Whitney Houston and Bobby Brown's relationship, I'm sure there were moments they got physical. Usually after they came off their high, I'm sure it got physical because that's what drug addicts do. When they come off their high, they get violent. That's why you don't do drugs. It's really bad.
And you're not pushing back on either. You're not pushing back on none of these conversations. We're having conversations about him literally saying to you, she said, oh, he never wanted to spend time just us. So I did the freak offs because that was the only time that we could spend together. And even in the freak offs, he never wanted it to just be us. When I tell y'all, Puff was giving her this one, right? This is one. That's the moment that led up to that CNN video. He was giving her every bit of, it could just be us, baby. We could just chill. On her, like, no, that's not what I want to do. I want to have fun. I want to have a fun night. I want to relax. I don't want to, you know what I mean? Even down to, she talked about how high they used to get during these freak offs and, you know, how it made her almost like kind of like defenseless and, you know, like she couldn't remember a lot and it was just hard on her body. And, you know, like it got her to a point where she just didn't have a choice. There was a conversation.
And even also, this is to also imply the only time she ever did drugs because of the black man. It was the black man who introduced her to drugs. You know, he made her do drugs. I'm like, this is so racist. Filipinos don't do drugs. Filipinos have never smoked weed by themselves. Filipinos are not into pills. Filipinos don't do drugs, right? They're so pure. It's only when they come around black people that now they learn about weed, they learn about this, they learn about that. You see, I'm like, this is what America is about. Even white kids, when white kids do drugs, their parents are still they want to blame someone. Oh, it's the black music they listen to. Oh, it's their black friend at school. Let me tell you, when I went to high school, I went to Fairfax High School, right? When I was at Fairfax High School, you guys, listen to me. When I tell you the white kids were the biggest junkies in the school, I'm not even trying to be funny. The biggest drug dealers at Fairfax High School were the white kids. But do you know who these white police officers on campus were always chasing after? Black children. You see, white people know their kids a bunch of potheads. They don't need no help. White kids don't need black people to find drugs. They do it. They go to the mother's medicine cabinet. They go and play with the cleaning supplies. They don't need no help. White kids know how to find something to get them high. Right. But I think the white parents, they have a hard time admitting that their kids are flawed or that their kids are mischievous. So they always need to scapegoat someone. Oh, we got to take care of these black kids. We have to lock up these black kids. We got to expel the black kids because once we do, our white children will go back to being pure. White kids are not pure. White is just a complexion. It's not a barometer for purity. Okay. Just because you're pink in complexion don't make you pure. All right. Many white kids are mischievous. They like to do bad shit with their friends. They're a bunch of knuckleheads. But I'm like, the biggest drug dealers at Fairfax High School were the white boys. And they never had their lockers searched. They were never expelled. They would never get in trouble. But when it came to the black kids, these white people had all the time in the world. You understand? Because white Americans are so mentally ill. They're sick. They're really, really sick. They have this narrative. They don't deal with the truth, though. That's one thing I've learned living here. White people here, they don't deal with the truth. They deal with narratives. And in their head, they're so perfect. They are the perfect people. They are the moral people. They are the Christian people. They are the most patriotic. But yet they're always selling their country for money. They always sell their country to lobbyists, okay? They're a bunch of frauds. They are frauds. I'm like, it's like, it wouldn't surprise me if the average white person here was bipolar. They struggle with who they truly are. They struggle with their real identity. They can't stand to hold the mirror up to their faces. So they need somebody to be who they are constantly. But I'm telling you, at Fairfax High School, the biggest drug dealer with the white kids, and many of them were on the choir. Oh, many of these kids were on the choir. Like, The vast majority of the white kids in the choir, they were all potheads. They were all smoking pot. I mean, it was crazy. It was crazy. They never got the car searched. They never got the locker searched. Like, they were always protected. Right? And so I'm like, to me, even this, the drugs, because they want you to believe this beautiful Filipina, this innocent Filipina, the only time she learned about drugs when she was with the black man, the black American man from the hood, from the project. Get the fuck out of here. Do you know how many Filipino friends I had in high school who would smoke a whole blunt? They were all, they will be all kinds of smokers. They will be all kinds of smoker. They will smoke everything and anything. Okay, there are many black kids who didn't even, I've never smoked weed. There are a bunch of black kids who never smoked weed ever. But they will have you believe, and and the thing is, like, even people like Method Man, people like Redman, people like Snoop Dogg, I blame them. Because sometimes you do shit and all you do is think about yourself. But what you're not realizing, that pothead character like Snoop, Redman, Method Man, always being fucking high and shit like that, always making music about being high and shit like that, it creates an image. It creates a cultural image. So now people just assume black people are the biggest potheads in America because every time there's a movie or something about weed, who do you see? A black person. You see, that's the thing about being so selfish. When you create your content, when you want to be an artist, an entertainer, or whatever, an actor, you got to be careful that your roles are not repetitive. Because if all you do is always play the pothead in every single movie, you have people thinking that this is what black people do. They get high. Everything's always getting high and high and high. The whole time, you got white people who smoke more than black people. Right? This is crazy. But so many black Americans, in order to make money or to become famous, have agreed to play these stereotypical roles. So now people assume anytime it's a drug, it has to be a black person who brought the drugs here. It got to be a black person who introduced people to drugs. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That's why this even entertainment, this Hollywood shit is so stereotypical. It is so dangerous. It is so dangerous. One time we went to this white girl's house. She brought the bag of weed. Me and my friend Valencia, we laughed like, what the fuck? We don't want to get arrested. This is crazy. This is really crazy. But this is what the media does. And the media is owned by the Jewish people. And in the media, these black people, in order for them to make money, they always agree to play these stereotypical roles. But when we were growing up, there were so many movies about people getting high, black people getting high. They had a whole movie about like Method Man and Redman. They went to college and all they did was get high. Snoop Dogg, he's known for always getting high. Like, it creates a cultural identity. And it's really harmful because it causes prejudice to people. You know what I'm saying? Meanwhile, the white kids, they smoke way more. But when they do movies about white kids, they're dropping out of Harvard to start a business. They're dropping out of Stanford to start a business in their garage. They're doing this. Like, white kids are always like geniuses in the movies. They're always warriors in the movies. They're going to space in the movie. And the black people always getting high in the movies. Like at some point you also got to realize, like, why is it that in Hollywood, black people always play these goofy ass, highly detrimental, stereotypical roles that cause everybody to have a bad prejudice? But I'm like, please, she's Filipina. There are a bunch of people in her bloodline who take drugs. Go sit down somewhere. Like this is really crazy. This is really crazy.
Conversation that was had prior to the Intercontinental moment, which is where we see Puff beating her on camera, where and y'all remember Cassie said, I wanted to basically do the freak off to get ahead of the fact that Monday I needed to have a good day because that was my big movie premiere. So if I made him happy, I knew I could have a good day. Not only did they talk about today the fact that Puff went to a brunch with her to celebrate the movie premiere, but he kept telling her he was proud of her all weekend. He was telling her to relax. He was telling her like, yo, look, if you're gonna do this freak off, let's do it early so you can get your rest. You got, your big day coming up. He's like, yo, if we do it, let's not get caught up in the matrix. Let's not do too much. Like, let's take it easy on the drugs and all of that. Like, it was just a completely different picture that was painted. And it wasn't like it was just testimony, so you got to figure out whether it was true or not. It was in a...
Yeah, and that's the part that hurts me. Like, I'm like, cause me, when I heard, I'm like, yeah, I could see Diddy, like, yeah, calm down. I'm like, yeah, he's black. Like, he's like, chill, sis. Like, I don't want you to hurt yourself. But why is it so hard to believe that people with white skin have bigger mental health issues than black people? Why is it so hard to believe that people with white skin like drugs more than white people? Why is it so hard to believe that people with white skin are more sexually promiscuous than black people? Who created pornography? Is it black people? Who created pornography? Is it black people? Who created the whole sex industry? Is black people. Who created human trafficking? Is black people. Who created sex trafficking? Is black people. Like, be so for real. Black people created pornography. Like, when porn was created, it was a black person. Even one of the biggest porn stars in America, he's Jewish. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Black people started doing porn like late in the game, right? Even being naked in songs, these women being all kinds of crazy in the music. It was always Madonna and them kind of people. Even Janet Jackson was never as like out there as Madonna because she black. Because black people are very prudish. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why is it so hard to believe that it's these white-skinned people who come around black people and pervert black people? Are you kidding me? Are you seriously kidding me? A lot of people need to deal with their inner white supremacists. Like, this is really crazy. This is really crazy. Even in school, growing up, most white girls at 13, they were already on birth control. Black girls were not even sexually active like that. Okay? When I was already in high school, when I was in middle school, white girls were already getting abortions. We were like, what, 13? I'm like, what the fuck? Right? Like, they were shit you never even heard of. What are we even talking about? In high school, most of the girls that were having the most sex were the white girls. Most girls known for giving blowjobs were the white girls. Like, why is it so hard to believe that white people are not hypersexual? Are you fucking kidding me? Why is it so hard to believe that a Filipina could be more hypersexual than a black girl? Like, I don't get that part. I'm so confused. I am so confused. People have to seriously deal with their inner white supremacists. This is insanity. This is me. I'll tell you this. Me growing up, the white girls were more promiscuous. They were crazy. And they had moms who would get them birth control. They had moms who would let them have a boyfriend sleepover. All kinds of weird shit. I mean, what the heck? That is insanity. That is crazy. Right? But then when things happen, people want to make it seem like, oh, if something bad or deviant or whatever nefarious is going on, oh, it must be the black influence. Are you kidding me? Are you so for real? Black people at their core are very traditional. Black people at their core are very conservative. It's only when we get around white-skinned people we lose our shit. Because they're very tempting with their bad influence and their demonic ass ideologies. Like, be so for real. Be so for real. And I feel like at that moment, I mean, when she said that, people should have said, you know what? I can see Diddy saying that. I can see Diddy being humane because he's black. Like, we have our flaws, but we also have our limits. So, like, be so for real. Okay? Like, that is crazy. That is really crazy. That is so crazy. Like, it's not possible for this woman to be more deviant than Diddy. Diddy has to be the mastermind. But then she's the one planning all this. She's the one saying she wants all of this. And nobody's saying, when did she learn to become like this? What happened to her that would make her do all this weird shit? She was 17 dating Ryan Leslie. He was 27. Was Diddy involved in that shit? She's 17 dating a man that's 10 years older. And nobody's saying, where are your parents? You're from Connecticut. You all the way in New York City with Ryan Leslie when you're 17 years old. That's also Diddy's fault. The fact that her parents let her be with a 27-year-old man at 17, Diddy's also to blame for that. Like, be so for real. Even Ryan Leslie, he's also to blame for that. Where the fuck is her mom? Where the fuck is her dad? This young lady had no supervision. Like most kids who are raised by white-skinned people, they do whatever they want to do. There's no guidance. There's no supervision. They think a 17-year-old, a 15-year-old, 13-year-old can make decisions like an adult. Okay. But why don't you hold the parents accountable? Why don't you hold the parents accountable? Like, make it make sense. Why don't you hold the parents accountable? Because I'm sure before Ryan Leslie, maybe when she was 13, she was already dating a 21-year-old. Right? But they don't want to ask the right question because, oh, that's Cassie. Her skin is white. Her eyes are slanted. Right? So we put on a pedestal. Yeah, the fuck right. And then they be the same people crying about privilege. Y'all just give privilege away because of the way somebody looks. Nobody cares. In the Philippines, everybody looks like her. There's nothing special. Stop being so impressed by white skin and slanted eyes. Foolishness. Okay? Start being impressed by people that actually have moral character. This is so crazy. Who cares? Her skin is white, her eyes are slanted. Wumpty wump wump. That's all of Asia. That's all of Asia. And I'm sure if you took Cassie and dumped her in Philippines, there are even lady boys that are way prettier than her. Calm the fuck down and show the people that you've been places. Like, people are so easily impressed.
Text thread that the prosecutors chose not to even address. And every time they tried to overrule some of this stuff being like admitted in and Cassie having to speak to it, the judge let it fly because it's like, it's valid. I don't understand why the prosecution would throw her to the wolves like that today. They made a lot of her testimony and her credibility look horrible.
She has not.
Look so horrible. Oh my God.
She has.
They brought back up the Suge Knight stuff that she mentioned, right? And Diddy's team debunked that again, making her credibility look so shaky. They said, hey, you mentioned yesterday in the examination that you were in the car, that you stayed home when Diddy and his security guard went to he stopped in the middle of the freak off and went to go run down to Mel's Diner because Suge Knight was there. They put guns on them. Allegedly, they did all these things, right? To go run into Suge Knight.
Even that too, right? Even that too. That is playing off a stereotype. Diddy has guns. He's going to go shoot up Suge Knight. You see this shit? Bunch of stereotype. The same bullshit Charlie Kirk was on. It's a bunch of stereotype. Oh, Diddy has guns because he's black. Do you see that? But do you see how racist this country is? Like, Suge Knight, girl, what? What are we even talking about? What are we talking about? That Diddy had a gun. Diddy made her hold. She said in her lawsuit, she said Diddy made her hold a gun. That Diddy had her get in the car with other mans. He made her hold a gun so they could go get Suge Knight and start shooting Suge Knight, like pew, 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 do a drive-by. I'm like, what the fuck are we even talking about? Diddy's not that dude. Like, no. Okay? So, like, I'm like, this is insanity. And then she's like, oh, I never said that. I never said that. You guys, it's in her lawsuit. Because we read the lawsuit. It's in her lawsuit that Diddy made her hold a gun. Right? And I'm like, once again, to me, when I heard that part, like, yeah, are you trying to like cosplay what happened between him and J-Lo? Because, girl, be so for real. What are the odds? Okay? Girl, what are the odds? But once again, it's the stereotypes. It's the stereotypes. And that's why I'm like, you got to be very careful when you deal with non-black people. Because people might not be racist per se, but a lot of people are bigots. And a lot of people have a lot of negative stereotypes that they have internalized against black people. You got to be very careful. And you have to check yourself also. We all have to check ourselves, right? Because it's all over. It's in the culture. It really is. It's an American culture, right? So you have to, because sometimes you can do it so naturally, you don't even realize, like, yo, that's the stereotype. Right? Why am I doing that? Because it's an American thing. To be an American means you are racist. Right? Being racist to me is as American as apple pie, I guess. Okay. It's as American as like celebrating 4th of July. All right. But it's like it's entrenched in this nation's cultural fabric. Like you're just mean to Black American people. And then you just say the most horrendous thing and people just believe it. But when it's white people, anything you say that is good, oh yeah, I can see that. Oh yeah, he's a Christian. We never even read the Bible. Because that's how it works out here. And it's very, very sad. And people need to wake up. People need to seriously wake up. Because like I said, the way all these channels on YouTube, TikTok are just coming out of nowhere. And they're finding success out of nowhere. Just making content. Black people this, black people this, black. You have to realize that there's a current agenda to make Black people the face of everything wrong in America. Because first they dehumanize you and then they slaughter you. The same thing they do in Palestine. They call the Palestinians the seed of Amalek. Okay? The seed of Amalek. People don't even look at these people as human beings because they have been so dehumanized in the media. They have been so dehumanized in the media. It's really, really inhumane. It's so inhumane. I'm like, what the fuck? It is so inhumane. But if you claim anything negative about a Black person, especially if it's a man, people are going to believe it. They're not even going to question it. Go, yeah, it sounds about right. Sounds about right. With no proof. You just have to make allegations. And people will just latch on to that. If it's a white person and you say all kinds of good things, people just believe. And that's why many of them are scammers. insurance fraud, stock fraud, crypto fraud, because people inherently believe that white people are geniuses, white people are best at running businesses, white people have a lot of money, white people are successful, this, and that. And the media has put a big part in that, right? That white people are success, white people deserve success, white people are better at success, white people are better leaders. Is that really the case? Look at the economy. Right? And when it's black people, oh, they struggle, they're not confident, they do crime, they steal, they do drugs, they abandon their children, they're on welfare. And these kinds of stereotypes are really brought forward by the media, and they are sustained by the media. And people don't criticize that shit. They just accept it as, oh yeah, that's factual. It's not factual. It's the media. Okay? It's the media. Like, this is crazy. This is really crazy.
And the defense is like, do you remember when you spoke to the police, like, or the prosecutors, and you told them on this date that you were in the car with them and you were crying, basically like you were made to go? Again, trying to make the example of she didn't have a choice. And she was like, no, I didn't say that. So they went back, they read the interview she did with prosecutors, with her saying that she was in the car and she was like basically forced to go. She didn't want to go, and that she was crying. And it was like, and she was like, I don't remember saying that, because Cassie said, I don't remember saying that because I've always said I was not there when they went to go confront or whatever happened with Suge Knight. I don't know what the prosecutors are doing here.
Okay, you see, I asked this question to the AI, okay? And I said, do bipolar people lie often? And I said, lying is not a common symptom of bipolar disorder. However, some individuals with bipolar disorder may engage in lying during periods of mania or depression. During manic episodes, individuals may experience grandiosity, exaggeration. There you go. Impulsivity and reckless behavior and delusions and hallucinations, okay? These symptoms can lead to lying as a way to maintain their inflated self-esteem or avoid consequences. You see this? So she said, I don't know. I don't remember doing it. And she could actually be honest, because maybe when she said that, she was having a manic episode where she thought Diddy took her places and this, and that. Bitch, you're fucking crazy. You are fucking crazy. I'm like, a girl like that, given her, even with her drug usage, because it's also in her lawsuit that she had to go to rehab when she was pregnant. She had to go to rehab after she had the kids because it seems like she was still using drugs during her pregnancy. Diddy's lawyers should have asked her for a competency exam. Is she competent? Like, what makes her a credible witness? Because how do we know? Like, how do I even know that even right now you're not having a manic episode? Right? How do I know you're competent? You said today, you say I said that. Tomorrow, I didn't say this. Then we're going to come back again. Oh, I said this. No, I didn't say it. Girl, how do we know you're competent? It's giving bipolar. Okay? It's giving bipolar. You need to get your head checked. But I'm like, you need to ask this person to take a competency exam, because I can't do my job with this. Because who is she? She's one person today. She's another person tomorrow. She says yes, then tomorrow she says no. Your Honor, I think she's bipolar. You need to get your head checked. Gotta get your head checked. Because we have to be careful to allow bipolar people, while they're going through a manic episode, to accuse people, whatever the fuck they want to accuse people of. You need to be medicated. You have no fucking clue what the fuck you're talking about. You're sick, okay? You are sick. But you will notice a lot of people who are bipolar, they lie a lot. They lie a lot. They are always making shit up. They're always lying. They lie about everything. They lie about even shit. Even SZA. It's very possible that SZA also could be bipolar, because SZA lies too much for me. And she lies about stuff that she has no business lying about. It's not that serious. People can actually check. Why are you lying? Oh, I majored in marine biology. Girl, you didn't even go to school. Why are you lying about silly shit like that? But it could be. And I feel like the kind of people, especially the women that are attracted to entertainment industry, being entertainers, being models, not only are they narcissists, but it could be because they're bipolar. Because like, who really wants all this attention anyways, right? But I'm like, they'll lie about everything. They lie all the time. They lie about the smallest shit. They lie about the most inconsequential shit. And many times they don't remember their lies because they're having an episode. Okay? It's a lot of batshit crazy people out here. You need to get your head checked. And people have to be very careful just trusting people like that. You need to ask for receipts. And when you see a person, they say, oh yeah, I said it. Oh no, I didn't say it. You're, okay, listen. Now I'm uncomfortable because I don't know what to believe. And if I can't believe you, then I can't take somebody's freedom away because that's something really serious. But I'm like, yeah, I've noticed that bipolar people, they lie a lot. They're always lying. When are you not lying? That is insanity. Hold on. Let me play this video, you guys.
And I'm thinking, again, up to this point, a lot of what I'd been doing was just hanging out.
You see?
And at that point, yeah, it was 4 or 5 hours into it. I thinking I'm about to go home. And
so you see this, the free calls. So he was there for 4 to 5 hours. All they did was talk. They were talking. They ate food. They smoked weed. Nobody's having sex. And that's why I felt like Diddy should have taken the stand and properly explained to people what exactly goes on in the freak off and why it takes so long. Or at least his lawyers should have properly explained to people why the freak offs, they last 12 hours because they spend about 10 hours talking. Like, what the freak?
And then all of a sudden he was like, all right, you know, we're gonna turn this thing up a little bit. The music changed. More baby oil comes out. Baby oil and KY. I'm like, who got this? You know, it's baby oil and KY comes out. It's heated. They've been heating the baby oil the whole time that we talking in the tub. Right. So this was like they kind of knew what they were doing. I'm still trying to figure out what's going on. Yeah, that's when it kind of started off. He was more so wanting us to just talk to each other.
See? I'm like, he should have explained that part. It's a lot of talking. Because me, when I first heard the freak off, y'all, I thought as soon as you come in, you just devoured this girl for 12 hours. And that's why he was pumping her with drugs so she could be alert during the 12 hours. It's like, no, it's a lot of talking. It's a lot of talking. It's a lot of chilling. It's a lot of getting to know each other. So who are you? Where you from? Oh, okay. What's up? What's up with you? What are you doing today? Da, da, da. You know what I mean? Because they want you to feel like you're a friend. Okay. So that it feels organic. And I'm like, if I understand it, why can his lawyers understand what's going on and tell the people this is what's actually going on? It's not 12 hours of straight sex. Nobody can survive that. Like, that is insane.
You know, his whole thing is like being very verbal. Mm-hmm. So he was in the kitchen in the dark with a bottle of Ciroc. And we're sitting on the couch and he was like, what do you like about him? You picked him from the site. What made you pick him from the site?
See, because she would pick the people. She picked this guy. Diddy didn't pick the guy. She picked the guy that she would be having sex with. So I'm like, why is he getting blamed for this?
What do you like about her? You know, he was more so, he wanted us to talk and act like he was not there at all. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of how it progressed. But it was a very long progression over the course of hours and hours.
You see? The freak off is not like you come into the apartment or whatever hotel room and then you just start ravaging Cassie. No, it's a lot of talking. It's a lot of getting to know each other and stuff. I'm like, okay, because he's a voyeur. So when they do have sex, it needs to feel normal. Like it's just two people who are in love having sex. It's BDSM. Like,
right, because at one point he said it's the love hour.
Right. And that's when when the love hour happened and he became Brother Love, then it was like a totally different, the vibe changed. It was more so like the music switched up. He was asking, did he want to refresh drinks and stuff, like a cool host almost, but you can kind of tell like they had some type of formula of where they wanted the night to go. So I was just along for the ride, honestly.
Okay. So you guys start with contact in the beginning and that actually leads up to at the end?
Yeah, it was more so just physical touch. Mm-hmm. So there was lots of baby oil around, as I said before, and he was like, okay, why don't you put some baby oil on her? And then she was like, he asked her, do you want you to put some baby oil on him? So
because he's a dom, so he's asking, would you like for him to put baby oil on you? You can't just touch her. Is it okay if he touches you? Is it okay if he puts baby oil on you? It's BDSM. He's a dom, she's a submissive. I'm like, it's not, and I'm like, even his lawyers, they should have had people in that courtroom that could explain BDSM to people. And what's a dom? What's a submissive? And what's the role of a dom? What's the role of a submissive? Because you're not looking at a regular relationship. These are not people having regular sex. These are people who partake in BDSM, right? And that's why I'm like, that's where Cassie's very evil, because you know the average person is not going to understand this shit. right? So it's something that happens in private that you consented to, you come to the public and you weaponize BDSM because you know the average person has no understanding of BDSM. And I'm like, that part there is very evil. But she gonna get hers though.
It was more so that talking, caressing, stuff like that for hours.
For hours.
Like for an ungodly long amount of time. And at a certain point, she would start to kind of like come towards me to kind of like move things along.
Mm-hmm.
And he would be like, no, 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 go back. You know, you just tell him you're moving too fast, you know? So
you see, once again, protecting her, you're moving too fast. I'm like, this is insane.
He never was telling anybody what he wanted them to do. He never gave demands to say, touch him, do this. He would say, what do you want to do? Do you want to do this? Do you like that about him? It was all about the verbal cues for him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so at the end, you guys actually engage in.
Yeah, at the end, about like hour 8 or 9 or something like that.
Hour 8 or 9. So if the freak off, they last 12 hours, they don't start having sex until hour 9. And how long it lasts for? Like 45 minutes to an hour. So that's it. And then you stay for another 2 hours if you want to. So I'm like, so the timeline is like his lawyer should have broke down the timeline. If it lasts 12 hours, 9 hours they spend getting to know each other. The sex is like 45 minutes to 90 minutes. And then after that, you can stay after if you want. So that's why you have an extra 2 hours. But it's not 12 hours of grueling sex while you're getting pumped with drugs and you're just getting like dosed with all kinds of baby oil. And I feel like his lawyers did not do a good job explaining to people what went on in those rooms. And I think most people were like me initially. I was like, yo, is he forcing this girl to have sex for 12 hours with a bunch of random sex workers? But when I listen to the sex workers, I'm like, oh, I understand why the freak offs, they take 12 hours. Because you need a genuine connection. And you're not going to have that if when he comes in, they start having sex. It's going to be weird. Because it's not about that. It's not what they do. Okay? Like that's what turns them on. But like it has to feel natural. It has to feel organic. Which is why I also feel like his lawyers ain't shit. And I feel like his lawyers also had a bias against them because maybe they themselves were grossed out. You know, because if you have, and mind you, I'm the Christian one, but I'm like, if you are extremely judgmental and condemning, BDSM can be icky. Like, what the fuck? Okay, this is fucking weird. So I feel like maybe his lawyers also, they themselves, maybe they're very prudish or whatever. So they're probably grossed out by it. They're like, what the fuck are y'all even doing? This is fucking weird. And because it made them feel weird, they were not able to properly understand what Diddy was doing. Because I'm like, if you lean in and you remove yourself to the side, like, hey, this is not my life. Okay? Because I wouldn't do that shit. However, I need to understand you better because what is going on? Right? Like, okay, so you people engage in BDSM. Oh, okay. So how does that work again? Explain that to me. So that way, when you go to court, you can help the jury understand better. And it's not even just the jury, even the public needs to understand. Because if you have a lot of women who feel like Diddy's out here drugging women and dousing them with baby oil and forcing them to have sex for 12 hours nonstop, you have to understand why the ladies also are scared. Like, what the fuck? We don't want such a monster technically in society. Lock his ass up because it's unhinged. It is unhinged. Any man that is forcing a woman to have sex for 12 hours, he needs to be castrated. Cut off his penis. Okay? Because that's fucking crazy. So they're also scared because they're not understanding the context of the freak off. And it's like, no. They're like, they have to get to know each other. But because I mean, we're not going to do it today, but everybody we listen to, right? They usually start having sex around like hour 8 or hour 9. It was everybody's testimony. You don't just come in and have sex with Cassie. No, Diddy has to talk to you first. And that's a few hours. Then Cassie comes in. Then Cassie has to talk to you. That's a few hours. Then you rub oil on each other for a long hours. And even that too, Diddy doesn't want it to be worse. Like, no, y'all take your time. But like he said, he don't force people. And while you're doing it, he's asking you, do you want water? Do you want refreshment? Do you want some food? Right? So like nobody's being abused. No one is being abused. It is simply BDSM. That's why I said, for as much as America claims to be progressive, like people are really not progressive. They're faking the funk. Because if you're really progressive, then people who do BDSM should be comfortable telling people what they do. And you should be like, oh my gosh, like this is so, yeah, I mean, it's weird, but it's their kink. People have kinks. People do.
That was insane.
At the end of the, though, something specific happens.
Right. So he wanted me to finish on climax on her. So and this was something that she said that she was ready for as well.
Okay.
Again, we've been there for a couple hours. It was a weird thing because at this point in time, I'd never had like another male in the room like that. So when he was like, finish, you got to finish manually. So it was a task. Like I feel like
I think being in the jailhouse, it affected his mindset. Diddy is not, he's not resilient. I've realized that today. I think all this tough boy image, bad boy image really is an image. He ain't tough. He's not tough. He is really not tough. He really is not a tough person. And that's when I feel like I really do believe, I'm really sure now that he doesn't have a big penis. Because begging another man, when you're worth 500 million, you gonna beg a judge that makes 100,000 for your life? Yeah, that's not giving big D energy. That is small D energy. He's very submissive. And even with the thing, because the other guy talked about that, the one who went to prison, the sex worker, because when Cassie removed the condom, he was upset because she had given him chlamydia before. I'm not going to play the video, but trust me, she had given him chlamydia before. So when she, because it was in the dark. Oh no, yeah. And she had her period, or like, what's it called? Either she had removed the condom or she had sex with him. And she had her period. There you go. She's very sneaky, that little girl. So she had her period and she didn't tell him because she likes to have sex during her period. Y'all, this girl is sick. She likes to have sex during her period. So the guy who went, Clay Howard, when she had sex with him during her period, she didn't tell him she was on her period. So when he goes in there was blood and he was really pissed off. Like, why didn't you tell me? So he starts going off. And she didn't care because she's very condescending. And I'm like I said, to me, I think she's a bigot. Like, who cares, right? So then Diddy came out because Clay was very upset. And Diddy said, I'm sorry, Playboy, calm down. And Diddy gave him some money, okay? And he said, Diddy doesn't like to argue. He said he don't like to fight. But this Cassie girl, she likes to fight. She likes to start foolishness. She likes to talk about his penis in front of people. She likes to make fun of him, okay? Because I watched all the videos, y'all. I watched all the videos. You see, Diddy likes peace, which goes against his image. And it goes to show you a lot of these black dudes, in order to make it in America, they create for themselves these fictitious personas that embody a lot of stereotypes. So when things happen, people can't think, oh, Diddy's out here diffusing shit. Diddy's going to be the calm one. Diddy's going to be the sensible one. Because the Diddy we know, bigger than life, right? But Sean, we don't know Sean. Right? We don't know him. We know Diddy. Just like even with Beyonce. We don't really know Beyonce. We know Sasha Fierce. Right? A lot of these celebrities, they create personas. We know 50 Cent. We don't know Curtis. Okay? We know Jay-Z. We don't know Sean Carter. We don't know these people intimately. Like, we don't know these people. But in order to become famous, they create these characters, these personas. And many of these personas are drenched in very toxic stereotypes. This is what they do to make money. So when something bad happens, people don't believe, people can't separate Sean from Diddy. Like, oh no, it's one person. But he was like, they don't like to fight. He said, when you start yelling and screaming, he'll just give you money to shut you up. Because he doesn't like that. He doesn't like foolishness. I don't even think we know Curtis. I think we know 50 Cent's the troll. But I think Curtis is very sensitive. I think 50 is really sensitive. It's very sensitive with lots of mommy issues. He has a lot of mommy issues, right? But that tough guy who's trolling people, cracking jokes on people, yeah, right. I think he's also very lonely. I think he's very lonely. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, I think he's a very lonely man. He had sex with a lady, Daphne Joy, got her pregnant because I guess she's Vietnamese. But he knows damn well she don't love him, right? And now you find out she also a sex worker to Diddy. Like, it's all kinds of weird shit, right? But I'm like, he's very damaged. It's a lot of damaged people. And many of them are not, oh, thank you. Many of them are not, they're not as tough as they claim. They're not. They're not as tough as they claim. Because they're really not about that life. They're just personas. Little John. They say his dad is like a neurosurgeon or some shit. His mom is a lawyer. Look how he carries on. What's his name again? J. Cole went to college. Look how he carried on. 2 Chainz went to college. Many of these people, they create persona. Even Suge Knight. Suge Knight went to college. Suge Knight played football. Yeah, he decided to be this ominous person to scare people. And then it got to his head. I'm like, yo, you're doing too much, right? That's the problem. But many people are not even about that life. But they know because America's racist. You play the stereotype, you'll make money. Like, it's really sad.
This arm was significantly bigger than this arm by the time I left, because I'm just like, this is weird. He's literally off to the side, drinking Ciroc, talking about, get it, King. Get her, King. It was just a weird, Diddy, he's in like this. So I'm like, all right, this is surreal. But so I finish, and my thought process is, they were getting up to go take a shower because we were in the living room and they were going to go back to their back room. So when she got up to go to the back room, I didn't think anything of it. You're not going to use these KY Johnson & Johnson towels to wipe that off, right? So I'm thinking you're going to go to the back room. So I never crossed my mind what they were doing back there. Had no idea that she was finger painting on his chest with, so yeah.
Yeah, what was funny was when I had Punisher on my show, and the exact same routine, right? Have pull out on her, and then she would run off in the other room, with it. Because a lot of times with him, Diddy would go in the other room before they finished. She would go to him and close the door. And he said when he watched the trial, and when she said that, she would take the cum and rub it on his chest, he was actually relieved because he thought that Diddy was eating it.
Oh my goodness. Oh my Lord. These people are just disgusting. Now let's come here real quick.
It's like the doctor on YouTube who says, "Oh, cholesterol doesn't have anything to do with heart disease." Please stop it. It's unbelievable, the world that we live in.
Mm-hmm.
And I realize I'm wasting my time. I realize that most people, I'm not wasting my time. They don't care. They just hate the guy. They love the scrum. They love to jump on him and hate him. I couldn't tell you a song he did or anything about him. I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. There are these people who just figure, and they're the same ones who yell against lawfare. Oh, look what they did to President Trump. Oh, what they did to President Trump. Well, look what they're doing to him.
Yeah.
Federal racketeering?
Yeah.
Sex trafficking? This jabroni, this guy? Come on. What's the matter with you? I don't care. No, because you hate him.
Yeah, you hate him.
And he's not the only one.
Mm-hmm.
What about all the people who went to these parties? What, did he have freak offs by himself?
Exactly.
If I show up and I say, hey, what's going on? Yeah, we got all these traffic prostitutes here. Okay. I'm aiding and abetting it. I'm participating in it. What about me?
Exactly.
I'm there. I'm promoting it. Right. Did anybody pay anybody anything? No. It is so stupid, but thank God this is over. Thank God it's over. And when he comes up, I don't know if he's gonna. I don't know if they're gonna. If he's gonna. They should have never said. They should have never put out this list that said, "Well, he had a speaking engagement that basically told the judge." Oh yeah. And I hate when people, when they're caught, they say, "I'm so embarrassed. Give me another chance. I was so wrong." No, you're not. You're caught.
Exactly.
You loved it.
Don't apologize.
You bought Astrolube by the industrial size. I mean, what are you talking about? You knew exactly. This was your dream. You were the Sultan. You were Caligula. Don't give me the, and I'm so embarrassed in front of my children. Bullshit. They know exactly what you're doing. Mm-hmm. Your world does that. Everybody you talk to, every two-bit scumbag, these horrible vermin with their stupid monosyllabic lyrics. Don't give me that. Don't lie. You make it even worse.
Oh, the vermin.
You should have told the judge, let me tell you what I did. I did it because I did it. And I could tell you, Judge, well, I regret what I did. I regret being caught. But I never did anything where I I violated a woman. Well, you're not showing remorse. Remorse for what? I'm not a pimp. I didn't do this. How the hell am I supposed to be appealing this if you want me right now to say, okay, I did it? Wait a minute. If you did it, what are you appealing? I've got an appeal pending. How do I admit that I did it and then turn around to an appellate court? But forget what I said about the plea. I really think they erred because I didn't commit this type of an offense. It's so stupid. And I don't expect people to understand it. I don't expect people to get it.
It's a lie. He was not arrested making of a freak off. They're full of shit. Diddy wanted to turn himself in. He went to New York City with the intent of turning himself in. They said no because they wanted to make a scene out of arresting him. So what that Indian lady, once again, it was an Indian woman from Homeland Security. She said when she went in there, he had lights, he had stacks of money, wump. Did they ever show pictures? Did they ever show videos? America's racist. And that's the job of Indian people. Like anytime you study British colonies, Indian people have always played this dirty job. They've always been the liars, the enforcers, the court jesters for these Anglo-Saxons, right? He wanted to turn himself in. They wanted to make a scene out of arresting him. And they arrested him at the bottom of the hotel lobby. They didn't arrest him in the middle of a freak off. There's a video where he gets arrested. He's in the hotel lobby, right? Because they wanted to have the pleasure of arresting this black dude on camera. Look, we arrested the black monster, right? Because he offered to turn himself in. They said no, because they wanted to make a scene. Now, everything she alleged, he's a multimillionaire. Why he can't have cash, heaps of cash? That's his money. Is it drug money? Is it cartel money? Is it sex money? Is it sex ring money? The answer is no. Then he's worth like 300, 500 million. Wow, he had $8,000 on him. Womp. Now understand, maybe the average American is broke. So for them having $8,000 is so much money, right? For some people, that's one pair of Louboutin. For some people, it's one Chanel bag. Womp. All right. Even if he had 50,000 in cash, even if he had 100,000, who gives a fuck? He's worth like 300. Okay. So it's like, that's some bullshit. That is some bullshit. And even the Indian lady who was up there from Homeland Security with her bigoted self, the fact that his lawyers also did not cross this goofy asshole, right? Okay, no problem. That's what I'm saying. His lawyers are trash. They're absolute trash. He needs his money back. Bullshit.
I don't. I've never understood it because nobody knows dick about the criminal justice system. Nothing. They never have. But they have their internet law degrees. Oh, they know all about that. I've been doing this my whole life. I've seen this since day one. And it never ceases to amaze me how we walk around with our lapel pins on our flags. Oh, we love the cut. And President Trump, this is unconstitutional, the due process. Well, if it's due process for him, same thing goes for Diddy and James Comey and everybody else.
Exactly.
We don't have a 2 and 3 tiered system.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter. And sometimes it's tough because even an illegal sometimes avails himself of the Constitution because a lot of the constitutional protections say persons. They don't say anything about citizens or any of that. But that's another issue. So let me just tell you something. If you believe in this country, if you believe in our system, if you believe in what's happening, if you really believe it, and what you will do is you will stand with me and say, this is ridiculous.
It is.
This should have never been. Whoever agreed to Diddy being charged with this, you've got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
Do you know the number of kids right now who are missing? What's the number of kids who are unaccompanied in this? We think 20 million or
over
no?
100,000.
How many kids do you think, honey? Yeah. Maybe 10 million, 5 million. Who knows? They're just gone.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about that.
Mm-hmm.
We still have people on the West Side Highway walking around, these women from Central America with papooses. They got children on their backs. Mm-hmm. And they're going, and now it's getting really dark now early. They're on the West Side Highway selling papaya slices or whatever. They're going up to cars with a baby on their back.
Yeah.
What about that? That's trafficking. Come on, these people. This isn't their idea of free enterprise. Yeah. Nobody gives a shit about that.
Nobody does.
Nobody cares about it. Nobody cares about labor trafficking. The number of people forced to work, not really sex per se, but I mean either domestics or in fields or whatever, it happens all the time.
Yep. The orange fields owned by white people.
Soul says, appeal will go nowhere. Agree? Not necessarily. The problem, though, Soul, and thank you, by the way, is that it'll go to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, and they will. It might take 2 years or so for them to even hear the case. That's the problem. When do they even hear this? Oh, I would make the case. I would throw this thing out and say, this isn't Mann Act violation. No way. It may be something else, but that's not it. You don't, you look at the law. You pick this. You pick the case or charge them with. That's it. That's it. It's that simple. You know, one good thing today, did you see where Kash Patel is finally breaking away from the Southern Poverty Law Center and the ADL? Thank God they're getting away from that bullshit. Thank God. Finally, old Bug Eyes did something right. I think, if he knows what he's doing, but somebody's going to say, oh, that's anti-Semitic. Ooh. And I was also listening to our great American Alex Jones. I will say this, as from the highest, this is still the best broadcaster, bar none. And the rest of these, they're okay. They're all right. But nobody's like him. Nobody. Not Tucker, not Candace. Nobody. Period. On their best day, they couldn't carry his jock. That's the God's honest truth. He's that good. And if they shut him down, and of course I don't expect anybody to understand it because they don't like him. They don't like him. They don't like what he has to say. You don't do that. You don't shut people down because you don't like what they say. Period.
You didn't find another defense lawyer for me today. You had to bring prosecutorial backup as we're talking about Diddy. I mean, talk about a wingman, having Murphy here to talk Diddy with you.
It's got to be fair and balanced, Mark. We can't just give you a pass. We got to make you sing for your supper. All right. So am I right that this ruling? Yeah.
I was just going to say, Megan, you hit it on the head. I'm obviously not in the courtroom. I'm sitting right here with you. But if I'm sitting in the courtroom and my poor daughter who's sitting there cooking up my next grandchild, I cannot tell you how bad that decision is by the judge. Bad meaning for Sean, because he has now adopted the sentencing guidelines that probation said he should, which you said 70, 87 months. What that also tells you when he says, I'm also going to consider the acquitted conduct. For people who don't understand, it seems counterintuitive, but in federal court, you can be acquitted. You can be found not guilty on something. I can't tell you the number of times I've had that with clients and then have to sit and explain to the client, sorry, we won that, but you got nicked on one count and they're still coming after you for the stuff that the jury said you didn't do. And he's going to get, my prediction yesterday on MK True Crime of an over-under of 39 months and taking the under, I think I've lost my bet already.
Now you go for the over. What do you think, Matt, of what's happening in that courtroom this morning?
Well, I was a little surprised, Megan, actually, when the judge came in, because that acquitted conduct thing was a kind of a big deal in federal sentencing circles. If you practice law in federal court, that was something that pretty much every lawyer who practices criminal law in that arena was talking about. And the judge had no problem today coming in and saying, yeah, I'm going to consider this conduct. Now, he didn't come out and say that it was acquitted conduct per se. I don't think, Mark. It was, I'm going to consider these other acts of violence that were related to these things, right? But I know Mark thought the same thing I did, that's going to be fodder for appeal for sure.
Yeah, for anybody who's
didn't the judge make this point when they were pushing for no bail, when Diddy's lawyers wanted bail for him? The judge said to them, you argued in your closing that he committed abuse of these women. And he used that against them to say, I'm not bailing this guy out. Like, he's going to have to sit there. So the so-called acquitted conduct, I mean, he was acquitted on legal charges, but the jury didn't say he didn't abuse these women. even the defense admitted he abused the women. So is the judge on solid ground saying, yeah, so I am going to consider that? What do you think, Mark?
Well, what he did in the bail hearing, I was sitting in there when he did it. The government made a very clever point. They said that the Mann Act, even though there were no allegations necessarily of violence to transport these male escorts across state lines, it's grouped in the code under a section that is violence. So anything that is in that section of the guidelines is violence, and therefore he said, I'm not going to release him on bail. He made the point at that time, and I remember hearing it and saying, well, there's a lifeline, so to speak. He said, this doesn't mean I'm going to he didn't say hammer him at sentencing, but this is with no prejudice, basically, to sentencing. What he did today, though, Matt was spot on. He says, I'm not going to, and it's a fine distinction, I'm not going to say that I'm going to consider it for the factors, but I am going to consider it for the 3553 factors. It's going to inform my decision. It's going to make me not, the way I read it, it's going to make me not go down, and I'm certainly not going to cut you a break, is the bottom line.
Go ahead, Matt.
My issue is, so his lawyers, when they decided to go in there and say, oh yeah, we admit to domestic violence, our client is the person that beats on women, they didn't do an if and then case analysis with this Mann Act stuff. Like, oh, you have to think about how you want to rebrand that video. Because if you go in there saying that, then they can say, yeah, under the Mann Act, this also goes in there. I'm like, I said, these lawyers, I don't know. I wouldn't have paid that money. Like, nope, I need my refund.
What do you think?
I need my refund.
Yeah, it's, it's hard to draw the line, Megan, on a case like this, because we all saw that tape, right? And Cassie Ventura was involved in the Mann Act. She was one of the people who was participating in the acts of prostitution. And we've
calling Cassie a prostitute. Cassie told you she's a prostitute. Oh, well, this is when I find out. That's what that man Lionel asked. So she's a prostitute? So he's saying Cassie's a prostitute? What are you even talking about?
seen this violence that, I mean, we've all watched the video and it's horrific. So where is the court obligated to draw that line? He was acquitted of the RICO. He's acquitted of the sex trafficking, but he sure wailed on her. And look, Diddy, I know Mark
and didn't try to deny it. Like totally admitted that this was him assaulting Cassie in the video we're watching right now. Oh,
right. And look, he, you know, he has, I read his letter to the court and he's, you know, Mark could have written that letter himself. In fact, his daughter probably did. It's predictable given all the sentencing factors that go into that. And I know Mark's got a relationship with Diddy, and I totally respect that. Mark's known him for a long time. I've never met him objectively. I think it is at the end of all this, Diddy is a horrible human being. Or at least
there you go. There you go. That's how they talk. He's a horrible human being. These are the same people who are okay with America sending bombs to Israel to slaughter children. I mean, even this Megyn Kelly girl, she's the same one who's like, oh yeah, she was so proud of Kyle Rittenhouse for killing people. For what? That boy shot 3 people dead, and then he injured like 2 other people. Oh, he's such a horrible person. But then we're like, oh, BB, you know, we support BB. We criticize him, but we don't have any issues, right? This is how white people talk. Oh, he's a horrible person. Charlie Sheen, I think on TikTok, there's a video. I forgot what's the video. There's a video of Charlie Sheen going around where he's, this is how they talk. That's all. Oh, you know, he's a horrible person. But you'll see she'll have BB on her show. You know what I mean? She will have BB on her show. Oh, yes. If she could even have the boy who shot Charlie Kirk in the neck on her show, she would. Like, you know what? Sometimes people make mistakes. You know, it was Antifa. You know, he was brainwashed by Antifa. Why is he a horrible person? People make mistakes. Does that make you a horrible person? You can say on that day, Diddy made a bad call. Yeah, because he's bipolar. He's on drugs. So, yeah, he made a bad call. But he's a horrible person. You know him personally. So I don't know him, but he's a horrible person. And you're going to find that this white man has all kinds of child pornography on his computer. Right? That's how they are. They talk bad about other people to deflect from their own sins. Like, sir, go sit down somewhere. You don't know him, right? You saw him as, I will say, one of his worst days. But does that mean he's a horrible person? right? Trump hasn't done worse. A lot of people that they know haven't done worse. A lot of people that they support haven't done worse. Even the way they try to sanctify, oh, child, they would try to sanctify and canonize Charlie Kirk. Oh, Charlie Kirk was a good person. Charlie Kirk only wanted to debate people. That's all he wanted to do. He wanted to have a fair exchange of ideas. Get the fuck out of here. He was racist. He would go from campus to campus peddling his racist bullshit. And when he would have debates with young people where they actually schooled him and washed his ass, he will never post those things. He only posted videos where he came out on top. That boy had no damn integrity. But I'm like, if you don't know Diddy, how can you say he's a horrible person? And Mark is even sitting there like, that's why I feel like even some of these European, whatever they are, lawyers who are always around black people, I don't even think they like black people. It's just they make most of their money with black people because they're not careful. They're not careful. But I'm like, me, if somebody is my friend, I'm like, you don't know him, so how can you say he's a horrible person? You saw him at a moment where he was not at his best life, but I'm sure you've done things also. And if you were famous, there'd be way more people with their phones out trying to record you at your worst. Everybody's had a moment where they were not at their best. But I'm like, people who do drugs, if they come out on drugs and you have a camera out, you're going to catch some bad behavior. We have seen moments of Whitney Houston. She wasn't at her best, but it's the drugs. It's not her. When you come off those drugs, you can control yourself, right? But I'm like, this is what they do. And this is how they make themselves feel good about themselves. Oh, he's a horrible person. He's a horrible person. Talk about Trump and his 34 felonies. Talk about Trump even saying that he was sexually attracted to his daughter. Did he say he was attracted to what's her name, Ivanka? That he was attracted to her? Oh, that's perfectly fine. I'm like, a man like this, you're going to find out that most likely he has child pornography on his computer. Like, sir, go fuck yourself. If you don't know this man, then you can't say he's horrible. That incident was horrible. You know, it's not a good look. It's definitely not a good look. But does that mean he's a horrible person? The answer is no. But like I said, because his lawyers, they themselves are also prejudicing as black people, they led in with, oh yeah, we admit to domestic violence. You have to find a way to reframe this. This is a causation of the drugs. It's not even the person. It's the drugs. Okay, it's the drugs.
It comes off that way. And there's an old adage, Megan, you probably remember.
He's not stopping him. You see? Do you see how he's not stopping him? Is that what a friend would do? Right? Mark Gagarro's ain't shit. Do you see how he's not stopping him? Do you know how much money he's made from Diddy? Do you know how much money his daughter has made from Diddy? That goofy ass Libra. That's a Libra. You see how he's not stopping him? El Rio from like, sir, you don't know him. Don't call him horrible. But your own lawyer is sitting here. A man who doesn't know you is calling, oh, he's a horrible person. And he sits there and he's quiet. Suspicious? Don't you find that suspicious? Right? There's another guy here too. He's some white dude, some sleazy ass white dude, Italian looking ass white dude. He does this hip hop criminal lawyer shit. Like the way he talked about Diddy and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, you see, they don't like black people, but they know they can make a lot of money defending black people. But they don't actually like black people. Because I'm like, this is weird. This is really weird.
Remember from law school, there's the only thing more powerful than a federal judge on the planet Earth is God himself, right? Or herself, I guess, in the modern era. So this judge came out and said some very affirmative things, like Mark just said, regarding the sentencing and what he's going to consider. And Mark, I watched the segment on MK True Crime yesterday. I would have taken the over on your 39 months, but I thought that was in the ballpark yesterday, and now that is out the window.
Yeah, I agree.
It looks like 70-month minimum here.
Do you know what the government said? And I haven't been complimentary of the government in this prosecution at all. But she got up today, Slavic got up today, and she said, Your Honor, you want to talk about the height of hubris? He booked speaking engagements for Miami next week. If that is true, and I have not talked to anybody on the defense to ask about that, or whoever did that should be, I'm walking a line as to what I would do, but that would be, you wouldn't just be fired if you were in my office and you allowed that to happen. I'd take a baseball bat to you. Speaking of,
that's stupid. So because he has so she's saying it's the height of hubris because he has speaking engagements for next week. How do you know he's not going to speak to the youth about domestic violence? Like, what the fuck? That's what I'm saying. Even his lawyers, you guys, I don't trust me, Marlene. I don't trust white people. Like, this is why I have trust issues. I don't trust white people. They're all the same. Whether they Democrat, they Republican, they're conservative, they're liberal, they all look at white people the same. Because the moment the prosecutor gets up and says, "Oh, Your Honor, at the height of hubris, he has booked speaking engagement for next week in Miami," I'm like, okay, what are the engagements about? Like, I'm so, girl, what? What is he talking? Like, the height of hubris. If he's at an engagement to talk about money and Players Club and get your money up, I could see that being a problem. What are the speaking engagements about? How do you know it's not a prayer retreat? How do you know he's not speaking to people to say, you know what, come off the drugs? Right? So for once again, you have all these lawyers. It's almost like 10 motherfuckers that you're paying $1 million plus, and nobody's saying, what are the engagements about? Did you care to check what the engagements are about? Or once again, is it trying to pick my client in a certain light because he's black? And you want to make it seem like, oh, he's so reckless and he doesn't care and he has the height of hubris. Ma'am, he has the right to speak. He has the First Amendment. Now tell me, what exactly is he going to talk about? Oh, that's right. You didn't check. Next, let's move on. People have the right to book a scheduled appointment, because why can he also be why he can't be hopeful that he might be coming out? But if it's an engagement, he doesn't come out, he can always move the date. Like, what's the problem? Like, seriously, what is the problem? But I'm like, he surrounded himself with all these white people. And I'm like, I don't think they're good people. Because in his case, even his case for Shine, his main lawyer was Johnny Cochran. It was a black man. His main attorney was a black man. With these people, with Gregoros, his daughter, and the person who owns the firm, he's Italian. So you have an Italian and an Armenian. Then they have Brian Steele, white American. I don't know who else. And then you got these two black people, whatever. But the main lawyers are Italian, Armenian, and Anglo-Saxon. So it's like, why do you want these people to be your lead counsel? I don't understand that. I really do not understand that. But it's like, from the very beginning of this case, it's like they're the people who put you in the most harm. They're the ones who made you confess to domestic violence, made you say, yeah, I'm a violent person. I put my hands on women. Like, they're the reason why you couldn't get bail. So how, like, her dad is sitting here, you're being called a horrible person, and her dad doesn't even say, okay, like, sir, you might want to calm down because you don't know him. What you see in that video is not honorable. We're not anybody's going to call that honorable, but people also have drug issues. And I can see you never had drug issues, which I'm happy for you. But when you come off the drugs, your withdrawals causes you to be violent. And that's what you're witnessing. And he's not the only one. There are millions of people who experience drug withdrawals and they become violent. It's a real thing. Now, do we say, oh my gosh, you're horrible? Or do we say, wow, drugs do something horrible to people? And we have to make sure young people know to say no to drugs. But someone you don't know, then how can you say he's a horrible person? You've never met this man. You see one video out of how many videos? Diddy has been famous for over 30 years. How many times have you seen Diddy do such a thing on camera? Out of 30 years, you only have one video. So please, miss me with the bullshit. Like, this is so damn crazy. And her dad's not saying anything. He paid your daughter almost like $3, $4, $5 million. And somebody's sitting here calling him all kinds of horrible, and you don't say shit? They're all fucking fake. They're so fake. They're really fake.
Violence.
What? How
I mean,
do they
can
even
you
know that?
believe that? I don't, because I don't even want to go there. I'm so conflicted.
They monitor the
about
jailhouse
this.
calls, right? Is that, like, everything you say in the jail is recorded? So if he booked that while in jail, they'd know.
It's exactly, that's exactly right, Megan. I mean, you're so smart, Jesus. And then if you knew how many times that things were said on those jailhouse calls that you just want to take somebody and get violent yourself. I mean, it's just,
right.
It's unbelievable. There's giant signs. There are giant.
Shut up. But even your daughter, she's not quick on her feet. Like, your daughter is not quick on her feet. Like, your daughter can think on her feet. Like, if the lady says something, your daughter can't think quick on her feet. Or because she's pregnant, she's slow. But what about the other way? What about the Italian man? He can't think quick on his feet. What about Brian Steele? They can't think quickly on their feet. What the fuck is going on? Okay. And I'm like, oh, you white folks, you're a bunch of weirdos. I don't trust these people. And I feel like even Diddy had too many fucking lawyers. It was just too many people. Have one or two. That's it. You don't have to. It's a scam. Like, what the fuck is this? I'm like, no, your daughter cannot think quickly on her feet. Like, what the fuck? People can make speaking engagement. We don't even know what the speaking engagements are for. Like I said, it could be about drugs. Get off the drugs. It could be about domestic violence. But they want to sit here and harp, oh my gosh, look, he has speaking engagement. He has speaking engagements. Even when he comes out in 4 years or whatever the fuck he comes out, he can talk. That's not the problem. Now, if you know what he's talking about, and he's like, oh, fuck that shit. I did that shit. I don't care. I'm not remorseful. That's a bit different. But I don't think those speaking engagements were that in nature. But he can speak. Even from prison, if he wants to have speaking engagement, he can. So what's the fucking big deal? Bunch of bullshit. They're a bunch of bitches. I can't stand
signs in the jail. I mean, it's not like you know it. I mean, these signs say you are being recorded. I mean, it's unbelievable to me.
To me, it's the same thing as like those huge signs on the beaches that say shark attacks here on this beach that people still go in. And it's like, well, then they get attacked by a shark. Like, well, you know, you can't say you weren't warned. So that's bad. The judge will probably consider that, Matt. The other thing is, this is a relatively young judge in terms of his experience on the bench. So for him to come in first thing and say, I am going to consider this stuff, to me, telegraphs he's been consulting with the other judges on exactly what he can and cannot do. I don't think he'd be such a like gunslinger if he hadn't checked it out and felt very confident that he'll be upheld on appeal for, when it gets challenged.
No doubt. And going back to the phone call thing, Megan, this is something that we've talked about before that nobody is really addressing, or that is, remember when he was in jail, the reason why he's felt so confident, or at least in the past on some of these jailhouse conversations, is he was using other inmates' calling codes and he was calling witnesses. And Mark and I have both gone through this before. When you have
and look at him lying. Diddy was not calling witnesses. You see how they just lie? And once again, you see, Mark is not stopping it. He's not stopping it. Oh, he's like, oh, he felt so confident because he was using on people's codes and he was calling witnesses. Who did he call? Who? Like, what the fuck? The man runs a business. Like, I mean, these people are batshit crazy. They're really batshit crazy. A man who's worth $300 million, he has businesses to run. So he should just stop working. He should stop taking care of business because, like, you got to talk to your family. There's a lot of people he has to talk to. So he should just have one call a day. And so all his businesses go kaput. So while he's in the jailhouse, his family, how they eat, how the bills are paid, he should tend to that. Oh, he's being arrogant. Like they're a bunch of assholes. These people, white people are so racist. And like I told you, even with Alex Fine, to see a man that rich, you guys, they saw that fucking house. White Americans are some envious ass people. Like, I'm about to go to bed. White American people are some of the most envious people. These goofy ass Anglo-Saxons, these goofy ass rednecks, they're some of the most envious people I've ever met. They're so triggered. They're so fucking jealous. If you're black and you don't fit the stereotype, like you're not poor, you're not on welfare, you live in fucking LA in a $50 million house, y'all. Y'all saw Diddy's house, right? You saw that house. You know they were so fucking salty. And then he has a bigger house in Miami. Diddy lives on a fucking island. Can you imagine? A descendant of the enslaved. Y'all, he lives in Miami, like Biscayne Bay, the fuck it is. Diddy lives on a fucking island. You think this bitch ass can afford that shit? He probably still paying for student loans, okay? As he watches baby pornography, okay? They're so fucking envious. They're so fucking jealous. When they did that raid and these white people saw inside that house, they lost their shit. I told you, Alex Fine and his broke ass, when he got hired by Diddy and he went in there and he saw that, that's why he wanted to have Cassie. So he could feel like he had something that Diddy also had. These people are fucking jealous. And one thing you know about these Anglo-Saxons, when you have something, they will pillage you. These people have a bloodline of pillagers. They're a bunch of mercenaries. Why do you think they're helping Israel? Now they want to blame it all on Israel. It was in their benefit to have a bunch of European immigrants with PTSD in the Middle East, so that way you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East and they could rob these people of their oil in peace. That's all they do is pillage. All they do is steal, 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 kill, steal, destroy, still kill, destroy. It is jealousy. Diddy is rich as fuck, y'all. Diddy's rich, man. Diddy is rich. Diddy lives a beautiful life. And can you imagine people that you brought here for slavery and now their great grandkids are wealthier than you could ever imagine? It triggers their jealousy. It really triggers these people. It seriously is triggering to these people. Okay? Exactly. I'm like, you're full of shit. Diddy was not calling a single witness. He was running. Who did they say he called on the line? The whole case. Did they ever say, oh, he was using the calls to call witnesses? What witness? Who? Capricorn, Cassie, what's her name again? Who was it again? What's that girl's name? Daphne Joy, Kid Cudi, the sex workers. He didn't call anybody. He was calling his children. He was calling business partner. The man is worth 300. He's worth like 300, 500 million. So he should stop running his business. He shouldn't, like, the calls are not enough for him because he's not a regular person. He's a mogul. The fuck? Even I, Marlene, I will find a way to find more phone calls because all these inmates, they ain't got no serious business. Exactly. They don't care. They don't care. That's why you have to fight. When you have your case, you need to fight for yourself. Do not trust these lawyers. Do not trust these white people. All they care about is money. White Americans are incredibly dishonest. I'm not trying to be mean, but don't say I never told you. White Americans are incredibly dishonest. They're lying-ass people. They love to lie. They don't have any principles. They just lie. My big sister called me recently. She's like, oh, Marlene, when you told me that white people lie, I didn't believe you. But now I see, I'm like, why would I lie to you? It's like, your problem is you're so emotional, you don't listen, right? Me, I study people. I study behavior. It's a very unprincipled people, and they're seriously jealous. They are seriously envious. I even told you, I said, this Charlie Kirk dude, I think he wanted to be big like a black boy. He wanted to have a big peen like a black boy. Like, he wanted to be black. They are so jealous. I mean, look, last time when I showed you like Miles, right? The football player. Do you see how massive he is? Do you know how many white people would die to have like this? They have to take steroids. They are truly jealous. Like, it is not a fucking joke. They are so jealous. Like, do you even know, like, my mom used to say to me all the time. She's like, Marlene, every time she goes for her mammogram, like every year, these white women are so mad because she don't have breast cancer. Can you imagine? They don't get it. Like, how come you don't have breast cancer, like, given your age? Bitch, we're African, bitch. We have better genetics. Go fuck yourself. They're fucking jealous. They are so fucking jealous, y'all. Diddy is fucking rich. But the problem is, Diddy trusted these white people. Because I think also when he saw that tape, he said, oh shit, I'm fucking done. I think the tape also got to him, right? And then being in there, it got to him. But you got to fight. You don't let white people get to you. You never let these goofy ass white Americans get to your mental. Who the fuck are they? It's a whole bloodline of thieves. It's a whole bloodline of swindlers. It's a whole bloodline of genocidal freaks. These people are not righteous. It's a lying bloodline. So how can a liar make you feel a way about who you are? They have more flaws than you do. No white person can ever make you feel self-aware about shit. They need to start with their own shit, okay? Start with self. They have way more bullshit to work on than you do. Okay, and no bigger criminal than the white American man. Go move around somewhere. Are you kidding me? I'm like, you're letting these people get to you, Diddy. Now, I wish this man had my number. I wish I had a way of calling him in prison. You need to get your head right. You're not an evil person. You're a drug addict that's bipolar with a lot of sexual kinks. Okay, but you're not a bad person. You're not a bad person. And you know dang well you're not a bad person. You're a person who made mistakes, but you're not a bad person. Don't let these white people get to you. These are the same white people who cheer for Zimmerman. These are the same white people who cheer for that boy Kyle Rittenhouse to just murder people. A 17-year-old. He just murdered all kinds of people. And they're like, yeah, we're so proud of him. He's a hero. They call murderers heroes. Are you kidding me? The vast majority of white men are consuming some kind of child pornography. They are the filthiest people in America. The past 2 weeks, it's nothing but mass shootings due to white Americans per usual. Do not let these people get to you. Don't let these people get to you. Do not let these people get to you. And don't write no goofy ass letter to no fucking judge. Fuck these people. Don't let these people get to you. Stop putting white people on a pedestal. Fuck that shit. Who the fuck are these people? Like, seriously, in a bigger scheme of things, who the fuck are these people? If white Americans were not big with weapon and killing and all that mercenary bullshit, they're powerless. What's a white man without a gun and a lie? Okay? What's a white man without a gun, a lie, and the media to spread his lie? Who the fuck is he? He's a non-factor. Don't let these people get to you. Don't you ever let a white person get to you. They're so fucking deranged. Don't ever let a white person get to you. Who are they to judge you? Who are they to make you feel any kind of way? Who are they? They raped this entire country. They raped the American people. They raped all the black women. Who is it that they haven't raped? Go look at the world. They've raped everybody. They don't have room to talk to anyone. And Diddy, I wish you had gotten Minister Farrakhan involved. When I tell you, Minister Farrakhan, when he lights these white people's asses on fire, baby, it's epic. When he roasts these white folks, Minister Farrakhan, he knows all their shit. When I tell you, he be calling their number and exposing these people, oh, I love him. I love me some Minister Farrakhan. He's like, who are you to give anybody a lesson of righteousness? You righteous? You as a white man, you're righteous? You are righteous? Right? You're going to find out that this man, he has an impending sexual assault case in his office, okay? They're a bunch of perverts. White men like to take pictures of their penises and send it to everybody who wants to see it. And even if you don't want to see it, even Jeff Bezos, he takes pictures of his peen and then he sends it to people. That's why Mackenzie left his ass, okay? Don't you ever allow these people to make you feel any kind of way. They're not righteous. Okay, yes. No, Minister Farrakhan, don't play with these people. He does not feature white folks because they're fake. They are fake. They're fake and they're a bunch of liars. They're a bunch of fucking liars. They lie all the fucking time. They're these bipolar people. They're always lying. There's a reason why I choose not to talk about them because I'm not fond of these people because they're a bunch of liars. They're a bunch of liars. That's even why I have to stop talking about this whole Charlie Kirk thing because I'm not fond of these people. I am not fond of these people. And I feel like the more you entertain white people, you yourself might become hateful because they're so despicable. They do not have principle. It's not a principle-based people. And they're so comfortable using the dog whistle language of racism against black people. You say, I don't know this man, but he's a horrible person. How can you say somebody's a horrible person if you don't know the person? Right? But if you were to say, oh, Trump is a horrible person, they would lose their mind. If you said Charlie Kirk is horrible, oh, no, he's not. You have to watch his entire videos. Don't just watch the clips. When it's them, you can't call them horrible because they want you to give them a chance. Like, get to know me. Watch the whole video. Don't just go what you see in the media. But when it's one black person, Diddy's been famous for over 30 plus years. Right? Diddy's been famous for over 30. Like, what? I'm like fucking 40. Okay, Diddy's been famous for almost like 40 years. How many times have you seen Diddy beat on a woman? Right? Come on, they act like he does this shit every Saturday, every Friday, and we just grew up to Diddy just pouncing on ladies. We didn't grow up to that shit. We didn't grow up to that. Okay, but in 40 years, yeah, maybe one day something bad is going to happen. But in the span of a 40-year career, do you have your entire life with knowing Diddy, every day he's out here beating on women? He does this every day. He does it every Saturday. There are so many videos of Diddy just pouncing on people. Bunch of bullshit. But you have Charlie Sheen out here. He's spreading HIV. He's having homosexual sex. White people out here doing all kinds of shit, right? Robert Downey Jr., all kinds of, what's his name? Always getting high. They're always, all these Hollywood boys, all these white boys in Hollywood, they're a bunch of fuck-ups. And they always cover for them. They beat on people. They torture people. Even Marilyn Manson. How come Marilyn Manson never faced any charges? Like, go sit down somewhere. They always protect their own. No matter what. They always protect their good old white boys. They will protect their white boy until the very end. But then they will offer the black boy as a sacrificial lamb always to make themselves feel good about themselves. Get the fuck out of here. They're so fraudulent.
A client or somebody that is misbehaving in that way, that's a personal affront to a judge a lot of times.
Oh, you're full of shit. So calling of all the things you can do when you're in the White House, so when you're in prison, oh, you ask people for their numbers. Was he smuggling drugs in prison? No. Was he smuggling contrabands in prison? No. He wanted more time on the phone. Oh, that is the worst thing you can do in prison. Bitch, shut up, because you'll be in prison pretty soon. Because like I said, you look like a creep. You look like the type that watches child pornography. So I don't give it 5 years. You're going to be in prison as well. There are so many white lawyers, white dignitary, the honorable white boys who go to prison every day for being all kinds of perv. And the list of things that you can do in prison, seeking more telephone time does not make you the worst inmate ever. He's a businessman. He needs to talk to people so he can take care of his $300, $500 million empire, which you know nothing about because you make how much? Like $200,000 at most? And after taxes, how much do you bring home with your bitch ass? Bunch of broke ass people like this. Imagine a bunch of broke ass people surprised that somebody who's worth 500 million has many phone calls to make. Yeah. The man has like what, 2 private jets? Yeah, phone calls have to be made. He has a baby that's like, well, how old is the baby, the Asian baby, like a month old or some shit, right? He has a lot of people to talk to. Like this dude has a big ass family. Motherfucker, he has like almost like 8 kids. He has 8 kids. So for you, it's not possible that he's trying to call every single one of his children. Oh, no, he's trying to call witnesses. Which witness? Before I sue you for defamation. You racist bitch. These racist pricks. They're a bunch of racist people. I don't even know how you'll put up with these people because me, Marlene, they affect my mental. Like white Americans, they affect my mental. Like it's not a good people. It is not a fucking good people. They're fucking racist. They are fucking racist. They're a bunch of bigots. They're a bunch of racists. And they are so comfortable casually just spewing their racist lies. You are a fucking bitch. Do you know what goes down in prison? Do you truly know? Do you know what goes on in prison? Oh, a judge feels like you're really trying to stand up to him because you're calling a lot of people. Bitch, what the fuck? When Diddy was free, do you know how many phones he had? Do you know how many phone calls he made in a given day? You think somebody who makes that many phone calls can just suddenly make 3 calls a day and be okay with that? It's a lot of money. It's a lot. He has a lot of money. He has lots of businesses. So he has to call a lot of people. And he got like 10 kids. And he has to call every child to make sure they're okay because it's traumatic. It is traumatic. He had children graduating high school. He wasn't even there. So how do you know he doesn't have to call these girls multiple times a day because they don't have their mom because she's dead and now they don't have their dad and they were under 18. No, there's no way. There is no way this man could be trying to keep his family together by calling his family multiple times a day. Oh, he was trying to call witnesses. Who are these people? And for once again, you see this, you see this Armenian, you see this man, you see this Libra. He is sitting there and he gonna tell you, oh, Sean is a friend of mine. Sean, but look at what this man is saying. And you're even me, I don't even know this man. I don't even know Sean Combs. But I have more energy in my chest, I guess because I'm black. Right? But these white people, these vultures, they will come around you when you have lots of money, hoping that one day when the government or whoever you pissed off comes after you, they'll be right there to get a check, pretending to fight for your defense. But a real friend would never do that. Like, so let me tell you, there are many worse things you can do in prison. But getting a bunch of phone calls, yeah, you go against the rules. But hey, he's also a father. And a lot of kids need to be called. And there are kids out here who are they lost their mom and now they don't have their dad. It's hard on these young people. Did you ever consider that they're having a mental breakdown? Did you ever consider that? Of course not, because black children mean nothing to white people. Bunch of fucking racists. The only kids white people care about are their dog, their furry children, their dogs, their cats, and even their kids they pushed out. I don't think they care about their own kids because all their kids are fucking fucked up. Okay, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. It's like if you're not a dog, white people don't care for you. If you're not a fucking dog, white people don't see your humanity. Go sit down somewhere. Bunch of evil people, bunch of racists. They're a bunch of racists.
And that is when he got busted for that, that was right at the very beginning, right? As one of the reasons why the court kept denying the repeated bail motions was this guy can't even follow the rules in jail.
And then you see, Mark, yeah, Mark is pissing me off. Mark Garros is pissing me off. Sir, it was his first time in jail. Did it ever occur to you he had depression? Did it ever occur to you he was afraid? Did it ever occur to you that he might be suicidal? So he had to call family to calm him down. Like, you can do this, you can do this. Because even Tekashi 6ix9ine said he was in there when Diddy was in there. And he was like, Diddy was really affected by that shit. Like, he was extremely depressed. He was really depressed. No, because he's black, right? And that's what they think of all black people, the black students. Oh, no, they're trying to break the law. Black people are defiant. Black people are devilish. White Americans are racist. I don't give a fuck what nobody says. Like, they're a bunch of racist people. A man is thrown in jail. He's accused of a RICO. He is facing life in prison. And it's so abnormal to you that he's having a hard time in there and he needs to talk to his family so he doesn't lose his mind. Oh, no, he's trying to call witnesses. Oh, he's trying to influence people. Oh, he's this. This is what they do. Meanwhile, they sell their country bits by bits to Israel. White Americans are full of shit. White Americans are full of shit. People who marry these people entertain. I don't know how the fuck y'all do it. Me, I can't. I don't do fuck energy. I don't do fake energy. I don't do fuck energy. A man is going to the jailhouse. It doesn't occur to you that he's depressed. Doesn't occur to you that he could be suicidal. It doesn't occur to you that he's having a hard time because this RICO stuff is scary. I thought it was bullshit anyways, but then again, it's not me, so it's easier for me not to give a fuck. But my thing is, though, anybody who's accused of a RICO, I can see how they might have anxiety. And then there's a video out there. When he goes online, I'm sure whatever he does, he's probably asking his family, what is the public saying? What's the media saying? And it's like, yeah, everybody hates your guts. So he's like, damn, is the jury also going to hate my gut? Like, if there's a jury, is there anybody that's going to try to see it from my perspective? Like, yo, I'm not this evil person. I just have a kink. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit is fucking real. Prison is not easy. Even one day in jail, it's not easy. Even a few hours in jail is not easy, right? But they sit there, these racist ass, goofy, weird ass looking Nephilim pricks, okay? They sit here and talk about black people as if black people don't have the right to be afraid. And I've noticed that when you're black with these goofy ass white Americans, you don't have the right to be afraid. You don't have the right to be scared. You don't have the right to be depressed. It's like they look at us like we don't have feelings. It's so fucking disgusting. Because if you were in jail, how much you want to bet if you were in jail, you would try to call your family like every 5 minutes. Like it takes some adjusting. Oh, no. The only reason why he's doing this is because he wants to call witnesses. Which witnesses? And once again, me, if I was Diddy's lawyer, after watching this video, I'm filing a suit for defamation. Because you're going to come outside and tell me which witnesses he was calling. Because y'all just be making shit up. And that's the problem. It's like here, and that's the thing I respect about the Jews. Because with Jewish people, you're not going to just run your mouth. You say some shit, the ADL going to come find your ass. But when these white people say all kinds of shit about black people don't sue their asses. Black people just let white people say anything they want to say. Yeah, you have so much money and you would let any white person say whatever the fuck they want to say and you don't sue these people. You need to sue white people. You have to sue them because once they know that you are suing material, they're going to be very careful how they talk about you because you got to train them. It's a bunch of bullies. White Americans at their base, like their base level is bully material. They're a bunch of fucking bullies. They bully people. And when you have all this money and you allow any white American to speak any kind of way about your name, you're crazy. You are really crazy. Me, Marlene, if I'm worth $300 million and you're saying this about me, I'll see you in court. I will sue all these people. The ADL ain't got shit on me. I will sue all these people. Do you know me? You know that I was calling witnesses. Who was I calling? And if you don't have a name, I want $10 million. And like I said, this is why I respect Trump. ABC, they let George Stephanopoulos say that Trump was a rapist and a rapist and a rapist. Okay, no problem. I told you, stop saying that shit. But since you want to keep calling me a rapist, I see you in court. They thought it was a fucking joke. Trump got $16 million. Then Trump went and he sued CBS. And now they're very careful how they talk about him because that's how you treat white people. If a white person lies on your name and you have the money, sue their asses. You got to teach these people, manners, and they will know not to mess with you. They will be very careful how they talk about you moving forward. You only need to, you just got to grab like one or two. You grab one or two white folks and you drag their asses to court. Okay? Because you can't just sit here and say whatever you want to say about people. You can't just do that because you have no proof that he was asking for these phone calls so he could call witnesses. Go fuck yourself and go fuck yourself. Okay? Go fuck yourself. They're fucking crazy. And Mark is sitting there. And once again, he's not coming to Diddy's defense, right? Because all he cares about is getting Diddy's money and making sure his daughter makes so much money so she can have her baby in luxury and she can buy herself a Birkin diaper bag. That's all they do. They are all exploitative. They are all exploitative. Okay, but white liberals to me are the ones you have to watch out for the most. They're the closest to black people and they have the most stereotypes, the most prejudice, the most hatred against black people. Do not trust these people.
That's the type of thing that will stick with judges a lot of times. And you're right. I mean, this judge, I guarantee he was very, very careful in researching the parameters, because no judge wants to get reversed on a high-profile case. And he worded it exactly right, I think, so that he would, limit the amount of appellate challenge or scrutiny that call regarding the sentencing guidelines and consideration of acts of violence is going to impact the sentencing, because it's going to go up. They're going to spend the resources to do that. And I guarantee he had a lot of conversations with more experienced sentencing judges in federal court.
So if we're looking at that 70 months to 84 months, whatever we just said, that's around 7 years, six and change to 7 and change. What?
You see this? Look, you see, Mark? You see this? I hope y'all see this, right? I don't care who you are. Listen to me. I don't care who you are. If you ever make it in America, don't you ever allow yourself to think that white people are your friend. They want something. You have some white people who will wait for your downfall so they can see how they can buy everything you have at auction. You understand? You offer other white people, they'll come to you, pretend to be friends so they can know everything about you. Then they go sell your secrets and help you to also be bought at auction. You don't have friends with white people. You understand? And that's why it always pains me when I see black people believing that there is a friend in a white person. No, white people have no friends. You should even see how white people discard of their parents, how they throw away their parents in these nursing homes and they let them die. These people don't have feelings. They don't have feelings. White people only have interest. They only have interest. Oh, that's Marlene. She's my friend. Yeah. The fuck right. Don't believe that shit. It's just lip service. You understand? You have no friend in a white person. I don't care. I don't care. But Marlene, I know this. Shut up. Shut up. Like these people and their genetic makeup, you know nothing about that shit. They don't have friends. They do not have friends. They have interest. Okay? They will dry their coat wherever they can. And when the coat is dry, they go somewhere else. Okay? You don't have a friend in a white person. They have interest. If you serve their interest, they'll walk with you. These people are fair weather friends. The day you no longer serve their interest, they're out. That's how they are. Stop trying to change people and accept people for who they are. Okay? You don't have any friends. Stop lying to yourself. Stop being delusional. Right? Because look at this man. How many times has this other guy said all kinds of things about Diddy and he's not even stepping in like, okay, like you might want to pipe down because you don't know him. I know him and you don't. He's not a horrible person. He's had a public career for over 40 years. And unfortunately, this is the one instance where he didn't show up at his best hour. But he's a father, he's a husband, he's a father, he's a producer, he's this and that. He's not even trying to like glow, like glaze the dude. Like, no. And I'm like, you see this? You need to learn from this. When you're at your workplace, don't be thinking that these white people are your friend. They want to know what you're up to so that they can plan against your ass. Keep your mouth shut. Be fake as fuck. But don't you ever allow yourself to believe that these people are capable of friendship. They're not. They're not. They will put themselves first every single time. And they will do whatever it takes to be first. You need to listen to me carefully. So if you ever become rich, you're ever up for a promotion. Oh, really? I don't know. When you're around white people, act like you don't know shit. That's the best way for you to keep yourself safe. Oh, I don't know. Who said that? Oh, really? Oh, wow. I didn't hear about this. Okay, even if you did, say you didn't know. I don't care what you heard. If they ask you about something, oh, wow, I didn't know. Oh, I never heard that. Oh, really? Who said that? Wow, that's crazy. Well, thank you for letting me know. I try to keep in mind. Poof. Okay, never volunteer information. Okay, oh, have you heard? No, I have not. Oh, really? I thought, I don't. Oh, well, that's interesting. I know, right? Boom. You make small talk, you get the fuck out the way. Okay? Get the fuck out the way. We will never be friends with these people. We just tolerate each other. That's it. It's like I tolerate you, you tolerate me. That's it. Okay? That's how it goes. But I'm like, you see this? That's very, very telling. Because you should say, you knowing him, your daughter being his lawyer, you should be like, no, he was having a hard time in there because he was facing a RICO. You do know he has like 7 kids, right? Okay. So how many phone calls do you think he needs? So I'm not saying it's okay, but it's understandable. Because if you had 7 kids, you probably do everything in your power to talk to all your kids. So it's not an act of defiance against the judge, but he's also a father. And these kids, as well as him, they were really having a hard time. So the first few months, yeah, we might have some behavior issues, but was he out here like moving contrabands? Was he selling drugs? Was he using his money to? No, he just wanted more phone calls. So if you have inmates, some inmates, their families completely gave up on them, so they don't need their phone benefits. So if somebody's like, yo, Diddy, you need more of that than me, as Black people, they want to help them out. Did you ever consider that Black people in prison are very communal? Or because we're savages to you, like, which one is it? Right? And that's why I say, be very careful always thinking that, oh, you got to go in there. Hey, sunshine, be very careful thinking that, oh, a white man is the best for my defense. A white woman is the best for my defense. Get the fuck out of here. Okay? Don't put white people on a pedestal, because that same white lawyer you get might be the reason why you get denied bail. Because they're going to give you some stupid advice to tell you to go in there and confess to God knows what. Okay? They're full of shit, because at the end of the day, they get to go home. They get to go home. Okay? They get to go home and you have to pay them. So, everybody needs to learn from this. Me, I don't trust white people, so that's just me. And also, why would I even trust you anyways? Why would you trust anybody in America? This country here, people only worship money. So therefore, it's really hard to trust people.
What happens with that, Mark? If he gets that, how much of that does he serve in a federal sentence?
You know, somebody that I just had a sentencing last week in Matt's backyard and down in the Santa Ana courthouse, and the client got 24 months. Somebody, when I came back to the office and I was complaining about the 24 months, said, forget about it. They'll be out in 5 months. 24 months is the new year and a day. That's it used to be a year and a day was the way you get out. There are programs now, the RDAP, First Step, things of that nature, that greatly reduce your time. But it is not, so that people understand, in the federal system, it's starting to get more like the state, but it's not like the state where you get set good time, work time on a 5-year sentence. If you're half-time, you'll be out in half-time. Federal doesn't work that way. If he gets 60 or 70 months, he's going to do real time. And he's going to do, and because of the pending, one of the other things you have to keep in mind is, where does he get designated? What kinds of findings does the judge make? He can, the difference between a satellite camp in Lompoc and someplace that is a level or 2 levels above is a monumental difference. It's the difference between going to summer camp and then having to watch yourself at all times.
Did you know gold is up around 40% this year? That's not speculation. That is reality.
Out of New York City, we are hearing Diddy's attorneys speaking to the media after he was sentenced earlier today. This is live.
Yeah, we are planning to appeal. I want to hear them, bro. We are planning to appeal. We think we have strong bases to appeal. Yeah. The strongest basis is that the jury reached a verdict on coercion. It found there was not coercion. And I think the judge said coercion today as a basis for a sentence at least a dozen times. We think that is unconstitutional. Yeah. We think that a jury verdict should mean more than our jury's verdict seems to mean. And so we are planning to appeal.
And the second, I don't know who's, but people who are wishing, the thing about people don't know that. The thing about life, babe, life can be super short and they can be super long. And I think sometimes people say things because they don't ever think that they one day might have to be in court. People are so arrogant. People have no idea what life has in store for them. That's why you gotta be very careful what you wish on people. My sister had a boyfriend. Y'all, listen. That boy has such a bad temper. He was white. He has a bad temper. So one day, I guess he was driving in a tunnel. Somebody cut in front of him. White boy, once again, poorly raised, white American, redneck, poorly raised. So guess what he did? He did a fishtail and then he cut in front of the person. By doing that, the person lost control of their car. And I think the person, the guy, he hit the wall of the tunnel. The guy's name is Mark. Do you think he stopped? White boy? Of course not. He white American. Why would he stop? He didn't stop. Come to find out, the man died. Oh, yes, sunshine. The man died. So later on, the police went to his house. So he was arrested on a hit and run. Come to find out, the man died. So then it turned into murder, hit and run, murder. Next thing you know, he called my sister from the jailhouse, right? But my point is that in an instant, you can find yourself behind bars. In an instant, you can fight. You can be fighting for your life. In an instant, you could be fighting for your life. Someone you love could be fighting for their life. And that's why my personal thing is like my personal ethos is that you always fight for the legal system to do the right thing. Follow the Constitution, follow the law, give whoever's being accused, you gotta give them all the rights. You know what I mean? It's the same thing with Carmelo. Me, I have 3 boys. My oldest is 15. Okay. And I'm like, I'm not gonna run to make a video about Carmelo Anthony, who is somebody else's child. Like the Bible says, do not bear false witness. I can't speak on this young boy. Oh, this is why, because he's black. The culture, he was listening to the music. How do you even know he was listening to music? Who told you he was listening to music? There are so many black people who are parents who ran because Charlie Kirk gave the order, because they're trying to be signed to Turning Point USA, or they want to be signed to Turning Point USA. But when you have children, you got to be very mindful how you speak on someone else's child. Because today it's your neighbor's son. Tomorrow it could be your son. That's why in this life, especially if like me, I don't prescribe to white culture. I don't like white American culture. I think it's pagan as fuck. Okay. But my Christian culture, you put in the world what you want to get out this world. And that's why when the Carmelo thing happened, my main concern with Carmelo was understanding why was he sitting under that tent? God, why was he sitting there? Because when I heard somebody got stabbed, I'm like, stabbed over a seat, that is excessive. But I'm like, damn, that's it. And is this really excessive? Right? So I'm like, why was he sitting under the tent? And this is when Officer Tatum, the coon in charge, was like, oh yeah, it was raining. I'm like, okay, but if it was raining, why could he sit there? Was he doing something to bother the other kids? We go watch Hunter Metcalf. No, we just wanted him to move. Why do you want him to move in the rain? Because at that point, now you sound like a bully to me. You sound like a bully. If it's raining and he's not bothering anybody, why would you want him to move in the rain? You're trying to shame this boy. I'm like, you see, white American kids, poorly raised. And you see the mama, she big as fuck. Her bag is as big as a refrigerator. So I'm like, yeah, she fed these little white boys all kinds of processed food and canned food. So I know they're batshit crazy. But these are not well-raised children, because well-raised children will never behave like this. Well-raised children would have compassion for another student in the rain. It is fucking raining. Like, what the fuck is the problem? Then you find out he's freaking 225 pounds. 225 pounds. Then the dad's like, oh yeah, he knows jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu? Like, what the fuck is going on here? So I was like, oh, okay. So y'all was trying to bully Carmelo. Then you listen to Hunter, oh yeah, me and my friend, and then my brother. So it's like it's more than 3 people who weigh. And like, so at this point, I'm looking at like 600-700 pounds against one person of 160. Yeah, go fuck yourself and go fuck your brother. Fuck y'all. Y'all some goofy ass, mean ass, poorly raised, big bag white bullies with no father in the home. Go fuck your asses. They're fucking racist. That shit makes no fucking sense. And they all made sure to just gloss over all that shit because context matters. Why are we in this predicament? Oh, he was stabbed in the heart. Who gives a fuck? All he had to do was to be a civilized fucking human being. It's not that fucking hard. And also, it's a fucking stadium. He doesn't own the bleachers. And he does not own the school tent. It's the school tent. You're going to put your whole chest behind the tent that costs $100. Your bitch ass. Get the fuck out of here. So obviously you don't value your life. If you want to go fight somebody over a school tent, yeah, you're a fucking crash out, you dumbass. I'm like, these boys are probably on all kinds of fucking steroids. Carmelo will be free. Carmelo is going to walk, okay? Self-defense. Get the fuck out of here. So anyways, right? So that's the way I feel. It's like you have to be very careful because you never know. America is so corrupt. America is such a corrupt nation. They have people so convinced, oh, we're so perfect. China is corrupt. Nigeria is corrupt. No, America is corrupt. If this country was not corrupt, Benjamin Netanyahu would not be running this nation, okay? It is corrupt because the white American people love money. They love money. So they have sold their country to Israel. They have sold their country to the Israel lobby. Our entire Congress, for the most part, is taking money from Israel. America is corrupt. You can talk about Trump, but you can't talk about Bibi. Can you imagine? You can criticize Trump, but you can't criticize Israel on American soil. So how does that happen? Because we have a corrupt country ran by corrupt white Americans who claim to be Christians because they're corrupt. Okay? They're corrupt. And what people do not realize is that today is Diddy or today is Carmelo. Tomorrow it could be you. Tomorrow it could be your son. So we all need to be invested when prosecutors think they can bastardize the legal system, weaponize the media, and get any kind of verdict they want because that's what they want. No, you have to prove your case. And if you have no case, why are we here? A judge can't just do whatever he wants to do. If this is not a case of domestic violence, then why are you punishing this man for domestic violence? What is this? Right? This is not what you get to do. If the statute of limitation expired for domestic violence at the state level, you don't get to create a bogus claim, a bogus case at the federal level because you want to punish him for domestic violence. No, the statute of limitation expired. It is what it is. Okay? But I'm like, you see, I saw like April, I saw so many black parents over here so quick to make so much content about Carmelo instead of getting all the facts. Even on Charleston White, he was amongst the first ones to tell people this little nigga, all kinds of bullshit, galvanizing the troops, encouraging people to hate Carmelo. But I'm like, why don't you just calm down? Why don't you just wait? But that's the thing today. Everybody wants to be the first one to run to make content. Then when he finally met the family, because the dad called him, and he was like, oh, I was so shocked because after everything I said about the dad, he was so nice to me. He was so calm. Yeah, because you're full of shit. He doesn't have to lose it. He's more mature than you. He is more educated and he knows the facts. You're just yapping on social media. And he caused so much harm. But I'm like, you just never know. You never know. So I just feel like always have empathy for people. Have mercy on people. Because you never know. How many people you never thought today they're behind bars? Fighting cases and all kinds of stuff. You just never know. Even the car accident, they might charge you with vehicular homicide. You never know what can happen. You know? But I'm like, Charleston was one of the first people. He was the first black person to really be out there telling people to hate Carmelo. He said that Carmelo intentionally went to school with a knife in his book bag. He put a cleaver in his book bag, and he went to the race that day because he was looking for a white person to kill for the sins of slavery. I'm like, what? You know this young man? You spoke to him? Just saying all kinds of foolishness. And because white people here are so fucking racist and they're so dumb, I think the average white American is a fucking idiot. Okay, they latched on to that because these goofy ass white Americans want to believe that black people hate us so much. Nobody thinks about you. And I think sometimes it makes them sad. I think sometimes they're really sad that the average black person doesn't think about white people. Like white people walk around with main character energy. Oh, I know you're thinking about me. Oh, I know you hate me. Like, no, you're completely irrelevant to me. You stink. Get out my face. Go take a shower. Okay. I don't think about you. I could care less about you. I don't care. I don't care about white people like that. But it's like they get so mad because you don't care about them. So they want to believe that you care. They want to believe that you hate them and that you want them to die. No one cares because ultimately you're going to face Judgment Day. So what's the rush? Truly, what's the rush, right? God's going to deal with y'all. Like it's just a matter of time. So when Charleston was saying these things, they loved it because they're like, yeah, you see, they want us dead. Oh, the sins of slavery. If black people really wanted to punish white Americans for the sins of slavery, they would never leave their house. They will never leave their house. They go about their business. They know damn well in their hearts they're not worried about no damn black person trying to kill them for the sins of slavery. Every day a white person dies in this country, for the most part, they're being murdered by another white person. Right? So let's stop the bullshit. But like I said, I think a vast majority of white Americans are bipolar. They just love to lie. And they make up these silly ass narratives that they have no facts for. Just make shit up because it's a lying ass people. Just a lying ass people. Most people don't care about white people. It's always white people in black people business. It's always white people in black people's videos, their chat rooms, their comment section. It's always them trying to sound black, talk black, with their math in, always trying to use black people lingo. Nobody cares. Okay? No one cares. You have no flavor. Get the fuck out of my face. You're fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy. But I'm like, what they're doing, like me, what always matters to me is like the Constitution needs to apply fairly to black people. The Constitution needs to apply fairly to African Americans, because why? Why do we have a two-tier system where it's like, oh, when it's white people, oh yeah, we got to follow the letter of the law. But when it's black people, it depends how you feel. It depends on their public image. It depends on this and that. No, that's not what the Constitution says. Even illegals have more rights under the Constitution than most African American people. And I'm like, that is fucking crazy. That is fucking crazy. They are so nice to these immigrants. They are so nice to these illegals. They can kill people. They can beat up police officers. They can do all kinds of bullshit, and nothing happens to them. And I'm like, but why is that though? So it's like, no, this needs to stop. This needs to stop.
Constitution files a cross appeal. What would happen in that regard if they filed a cross appeal and then Sean Diddy Combs get a higher sentence?
He would not get a higher sentence, and they're not gonna cross appeal. We're gonna appeal. We think we're right, and they'll respond to the appeal, and it'll be decided by the Second Circuit as soon as.
Tell us about the conversation you had with your client after the sentencing. Consensual. The judge clearly thought the sexual encounters weren't consensual.
Because he's biased.
Make of his remarks.
He's biased. I'm happy to go. So we think that's just absolutely inconsistent with the jury's verdict. I mean, the jury's verdict was resoundingly clear. There was no sex trafficking. There was no racketeering. Everything was consensual. Everything was adult, which is why he was convicted only of the prostitution offense. What we feel happened today was that the judge acted as a 13th juror, one that we did not choose, and that he second-guessed the jury's verdict.
Well, at least the judge was open-minded. At least the judge was open-minded for both sides. Gave consideration.
Did you have a chance to talk to Sean Combs? Did you have a chance to talk to your client? Can you tell us about the conversation after the sentence here in the office? How's your client?
How was it?
Impact sex workers?
But he's okay now. But he's okay now.
Come on, man.
Stop pushing people, y'all.
Y'all making this a circus now, bro.
Space out. He does feel justice was served, though. He said he takes accountability, and I felt like Diddy definitely took accountability for everything, sir. And I would like to just let you know that everything was not consensual, sir. Please don't say that. It was not consensual. Even Diddy admitted
this is a defense team, man. Let's answer the question.
Yes, but he did allegedly.
All right, Queen. All right, Queen.
Mark, can you talk to us about talking to Sean after this?
I'm not. Obviously, we spoke to Sean. I'm not going to talk about what Sean and we discussed. It's a privilege.
We all feel comfortable.
And tell us what location are you going to recommend?
Brian still looks annoyed. I'm like, there were just too many lawyers. You had too many chefs in the kitchen. I feel like there was just too many lawyers. I think Brian still should have done this thing, and you should have let this man just eat these people up. There was too many lawyers. It's just too many people.
No matter which community it impacts.
What are the next steps?
Why weren't the sex workers on trial today? Hey, hold on, bro. Where were the escorts? Stop, bro.
Thank you, guys.
Here's the question I heard. What's next?
Why weren't the escorts
is that we're going to try and find the right facility for Mr. Combs. We're going to ask the judge to recommend that. We are very serious about pursuing an appeal. So we have a number of things all going on at the same time. I think that's all for me.
And you got about 14 days to start doing it?
If my colleagues want to continue to ask questions.
Thank you, sir.
14 days to put that in motion.
Thank you, guys. Great job, guys.
Sean Diddy Combs is legal.
Great job on doing what? I'm like, these people are crazy. Look at Diddy. Do you see Diddy? Why? Oh my gosh, you guys, I can't. So he was really in the court just like slumping like this. Like, look at this. What are you doing? Oh my gosh. This is just crazy. This is crazy. And I don't know, part of me also feels like his children, they turned this case into like going to court like a fashion show instead of really helping your dad. Like, Diddy, honestly, when it comes to your sons, I think you failed. You didn't raise men. You raised little princesses. Huh? Like, to me, he raised little princesses. That's why when you're rich like that, you know, like how like in Empire. Remember Andre? Remember Empire? Okay, when Andre went to Wharton. Okay, like Lucius made sure to raise Andre Lyon. Okay, Andre not the one. Andre is not the one. When you're that rich, you need to raise soldiers. Diddy raised little princesses. Your dad's fighting for his life. They're going to fashion shows. They have girlfriends with big booties. They're dating Instagram baddies. Y'all need to be married to girls in law school. Okay. You need, like the way Jared Kushner went and married Ivanka Trump. Y'all need to be out here doing partnership with powerful families. His boys are clams. His boys a bunch of princesses. You wouldn't even think their daddy was fighting for his life. What's the light-skinned one? He out here getting all kinds of weight. He going through depression. I'm like, these boys ain't brave. I even feel like the girls are even stronger than the boys. Like, what the fuck did you raise? What the fuck did you raise? Okay. But I'm like, the way y'all should have been using Revolt TV, using everything in your power to help people see your dad in a different light. No, they crying, they shopping. Janice. Okay. But I'm like, Andre Lyon, like when you watch Empire, Andre is the one. He's the firstborn. Lucius made this boy crazy. The boy went to Wharton. He is insane. Andre is crazy. That boy is fucking crazy. Okay. But when your dad is that wealthy, when you're that wealthy, you have to raise sons that are incredibly intelligent. You have to raise sons that are brave. You have to raise sons that are strategic. Did he raise a bunch of knuckleheads? Yeah, they're weak. He raised some weak ass little girls. These are not boys. He raised little girls. I'm like, imagine me, my daddy. Imagine me, it's my dad. No, this girl, Cassie, ooh, baby, I'm gonna finish her. Everything I know about her, when she comes to the house, oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord. I would even have the girls crying, Cassie, why would you do this? We looked at you as a mom. You used to love daddy. You used to, girl. Okay. Andre was batshit crazy. And I'm like, this is how Diddy should have raised Justin, and he should have raised Christian, even Quincy. No, they do their hair, they wear nose rings, they wear earrings, they're always shopping, they date Instagram baddies, they're doing their music career, bunch of knucklehead business shit. These boys, all of them should have gone to Ivy Leagues. All of them. And they should have married some pretty powerful families. Like Jared Kushner, when his dad went to prison, he found a way to go marry Ivanka Trump. No, I'm serious. I am serious. You need to raise your sons to be like Jared Kushner. Huh? Like this is not a joke, right? Because imagine, what if Diddy had gotten life in prison? What would they have done? This crazy ass Capricorn. Where's Janet? Okay, right? But I'm like, this is what you have to raise. Okay? Because you're rich. If something was to ever happen to you, you need your sons to step up. You think Christian and Justin and Quincy can do it? They're a bunch of princesses. Soft girl princesses. These boys are weak. They're a bunch of weak, pretty little boys. I'm like, you didn't raise men. You didn't raise men. So when the kingdom got attacked, when the family got attacked, when you got attacked, like, who can take over? Because they're not ready, because you didn't raise them to be ready. You can't baby boys. It's disgusting. Like, it's so disgusting. Especially when you're that rich, though. You got to make sure your sons are men. What if you got locked up for life? I don't even know what they do, these little girls. I'm like, they all look so unserious. Right? But I'm like, you little girls, y'all need to go to school at a bougie school and find you a fiance from wealthy families. But Jared Kushner, his dad was doing all kinds of stock bullshit. You know, he's Jewish also, huh? His dad was out here scamming. His daddy was out here scamming, doing the scammery. Oh, yes. Daddy was out here doing the scammery. So Jared went and he finessed Ivanka. He married Ivanka. So when Trump became president, Trump passed the law just so his daddy could get out of prison. And they made it seem like they're trying to help black people. Nah, they're trying to help his daddy. Okay? Because his dad was in prison. So his dad got out, and then Trump gave the daddy a pardon. Y'all, listen. Marriage has always been political, you know. But that's Jared for you. Jared is batshit crazy. But even the Simmons girls, they went to the Ivy League and didn't even make nothing of it. Aoki Lee, batshit crazy. Her sister, she's calmer. No, Ming Lee, yeah, Ming is calmer. But I'm like, they should have gotten married at these Ivy Leagues. That's what you have to do, Sunshine. When you go to these Ivy League, you finesse, you get into a wealthy family, then you have a big-ass wedding. They're not a quick. He raised some girls. These are not boys, these are girls. Because come for my daddy, see what happens. When I tell you, when you watch Empire, Andre was insane. Andre was actually scary. This little boy. Okay. His brain was actually Andre, calm down. Because you didn't even know between Lucius and Andre who's the real demon. But I get it though. When your family is worth that much money, somebody got to be fucking crazy. You see? Chance, the triplet, the fake triplet, she's the only one going to call. Yeah, he didn't raise his kids to be serious. They don't have structure. And that's where I give Master P credit. Master P don't play. Master P, you're not about to be in his house and be lazy, okay? You're going to wake up, you're going to run, you're going to do drills, you're going to go to work, okay? Master P don't play. Master P, all his sons are serious people. And a knucklehead, Romeo wouldn't even dare. He gonna fucking, oh my gosh. Romeo is scared of his dad. The two boys, the young ones who play basketball, remember that one who I guess he stole a fridge? We never heard from him again, huh? I'm sure his dad beat his ass. Okay? Master P doesn't do foolishness. You're not about to be a boy and be a fucking idiot. Okay? He will beat your ass. There you go. You only heard one time, the little one, the one who played basketball, something about a fridge. He stole a fridge or something like that in college. Have you heard about him doing anything stupid after that? Okay. All right. They'll beat your ass. Okay? Because they're raised right. Okay? Yeah, but I don't think she's the oldest. She's a hood triplet. Yeah, they're the same age. Because when Diddy got Kim pregnant and he got her mom pregnant, her mom and Kim are best friends. So they're hood triplets. Like they're about the same age. Yeah. No, Master P's insane. Master P is crazy. He is really crazy. And I respect that about him. His boys are not stupid. He raised men. You have to raise men. But I'm like, when it comes to Diddy, though, Diddy did not raise Justin, Quincy, and Christian to one day take over. They're pretty boys. They're very lazy. They party all day. Because I'm like, when Diddy was like 22, 21, he was already working for Uptown Records. I think he started Bad Boy. He was like under 25. He already had Mary J. He had Jody C. He had all these talent people on his roster. Christian, what is he doing? Even the little podcast they had on YouTube, they stopped doing that on Revolt, whatever it is. They stopped doing that. Justin don't want to work. Christian don't work. Quincy, who knows what the fuck he does? Okay? But I'm like, he didn't raise children to be serious people. But I'm like, these are men. And I'm like, did he raise women? He raised girls. Like, they're pretty. Like, they're little girls. And I'm like, this is insanity. It's crazy. But when you watch Empire, though, like Andre, Lucius got, because I mean, he was also bipolar, but Lucius did raise Andre to be able to take over. But you have to when your family has this much money. You know what I mean? Yeah. Master P don't play. He'll beat your ass. You're going to run drills. You're going to run miles and stuff. Go play with this man and see what happens. Okay, but I'm like, Diddy's his boys. They want to shop. They want to wear jewelry. They want to wear earrings and rings. They want to date Instagram baddies. It's not a serious people. Because imagine if his sons were married to prestigious girls from prestigious families, even that would also help. You know what I mean? And that's why we say, like, when your dad has a certain amount of money, you have to go to an Ivy League school. But even Ming Lee should have married somebody from those Ivy League schools. Aoki, same thing. No, we wake up one day, Aoki's on the beach with a man that's like 75 years old. Like, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? Right? What are you doing? Even if you have to marry a Jewish man, it is what it is, child. It is what it is. Right? But the thing is, like, it's to level up, though. Like, you have to. That's why you go to these Ivy League schools. It's not for a degree. It's to marry into a rich-ass family and bring your family more protection. That's what you have to do. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's the bipolar stuff that messed him up. But he was very brilliant, smart son, ruthless. But I'm like, if Diddy had a son like that, oh, it would have been something else. If Diddy had a son like that, the security guard, Alex Fine, everybody would have had a private detective on their asses. He would have found dirt on everybody. When I tell you Andre is insane, that security guard, he would have found all his accounts, hidden accounts, everybody who gave him money for that tape. Okay. Cassie, he would have found the current people that she's having sex with. He would have hacked her computer. He would have went and found some Russian hackers, some Chinese hackers. They would have hacked her computer. They would have hacked her phone. She'd wake up every day. She'd have all kinds of text messages on her phone. One day she's going to forget. She's going to click one of the text messages. It's going to take over her phone. We're going to read all your messages. Play with me if you want to. We're going to do like even Des Perez. Do you know that Des Perez allegedly hacked Nikki's thingy? She got into Nikki's iCloud. I don't know how the fuck she did it. Like, there are people you can hire for that. Because I'm like I said, Cassie is still doing that shit. Hey, Yanni. I, Marlene? No, it couldn't be me. 300 million. My dad's gonna walk out of this shit. Y'all crazy. Okay, I will find because you're still doing it. You're an addict. You are still doing it. I'm gonna find out your little lovers. Okay, Andre gonna find a way to get Alex Fine to file for divorce. Andre is crazy. Andre's crazy. But if somebody comes against the family, they gotta go night. Yeah, bunch of lockers. And I'm like, and like I said, this is where I respect the Jewish people. They don't play. However much it takes, they're gonna pay the money. Because when you hear that they were willing to offer Charlie Kirk 150 million. Like Diddy himself, Diddy should have said to his son, to somebody he trusts, $10 million. Pay these influencers to make videos for me. Money talks, bullshit walks. The number of people who have started making videos out here. But I'm like, because he doesn't have real sons. He has little bitch asses. Everybody has a price. Who's Yellowstone? Even on Yellowstone, the oldest son went to a school for law, and he would get Kevin Costner character out of all kinds of stuff. Even, yeah. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Like he didn't raise the next generation to take over Bad Boy. And I even think Jay-Z also is going to have that problem because Jay-Z doesn't really have a son like that. Like the oldest, his firstborn is a girl, and they want her to be a dancer or a singer. Rumi, I don't see Rumi being a CEO. Sir, he gets overly stimulated, but I'm like, because you got to train the next generation to take over the family business. Because how you gonna do it? You know? Yeah, you have to. You have to, because if daddy falls, we're all exposed. That's the problem. It's a lot of vultures. It's a lot of vultures. It's a lot of killers and shooters and mercenaries and stuff, so your daddy can't fall. But like I said, to me, Marlene, I will say this. Cassie is a sex addict, so she's still doing it. She's still doing it. She's still doing it. She's still doing it. And I'm like, what they should have done was put some kind of PI on her ass. And they would have found that she's still doing it. Then you tell Alex, fine, what do you want to do? Yeah. You're like, she's still doing it. Even Alex, fine. We can find how much debt he's in. We can find anything you want to find out. The drugs he did when he was in New York, when he was in California. Did he ever get arrested? You can find all that stuff out. It's not that hard. But when somebody comes against you, you go against them harder. That's just life. That's just life. Especially when you have 300 million. Why would I ever ask for forgiveness? Why would I ever ask for a letter to beg? Even that judge, I would make sure he paid his taxes on time. I'm just saying. Okay? Even his wife, I would make sure she'll have any tickets to New York City. You guys, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a big problem. It's going to be a big problem. They're going to know not to fuck with you. But I'm like, what you see? Letitia James, she tried that shit with Trump. Now they're on her ass for her mortgage this, her mortgage that. Fannie Willis, they on her ass because they found out she was having sex with Nathan, what's his name? Nathan Wade. That's what happens. If you attack powerful people, they will come after you. You don't get attacked and just lay down and play submissive, which is what Diddy actually did. And I'm like, you are crazy. Yeah, because I like Jay-Z, like everything he's working for, I'm like, who are you going to pass the baton to? Because you have daughters. If they get married, they're going to be with their husbands. Exactly. Listen, that's what you're supposed to do. You have to fight. If somebody wants to take your freedom for the rest of your natural life, you can't go down like a little puppy. No, that's not how it works. Life doesn't work like that. Okay. And that's the problem with Diddy, is that Diddy, he let that stuff get to his head instead of being strategic. Like, we must fight because this is a war. No problem. But I'm really upset that he didn't take the stand, because I'm like, you should take the stand, or at least you should make sure that you have your lawyers properly explain to people what this is. You have to do that. But I'm like, to me, I would think being a performer, you have performed for like millions of people. Why are you scared of a jury of 12 people? That makes no sense. I don't know. That's just me. I couldn't imagine being the wealthiest person in the courthouse and being scared. These people saw you on TV. They're like, wow, look at this man. And then you come in there, instead of being majestic, you're like, Diddy, you're getting on my fucking nerves. When I tell you my mom would have cussed him out. Yeah. Yeah. When I tell you my mom would have cussed him out, like, fix your chest, you're a man. Are you insane? My mom would have cussed him out. You're mad, like, are you you're a fool? Are you crazy? Stand up straight. My mom is insane. She's like, I was raised by a soldier. You know, my granddad, her dad was a colonel, right? My mom don't play those games. My mom will always tell you, you don't cry in front of white people. Like me growing up, there were certain rules, like, you don't let white people intimidate you. You don't cry in front of white people. You don't second guess yourself because of white people. Like, my parents are crazy, right? And they've always told me white people don't like black people. Like, what the fuck? Like, it was just a thing. Like, they don't like black people. And that white people are very mean. My dad used to always say that. Les blancs sont méchants. So you just knew. As a child, you just knew. That's why I told you when we went to like Nice, the place like near Monaco, when they wanted me to stay at that white family's house. I mean, not white, but the lady's biracial, but her husband was white. I was like, I ain't staying there. And their name was Snow. I'm like, Snow? Neige? Oh, hell no. Yeah. No, it's not about coming in arrogant, but you have to walk like you didn't do nothing wrong, sunshine. Because if you go like, you know, like, oh shit. So he did do something, because why are you acting this way? Did you see Trump's mugshot? Man, Trump took that little mugshot. He knew he was going to make merch out of it. Okay. Like, yo, when I tell you I fuck with Trump sometimes, that Gemini, I'm really mad at him right now. So I don't even bring up his name. Okay. Trump don't give a fuck. Trump don't give a fuck. You see? You see this? Trump will never let you see him sweat. No, I respect him for that. I really do. And he left that place and he made that into a t-shirt. And then he started selling the merch. Trump don't give a fuck. Nobody's going to make him cry. Trump is something else. He is really something else. And I'm like, yo, this dude is shameless. Like, he really is shameless. You don't care? Okay. He going to do what he does. He does not care. You see? He started making merch. Look, this Trump is something else. This dude is crazy. He is really crazy. Whatever. Okay. You're slumping over. You look scared. You look sad. Like, Diddy, like, yo. You know, and so for people who want to fight for you, they also get discouraged. It's like, come on. You know? Like, you over there, like, slouching like this. Diddy, you need to calm down. Shit. And also, let's be so for real. Even if you have to do 4 years, Diddy, it's just fucking 4 years. Like, you're not gonna die. Okay? Look at this. He's holding his head like this. He begs the judge for mercy. What is going on? Look at this picture right here. Look. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? This is not masculine. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Look at this. Oh my God. What is going on? Oh, no.
We love you, Mama Combs. We love you, Mama Combs. We love you. We love you, Mama Combs. We love you, Mama Combs.
We love you, Mama Combs. We love you, Mama Combs. We love you, Mama Combs. We love you.
I'm like, no, it couldn't be me. Huh? Yes. Be calm. Like, have confidence in yourself. You're like, what? Yeah, you see, when they shot Trump, he was like, fight. Yo, Gemini, like, no, I fucks with Trump, man. Like, I mean, lately, he's getting on my nerve, but I'm like, this dude is not scared. Like, I'm like, to me, that's impressive. You know, I'm not gonna lie. There was a season I was like, man, I wish Trump was my dad. He don't give a fuck. He doesn't care. Court cases over here. Court cases over there. Court cases over here. He's like, okay, I'm going on my little rally. Okay, Trump is outside. I'm like, this man, do you realize you're being sued everywhere? Okay, Supreme Court. You do something to Trump, he take your ass to Supreme Court. Okay, exactly. It's like, what is this? What are you doing? Are you a man or not? Do you have that 300 million or not? Because I've been flexing, I've been glazing about you having 300 million. Like, you act like you got $30 to your name. What is wrong with you? I hate that shit. Yes. You guys, when I tell you Trump did not flinch, maybe he did in private, but you didn't see that from him. And I'm like, yeah, that's a man. Because no matter how much pressure is on you, act like it's gonna be okay. Everything works out. It's gonna be okay. Like, you got to have courage. Then he falling apart. He has depression. Well, I'm like, why? Even the whole RICO stuff. Do you seriously think you committed RICO? Like, be so for real. Oh, whole RICO, you're a dumbass. Look how quickly you cry. You cry so damn fast. You can't even do a RICO. I don't even believe that this man now is capable of transportation. Look how quickly he's out here crying. Look what is going on. Even Suge Knight. Do you know how many times they don't lock up Suge Knight? You have never seen the picture like, What are you doing? What are you doing? It is not manly at all. So I don't like it. Okay. And my thing is, ultimately, Diddy, they gave you four years. Wow. How will you live? And let's be so for real. Even if you're a felon, Diddy, even if you are a felon, listen, you don't have to apply for a job. So, like, the biggest scheme of thing, who gives a fuck? You will never have to apply for a job. Fam, you're worth 300 million. He's acting like he's a regular person with a regular job and regular money who really can't afford to be a felon. Who cares? Even the president is a felon. You're in good company. Stop tripping like this. Trump has 34 felonies. He's at the White House. Wow. You might have 2 felonies. Wow. You will never have to apply for a job. Why are you acting like your life is over? You're doing too fucking much. Like, it's so fucking annoying. Like, yeah, like, be a man. And why can't you take over that damn prison? What's wrong with you? Exactly. Like, he's so scared. Like, what is wrong with this man? I'm like, this is so not masculine. Like, you really do have a small penis, huh? This is crazy. Why are you so scared like this? In the bigger scheme of things, the worst thing was the RICO. You did not get convicted of the RICO. So, and also, you have to know you were never going to get 10 years. You know damn well you were never going to get 10 years, Share. Okay? So, okay, they gave you 4 years. Okay. You are a man. You have to say to yourself, everything works for my good. Wherever they send me, I'm going to make it. I'm going to make a bunch of friends. I'm going to run that place because it's me. Okay? Why are you scared for? Like you in black. Most of these prisons full of black people. Why are you scared? I'm like, well, what's going on here? Like, what the fuck is wrong with your ass? So I'm like, that's the part that really pissed me off, though. It wasn't even his sentencing. I'm all, fuck him. Okay? They want us to do something symbolic. Yeah, whatever. But it's like, I really did not like the fact that he wrote a letter begging for his life. Why are you begging? There's nothing to beg for. And if you're begging and you say, oh, I take accountability, then how can we have an appeal? No, don't say anything. Why are you so fucking scared? He's a big scaredy cat. Like he's so pussy. Like what the heck is wrong with this man? So yeah, I don't like that. I'm like, did you not see everything that Trump went through? There was never a day where Trump had any doubt on whether or not he was going to be president. And it worked out for him. Everything they tried to get that man, it failed. It failed. Election night, Trump had everything. He had the popular votes and he had the electoral college votes. You have to believe in yourself. Yeah. Like, Trump has 34 felony convictions. 34. And he's sitting there. He's the whole president. He went to the UN, talk about the teleprompters don't work. I'm like, but this man is really shameless. They asking this man about Charlie Kirk. He's talking about the ballroom at the White House. I said, but damn, this man is really, like, he's really shameless. So why you act like your life is over? You have 2 counts. They found you guilty on 2 counts. Transportation and prostitution. Womp. Are you the only man in America that's ever paid for transportation, for a prostitute? All these guys who pay for the Ubers and shit like that? Like, you're doing too fucking much. He's doing too much, yo. He pissed me off. Messed up my workout today. You don't piss my ass off. I wish I had your number in that jailhouse. I sure will call you. Can you fucking stop? Exactly. Even Todd Chrisley wasn't like, who. And Todd Chrisley, they give that man 12 years, right? And Todd knew he was going to come out. Todd went to that prison. He took over that whole prison. I know that's right. I love Todd Chrisley. I know he a little crook, but child. I love Todd Chrisley, you guys. I was watching his special on Hulu. I said, that's my boy. I missed you. I cannot wait for him to come back on my TV. He didn't cry a single time. And he knew Savannah was going to get them out. And she got her parents out. Savannah, that's my baby. Savannah, that is my girl. Yes, they gave him 50 months, Queen. He got 50 months. He's over here like, oh, shut up. What is this? Okay. But I'm like, Savannah, if he had raised his children to be like Savannah, right? But I'm like, no, they're a bunch of little princesses. Savannah got her parents out, you guys. Savannah got her parents out that jailhouse. The daddy had 12 years. The mama had 7 years. Savannah said, over my dead body. Okay, because money will make somebody talk over here in America, okay? Money runs the world. Savannah got her mom and her daddy out. But for as long as they were in there, she took care of her siblings. She took care of her niece. She didn't complain, okay? And here you are, you a grown-ass man, and Savannah got more courage than you. Like, what is this? So disgusting. We go through adversity, but it's not the end of the world, though. Like, you have to be brave. Okay?
Welcome back to this week's episode of Unlocked. I am very excited for this episode, and I know you guys will be as well. I have Mom and Dad on.
I guess I don't.
Hi.
Thank you so much.
Is it weird being back to doing a podcast? Yes, it is. But I'm super excited.
I feel like I did one for 28 months with all the people that was around me.
Yeah, because you ran that.
Yeah, you see?
Up in there.
I did.
You see? And I don't know, for the longest, that's just me. I always thought that Todd was a little gay. But I'm like, let's assume he's a little gay. Let's assume he's metrosexual. But I'm like, this is a white boy. Okay? He does give gay. White boy. Todd goes to prison, y'all. Todd ran that prison. And Todd has never been as famous as Diddy. Todd has never been as rich as Diddy, right? They gave him 12 years. He didn't have no mental breakdown, nothing. He was not getting his Botox. He didn't have his luxury massages, because you know, Todd will spend some money, okay? Todd was in there like a regular person, but he made up his mind. I'm getting the fuck up out of here. Right? He knew he was gonna get out. You guys, when I tell you I love Todd Chrisley, you know, and that's what my point was earlier, is that these white American people, they don't even act like white Americans. They act like Americans, like, no, this is my country, I'm getting the fuck out. Did you see Todd say, I'm gonna write a letter to the judge? I need to apologize. No, Todd, until the very end, he's like, I did nothing wrong. He said, I did nothing wrong. They said, Todd, he said, I did nothing wrong. I was like, Todd Chrisley is insane. He said, I did nothing wrong. Okay. Todd was like, I did nothing wrong. But you got Diddy over here. Hold on. He was like, I did nothing wrong. Okay. He said, I did nothing wrong. This is it, right? You see? Look at this man. If it was Diddy, he would have been crying, breaking down. This Todd, look.
Reality TV stars Todd and Julie Chrisley will serve lengthy prison terms for their fraud convictions. A federal judge in Atlanta sentenced Todd Chrisley to 12 years in prison yesterday, while his wife Julie got 7 years behind bars.
She's smiling. Todd is smiling. Todd, that y'all 12 years. When I tell you Todd is more hip hop, that's why I feel like hip hop is full of posers. When I tell you that Todd Chrisley is more gangster than Diddy, you don't hear me though. And maybe that's why Cassie knew she could do what she did to him, because he pussy, like he a little bitch. He's a little bitch. Diddy is not brave at all. Diddy's not brave. I think Diddy just lived off his daddy's legacy, because his daddy was out here with Nicki Barnes and shit. He just lived off of that. Diddy is pussy, man. Diddy's pussy. They gave Todd Chrisley 12 years. He came out there with a smile. Like, he said, I did nothing wrong. They said, Todd, he said, I did nothing wrong. He said, I got hacked. He said he was hacked. He said, I never wrote these emails. I said, you know what, though, Todd? I fucks with you. They gave his wife, Julie, 7 years. Look at her with a smile. Like, okay, I'll ride with my mans and them. I'm like, this is insane. Todd went to that jailhouse, the prison, y'all, because that's prison. He went in there. He ran the entire prison. He had inmates coming to him with their cases. Todd, how can you help me? Todd, don't forget, y'all, Todd ran that prison. He was their counselor. He was their motivator. He was their encourager. A white man, a prison full of black people. They all loved them in there. So how you going to be black? You are in a prison full of black people and you having a mental episode. Is you okay? You don't know how to be a leader. Because I'm like, Diddy, you should be finding the next Jodeci in prison. You should be finding your next rap group in prison. Okay, you got to turn everything into an opportunity. No, he's depressed. He's crying. He's this, he's that. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this man? Okay, and even if you have to do 4 years, wow, how will you survive? Diddy, you spend over, like, you're 50 plus, you spend over 40 years of luxury. One thing, if you have to live in a prison for 4 years, because when you come out, you go straight to your fancy house in Miami. Like, shut up. Put shit in perspective. Stop being a little bitch ass. You get on my nerves. Okay? He said he was hacked. He said he was hacked. He said, he said he did nothing wrong. I was like, Todd, you are insane.
The judge sentenced their accountant to 3 years in prison. The couple, known for their show Chrisley Knows.
He said, I did nothing. I'm trying to find the video. He was like, I did nothing wrong. He said, I did nothing wrong. Hold on.
Reality TV couple Todd and Julie Chrisley facing 30 years in prison.
30 years, and they were still smiling. If that was Diddy would have collapsed. Diddy would have collapsed. But I'm like, these are not people who have a tough image. They're not rappers. They're not trailer park trash. They don't do like white bars, white trash stuff. Like, these are very rich white people from Atlanta. But they were facing 30 years, and Todd was still putting on his good old foundation and going to court with his little BB cream on. Like, okay, sis, what happened? Who did what? He said, I did nothing wrong. They said, Todd, do you want to apologize? He said, for what? What'd I do? I did nothing wrong. I said, y'all got to see. If you have Hulu, right? Exactly. Suge Knight has never crumbled. There's not a single picture where you're going to see, who? No, because if you pretend to be, if you say you gangster, then be gangster all the way. At the end of the day, it's 4 years. It's not a murder charge. It's not murder. It's not pedophilia. It's not touching children. It's not molestation. It's what? It's the transportation. Transportation got you losing your mind like this? Wow. Exactly. No, Savannah, step the fuck up. Like, she's so impressive.
You don't lie. You don't cheat. You don't steal.
There have been reports of you having said, just fix it. Fix these documents.
That's not true.
The Chrisley Knows Best stars denied any wrongdoing in our exclusive last August.
Whereas like he's like, oh, I apologize. I apologize. Who did what? He said, I did nothing wrong. They're like, oh, he's like, oh, I want to apologize. I want to say I'm so sorry. These have been wrong. You see, weak as fuck. Weak as fuck. How can you, if you take accountability and you apologize, and there's no need to go to the appeals court, what the fuck are you doing? And once again, these are his lawyers telling him this shit. These lawyers are dumb. They're fucking batshit crazy. They're bigots. Like they're fucking failures. If you are apologizing and you take accountability, there's no need to appeal. Just do the 4 years. You have to not apologize. I did nothing wrong. It was consensual. Are you slow? Yes, it's awful. The video is awful. Even me, I'm like, what the fuck? It's the fucking drugs. That's why I'm trying to get off the fucking drugs. Okay? Todd Chrisley, 4 years? He be like, sure, give me a martini, sis. Like, Todd Chrisley is not going to cry behind the shit.
But yesterday, a federal jury found them guilty on all charges in their fraud case. Prosecutors say Todd and Julie took out $30 million in fraudulent bank loans to fund their lavish lifestyle.
$30 million. The man said, I did nothing wrong. Okay? Suge Knight doesn't cry. He doesn't cry. Even now, he's a little sick. When he goes to jail, when he goes before the judge, like the times I've seen him go before the judge, he walks because he's big. Like this. He walk in there like this. He sit like this. Like Suge Knight, beside me, I feel like the bad boy shit, he took that shit a little too far. Because he went to college. He's college educated. He played football in college. Like, he's not some YN. But when he decided to embody this villain, right, he took that shit too far. But otherwise, I feel like he has more manly energy than Diddy. Diddy's always been a clown. And that's what he said. If you don't want your manager, your producer to be all over your song, come over to Death Row. Because I'm like, he's right. Diddy's a clown. Diddy is very, very silly. You guys, that's what really pisses me off. Like, he's a clown. Why are you falling apart like you're a fucking woman? You know what I'm saying? But Suge Knight, like, I just feel like he took it too far. You know, I get it. Like, when you're a businessman, sometimes people need to know you crazy as fuck because they ain't gonna respect you. I get that part. But you also have to know, like, not to go too far. Like, you gotta have some boundaries, right? Do you have to put your car in reverse and drive over someone and then drive back over the person with your big ass? Yeah, he took that shit too far. It's one thing to affirm yourself. It's another thing to be a violent bully. And I think scaring people because he's so big and he played football. I feel like he enjoyed how he was scaring people. And it's like, no, people need to be scared. Like Machiavelli said, right? If you can't be loved, at least they got to fear you. But you also don't have to turn into a criminal. Like, he just took that shit too fucking far. But he is more masculine than Diddy. He really is. He's more serious than Diddy. Diddy's always giving court gesture. Like, he's just doing the little Diddy Bob, jumping over here, jumping over there, pretend to be a thug, pretend to be a gangster. He's not. Even when he didn't want to release the Locks from the record label, because he had the contract, because the Locks was a contract with Bad Boy. And he didn't want to release them because they wanted to go over to Def Jam to be with DMX and stuff, right? And he didn't want to release them. When I tell you, these boys apply pressure. So it was Jadakiss, it was Chic, it was Styles P, and then it was DMX. They went up there to whoop his ass. He's like, okay. He's not about that life. He's not about that life. He's a poser. And as we can see, because I'm like, 4 years got you acting like this? What is wrong with you? And when you know that you got to go back to the jailhouse, these people got to see you like a real man. Otherwise, you put your own safety at risk. Because if these prisoners feel like you're scared, you cry easily, you have depression, you're afraid of 4 years, there are people who are sitting in Rikers right now. They've done 3 years of Rikers and they have yet to have a court date. You have $1 million lawyers. Like, motherfucker, like, put shit in perspective. Like, it's not that fucking bad. Wumpty wump wump. You have like 5 lawyers that you paid over $1 million each. You're fucking fortunate. Like, stop acting like your life is coming to a fucking end. I wish I had his number. I would cuss him out. Like, this is not masculine. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, he's an imposter. He really is an imposter. Like, put shit in perspective. There are people who are sitting at Rikers, even in Brooklyn where he is, the metro stuff in Brooklyn. There are people who've been there maybe 2-3 years. They have yet to have a court date. Right? So your stuff moved pretty fast. Calm the fuck down. Why you act like a little bitch? You're a small penis. Yeah. He's very silly. And I'm like, to me, that is not masculine. You have Todd Chrisley, who's from the suburb, never had a tough image. He was facing like 30 years. He didn't cry. They gave this man 12 years. He didn't cry because he knew he was going to come the fuck out. And you over here, as if when you come out, you're not going to be worth $300 million. Had you been accused of the RICO, found guilty of the RICO, he would have to forfeit everything. So, like, also put shit in perspective. Put fucking shit in perspective. This shit could have been so much worse. Why are you crying like a little bitch like this? It's fucking disgusting. He's not manly. He's not manly. It's really disgusting.
A year, we probably spend $300,000, sometimes more, just on clothing.
Here are individuals that have lived this lavish lifestyle in the public eye and are still lying and stealing to get it. I think that can have a huge impact on a juror's final decision.
Todd's ex-business partner also gave bombshell testimony, alleging he and Todd had a year-long affair. Todd denies that, but legal analyst Julie Rendelman explains why it was significant.
It allows the jury to say, this is a fair reason why we should believe this person, because they had a motive to help Todd Chrisley.
Is our marriage perfect? No, it's not, but we're not throwing in the towel.
A lawyer for Julie tells ET the couple is devastated and disappointed with the verdict and will be pursuing an appeal. Meanwhile, both Chrisley reality shows were renewed last month, and Todd is set to host a new dating series. A source familiar with Chrisley knows best tells ET they aren't currently filming and upcoming episodes were filmed before the trial. Todd and Julie are now on house arrest, awaiting sentencing set for October.
You know what I tell you? These two people here, they never wavered. They knew they were coming out.
I did. They called me Teflon Todd.
Y'all got out May 28th.
Okay. Easy. This is a white boy with Botox, plastic surgery, bleached blonde hair, a manicure, a pedicure. Okay. And I'm sure a very expensive drunk elephant skincare. He goes to prison. I'm sure there's a big ass black boy in there. They call him Teflon Todd. Diddy is Marshmallow Diddy. He is Pillow Talk Diddy. He's in there crying. He's in here wallowing. He's having depression. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this man? What is wrong with this guy? Oh, you guys, I wish I knew where to find this man. I'll beat his ass tonight. I will cuss him out tonight. Like, what is this? It is not masculine at all. Stop doing this. It's so gross.
Yes. How long ago was that? 3 weeks ago today. 3 weeks ago today. Does it feel like it's been 3 weeks?
I mean,
she does.
I think that your perception of things and mine is different.
Totally different.
So, I mean,
Yes. Well, certain times it feels like it's been a long time, and then certain times it feels like it just happened.
I think for me, I was always free. In my head, I was still free.
Yeah, because you lived at the Ritz and the Caymans really the whole time in your head.
I did not take up residence there. I mean, I was in prison. Prison was not in me. And I made great friends there. And I knew I stayed in my faith. I prayed. I read my Bible. I worked out. I walked. And I wreaked havoc on anyone that was mistreating somebody else.
Oh, did you see what he said? He said, I was not in prison since I was in Cayman Islands. I was at the Ritz-Carlton. Like, he created a world in his head. Oh, yeah. Savannah is the daughter. Julie is her mom. That's Savannah. But her niece is biracial. Her niece is black, half black. You see what he said? He said, I was not in prison. I was in the Cayman Islands. I was at the Ritz-Carlton. Like, prison where? I don't see prison over here. Oh, this is another little setback. This is how you win. Exactly. This is how you win. Diddy's acting like, he's gonna go, I have to apply for a job. They about to make me a felon. Boy, shut up. You're worth $300 million. Even if you come out and your wealth is slashed in half, that you're worth 150. Wow, how are you going to live? You're worth 150. You don't need to apply for a job. You will never have to apply for a job. You can even come out and write a book. Might even make 50 million. Shut up, Diddy. Like, just shut up. You have a bunch of luxury ass attorneys, while most people in Brooklyn have public defendants. Like, you have to put shit in perspective. Like, he's so fucking weak. He is emotionally weak. This is crazy. Sunshine, Todd Chrisley is my boo. Like, he is something else.
We know. And I was an accomplice in wreaking
You were.
havoc.
I could not. Listen, this is the truth. I could not have closed Pensacola without you. You was instrumental in that. And I mean, the warden there, just so she knows, you were my accomplice the entire time. But I mean, she knew that because of the press.
Well, yeah, I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist.
Right. But, she was trying to figure out how is he getting this information to Savannah? How's he getting this information to Savannah? Your staff.
Exactly. And other family members.
Exactly.
So before you go too much into prison,
Mm-hmm.
go back to y'all being dropped off.
Being dropped off?
Yes,
Okay.
being dropped off at prison. I'll let Mom go first.
Mhm.
What was that day like? Explain to people.
That day was just, it started really, really early because you and your dad left around 2 a.m.
Mhm.
because you had to go to Florida because we had to self-surrender on the same day.
Well, it was me, Dad, Grayson, and Nick all went.
Yes, yes. And then for me, it was Chase, Mom, Dad went with me.
Yep, and Chad.
Yes. So we kind of split up. So, I got ready that morning. We got in the car. We left. I've said many times.
Imagine Diddy. Diddy would have passed out. Diddy is so feminine. Like, I don't like this, y'all. That's the part that really triggered me. I had to stop my Stairmaster stuff because I was like, why are you doing all this begging shit? Like, what is wrong with you, though?
Looking back, I don't think it hit me that we were leaving and going to not see each other, speak to each other for years, potentially. Well, it was years.
Yeah.
It was years.
28 months.
Well, no, we say that y'all just got up and left that morning like you were coming home that night.
Mm-hmm.
We did.
And I think that there was some of that mentality because I don't know that the shock, we were still in shock.
Right.
And so I think that for me, I had you and Grayson and Nick, and on that drive down there, we hardly ever spoke. I mean, we didn't talk.
Yeah.
And Grayson fell asleep on my shoulder. And I just remember, because I had said to you like a week before, because you said, "Are you afraid?"
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "No." I said, God has taken that from me. And I'm so grateful for that because when I got out with my Bible, I didn't have any fear.
I will never forget you as we pull up.
You would expect Diddy to talk like this. I am not afraid. No, it pisses me off because it's not masculine like Sunshine is not. Because in the bigger scheme of things, you guys, if he had been found guilty of the RICO, it would have been life in prison. So I'm like, I just feel like the way I live my life is that I always try to look at the good sides of things, right? Most people that are held in Brooklyn, they can't even afford these lawyers. Like if they were to even have one of these lawyers, it's because it happens to be a pro bono case. And what are the odds of that? Right? There are people, because Brooklyn is not, it's a jailhouse. It's not even a prison, it's a jailhouse. There are people who are in Brooklyn they've been there for 2-3 years. They have yet to have a court date. Diddy's case moved pretty fast. It moved pretty fast. All right. Then you have multi-million-dollar attorneys, not one, not two, not three, not four, not five, like 6, 7, 8. Hello. Right? Like, be so for real. Be so for real. The serious charges you were not found guilty of. You only were found guilty of 2 charges and pertains to transportation of prostitution. It's a fucking joke. It's a fucking joke. He knew he was not even going to get 5 years. Get the fuck out of here. Okay? Yeah, what the fuck? 10 years for what? Yeah, right. Then all of New York City be going to jail. So it's not going to happen. So, okay, they gave you 50 months. Wumpty wump wump. They gave Todd 12 years. He only did 28 months. Trump got him out. You have the money to pay for a pardon. Why are you crying? Like, put shit in perspective. You really think that if you were to offer Jared Kushner $20 million right now, you would be out of jail? The same money you wanted to, and mind you, initially he wanted to give like $50 million for bail money, which means the government would have held on to his $50 million. The fact that they denied him bail is actually good because he kept his liquidity. Like, it's everything worked out for you, actually. But I'm like, that $50 million, if you want, even take half that money, give it to Jared Kushner. You're going to get out. What's your problem? Trump is president. You pay for a pardon, you get the fuck out. Why are you crying? Even if you do the 4 years and you come out, as long as Trump is there, pay for a pardon, you will stop being a felon. What's the problem? Trump has 34 felonies conviction. He's president. Why are you falling apart like this? Right? Why are you crumbling like this? So, like, to me, it's really not masculine. It's not becoming of a leader at all. Like, stop doing this bitch shit. Like, it's pussy shit. Like, it just gets on my nerve. You're not dying. But I'm like, Todd, they gave him 12 years. Julie got 7 years. She got more time than Diddy. And she didn't even crumble. She got up, she made her bag, she went and she surrendered. What the fuck is wrong with your ass? Like, it's disgusting.
You said y'all don't get out. We're going to say our goodbyes. I'm not hugging y'all goodbye.
Right. Yeah. Because it was never goodbye for me. It was always see you later.
Damn.
And I knew I was going to see you later. The hard part of that day, it didn't.
Presley is not so. Nobody touched Todd in prison. Diddy has enough money. He just needs to go out there and start making friends. Oh, what the heck? Do what to you in prison? There's a bunch of black people in there. It's Brooklyn. He's in Brooklyn. There's a bunch of black people. So, like, you don't know how to make friends with people and shit? Tell them all kinds of story and shit. Tell your sons to help their families and pay their bills and shit. You don't know how to do shit? Like, what the fuck? Even his kids, you're like, Daddy, who do we have to help out? Like, what the fuck are they up to? That's why I say he didn't raise boys. He raised a bunch of little princesses. This is crazy. Because me, Marlene, if it was my daddy, you already know. Give me their names. Everybody, their rent's going to be paid. Like, it's prison. And you're surrounded by black people. You're around family. You're going to be fine. Who needs money? Whose mama sick? Okay, whose mama need a wheelchair? Whose mama need a new fridge? She gonna have that tomorrow. What's the problem? When you have money, you don't have enemies, you have friends. Because everybody has a price. Just pay the damn price. Why are you sitting here crying like this? Oh, what the fuck? There are people, you even have 20-year-olds, they give these people 20 life, double life. They don't even flinch. So I'm like, he's not brave. He's weak. Diddy's been an imposter. I have seen 20-year-olds, 22-year-olds. They get 20 years, 40 years, 50 years. Some they get double life. They don't even flinch because they're ready for that shit. Why are you scared? Why are you scared? Like, what is wrong with this kid? Like, he's just weird.
Set in with me until that evening that I realized that I wasn't going to see you again.
Right.
I was going to see our kids. I was going to see my mom, but I would not be seeing you.
Right.
So that was hard that first night. Yeah. And I was so angry with God. And, I remember when the lights went out, I lay there and I cried and I said, God, why have you forsaken me? What did I do in my life that warrants this? You know, these things are not true, but yet you allowed it to happen. And I went to sleep, and in my dream, God came to me and said, I have planted you where I need you. And when you leave, they will rise. And you and I talked to you about that. I never understood it. Now I understand it with the movement that we have going on with the prisons and stuff. I now understand what that dream meant, because when I leave, they will rise. Well, I have left, and now the place is closing. Now the new memo has come out that there's going to expand home confinement, that these men are going to, through a new great director, Billy Marshall and Josh Smith, the deputy director, those have now come out making sure that President Trump's initial initiative for First Step Act in 2018, that those men and women will now get those credits and they will be reunited with their families. So I now know exactly what the dream meant, because they are rising.
Mm-hmm. And so for you, Mom, because see, I wasn't there when you got dropped off. So what was...
Right. Was I scared? Absolutely. I was scared of the unknown because I didn't know what it was going to be like. You know, I didn't know. And where I am, which was different than where Dad was
very different.
I was an extension of a real prison.
And when she says real, she means within the Bureau of Prisons, they've got supermax, max, mediums, lows, and camps.
Right. So
that was a medium?
I was a satellite camp off of a federal medical center, which housed all custody levels.
Mm-hmm.
So there was, the fence and the razor wire and, the security there. Now, where I was in particular, there wasn't, but it was right next door to it.
But
so
the receiving,
where you had to be received, I had to go into that part of the prison.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that was different than where you were.
I didn't, as I've
yours
said.
is scary. Yours is scary. His is not.
Yeah. Cause mine was just like a busted, broke little summer camp.
Yeah.
I mean,
it was. So I was scared. Just because I didn't know what to expect.
And then when you had to go through that process of them putting you in the system, you came out and there was a van waiting to take you.
Yes. So I came out and there was a white van waiting to take me.
We laugh because tell them who's driving the van.
Okay, so there were 2 women in the van. Now keep in mind, I didn't know these women. I got to know these women later, So the lady driving the van was doing a 25-year prison sentence. And so when I went to prison, she had already been in prison over 20 years. So she was driving.
How was she?
How's she there for 20 years if her sentence was 25?
Yeah.
Well, because she didn't get FSA and she had lost a lot of good time.
Yeah.
Oh, so she was thugging it up while she was there.
So we talked about her friend.
I ain't talking about her friends because I got thugs too.
She now has a book. She has several books out, but we'll
Good for
talk about
her.
that later. I remember it very vividly. I got in the van and they knew I was coming.
Yeah.
Word had gotten around, so they knew I was coming. And I get in the van and I'm just sitting there. They're like, the one girl, she says, "I'm just going to let you know, you're going to hate it."
Oh, she did.
It's a piece of crap. It's hot. It's cold. You're going to hate it. It's horrible. I was like, okay. 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 And I walked in the door and then I was just like bombarded. So I walk in the door. There was someone there to show me where to go. Ended up, I didn't know at the time, but a girl got me to the room, got me a bed, a nice bed, actually. She ended up being my bunkie later on,
Okay.
like 2 years later. But it was very overwhelming because people kept coming in and, because I was new and people knew who I was.
Yeah.
So it was really overwhelming for the first few days for me.
This episode of Unlocked is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Do you ever find yourself playing the budgeting game? Help find you options within one.
No,
but still, this
Yeah.
is a woman in custody that's driving this van and just barreling down, and you just see her in there, and I'm like, you probably should not be driving.
Oh yeah, we drove. There were vehicles all over the place.
Yeah, that was
Gators.
I didn't do any of that. I did not work.
These are white ass. These are super white ass white people. And they're more gangster than Diddy. This old bad boy for life. He was a fool. He's a poser. He is a poser because this is when you need to be about that lifestyle. I'm like, Diddy, shut up. It's only 50 months. And if they take the time you already did, you might even come out by June. Oh my gosh, calm the fuck down. Damn. Like I'm so fucking annoyed by that. Like I'm like, you annoy me. Even if you have to do all 4 years, oh my Lord. Oh my gosh, how will you live? But ultimately, even if you have to do all 4 years, at least it's over. It's done. And once you're done with this, you turn the page, we move the fuck on. You gotta have the right kind of mindset, right? But Cassie, you know damn well she go around nobody, and then what? She can't come back again. It's over. So you're done. Right? Like, don't you wish even Russell Simmons knew like he also had to do 4 years and be done with that? But at least it's over. It's over. You're free. Like you're done. And then we're going to move on. Then they're going to go find something else to be mad about. Exactly. Like, put stuff in perspective. No. Then if you're scared to go to prison, then why are we doing this shit anyways? What the fuck? Like, what is this? But I'm like, look at Todd Chrisley. He's like super fucking white. And he went in there and he owned that jailhouse. He owned that prison. Why can't you own that place?
I did not give them any labor.
You were in the chapel.
Yeah, but I prayed for their demise. That's the only work I did.
Yeah, but there also was somebody that said that you really didn't have a job in the chapel. You remember that?
That was that person that had that little Instagram account.
Yeah.
That said that I didn't work in the chapel. Well,
Yeah.
you know, you shouldn't be lying on God's helpers. That you can't be doing that. When you start messing with God's chosen children, he will strike you down. I was in the chapel the entire.
Look at Todd. Todd said he's God chosen. Todd is insane. Todd, I think you're bipolar. You must be bipolar.
When I got there, I did my processing, which took literally 5 minutes. And they said, we'll walk you up to laundry. So they walked me up to laundry. And I remember seeing those ugly ass green uniforms.
Yeah.
And I remember saying, I said, is this the only one color? And the guy laughed and he said, yeah, it's all one color. I said, okay. So he gives me my uniforms and I'm walking back and I get to my room and I have all this stuff laying on my bed, like a shaving kit with all my stuff that I would use and, tennis shoes and new sweats and stuff. And I'm like, because I had read that you're going to be taking nothing for free because you got to give something up.
Yeah.
And I'm too old to be fighting all these people off. And so I started looking at it. And I'm like, well, someone's already here. And they said, no, that's yours. They said, Jig will be over to see you in a little bit. I said, who? They said, Jig. And I said, what is that? And he said, that's his name. I said, his name is Jig. And he said, yeah. I said, okay. So I just still moved it and put it in a chair.
Yeah, actually, I'm not taking this.
Yeah, because you can't have me for a honey bun. That you just can't do. Now later on, a good pair of Nikes, we could have talked. But I get my bed made up and all that stuff, and then all of a sudden, this guy comes walking. And he's about 5 feet tall, muscles everywhere, and he goes,
so happy.
"You got your stuff?" And I said,
Todd, are you sure you're not gay? He said muscles everywhere. Todd, I'm sorry, Todd, you are never going to beat down the rumor that you gay. What kind of man cares about the color of the prison uniform? Baby, they gave you 12 years in prison. And your only concern is doing 12 years in the fashionable green color Pantone. Todd, you gay as fuck. You see how happy he is that the man came with muscles? I said, Todd, you are never beating down those allegations. Julie is your beard, but she's a real one, though. She's a real one. She knows you like it both ways. Todd is out of his damn mind. He said, that's the only color you have. Todd, you're a prisoner. He said, okay. We said, for a good pair of Nike, we could have talked to this fucking batshit crazy. I love he said, Todd, have a fight for my bussy. You guys, I swear, if you see the one he has on Hulu, Todd is out of his fucking mind. That's why I'm like, Diddy gets on my nerves. Diddy really gets on my nerves. Like, you would expect that kind of crash out from Todd. Because he's very, he's very, not just that he's white, he's very posh. Like, he's very bougie. He's a lot, right? But I'm like, Todd went in there and he was braver than Diddy. Like, it's embarrassing. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is insanity.
I said, you must be Jig. He said, one and only. And I said, he said, word had been sent to me. He said, to make sure you had everything that you needed. And I said, should I ask who sent word to you? He said, well, we'll just leave it as a good Samaritan. And I said, okay. So, well, I can pay you for this. He said, no, you can't. He says, because I'm to look out for you. And I said, well, I can take care of myself. He said, I don't have no doubt. He said, but I still got to do what I got to do. So from that point forward, Jig and I became like best buddies. And finally, after about 7 months of being there, he tells me who had told him to do that. And I said, you've got to be kidding me. So then, you start hearing people's stories and stuff.
Yeah.
And I made a great friend in Jig, and Jig, there was no reason to look out for me because nothing went on there. I told you it's a bad busted summer camp.
Yeah.
So we didn't have there was no fights. There was no dating.
That's a lot. There was a fight.
Which one?
Remember the one where he was running down the sidewalk with one shoe on? And
oh, that wasn't really a fight. That was
stabbing.
That's overrated. He was my little fat Samoan friend. And he ran out of his shoe because he was chasing that guy because that guy owed him.
He said, It was a stabbing is all that was overrated. Let me find out Todd is gangster. Like, look, can you imagine this white boy? But would you ever think that Todd Chrisley would survive prison? What a positive attitude. He said, I was not in prison. They came in islands. Look at Diddy. Oh, bad boy for life. We real gangsters out here. Yeah, nigga. We don't won't stop, can't stop. And look at this man crying like this. Diddy really disappointed me today. He said, that's my little fat Samoan friend. Todd is old. I love this man. Todd should have had a nervous breakdown. Like, I'm going to be with a bunch of black people. I'm not going to make it. No, Diddy is black. He's surrounded by a bunch of black people. He grew up in New York. He was raised in New York, but he's in Brooklyn. You would think they took this man to Guantanamo. You are in your element. You're still in New York City. Is you from New York or nah? Like, what is this? What is going on? No, he gets on my nerves. It's Brooklyn. He's from Harlem. Whoa. Your whole life you grew up in New York. You're a New Yorker. Like, come on, like you're staying in Brooklyn. Womp thing, womp womp. Like, be a man. Like, stop doing this weird shit. It's just bizarre.
Money for a bed. So that's not really like violence. I mean, that's just pay me my money for I beat the shit out of you. And you know, I mean, I do that out in the streets. So, I mean, I don't consider that bad. But we didn't have really a lot of that. And you know, you and I have talked about that. And we didn't have guys. They didn't argue. We just didn't.
We had lots of arguments.
No, Daddy.
Women.
Daddy almost got sent to county one time.
What, when I jumped on that guy? About you?
Yes. So, and that was a thing that people don't realize.
A snitch told on Lori Loughlin.
Yeah, it was the college admissions guy.
Yeah.
The college admissions scandal guy was there at Dad's place.
Mm-hmm.
And what was it that happened?
He was talking smack, saying that, you know, he didn't wear a wire. He never told on anyone. You know, the Fed set him up, this, that, and the other. Well, you and I both know because we know that whole deal personally because of Felicity and him. So, and we'd watched it all. So we knew what had happened. So he starts talking and then he said something about Savannah.
Well, he was all up in your space and he was trying to like ask questions and all this stuff. And Dad made a comment or something to him like, are you trying to write another book? Because I'm not going to be a chapter in it. So like, get the hell out.
And so he came and asked me, he said, have you started your book? And I said, no. He said, I've started working on mine. And I said, well, I hope that the first chapter introduces you as the biggest snitch in America. And I said, so you and I told him about Felicity and Bill and Lori and them. And I said, I don't want to ever have another conversation with you. And so he turned around and walked out. So months later, he was talking shit about Savannah because that's when she had already started, you know, pulling the Barbara Walters and exposing everything in the BOP. Mm-hmm. And so he started talking smack. And so I just walked up to him and I said, I'm going to say this one more time. I'm already in prison.
He was not this calm because guys told me at visitation that I'm pretty sure Dad said he would shit down his neck.
I said, I will rip your head off and shit down your neck if you talk about my child again. And I meant what I said. And you know I would have done that. And he was like, I'm not. I said, I don't need you to be afraid of me. Just be aware that if my daughter's name comes out of your mouth again, I will rip your head off and shit down your neck.
Oh, okay.
So we never had another problem with him. I never had another problem with him. But that's really the only issue that I had. I mean, I told staff off. I mean, I told COs and staff.
I didn't have that.
No, because you was up there being Miss Pollyanna. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, because I will never forget at the very beginning, you called me and you were all to pieces because that one asshole CEO that walks around with those glasses on, he looks like kind of like an old Jeffrey Dahmer.
Well, there's a lot of those.
He locked her in the cafeteria.
Oh, yeah, he was a food service. Yeah, he's.
But here's the thing. Only your mother would get locked in a cafeteria. Nobody else does dumb shit like that. I never even went in our cafeteria.
He did it because he was pissed off at her. He did it on purpose.
And I would have put a BP-8 on his ass.
He was just a miserable human being.
But
They all are. I was surrounded by miserable human beings. And every day I got up and it was my sole intent to make their life even more miserable because they were there to make our lives miserable. And that's what I never understood. Because you had a handful of guys there that thought that they would buddy up to the staff.
Yeah.
And they'd go telling everyone else.
We had a few of those.
And I would say to him, I'd say, what in your mind makes you think that they're your friends?
Right.
Yeah.
It is us against them.
They are not your friends.
No, it's us against them.
Sure.
If you've been following me and my family for a while, then you know I have gone through tons of changes. When it comes to my hair, I have always wanted 500,000 people and is clinically tested to deliver real results in just 3 to 6 months.
He said, what in your mind would ever make you think that these people is your friend? I'm like, it sounds like me talking about white people. What would ever make you think that these people are your friend? Okay. I'm like, Todd, this is the kind of energy you would expect from Diddy. Not Todd Chris. Y'all, Todd is just too posh. But no, Todd is more gangster than Diddy. And yet he never went around pretending to be a gangster, doing hip hop, acting tough, grabbing his crotch, right? Now look at your boy Diddy. It is embarrassing, you guys. I want to just smack the shit out of him. You need to snap out of this shit. Like, what is this? This is unbelievable. And Todd wears BB creams. He is braver than Diddy. You know what I'm saying? He was like, okay, you want to make me miserable? Every day I wake up, I'll make your life even more miserable. Play with me if you want to, okay? But I'm like, this is the kind of stuff you would expect from Diddy, like Diddy to have this kind of energy. Like, you know what? At the end of the day, I'm still rich. I still have Diddy lives on an island in Miami. He has so much fucking money. So either way, it's not like you need to apply for a job. No. Do you need to apply for a mortgage? No. Do you still have a private jet? Yes. Are you still the diddler? Yes. Wow. 48 months. How you gonna make it? Like, he does too much. He does too much. He really does too much. Okay? Like, he is insane. He's so weak. Hold on, y'all.
Nutrafol to your routine is easy and no prescription is needed. Order online with free shipping and automated deliveries. Subscribe to save 20% and enjoy perks like one-on-one naturopathic consults and a free Headspace membership to support your hair growth journey. This summer, stop worrying about your hair and start making memories. For a limited time, Nutrafol is offering our listeners $10 off your first month subscription and free shipping when you go to Nutrafol.com and enter the promo code UNLOCKED. Find out why Nutrafol is the best-selling hair growth supplement brand at Nutrafol.com. Spelled Nutrafol.com, promo code UNLOCKED. That's Nutrafol.com, promo code UNLOCKED.
And mind you, the nasty stuff him and Cassie were doing, all this sex with all these people in and out of prison, sex workers, he could have had HIV. You really could have had HIV. Over here, crying because they're giving you 4 months. If you had HIV, that would be for the rest of your life. Like, you got to put shit in perspective. Take almost 50. I mean, he is 50. You're older than me. And look at how you're falling apart like this. Like, you're that old and you don't know how to take life from the good side. Like, put shit in perspective. Like, it's not that bad. It could have been worse. You don't have to fumble and crumble like that. Like, you are a father. Like, you have kids. Be a man. Be stoic. Okay? Because ultimately, too, you are not a baby. Like, even if Cassie propositioned you, you also didn't have to go through these goofy ass free calls. So listen, take ownership. She realized she could, so she did it. But it really could have been bad, but it's not that bad. And when you come out, you're still going to be rich and you're still going to live on an island in Miami that most people will never be able to afford. Shut up. Your privileged ass. Get to my fucking nerves.
Y'all's prison experiences were definitely very different.
Yes.
Yours was harsher than what yours was.
I think that's the way that it is for women in general.
Yes, that's the way that it is for women in general, but also throughout the whole appeal process. Mom had to go through things that you never had to.
Right.
Such as the diesel therapy, the Con Air,
Right. Well, I think it goes back to just how our prison sentences were different. I was in a building that was 100 years old, that had no air conditioning.
Mm-hmm.
It had a radiator heat. So it was cold at times in the winter and it was really, really hot in the summertime.
Well, I can't even imagine, because you remember during the summer to when the air conditioning was even out in the visitation room.
Yeah. And
that was on the very bottom, basement.
So there was the basement and then there was the first, second, and third floor.
Mm-hmm.
At times during the summer, the temperature on the third floor would be somewhere between 110 and 120 degrees.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
See, I would have been raised in mortal hell.
So for that, it was much different and harsher than where your dad was.
But
because it was everything was very old.
But we went without air conditioning there for about a week.
Yeah, and
I called Savannah on the phone because I knew that they was listening on the Biden phone up there. Because every time you used a payphone, that's what we called it, the Biden phone. I would go up there because I knew they was eavesdropping. So I'd go up and I'd tell them everything that I wanted them to hear. I'd tell Savannah.
Mm-hmm.
And literally when I told them, I said, I want you to report to the press. I said that they're housing these men in here in 100-degree weather. I said, there's no air, et cetera, et cetera. The next day they had the company out there and they installed 2 brand new units.
So we didn't have that.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't have that option to even get repaired because we didn't have it to begin with.
Yeah.
So
also there was a point in time, I forgot what it was, But the fire marshal came out and said
they had screwed all of the windows closed.
Yes. And so that's what I had told the director, that they needed to pull the records for how many times the fire department was called at Pensacola to see just all the inhumane things that were being done. And even the fire marshal was like, you can't do this.
The fire marshal stood in the front lobby of our building and said, who screwed these windows closed? And the staff, the CEOs, which they didn't, they're guards.
Right.
And they're like, okay. And I said, I'll tell you who did it. And I outed them. I told every bit of it, because I never threw rocks and hit hands. I want you, if I hit you between your eyes with a rock, I need you to know I got you. So I ain't hiding behind it.
But even with the conditions, both conditions were pretty bad.
Right.
Yours, I would argue, was way worse than his.
Yeah.
But when it came to the whole
because what he's saying is, because we're famous and the media cares, right? If they know you're telling Savannah, they're going to fear the leak going to the media, so they're going to fix it. Miss Julie, she was very submissive. So she's being abused. She's getting locked in the cafeteria. She's suffering in heat, probably having perimenopause or menopause, and she's not telling her daughter. So they can continue to abuse her. It's like, nah. And I'm like, she sounds like Diddy. He's in there. He's depressed. He don't want to get out of his room. He crying all day. Tyler's like, you know what? I'm famous and the media cares. I'm going to tell my daughter. She's going to tell the media, you people are in here abusing us. You are in here abusing us. Okay? You are really in here abusing us. And I even feel like Diddy, the fact that he's in there, I don't even think he's trying to get the other inmates legal help. Because he could have raised hell also for the prison system also of NY. Because it's like, if he really wanted to, Diddy can get a lawyer for pretty much everybody in there and start filing complaints because he got the money. But I think he's in there and he only worries about himself. That's why he got time to be so fucking depressed and shit. Because he's not putting things in perspective. Because I'm like, Diddy, with all the people that are in there, you can even file a class action lawsuit against the Prison Bureau of New York. No, he's in there being submissive, crying, and just thinking about himself so he can get himself out. That's what he's doing in there. He's not trying to help anybody else. Like, everything that happens to you, you always have to find a way to, like, okay, how can I use this to serve? How can I use this to learn? But he's still very selfish. Because I'm like, who have you tried to help since you've been in there? How many other black men, especially these young people, you try to get a lawyer while you in there? Let's talk about some real shit. Right? Because I'm done talking about this Filipina. But my thing is, since you've been in there, who have you helped though? What young man have you got a lawyer for? Yeah, he's in there being submissive. He's depressed. He don't want to get out of bed. He wants to be on the phone all the time. I'm like, that's extremely feminine. Go to the yard, work out, get to know these men, get to know their story. Because while you were living lavish, they were living impoverished. Learn. It's gonna do you some good. Like, and let me tell you something. Even a part of me is like, you know what? Maybe he needs to be in there for 4 years, y'all, because he needs to know how some black people live. When they make this music and they promote that bullshit, and then you got young people running behind them trying to keep up with that shit, and they catch cases, he needs to know. He needs to know. So listen, everything happens for a reason. But if God saw fit for you to have 4 years, obviously he wants to humble you, and he might want you to be sober, and he might want you to have empathy for other people, because Diddy's he's a brat. He's had money since he was like 20 something. I think when he started Bad Boy, he was like 21, 22. Now he's like 56 something. So he needs to know there are a lot of black people who are suffering. So I'm like, God does everything for a reason. So yes, be in there and serve. Be of service. Don't put your case first. Help other people get out of that place. Help other people get better lawyers. Think about other people. You gonna give this goofy ass Filipina 20 million. Get out of here with that shit. Foolish. I wouldn't have even paid her. If you knew you're gonna go to jail, don't even pay her ass. Like, what the heck? Well, yeah, because he's done bad things too. So that's not, I'm not gonna be like, oh, your hands are completely clean. I'm just like, it's BS. But ultimately, if God saw fit that it worked out this way, then God also wants you to repent and be a better person. It's gonna make you better, but he definitely needs to be sober because he has a drug problem. He really does. He has a drug problem. But I'm saying, while you're in there as well, you can see a baby Justin in there, a baby Christian in there, a baby Quincy in there. You help these young people, give them advice, mentor people, occupy yourself, right? Even if you have to do all 4 years, you're surrounded by a bunch of black people. Be a dad in there to these young boys and give these young people advice. You decide how it's going to be. You can be miserable, or it can be a great learning lesson for you, right? Like, stop acting like your life is coming to an end. They only gave you 4 years. Shut the fuck up. Do too fucking much. Do you know how long I've been fat? Do you see me out here complaining? Shut up. Like, he's so privileged. Hold on, you guys.
Transport process for you, because I think that addresses to some of the comments you and I talked about it that have been made, that when you look at mom, she just looks different in her eyes. Do you think that has a part to play in it?
That was a huge part. The transit process was something that I do not wish on anybody. I mean, I really don't. It was horrible. I left my prison. And keep in mind, yes, we're in prison, but you're not shackled. You're not handcuffed. You're not in a room that's locked.
Yeah. And they got you super, super early in the morning, right? One of your friends called me.
Yeah, it was early. It was not super early that morning.
Okay.
When I left the other facilities, it was early in the morning. But I remember I left early. You are shackled. You are handcuffed, belly chained. And you are taken to the airport. You're put on a plane with men. And it's usually, there's usually no more than maybe like 10 women. And then the rest of the plane is completely full with men. And then
but at
you're
that
transported.
time, you were one of 3 women. During one time.
Right. I believe when I left. But the thing about it is you stop and you pick people up and people get off. So you don't know where you're going. They will not tell you where you're going. All they tell you is you're getting on this plane. I left Kentucky. I went to Oklahoma, which is a transfer.
Didn't you stop in Memphis
portal.
first?
I think that was on the way back. I stopped in Memphis. I went to Oklahoma. If you get off the plane in Oklahoma, you're going to either the transfer center, which is there, it's attached to the airport, or you're going to Cimarron, which is about a 2-hour bus ride from the airport, or you're going to Grady County Jail. So when I left Kentucky, I went to Cimarron, and I was in Cimarron for 6 days. And you're locked in there. You're in a pod, but you have cells that you're in. During counts, you're locked in your cell. Of course, the time that I was there was like their twice yearly big shakedown and inspection. So it was a lot of time sitting in a cell. I was in there with one other person. She was a super nice girl that was in transit as well. But it was just a whole different. So most of it were people waiting to either be sentenced or waiting to be transferred to prison. So they were just starting their prison sentences. I was there for 6 days. They tell you.
And I spent a fortune
midnight
trying for us to talk.
Yes.
Literally during that whole process of transport, I probably
horrible.
spent $1,500.
Yeah. The only real advantage to to the transport is that we were able to talk more because as long as you have money and you either they give you a tablet or there's a phone in the pod where you can talk.
Yeah. So like during her transport, we could talk. It wasn't like
they cut off at night, but you could talk. I could talk to her.
If we wanted to talk 2 hours a day, we could.
Right. So I was there for 6 days. Midnight, they told me, pack your stuff up, you're leaving. So I packed my little bit of stuff I had, just clean your space up, get ready to go. I sat there at a table till around 2-3 in the morning, because Cimarron is a 2-hour drive from the airport. So let me back up. When I got to the airport in Oklahoma, they put you on this bus. It was freezing cold. It was loud because it's, everybody's handcuffed and shackled. 2-hour drive. Get there. You have to check in. Got to the pod. I was there for 6 days. Midnight one night, they tell me, get ready.
And so you go from there where?
So I went from there to Lovejoy, which is in Atlanta.
Yes. And that
right outside of Atlanta.
That facility is male and female.
Yeah, they all are male and female. Everywhere I was.
But you don't come in contact.
She was
everywhere.
This one.
At Lovejoy, it is very close quarters as far as there's basically, when I was there were 2 pods for women and the rest of the whole facility, hundreds and hundreds were men. But when I was brought into Lovejoy, you were put in a holding cell.
Oh, you called me sobbing.
Yes. And it literally, there were men right in the next holding cell beside you, and literally I'm hearing this guard talking to this guy that was in the holding cell, man, I thought you were carving a turkey with that one. Literally where he had cut somebody up. Yeah, I got in a fight and cut someone up. Yeah. I was panic.
She called
Keep in
me
mind,
literally.
We got to Lovejoy around 1:30 in the afternoon. It was 10:30 at night before I got back to my pod.
That's when she called me.
It was horrible. Horrible. I was in this little holding cell with, I believe it was 2 or 3 other women. Got back there. It was loud. The whole place reeked of marijuana. It was crazy, like crazy.
But you were there for how long?
I was there for 6 days at the beginning. I was in Cimarron. Then I was at Lovejoy from there till around 10 days after the trial.
Yeah.
So
and that was
like 40-ish or
was, and I will never
days.
forget sitting there after the resentencing and Alex asking Judge Eleanor Ross if for mom to be given a furlough to go back to the prison, because clearly she was given that at the beginning, or if we can't pay for the federal government to transport her via vehicle to the facility, because they've done that before.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, no, she'll be treated like the rest of them.
But yet she didn't treat us like the rest of the people.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to address that. Judge Eleanor Ross, when you look at her cases and you look at how many have been flipped back
Mm-hmm.
from the appellate court, the number is astronomical.
Mm-hmm.
And that is something that we need to be looking into, because you have these judges that do not have the education or the bandwidth. Just because you graduate from and get your bar license doesn't mean that you're educated in finance, that you're educated in medical, that you have a medical degree. It doesn't mean anything.
You see what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. Diddy, why are you apologizing to this judge? Why are you begging? Who is he? Because he wears a blue robe or what? A black robe? Don't nobody give a fuck. You know how many judges? Do you know how many judges are in America? Like over 1 million? Womp. How many people are worth 300 million? There you go. There you go. You're in the top percent. You're in the top 1% of America. So why would you ask somebody why would you beg somebody who make 100,000 or 200,000? Oh my God, feel sorry for me. Oh, I'm going to do better. Like, can you imagine you're worth 300 million and you're begging somebody that has a 9 to 5? Do you not know how you just stroke their ego? He's a fucking idiot. But then again, he's not a Christian, because he would have read his Bible. The pontiff said to Jesus, I can take your life. Jesus said, no, the fuck you can't. I give you my life. You better get that. You better get it straight. He said, oh, what the fuck? I'm not a regular prisoner, bitch. I'm here because I want to be here. There you go. That's my Jesus. He said, I can take your life. Jesus said, nope, you cannot. I give you my life. You stupid. You're going to sit here and cry for some Indian. You're going to find out he came to America like less than 40 years ago, 30 years ago. The whole time, you from here, okay? You really are an FBA, and you over here crying to an Indian. This dude is embarrassing. I could never do it. That's what Todd is saying. Who are you again? A judge. Okay, Ann, I'm getting the fuck out. And all your cases are going to be overturned. And that's why I said this is what it means to be an American. And the way Diddy is moving, he acting like he an illegal, he a second-class citizen. He's back. He's a sharecropper. He's the grandson of Dred Scott. What is going on with you? Behave like you have to see yourself as an American, not a hyphen American. You are an American. Who are you again? You make 200,000. You could hire this man, Diddy. Why would you ever beg this man for forgiveness? Who is he? Like, who is this man again? Please, you are insane. You are really insane. It could never be me. I'm not begging no Indian. You are insane. Fuck you. Hold on, y'all. What's wrong with my computer? I'm not begging you. Come on, computer. What's going on? Lord have the mercy. Tell me, what is wrong? Lord Jesus, what is going on?
Brad.
Yeah, sorry. Apologies. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Yeah. No, they can't, because he raised clowns. They're not. They're very unserious children. Savannah.
The number is astronomical. And that is something that we need to be looking into, because you have these judges that do not have the education or the bandwidth. Just because you graduate from and get your bar license doesn't mean that you're educated in finance, that you're educated in medical, that you have a medical degree. It doesn't mean that you're a tax advisor. Because if you'll remember in our case, she didn't understand these numbers.
Yeah.
All she understood was that we've got a ton of money, we've spent a ton of money, and that we think we're above the law.
Exactly.
That's all she cared about. But this is a judge who would come in and take her shoes off and sit in the chair, Indian style. So it doesn't surprise me when you told me that.
What video? What video they presented? There was a video. What video was it? Oh, Lord Jesus. His team, his legal team hates him. And even his lawyer is fat. That Italian man, he is fat. Probably spent all his day eating straboni, pasta. Like I told you, I don't trust a fat man. He don't exercise. Me, my lawyer will have to be fit. Like I'm like, even Dave, what's his name? Brian still should have been the head lawyer. I can't have a fat lawyer. Diddy's lawyer is chubby. He's a chubby little man. He's like the Pillsbury Doughboy. Johnny Cochran wasn't fat. Like, I'm not doing this. They played a video. This video right here.
A sentencing hearing for Sean Diddy Combs about to start in New York City. He won't be sentenced on prostitution charges right.
Enough.
My nose fell off.
The video shows Combs playing with his kids, working in the recording studio with producers, and winning awards. It includes interviews with various people praising Combs for his character and talking about his impact on the music industry. Now, back in July, the hip-hop mogul was convicted on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. He was acquitted of the most serious charges of racketeering and sex trafficking. During the trial, jurors heard from women who described being beaten, threatened, sexually assaulted, and blackmailed by Combs. They also heard testimony from Combs's former girlfriend, the R&B singer Cassie Ventura. She told the jury Combs ordered her to have sex with strangers hundreds of times while she was on drugs he provided. Combs would watch and sometimes videotape these encounters, which he called freak-offs. And the jury was also shown the video of Combs dragging and beating Ventura in an LA hotel hallway. Now, on the charges that Combs was convicted of, he's facing a sentence of up to 20 years in prison. Prosecutors are asking the judge for 11 years. Combs's defense lawyers say that sentence is, quote, wildly out of proportion. They're asking.
I guess he's just me. I really despise the fact that he didn't take the stand. When I tell you my black ass would have been Nina Brown, even Cardi B. Cardi took the stand for her case against that lady. She took the stand. I'm like, you were there. You were there. What you scared for? People want to take your life and you sit there quietly and you all submissive like that. Even Tory Lanez, take the stand. You were there. You know what happened. You were there. No, you want to, reasonable doubt will get me. Okay, play stupid games with your life. When you get convicted, it is so hard to come out and appeal. So when you go to court, you got to put everything on your side. They want to turn this into protect all women type of bullshit. Like, what the fuck? Like, what is this? You all crazy. Take the fucking stand and tell them exactly what happened. I didn't shoot that girl. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I might have done some shit in my life, but I didn't shoot that girl. People need to hear you say that. You want to sit there quietly. Yeah, his lawyer is fat. He's a chubby little boy. You need you a fit lawyer. I even said the same thing about Carmelo's lawyer. I said he's too skinny. He looked like he vegan. Like them weird Christian vegan white people in the mountains. That's what he looks like. You need a lawyer that just gives Texas. You need a lawyer that believes in like self-defense. You need a lawyer that believes in stand your ground. You gotta get you a handsome lawyer, a big lawyer, a tall, handsome white man. I said, you know what? I've done the same thing, probably worse. Shit, fuck with me and see what happens. That's the kind of shit you need. You need a lawyer that's like, oh shit, that's his fucking lawyer. It's all visual. It's all branding. Then you take the stand like, what? Who did what to who? Right? But I'm like, me, Marlene, after that's fine. You can disagree. After every person would have gone up there, I would have had him go up there. What happened? Because she said, especially with Dawn, oh, you gonna go up there, Diddy? Because she said you beat that girl with a damn skillet. You're like, and he gonna be like, beat her with the what? And why didn't she stop it? So she saw me beat a woman with a skillet, and she sat there, and I guess she's worse than me. Like at this point, did she also hate Cassie? Okay, you saw a man beat a woman with a skillet, and you didn't move. A skillet. You guys, when I heard Dawn, I was like, bitch, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up with your bitter ass. You guys, I don't even care if you like Cassie or not. I don't even care. It doesn't even have to be Cassie. Imagine you're sitting there and you see a man beat a woman with a skillet. A skillet. You're going to fucking freak out. Like, what the fuck did you just do? What the fuck is this shit? It's a fucking skillet. She said, oh, did he beat the girl with a skillet? I said, okay, did you get up? No. You took a picture? No. You took a video? No. You called the police? No. I said, okay, you full of shit. A fucking skillet, you guys. And mind you, I bought regular skillets, you know what I'm saying? I'm not the people who can go to like Williams Sonoma and Restoration Hardware, like them rich people places, and buy a skillet. But imagine the kind of skillets Diddy has. We're not talking skillets from Walmart, okay? We're talking them expensive ass Italian handmade skillets. You grab that shit and you pow a woman across the head with a skillet. What the fuck? And you, Dawn, you saw that, you just stayed there. Oh, he hit Cassie with a skillet, like, pow. And then he grabbed her. Then he just, like, dragged her up the stairs. Pow, 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 pow. And then no moment you intervened. You weren't scared. Is she dead? You weren't even scared that you could be an accessory to murder? Like, girl, what? That shit makes no sense. And if it did happen, you're worse than Diddy. Because how can you sit there and watch a woman be hit with a skillet across her head and do nothing to help her out? That is insanity. Like, you guys, even my skillet that I have to make my eggs, like my omelet for my meal prep, whatever. If anybody was to hit anybody across the face with that, oh, you're gone. You're gone. That's an absolute concussion. A fucking skillet across your head? No. Like, I'm not a fan of Cassie, or I don't know, but there's no way I could sit here just even hearing a woman get hit upside her head with a skillet. Just imagine the noise. Like, imagine what that sounds like, and imagine how hard she would scream, and you never got up because it never fucking happened. Like, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, Alex Spiro, he's very tall. He's very thin. He's tall, he's fit. Right? I'm like, Diddy's lawyer. Yeah, he should have let Brian still be the main lawyer. Because the Italian man, he's too fat. He looked like Super Mario. Okay, he looked like Luigi. He eat too much food. He's all pudgy and stuff like that. And he's not really sure of himself. And I guess that's why Brian still is annoyed. Because there were just too many chefs in the kitchen. Just too many chefs. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, this is insanity, right? But you need a lawyer that believes in you, and you need a lawyer that actually looks good. I wouldn't trust my life in the hands of a fat person. Like, get out of here with that shit. You're crazy. Yeah, he got really scared. Take the stand. Even when that girl, what's her name, Capricorn, or the people say that, oh, he went into Kid Cudi's house. You think okay, listen. You're saying I'm so violent, I'm so dangerous, I'm a bad boy. You think a dangerous man that's a bad boy, I'm going to go into Kid Cudi's house. The fuck, the ghetto. Do you know where he lives? I'm not trying to be offensive, but I am rich. I'm going to leave my $50 million mansion to go where? To the hills where people live in like $1 million homes, a $1 million home, and I'm going to go open Chanel bags because the person that went inside Kid Cudi's home opened the Chanel boxes. What does Diddy look like opening Chanel boxes? It was a woman. It was Capricorn. It's a woman. And I'm like, how do we know that Cassie didn't leave the door open for her friend to do that? Then the person safely put the dog in the bathroom and closed the door. Like, what kind of crazy thuggish ass person you know is going to be so delicate with a little puppy? I'm taking your dog with me, bitch. You took my woman, I take your fucking dog, bitch. Make it make sense. I was in that motherfucker's house. He wears dresses. He obviously does drugs. Maybe he did that shit to himself. You know what I'm saying? And then you show pictures of Kid Cudi wearing a wedding dress and pink lipstick. Like, what the fuck is this? I'm not running behind this fool. He does. He wears dresses and pink lipstick. I'm not finding this man. I'm not opening his Chanel boxes. But if it needs more, I can call my personal shopper, Neiman Marcus. Like, oh, that's all you gotta do is ask. Like, I'm gonna leave Diddy lives in a $40 million house in freaking Beverly Hills. He gonna leave a $40 million house and drive through the ghetto, right? Because Cassie had sex with you. Cassie also had sex with multiple men while we dated, and I was not bothered. Try harder. Now, maybe it's Capricorn. She does love Chanel, and I did cut her off with her broke ass. Okay? Like, take the stand. Why are you scared of these people? They're a bunch of fucking liars. Like, that's me, Marlene. I would have been Nino Brown in that box. I would have had a field day with these people. Are you kidding me? You're just broke and you're mad. Dawn, what's your name again? Yeah, I guess you're going to lie again because I just forgot your name. Girl, your career didn't work. I tried. It didn't work. But this ain't it. Me, I beat this girl with a pan. What was the pan like? What it look like? Full of shit. And I'm like, sir, not to be offensive, but I get all my pans from Restoration Hardware. And if I was to hit anybody, matter of fact, my son brought the pans over. Would you like me to demonstrate? And do you think if I hit somebody with this pan, they're going to live? And she never had plastic surgery after that, but I hit her across the face with a pan. Like, go sit down somewhere. Foolishness. People go up there, they lie on him. They say all kinds of things on him. He's just sitting there. He's afraid to speak. Like, what is this? This is crazy.
Because she had a vendetta.
Yeah.
She had a chip on her shoulder.
Yeah.
She was going to literally, she was lording over the white privileged individuals that was sitting in front of her.
Without a doubt.
That's all that was about.
And Mom,
I think if we back up, so when I received word of the appeal,
yes, everything. And we've already, we went through that. We walked people through that on the podcast, was how you were set up to do your resentencing hearing via Zoom.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It was the clerk had already communicated with the prison, with Alex, everyone. Mm-hmm. And then Judge Ross said, nope, she'll be here in person.
Right.
And that's something now that I want to work on with the Bureau of Prisons and Congress. If you're already in federal custody, why are we wasting taxpayer dollars to transport you if they're just going to send you back?
Right. Because in my heart of hearts, I knew that Judge Ross was not going to give me any more time off than what she absolutely had to. Like, I fully expected to come back to prison. I wasn't shocked by her response to the resentencing. I really wasn't.
Well, I don't think you can have it. I don't think you can be shocked by it and I think you were right in what your interpretation was, because when you have a judge who's having ex parte communication with the prosecutors, knowing that that's a violation, certainly she's not going to do the right thing when it comes to you.
Right. So
and that's the same thing with Diddy. If this judge goes around asking other judges how he should sentence you when they didn't preside over the case, so you don't know what the fuck you're doing. So who are you, a judge, or are you Cassie's daddy? Because at this point, it's giving your Cassie's daughter. And because now you heard that I just banged your daughter's out here having all kinds of sex, you big man. You're not her dad. You are the judge. Cassie has a father. Okay? You are a judge. You're not her dad. It's not for you to, I need to rescue my daughter's shame or her honor. No, you are a fucking judge. You're the judge. Right? I feel like a lot of these lawyers, they get in there and they get so impressed by these judges. They are regular people wearing a black robe. And many of them are just there because they were elected. They're not the smartest people. Okay? Oh my gosh, he's a judge. Oh, who gives a fuck? And when he goes home, he washes dishes like the rest of us. When he goes home, his wife bitches him around like most men out here in America. So stop it. Stop being so afraid of these people. A judge is just a judge. I mean, be respectful, but at the same time, if you feel like now it's being personal and it's no longer about the law, because now this judge is obsessed with you, is a racist, is a bigot, you need to let it be known. I don't feel comfortable because I don't think you're moving like a judge. I think you're moving like Cassie's father, and you want to make me pay because you heard your daughter was having sex with me, a whole bunch of people, and doing all kinds of drugs. Well, sir, she's not your child. Hello, she's not your daughter. She is not your daughter. She is a stranger to you. She's a grown-ass woman. Now, she can reframe this however she sees fit, but the facts don't lie. Every single sex worker told her she was enjoying herself. You guys played the tapes of the free calls for the jury, and they said they themselves also saw that the girl seemed to enjoy herself. Everybody who watched the tapes is saying Cassie seemed to be enjoying herself. She just wants to reframe this because now she's in a new relationship and she wants the white man to see her like a virgin. I mean, the fuck she not. And she has a thing for black men. It's what it is. And she will never get over that shit. And like I said, she's still doing now. She's having sex with other men right now. and it's going to come out. Everything always comes out.
That's why I requested to do the Zoom also for you, because I know how passionate you are about certain things. And I'm passionate as well because I've lived them.
Yeah.
You know, not only did that resentencing, she didn't take any time off. It actually cost me days. You know, had it not been for you, Alice Johnson, President Trump, I would have served more time in prison because of that resentencing, because I lost 52 days that I was not earning First Step Act credit.
Well, and for people that don't understand how that works, as you're in prison, you earn First Step Act credits for all of your good time days. But when you're in transport, you're not considered to be in BOP custody. So if you're not in BOP custody, you can't earn those days off.
Which is also affects all these people who sit in these county jails after they've been sentenced.
Indians are really mean. Indians are really mean. Like they're the brown people who always wanted to be white. They are obsessed. Like I was yesterday old when I even realized that Mahatma Gandhi was a racist. They're very mean. They really hate black people. I mean, it's their culture. They have a caste system. And the dark people, like the black people like us, like the Dalits, like they treat them so horribly. They treat them horribly. They hate dark-skinned people and they hate Muslims. Like their Prime Minister Modi, oh no, he's in India. Muslims have no peace. Muslims have no peace. And so when these people come to America, they bring their caste system, they bring their tribalism, they bring their fuckery. And what Diddy needs to do, he needs to sponsor Nick Fuentes. Because Nick needs to activate the groypers against this Indian judge and all other Indians in America who think that they're better than people over here. You're not from here. You don't get to come here and abuse people. Okay? Oh, thank you, Mark. No, he needs to give money to Nick Fuentes because he needs to find a way to get close to Trump. You're going to get out of here. What are you even crying for? This is a fucking joke. It's a fucking joke. And that guy, Larry Fink, Trump does not like Larry Fink. A host of conservatives don't like Larry Fink because Larry Fink is the one that pushes the ESG, like with Budweiser doing the thing with what's that person's name again? Dylan Mulvaney, or Target doing the thing for the tuck your penis for the kids. You know, that's BlackRock. So the vast majority of these billionaires on Trump's side, they do not like Larry Fink. Larry Fink is also with, what's it called? When they go, Vados, what's that thing they do in Europe every year? Where they try to decide world order. Okay, they go to like Switzerland every year and shit like that. Like they're fucking crazy. So a lot of these people do not like this man. So if you know how to talk to those white people, because Larry Fink is behind this shit, they're going to get you out. Because that's how they are. White people are very petty. They're very tit for tat. But you got to know how to talk to them. I'm like, Diddy, you got to get Nick Fuentes involved. Because when I tell you he going to light an ad, he going to light a match behind these Indian people, they're going to know how to act right. They're going to know how to act right. You see, even with Vivek, that's why they didn't let Vivek go too far. Because they know a lot of Indian people, they don't know when to stop. They don't know when to stop. So Vivek, they use Vivek up to a certain point. Okay, go back. And it's going to be the same problem with what's his name, with JD Vance, because his wife is Indian, and they will Davos. There you go. They will never be okay with an Indian being first lady. So Peter Thiel, who wants JD Vance to be the next president, it ain't gonna happen because his wife is Indian. It's not gonna happen. Like you're fucking crazy. You are fucking crazy. But I'm like, Diddy, and that's why I say like his sons are little bitches. Because if they were not little bitches, they would know, like, Daddy, we gotta work with this man and give him this money. Give money to Nick Fuentes. And because Nick, when I tell you Nick will go find everything about this Indian judge, I don't know how Nick does that shit, y'all. When I tell you Nick will do a deep dive on this judge and expose this judge, when I tell you Nick will do a deep dive on Cassie and Filipinos in America, y'all not ready. Because Nick, you don't care. Nick doesn't care to be called a racist. Oh, we're past that stage. And then Diddy be like, you know what? Because I mean, you can say you're a real ninja. Okay, cool. Because Nick don't care. Nick does not care. Nick doesn't care. Call him a racist. Oh, he's done with that shit. Call him an anti-Semite. Child, he don't even care. Like he's been made. At this point, he doesn't care. But I'm like, you give money to Nick Fuentes, he's going to do his background on this judge and really tell us who this judge is. You're like, oh, this man put money in his campaign. This is how he became a federal judge. I think if you're a federal judge, you were appointed, right? He gonna find all the tea and come tell us exactly how this judge got put in place, when he came to America, how he came to America. He gonna find everything. Me, please. Yeah. So I'm like, that's how it goes. They don't like Larry Fink. Like these conservative billionaires, though, over here, like with Trump and them, they do not like Larry Fink. They hate the man. They don't like him because he has bad ideas. Okay. And I'm like, that's what you have to do. You can, and also Diddy, you can no longer be a Democrat. You gotta turn your coat. So listen, what? No, I'm getting Nick Fuentes like
to go to prison. We had people that came to our camp that had been sitting in county jails for years. Yeah.
Yeah. We
did not earn any First Step Act.
We had that as well. But the good news is
and this is why, because he's a New Yorker. If Diddy really wants to, he can get in contact with Jared Kushner. Because First Step Act is the stuff of Jared Kushner. I would tell him to reach out to Vanessa, but Vanessa not serious. Vanessa is really pro-white, pro-tears. We don't have time for that. But I'm like, Diddy, there has to be a way that you can get in contact with Jared Kushner. There has to be a way. But like, Jared gonna get you out. Because the 2 years you serve, because like you said, with the First Step Act, it should count towards these 50 months already. You did almost like 24 months. Right? So I'm like, stop crying. Use your fucking brain. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what the fuck are you doing? I mean, all this crying shit is so weird. Jared's dad, he also went in there for like insider trading, whatever the fuck he went in there for, right? He wasn't crying because he knew he was coming out. Because that's why he made sure his son went and married Ivanka. Are you slow? Crying for what? Who gives a fuck? It's another day in white collar crime America. That's how you get rich. I was sitting here crying like this. Yeah, he needs to call Kanye. Even Milo. Milo can also help. Milo can also help him. Like, stop fucking crying. Exactly. Like, he's over here crying. Like, use your fucking brain. You're from New York. Jared is from New York. There has to be a way. There's somebody who knows how to get you in contact with that boy. Tell your lawyers, go find me Jared. And then you put money behind these people. They're going to get you out. They don't give a fuck. They're going to get you out. Just sitting here doing the most. I mean, Jared is a little crazy, but he, like, when it comes to that shit, he gonna get you out. Because then when it's time for re-election, whoever wants to run for Republican, like, yeah, we help Diddy out. If they get Diddy out, he's just gonna have to be down for them during the election. But they did the same thing for Eric Adams. They got all the charges dismissed for Eric Adams. Like, that's just how it is. Why are you crying? You need to come up with a strategy. Why are you sitting here crying? But I'm like, even Miss Julie, she's a whole woman. She didn't even cry like that. You're a grown-ass man, and you over here. You need to find Jared. Yeah, oh my God, Sunshine, he raised bitch-ass little boys. They're weak. They are so weak. Like, even Candace, all he had to do was call, because the thing about Candace would help us. She would help Diddy out. The problem is, when they had the revolt thing, remember like years ago, when it was like, I guess like Brexit, like black people stop being Democrats, whatever. He had a panel with Revolt, and T.I. was there. T.I., Killer Mike, they were all there. Candace was there. It got very disrespectful. T.I. got very disrespectful, started calling Candace all kinds of bitches. And Diddy never intervened. Nobody intervened. T.I. was doing the most. But where's T.I. today? Loud and scared as fuck. Another little pussy. Okay? So my only, even with Diddy, I said when it came to Candace, all he had to do was call Candace and apologize. You know what I mean? Because Candace likes black men. She does. And she loves black men in hip hop. You don't see how happy she is for Kanye to be her friend? I would never turn my back on Kanye. Right? Candace loves black men. She sure does. And she loves black men in hip hop. And she loves black men in hip hop with money. Okay? But he needs to apologize to Candace. She did a video for Harvey Weinstein. If you apologize to her, you say, Candace, I was really on the drugs, like for real. Look at the whole thing. She'll do it. She will do it. Candace can't have his back. Candace is not scared like that. She ain't scared. But the problem is with the whole revolt thing, he never apologized. And like T.I. was just so disrespectful. And I'm like, okay, she's a Republican, she's a little coon, but it didn't have to be all of that. And because you're the owner of Revolt, like CEO of Revolt, right? Oh, T.I. is a coward. Like most of these goofy ass rappers, these street boys, these rubber band people, they're a bunch of posers. They're fraudulent. They're not about that life. They're lying. Oh, I'm from the streets. I'm tough. No, they're not. They pussy. Like, get out of here with that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Apologize. Give her some money. And then tell black people to respect her. She won't come outside. Candace loves a black man, y'all. She loves it. Have you seen her like turn her back on Kanye? They put so much pressure on her to turn her back on Kanye. She's like, no, Kanye is my friend. Kanye is misunderstood. And plus, she don't like the Jews. She don't like the ZZs of New York City. So if she really sees that, oh wow, like it's a lot of ZZs after you, she gonna have your back. But you need to apologize. And that's where his sons should come in as like mediators, or like, you know what I mean? Like in term, like, you know, just like, you know, emissaries of their dad. Like Candace, like our dad is really sorry. Our whole family is sorry. We really apologize. Daddy needs your help. What do you need? Like, we get on our knees. Please save us. She gonna find a way to turn all that shit on the Jews. You gonna see? Oh, they gonna let that boy out real quick. Is this a joke? Okay, exactly. But they're the loudest. Like people like Diddy and T.I., Killer Mike, they're all scared. They're scared. Like Candace is brave though. She a little batshit crazy, but she's brave. Like she really, I mean, she's crazy. She has a lot of courage. You know, and she needs $5 million. So if Diddy can give her the $5 million for her court case, she will do it. You got to be a business person. But he's in there crying instead of being strategic. What is wrong with this man? You need help. You need someone to help you restore your public image. She needs $5 million. Seems like a good trade to me. You are going to pay $50 million for your bail anyways. So give her 10%. Give her 10%. But she'll do an amazing job for you. And then when it comes to Nick Fuentes, give him $1 million. Give Nick even $2 million. When I tell you Nick gonna be on here cussing out these Indian people all day for you, that's the whole point of having money. You don't have to cry and hold your head. Now, when it comes to Cassie, we're gonna find her sex workers. We are going to find the new sex workers. And I'm sure some of them are not even old. Some of them are not even new. It's the old people. Everybody has a price. Everybody talks. It's a matter of time. You don't have to hold your head and act like you're about to die. You're not dying. It's war. We fight the war. We win. We go home. It's not that hard. I'm not sitting here crying. Yeah. Oh, no. She likes black men. It is not a joke. Oh, you don't see how she lights up? Like, even when Nick Cannon had her over, she was so happy. Joe Budden also had her. She was happy. Like, oh, no. Candace likes a black man. She liked them black dudes in hip-hop. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, if they say, oh, Diddy wants to talk to you, of course you're going to act fancy a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, but she's going to be super excited. And if he apologizes to her, Candace, I was an ass. I should have had your back. I wasn't shit. I was stupid. I'm tired of being a Democrat. They ain't shit. Like, talk like that. Plus, I heard that white lady is suing you. So you get the $5 million. You know what I mean? Get your lawyer to get her the money. It's not that hard. She can have it by tomorrow. She don't get to work. And before you know it, it's going to be a brand new day for your black ass. Okay? But I'm like, stop fucking crying. Crying doesn't solve your problems. Like, what is this? It's really disgusting, you know? Yeah, she will do it. This is it. This is what life is. You know, sometimes people that have the ideas don't have the money. People that have the money don't have ideas. So what I'm saying is, because she needs $5 million to fight her Macron case, you give her the $5 million and you say, Candace, if you need more money, if you use up the money and you need more, I got you. You need to restore my name on social media, because she ain't scared. Candace ain't scared. Oh, Candace, she's been tried by fire, purified by bullshit, okay, excoriated by the Jews. She's still standing. That girl is batshit crazy. That's the kind of people you need by your side. These Democrat hip-hop people, they coward. They're a bunch of cowards. He has no strategy. He put all his faith in the attorneys. You see? Like, I'm like me. I really wish I knew him. I would have helped him out. Like, we're gonna fix this. Even Tasha K. You call Tasha, you give Tasha enough money to pay Cardi B for at least a year. You actually pay the whole thing. When I tell you Tasha is going to cuss out Cassie every day of the week. Y'all don't know Tasha. Tasha ain't got time for this shit. And she's this fellow water sign. Because Tasha has to pay Cardi $100,000 every month. Take care of her tab. Pay that shit off. And you tell Tasha hire more people to do more content. Okay? We're gonna finish it on Ace. We're gonna finish the little girl off. She's not even gonna know what hit her. Then we start talking about the black pastors. It's like you need a whole PR team for him. We're gonna go from black pastor to black pastor to black pastor. We're gonna have pastor go to church. We're gonna have all these pastors go to the jailhouse. Every pastor gonna be on his visitor log. So, Pastor, what'd you see in there? Oh, the abuse of the black man. Oh, the abuse of the black man. Oh, the black man, the black man. Oh. I guess it's still 1965 in America. There you go. And an Indian is responsible for all of that. You have money. Why are you crying? You see, even me, I've been through, I had to close my business. I had moments like, even me, I need money. I don't cry. You have the money and you're crying. What kind of bitch ass shit is this? Exactly. Oh, we're gonna pull out the minister. Like, ministers don't care, especially if you tell the minister it's the small hat people behind this shit. Oh, he gonna come all the way out of his body. Okay, like because they're children. They're very weak. They are really, really weak. Tasha gonna find it. Tasha gonna find all her friends. Tasha gonna do all the sex workers, because if you give Tasha a good budget, she can hire more people to edit the content, right? But I'm like, you need a whole PR team. You need a lot of people. Like, it's a whole, like it's a strategy. You know what I mean? It's PR, but you don't cry. That's my point. You have the money. Why are you crying? Why are you crying? If you feel like black people have turned their back against you, we can get them back. It's not hard. It's not hard. It's not hard. But you cannot cry. Because when you go in and you cry like this, even the people who believe in you, even they get discouraged, because now they're seeing you like you're folding. And I'm like, this makes no sense to me. Yeah. Give Tasha some money. There are a bunch of people, even the black girls who are conservative. We can pay all these black girls. This is what this is. When they are like, you see how Israel has paid for a bunch of influencers to go to Israel so they could come back to America and do more propaganda. It's the same thing. We got to get the people together. You take them out, you fly down to Miami, and you break everything down. So, okay, now that you know this, you decide, is he guilty of this? Or was this consensual? It's not a problem. Like, it's a game. It's one thing I've realized, it's like, it's all about who controls the narrative. And I'm like, when you have 300 million, even just the bail money alone, you got 50 million. There is no reason for you not to control the narrative. Why are you crying? I wish I had 50 million. Are you kidding me? I'm not crying worth a damn. Yeah. But that's why he needs to have the right, and that's why his kids, because you see, like, look, Mark, right? Look, when it came to Trump was going to go do his marketing the old school way, because that's what he knows, right? But Barron said, no, Dad, you got to go on the podcast. You see, that's what I'm saying. We're saying that Diddy, he raised a bunch of little clowns. Like, his sons are not men. Because if they were men, they would do for their dad what Barron did for his dad. All these podcasts, sitting down with Theo, going to Theo, who else did he go? PPD, what's your boy's name? Rogan and stuff like that. Those ideas came from Barron. So that's why Trump, he raised less money than Kamala. And also after the campaign, he had money left over because he did not do traditional advertising. He went on the podcast because they're free. Kamala didn't want to do the podcast. She wanted to do traditional advertising, so she wasted a lot of money. So she spent $1.4 billion in 14 weeks, and she still owed money because she didn't want to do the podcast. So what I'm saying is, if his son were serious people, Quincy, Christian, and Justin, if they were responsible young men, they should know how to tap into this new age media. and get their daddy off. But instead, they're chasing Instagram models and just crying and getting fat and buying clothes and getting their hair done. You're men. You're not women. Yeah, they would get them out. You know what I'm saying? Help Tasha to pay off Cardi B. And you're like, Tasha, you do all this. We're going to do 5 years. We're going to come behind Cassie for 5 years straight. She's not going to know what hit her. She's going to stop her foolishness. Armand, exactly. Armand also, give Armand an entire studio. And even give him an editor. Like, I'll pay for that too. Like, you have money. Why are you crying? Like, this shit is pissing me off. Exactly. Why are you sitting here crying? Why is he crying for? You have 50. He was going to give 50 million for his bail. So you have the money. Let's spend the money. Why are you crying? This is America. You need to control the narrative. Why are you crying? Like, when has crying ever fixed anybody's problem? You see, Todd was not in prison crying. His wife did, but that's okay. She's a woman. That's fine. But Todd wasn't in prison crying. He was thinking about ways to get out of there. He was thinking about ways to make their lives miserable. And he got out. They gave this man 12 years. He only did 28 months. So like 2 years and 4 months, and he was out. Because they were using strategy. Savannah had a strategy. Her dad had a strategy. And they got them out. She got her parents out. You have to use your brain. Stop sitting here crying like this. What does that even do? Yeah, and on the Call Daddy podcast, because she didn't want to go to the actual studio, they had to build a whole new studio for $190,000 just to use the studio for a few hours. I'm like, why you can't travel? But she was, what's her name? Libra, Kamala. She was not flexible at all. She was not flexible. So they had to waste so much money on marketing. They had to waste so much money on traditional media to promote her because she was so scared. They're a bunch of birds. They really are. No, the Shade Room, Angie's not going to do it. But Hollywood Unlocked, yes. Neighborhood Talk with what's his name again? With Kyle, it depends, right? Because Kyle is gay. So, you know, the LGBTQs, they can be a little super woke sometimes. Impressive, she might do it because she knows how to do things and feel like it's not me, but the streets are saying. But Impressive should have gotten a bag. Definitely, because she knows how to do that kind of stuff. Right? But there are people you can tap in, and all these black people who are conservative, oh yeah, they don't have time for Cassie. Right? But that's why I say, like, you need a team. You need to use your brain. You don't need to sit here and crying. Exactly, crying and begging a judge when there's an army of black people that you can summon to come to your rescue. Matter of fact, there's even an army of white women too. These conservative white women who don't like these girls who lie on men to destroy men's career, you can tap into these women too. There are a bunch of white Christian conservatives. Like, yeah, I don't think Diddy did this, and we need to pray for him because he's taking, it was the drugs. It wasn't him. The Lord is my savior. And Christ said that you have to forgive people. These kinds of white girls, you activate the fucking machine. You don't sit here and start crying. Why are you crying? Like, seriously, why are you sitting here crying for? Why are you crying? And we're going to start picking Alex Fine apart. We're going to start picking that man apart. You playing with me. Okay. Yeah. Carisha, they got to her head. But it's like if you have more people, that's why I said, like, even in the courthouse, it would have been so much easier if Diddy had taken the stand. Because if Diddy had taken the stand, people initially who believed in him, they would have been galvanized to fight for him. But even during the trial, he looked so defeated. He looked like he did something wrong. So it's like, it was really hard to stand up for him because he's not even standing up for himself. Right? Because the whole point of going to court is not just to be acquitted. When you have a case that is this big, that has this much national attention, the thing is not just to have a no guilty, like, oh, I wasn't found guilty. No, you also need to use your trial to restore your public image. And that's why his lawyers never should have positioned Diddy as somebody who commits domestic violence, but instead as someone who's bipolar, who has a drug addiction. And when they do these free calls, because they take drugs for a long time, so when they're crashing out, because you can see in the video, it was sunlight outside, and they probably started the night before. So yeah, at the morning, he's like a fucking vampire. And maybe that's why when he kicked her, he completely missed because he was high. If you watch the video, like when he grabbed her and he kicked her, he didn't even touch her with his foot. He didn't touch her because he had poor balance because he's still high. He couldn't even fight with her. He was just looking at her, huffing and puffing. Then he had to sit down like, yeah, because he's coming off a high. That's why he couldn't kick her, right? Because he's disoriented. He has poor balance. Like, it's not that hard. But if you get scared, everybody gets scared. You have to believe this. Like, I am not an abuser. When I do the drugs, unfortunately, this can't happen. You know, because it's your adrenal gland. So, hey, right? Don't do drugs, kid. Don't do drugs. Exactly, right? Abba, he's a little punk. Abba, he picks and chooses because he was hard on Diddy, but those white boys who ran a train on that white girl in Canada, the hockey players, he was defending them now. So Abba sometimes with his socialist ass from Canada, I don't know how I feel about him sometimes because I'm like, but so you defend these boys for having sex with that girl who came back and said, she was raped, even though she gave consent. But somehow, now that it's Diddy, you have a problem with Diddy. So Abba and them, I don't know. I don't know if I trust his ass. Yeah, you have to, you know. I think so. I think some of his lawyers were compromised. I think some of his lawyers also were disgusted about the free calls because they don't get it. They don't understand that it's BDSM. I don't even think he knows he's doing BDSM. I think for him, it's just a kink. And I don't think he knows. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, because when you see, like, when he's kicking her, he almost fell on his ass. He didn't touch her. Like, he grabs her, but when he kicks her, his foot never makes contact with her body. Yeah, his foot just flies above her head because he's high. He's really high. And he's out of breath because he doesn't work out. So you could see he was out of breath and you could see he was very high because they do the freak off. Like, it starts the night before. They smoke and drink the night before. So by the time you saw her, it was time for checkout. So he's not all the way there. And that's the way they should have framed that. But I'm like, they did not do, his lawyers really hurt him by having him go in there and say, he has domestic violence. It's the drugs. It's the drugs. Academics definitely would have done it. Ack would have done it. He would have done it. Joe Biden, sometimes he can be a little bitch. He can be a little bitch. Joe can be a little bitch. He can definitely be a little bitch. And I feel like he also has shit in his closet, so he might not want to come close. A lot of these boys in hip-hop are pussy. A lot of these hip-hop boys are weak as fuck. They are extremely weak. I would rather put my money on a black conservative than anybody in hip-hop. They're extremely weak. They all work for the ZZ people. They all have a ZZ master. They're not free people. They're not free. A black conservative has way more integrity than a black liberal, and especially a black liberal in hip-hop. They're truly submissive. Like black men in hip-hop, black men that are liberal and shit like that, they are extremely submissive. They're so submissive.
Is that so? There's now, I think, roughly 7 different circuits that have ruled that at the moment you are sentenced in federal court, you are in federal custody.
Yes.
And your time starts from that moment forward.
As it should.
Now, something that I want to address was at the resentencing hearing, you had made a statement that a lot of people perceived as an admission of guilt.
Right.
Looking back on that, what was your goal? What was your mission with this statement that you made? And was that you saying that, or was it something different?
It was absolutely something different. Based off of advice given from my attorney, based off here I was in front of Judge Ross again, the same judge who sentenced me to 7 years in prison, who I am asking for a reduced sentence now that the appellate court has found that she ruled improperly on certain things. So it was not an admission of guilt, but more so your hand is forced for you to say these things to the judge, because if you don't, they use anything they can to not give you any more time off.
Yeah. And I think in that moment, watching you, your whole, because we were sitting in the courtroom,
right?
Your whole goal was just to get home to your kids.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
It didn't matter what you had to say, what you had to do. It was kind of just like, hey, I'm going to do it so I can get home.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. And, you know, again, my attorney advised and said, you know, you need to say X, Y, and Z. You know, we need to plead, basically
throw
plead
yourself on the mercy of the court.
Yeah, the mercy of the court. You know, so
and that's the advice they probably gave Diddy. Throw yourself to the mercy of the court. No, the fuck I'm not. What the fuck? No, the fuck I'm not. Because ultimately, push comes to shove, I'll just pay for a pardon. I'll just pay. Because you know, when Trump is almost like, what? Even if you do 2 years, like right before Trump leaves, you drop a big bag and get the fuck out. You'll get the fuck out, you're going to get pardoned, you're no longer a felon. So either way, you win. Why are you crying? I can understand, like, the first day you go in there, you're scared. I get that. But after you've been there for 2 years and shit like that, you were not found guilty of the RICO. You end up not having to give them your $50 million. It's like, okay, I can give half that money to Trump. I'll get a pardon. So either way, you win. Why are you crying? I don't get that part. Like, he needs to explain it to me. Why are you crying? Why are you falling apart? Yeah. And I don't even think that Todd Christie had anywhere close to even 20 million, even 5 million to give to Donald Trump, and he was able to get a pardon. And they took 30 million. So why are you over here crying? Yeah, they're like his sons are an embarrassment. They're weak. They are weak. They're so weak. And I'm like, that's why I say, like, mainstream Black culture produces weak little Black boys. It makes them so weak. If these boys were conservative, they would be soldiers. They would be like, I don't know, Ivy League educated, married by now, very, very serious. Yeah. So I was like, why is he sitting here crying? Like, please, that's just crazy to me.
That hopefully she will give you some time off.
And that's the scary part. You and I've talked about it, Dad, of how you have all these people who plead out and they say, yes, I'm guilty, X, Y, and Z. When in reality, they're not, but they have no other option.
Right? Well, when you're looking at the federal government and their success rate, it's 97.3%.
Yeah.
But people need to also understand that the success rate is so high
because people plead out.
Few people actually
go to trial. That's right.
Yep. They plea out
because they're the fear of the unknown is why they do it. But if you'll remember, they came to us and, you know, in the beginning and said, you know, we could work out a plea deal, and we both said we're not admitting to something we didn't do.
Right.
So,
but even after that, even during the sentencing part, because we did not admit to guilt, we were given an enhancement because of that.
That's right. And that right there is literally should be something that should be thrown out.
But Dad, go back and clear up what she just said, because y'all just kind of breezed over that. It's the fact that you're sitting there in a courtroom at your sentencing hearing, and because you did not say, because you were found guilty and you did not say, I was responsible for this, I am sorry, you got an enhancement, which means
that you got more time.
Yeah.
That means you got more time.
And you see the problem is because when you go, the feds want to be known for having a high conviction rate. And I told y'all, the reason why you have a high because there's no way, because it's not like it's the same people who prosecute all the cases. So how can different prosecutors at the federal level always have these high conviction rates? Because people plea out or because they cheat. You probably have somebody in the jury. Because how do you always get all these convictions? It is not, I mean, even in terms of probability, I'm like, how is that even possible? Because people are either going to plead out because they overcharge and they scare you, and most people don't have the money to fight it, or they have somebody in the jury box. It's as simple as that. And if you think they don't have a way of getting the right jurors that they want, good luck to you. Diddy was so lucky that Russian man was on his jury. Because I'm like, these are different federal prosecutors throughout the country. And every prosecutor has a high conviction rate. Yeah, people plead out, or you people have somebody in the jury box because you cheat. White people. All right. So, like she's saying, if you don't apologize, oh, I'm sorry, I take accountability. But you can't do that because if you say it, then how's that going to work for your appeal? No, I ain't apology worth a damn. It was consensual. Where some part, not the best part, this fucking video makes me fucking cringe. But look at me. You can see I don't look like I'm there because I was probably still fucking high. It's embarrassing. I have a drug problem. But I'm not a threat to society. But I need help. But it was like 9 years, one tape. Yeah, right. 9 years times 365 is what? It's almost 3,650 days. And you only have one tape of me? But I have an inclination for domestic violence. Yeah, the fuck right. And you only have one tape? One tape, 0 police reports? Yeah, sure. What the fuck ever. Okay? What the fuck ever. Yes, because he did not raise Kevin, he did not raise men. He raised pretty boys. And I'm like, if he had been convicted of a RICO, it would have been horrible because they're just not ready. They're not ready. These boys only care about being pretty, driving nice cars, getting their hair done, wearing the latest clothes, driving expensive cars, going to eat a Nobu, and just popping bottles in nightclubs. They're lazy. Diddy never showed these boys how to fish. He never did. You know what I'm saying? Like he never did. Yeah. So, oh yeah. So I'm like, you have to have somebody in the jury box because how do you get all these like conviction rates? Like they're so fucking high. Like you have an over 90% conviction rate. That's like an A+ almost. Like that is crazy. You're cheating. You're cheating. It's not possible. So because you take the case to court and they didn't get that, which shows that all their cases are not solid, meaning that the next people who get charged, like, hey, if Diddy was able to beat a RICO, maybe I can. So they have to punish you so that they can scare other people, dissuade other people from ever trying to fight the federal government. But you should, because a lot of these cases are political. They don't have an ironclad case against you. Because when you think about it, Cassie's the only person who was accusing Diddy of anything. So like just one witness pretty much, like a Daphne Joy, the sex worker, like go sit down somewhere. Okay. Like stupid. But my thing is ultimately he should not be sitting here crying like he's a second-class citizen or he's some kind of illegal immigrant that's about to be deported back to Venezuela. Like you're from here. Like stop doing this bullshit.
Absolutely insane.
But it's the same thing, Savannah, with these prosecutors.
Yeah.
Them having prosecutorial immunity. That should stop.
Yes.
Because we know that Tommy Krepp and Annalise Peters, we know the corrupt things that they did in our case.
Yep.
And it's going to be brought out in the new documentary that we're doing with Lifetime. And Judge Eleanor Ross, we're asking for a judicial review into her conduct.
Exactly.
Until we start as a people in this country, we can sit and complain and say, oh, but
I even feel like y'all, all jokes aside, Diddy needs to reach out to Todd Chrisley because Todd can explain what Diddy went through better than Diddy can explain or anybody else can explain because he went through it. But what he's saying here, instead of crying and asking this job for, I ain't asking you worth the damn. Y'all don't understand. I'm not even from here. I'm not even born here. You understand? But in the West and like in the Ivory Coast where I'm from, we don't drink out of the river with poo-poo in there. We don't drink out the Grange River. Like Indians, they do everything out the Grange River. It's very nasty. We don't listen, okay? Me, my West African ass, I can never ask an Indian for mercy. It is not possible. It is not possible. Like it's just not, it's not conceivable to me. Point blank, I'm not going to say anything more than that. It's just not conceivable to me. I will never beg an Indian for anything, even white people. White people had to put chains on African people for Africans to say, yes, sir, yes, sir. Otherwise, it's also not natural. It's not natural. But I don't care what an Indian does. I don't care what kind of job an Indian has. I don't give a damn. I will never beg an Indian for anything. Are you insane? Are you truly insane? I will ask for you to have a judicial review before I ask you for anything. I will never beg you for anything Are you sick? Are you sick? Like, even in human history, have Indians gone through what black people, child, no. And also because I am African, like when I see what Indians have done in Kenya and South Africa and all these places because of the British people, even in Jamaica, the foolishness they were up to in Jamaica to help the British people oppress black people in the West Indies. No, and no. Absolutely the fuck not. Go find someone else to play these stupid games. Are you insane?
The federal government, their success rate's 97%, but the success rate depends on the jurors in that jury box.
Mm-hmm.
So we as individuals,
that's why I say for them to have conviction rates so high, not only are people pleading, if you don't plead, they will put somebody in that jury box. And Diddy is so lucky. That's why I don't even know why he's sitting here crying. Because had that Russian man not been in there, that gay Russian man with the PhD in biology, had that man not been there, they would have sent Diddy straight to the gulag. And he would have lost everything because he would have to forfeit his wealth because that money is tied to a RICO. Because they were saying that, they were trying to say that Bad Boy was part of the whole RICO thing. So all the money would have been gone. So I'm like, they have to have people in the jury box because how do you get something so high? And once again, rich Black American people should start paying universities to really run statistical models on how come the Fed has such a high rate of conviction. And you will see white people cheat. They're sore losers. It's not possible. Different prosecutors around the country. Oh no, they take their time. No, it's not possible. I can see an 84% rate of conviction, but their shit is 92%. That's an A+. Yeah, the fuck right. The federal government, these people who waste money like this, the way they squander money, they know how to create an ironclad case. Yeah, right. You're right. Would love to see it. Yeah, go somewhere. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Like, he's so damn crazy. Yeah, they do all kinds of dumb shit in India. Like, even look at what they did in England. The mayor was British. The prime minister was Indian. The mayor was Indian. They had some other lady who was Indian. She was so racist. They had to fire her because she was saying all kinds of crazy stuff. Okay? Are you insane? I will never. They're mean. I'm not gonna do that. You insane? Even Tucker Carlson, he needs to get Tucker Carlson because the man is Indian. He's going to get this man together. Tucker don't care. He's like, how come this Indian man is over here doing this in America? Is he actually American? Yeah. Diddy, it's time for you to make conservative friends. It's time for you to leave the Democratic Party.
In this country, we go sit in a jury box and we give them their 97% success rate.
Yep.
Because we have been programmed to believe, well, it's the federal government, so surely they would not do anything corrupt.
Right, but I think it goes back to, though, a much bigger issue, a much bigger, broader problem of being a broken system.
Mm-hmm.
Because a jury trial is supposed to be
of your peers,
a jury of your people, your peers. And
my peers, if I was a doctor, would be
other doctors,
nurses. If I was a lawyer,
accountants.
Thank you.
Right. And so you are dealing with a very complex case. Everyone said, the judge said, the prosecutors, the defense, this is a huge case and it's very, very complicated.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you were dealing with people who did not understand, and based off the questions
they did not
that
have
they
the education.
asked, they did not have the knowledge to rule accurately.
Well,
and
yeah,
you have
but we
people's
know.
life. And I also want to say that I think people don't take jury duty seriously.
Well, no, because we have people coming in pajamas, and bedroom shoes,
Literally,
and sleeping.
And saying, oh, I've got a baby shower I need to get to. They're guilty.
Right.
Now, how is an 18-year-old pregnant college student going to understand bank fraud, wire fraud, conspiracy? They're not.
Right.
And that, to me, was a big issue. We knew we were screwed whenever they came back with a jury question that said, is the indictment a form of guilt?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the even more scary question was, when they came back and said the jury has a question, and the question was, well, now when you file an extension on your taxes, does that mean you don't have to pay taxes? They clearly understood nothing.
So,
and it's very important. And I want to address this. People still believe that we owed taxes.
That's what exactly. That was the thing. You weren't even sentenced to time.
We were not sentenced to time for taxes. We didn't owe taxes. We got a refund. We had overpaid. That's why the prosecutors never wanted to make a big deal out of it, because they knew that their witness, Betty Carter, had lied under oath. They knew that the numbers that they had were inaccurate. And then when it was proven to them that we had overpaid when the accountant got on the stand, they started backing out of that. And if you remember Annalise Peterson, she says, Your Honor, the taxes have been paid.
Yes, exactly. But to correct, so nobody comes back and says that you were lying.
Even with Diddy too, if you remember the jury, they kept coming back asking stupid questions. He's right. I forgot what question it was, but the jury came back because when they were having a hard time agreeing, so they didn't know what to do, because they was like, okay, we're gonna have a hung jury, and he was like, oh no, y'all need to go back because he don't have to declare a mistrial. But they came back and they asked this stupid question, like some kind of weird definition. I had to look into it. I was like, what the fuck? Well, you're not there. Okay. And even the prosecutor, because remember, initially there was like a whole bunch of charges. And then like towards the end, they started dropping charges, because I feel like they kind of pulled, like they kind of saw the temperature of the public, because everybody was saying, we don't see a RICO in this. We don't see a RICO in this. We don't see domestic violence in there. So they started taking charges off. These people are really, I mean, they're truly, truly grimy.
There were taxes owed for like 22, 23, whatever the year was that we were in this.
Right, because they hadn't been filed yet.
Exactly, because they hadn't been filed yet. But all the back stuff,
we didn't owe.
Owed. Right. So when it comes to the taxes, nothing was owed. Like it had already been paid for the years that they were alleging that there was tax.
Right.
Yes.
It was brought out by the IRS. That money was sitting in an account, in your IRS account.
Over $500,000.
But because they had put my name first and not your dad's name first, they weren't aware of that, which I find very hard to believe, considering that our tax records were pulled over 10,000 times during the course of the investigation.
And I want you to think about this. For every United States taxpayer, our tax information was pulled internally by the IRS over 10,000 times. Betty Carter, supposedly an expert, dealt with high net worth individuals, high profile individuals, pulled it hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times, but yet she never saw that $500,000 sitting there that had been paid 8 years ago or whatever it was.
But
never
keep in mind, we're together. We've been married for 30 years. So how are you not looking at both?
They knew exactly what it was.
She said that because she knew she had been caught in a lie on the other. So it was easier for her to come back and say, well, I didn't see that money. Well, that goes again, that spits in the face of her declaration of her touting how long she'd been with the IRS, what an expert she was in the field. Well, you're such a damn expert that you didn't have enough sense to look, because when the expert that we hired looked at the transcripts, she found it right away.
Yeah.
So how is she going to find it, but not the person inside?
And too, I think it also goes to show how these individuals seek out certain people in certain cases, because it's no coincidence that Betty Carter, who was on our case, is also the one that went after Kim Zolciak and their family. So it's these government officials, all they want to do is make a name for themselves.
That's it. They're, it's
very targeted. So this whole process has obviously been an absolute cluster from the very beginning.
While Indian students fill universities and skilled workers keep tech and healthcare afloat, a loud minority is shouting, "Enough! Indians out!" In late August 2025, thousands marched through Australian cities carrying signs warning of replacement and demanding a halt to mass immigration. Flyers claim there are More Indians in 5 years than Greeks and Italians in a century, turning ordinary families into scapegoats for soaring rents and overcrowded trains.
But we're here because anti-immigration is our key political issue.
Are you racist?
Yeah, we're racist. We're proud of who.
At least he's honest. She said, "Are you racist?" He said, "Yes, I'm racist." Oh Lord, white people are tired of being fake.
Immigration is our key political issue.
Are you racist?
Yeah, we're racist. We're proud of who.
You know what? I respect it. She said, "Are you racist?" He said, "Yes, we're racist." And you know what? We don't want these people here.
We are. We're proud of who we are as white men. We built this nation.
Are you neo-Nazis?
Yes.
How did the friendship between two vibrant democracies sour enough for protesters to call for Indians to go home? Let's trace the numbers, the fears, and the forces that turned a success story into a flashpoint. Before we move on, I have a small request. Share your thoughts in the comments and like and subscribe to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Years ago, India's footprint in Australia was big but manageable. Around 2013, roughly 380,000 people born in India called Australia home. By 2019, that figure had surged past 660,000. And by the 2021 census, Indians officially overtook the Chinese as the nation's largest overseas-born group after the British. Fast forward to 2023, and the India-born population reached about 845,000, climbing again to nearly 916,000 by mid-2024. Over 3.4% of Australia's total population. In a single decade, the Indian community more than doubled, becoming one of the fastest growing migrant groups in the country. This rise didn't happen by accident. Australia's universities recruited Indian students aggressively, employers sought skilled tech and healthcare workers, and the government viewed Indian migration as an economic boost to offset an aging population. For most of that period, Australians largely welcomed the energy and talent that newcomers brought. On the final weekend of August 2025, a coalition calling itself March for Australia staged rallies across the nation.
The reason for this march was not about racism, not about pro-white. It was about one flag for one nation, one people.
From Sydney's central business district to the streets of Perth and Hobart, demonstrators demanded an end to mass immigration.
What's going on? What is going on here? It's like, There was this one documentary that I saw where they talked about, like, I will find it, like the British people, the Indian people in India.
Australia is boiling with a new kind of tension, and it's aimed squarely at Indians. 2025, a coalition calling itself March for Australia staged rallies across the nation.
The reason for this march was not about racism, not about pro-white. It was about one flag for one nation, one people.
From Sydney's central business district to the streets of Perth and Hobart, demonstrators demanded an end to mass immigration. Banners and chants singled out Indians. Some participants were linked to neo-Nazi and white supremacist networks.
Yeah.
Counter-protesters quickly mobilized, and police reported scuffles in several cities.
Maybe.
Government leaders condemned the marches as racist and un-Australian.
Neo-Nazis and anti-immigration rallies are not who we are.
Yes.
These are not Australian values. I know that the last few days have caused a great deal of hurt and harm in the Australian community.
Prime ministerial statements reaffirmed that Australia's diversity is a strength, not a threat. But the images of angry crowds and anti-Indian slogans spread worldwide, rattling a diaspora that had long felt welcome. But rapid demographic change always carries a shadow. Between 2013 and 2024, median house prices in Sydney jumped more than 80%, and Melbourne's rents hit record highs. Hospitals and commuter trains strained under surging demand. While economists point to interest rates, land use limits, and construction bottlenecks as the real culprits, a growing chorus began blaming immigration. Anti-immigration activists seized on the Indian boom as Exhibit A.
I think we're being overrun by Indians and Muslims. Yeah. I'm not against migration altogether, okay? I'm just over the fact that we're bringing so many in at the same time. Yeah. And like she said,
like, we don't want no more Indians.
They're not conforming to our way of life.
To them, the pace felt too fast, a tidal wave they couldn't control. The protests of August 2025 were not sudden. They were the eruption of years of simmering anxiety over cost of living and population growth. In interviews and placards, protesters repeated a simple claim: we can't afford this. They pointed to bidding wars for rental apartments and long wait times for healthcare, arguing that new migrants, especially the recent influx from India, we're stretching resources thin. The reality is more nuanced. Migrants add workers, entrepreneurs, and tax revenue, and studies show they generally lift wages over time. But the perception stuck. When people feel squeezed, emotion often trumps data. Adding fuel to the fire, Australia's post-pandemic immigration surge coincided with a housing construction slowdown and a national vacancy rate below 1%. Beyond economics lies a deeper fear: cultural change. Some protesters describe the growing presence of Indian grocery stores, Hindu temples, and Diwali festivals as signs their neighborhoods were becoming something else. Social media videos of lively Indian weddings or cricket celebrations were twisted into proof of a takeover. One flyer compared Indian arrivals in 5 years to the century-long migration of Greeks and Italians, warning of replacement. That language echoes the far-right Great Replacement conspiracies heard in Europe in the United States.
It was Vivek.
As the Indian community grew, so did its political visibility. Indian Australian voters are courted by both major parties. Some activists fear, without evidence, that migrants might tilt elections or influence policy. This suspicion, combined with economic unease, gave agitators an easy target. Stop the immigration, especially from India.
It seems like people want them out. People want them out of India. People want Indians out of, they want them out of Australia. Let's see this girl.
The Supreme Court said you can be Aryan, you can be Caucasian, but that doesn't mean you are white. There's just been idea of people not wanting to be black. And we look at the updated requirements for U.S. citizenship in 1870. Being from Africa was okay. Of African descent was okay. Being white was okay. But if you were somewhere in between and you didn't fit neatly into this box or this box, you were out of luck. Because he didn't try to fight for equality. What he actually tried to do was kind of sneaking through the back door. Hi, I'm Danielle Romero. Thank you so much for being with me again today on my channel, where I am in the middle of a series about how different groups were able to get citizenship in the United States. And almost all of that has pivoted on the term free white persons. And I want to talk today about the experience of Indian Americans naturalizing in the United States. Now, when I say Indian, I don't mean Native American, but really people from India of South Asian descent. Now, the U.S. Supreme Court has been brought in on these issues so many times, deciding not only who can become a citizen, but first, who is white. The U.S. Supreme Court said that you can be Aryan and Caucasian and still not be white and not have the right to become a U.S. citizen. Now, when I hear the term Aryan or Caucasian, it's in the schema connects that to white, right? And it was just so shocking to me to see these being separated from each other. So 100 years ago, in 1923, there was an extraordinary man named Bhagat Singh Thind, who found himself at the center of a legal battle that would challenge the very notion of race and citizenship here in the United States.
I was deemed Aryan and Caucasian, but not white, and was not permitted to become a U.S. citizen.
But before we get into the court case, I want to tell you a little bit about the man himself. A remarkable figure in Indian American history, was an esteemed writer and lecturer on spirituality. He was actually Sikh. So his connection with the United States began when he enlisted in the army shortly before the conclusion of World War I. And after the war, he sought to become a naturalized citizen, capitalizing on this legal precedent that had granted Caucasians access to such rights. Now, if you have watched my video about the 5 skull types, if not, I'll link to it in the description. But there are these 5 skull types that people were kind of using as understanding about race. And one of them was Caucasian, precedent that granted Caucasians access to such rights. Identifying himself as Aryan or Caucasian, he found himself at the center of a 1923 Supreme Court battle, the United States versus Bhagat Singh Thind. Now, at the time, as with these other court cases, there was this battle of this understanding of who is a free white person. Now, the founding fathers used this phrase that a free white person of good character was eligible to become a U.S. citizen. But then 100 years later, in 1870, after the Emancipation Proclamation, something else was added to that. So you could either be a free white person, or you could be a person of African descent or an alien of African nativity. So that's right. You had to be either white or African to be a citizen. And he decided to argue that because he was Caucasian, he was white. Now, this court case is absolutely fascinating to me because up until this point, there's just been an idea of people not wanting to be black. But all of that goes out the window when we look at the updated requirements for U.S. citizenship in 1870. But if you were somewhere in between and you didn't fit neatly into this box or this box, you were out of luck. The Supreme Court unanimously rejected Finn's argument, stating that he did not meet the, quote, common sense definition of white. In the ruling, the Supreme Court concluded that Finn's assertion of being Aryan or Caucasian based on linguistic similarities did not make him eligible for citizenship. That means the Supreme Court said you can be Aryan, you can be Caucasian, but that doesn't mean you are white. They firmly held that the term Aryan was unrelated to physical characteristics, so I'm not really sure what it would be related to, and that Finn's resemblance in language alone was insufficient to establish a common racial origin. His culture was too different to give him the designation as white. Now, remember, though, if you were of African heritage or African nativity, you could become a citizen. Now, this decision had far-reaching consequences, as you can imagine, leading to the denaturalization. That's right, they took away citizenship from about 50 Asian Indian Americans who had earlier successfully applied and received U.S. citizenship. It was a deeply unsettling moment where scientific racial categories were clashing with societal perceptions and legal interpretations. I want to share a quote from the opinion of the Supreme Court written by Justice Sutherland from the Library of Congress. He said, "The words of familiar speech, which were used by the original framers of the law, were intended to include only the type of man they knew as white. The immigration of that day was almost exclusively from the British Isles and Northwestern Europe, whence they and their forebears had come. When they extended the privilege of American citizenship to, quote, any alien being a free white person, it was these immigrants, bone of their bone and flesh of their flesh, and their kind, whom they must have had affirmatively in mind. It is a matter of familiar observation and knowledge that the physical group characteristics of the Hindus render them readily distinguishable from various groups of persons in this country commonly recognized as white." I just want to pause there and just reiterate the fact that you needed to be a free white person of good character or someone from African heritage. But think about that in the terms of what he's describing here. The children of English, French, German, Italian, Scandinavian, and other European parentage quickly merge into the mass of our population and lose the distinctive hallmarks of their European origin. On the other hand, it cannot be doubted that the children born in this country of Hindu parents would retain indefinitely the clear evidence of their ancestry. The 1923 Literary Digest article was called "Hindus, Too Brunette to Vote Here," which is available through the South Asian American Digital Archive. Now, to understand this ruling, we have to delve into the reasoning provided by the court. The court justified its decision by stating the words "that free white person," which were from. Now, the court believed that the original framers of the law had intended only one type of person to be white: people from the British Isles and Northwestern Europe. Finn had such an interesting perspective during this legal case because he didn't try to fight for equality. What he actually tried to do was kind of sneaking through the back door. And he pointed out that he was a, quote, high caste Hindu, and stating that because he came from North India, the, quote, original home of the Aryan conquerors, then he must also belong to the Caucasian or Aryan race. Now, if you know anything about the caste system in India, it's pretty horrifying. He was trying to use this to his advantage to say, hey, we're not a monolithic group. There are levels and designations to people from India, and I'm at the top. And I'm of the same heritage as so many of these other groups who are allowed to be white. Now, as a result of this decision, the path to American citizenship for individuals of Indian ancestry was just abruptly closed. Like I said, people were losing their citizenship, and now it's just over. Finn's own lawyer, Sakaram Ganesh, actually faced denaturalization himself during this court case. Now, the repercussion of these revoked naturalized statuses were enormous. So I want you to imagine that you've gotten citizenship in a country and all the rights thereof, now it's gone. What rights do you have? Well, for instance, certain Asian Indian landowners in California suddenly found themselves subjected to the California Alien Land Law of 1913. Attorney General Ulysses S. Webb, who is a strong advocate for the Asiatic Exclusion League, you heard that right, actively worked to invalidate land purchases made by these people, promising to prevent Indians from acquiring or leasing land. With mounting pressure and the Immigration Act of 1917 preventing new immigration from coming in, which could have supported the Indian American community, the more people coming in, kind of a louder voice, many Indians chose to leave the country. As a result, by 1940, only half of the original Indian population remained in America, about 2,400. It wasn't until 1935, so it's more than a decade later, when the Nye Lee Act was passed, granting World War I veterans eligibility for naturalization regardless of race. And at this point, Finn made another petition for naturalization. This was his third one. And finally, based on his status as a U.S. military veteran, he was granted United States citizenship nearly 20 years after his initial application. As World War II unfolded and public support for Asian Indians grew, along with the impending independence of India, the Indian community activated for an end to legislative discrimination. The repeal of the Chinese exclusion laws in 1943 and the extension of naturalization privileges to the Chinese community provided hope for similar progress among Asian Indians. Now, despite opposition from certain members of Congress and the American Federation of Labor, the Indian community gained support from influential congressmen and President Franklin D. Roosevelt. And ultimately, on July 2nd, 1946, President Truman signed the Luce Seller Act into law. This landmark legislation not only reversed the Finn decision, but also explicitly extended racial eligibility for naturalization to individuals from India, establishing a modest annual immigration quota of only 100 individuals. So they're saying, okay, well, you can come, but only this many of you can come. Now, the passage, though, of this act represented a significant milestone nonetheless in the fight against discrimination. I think one of the biggest takeaways for me in this story, honestly, is the fact that it wasn't just you have to be white to be a citizen, because you can be white or African, but not anything in between. And I think this just goes to show how dangerous these binary groupings are. People have kind of commented,
let's go see this. I swear I could never beg to see.
Holy smokes, we got Indians worshiping animatronics like it's Five Nights and Finitions. Am I the only one that kind of gets the creeps from stuff like this? I mean, look, it even has like demon fangs and demon claws. One thing I find interesting about India is how before the internet existed, this land was seen as some kind of place full of wisdom and meditation, shown in this video. But today we're going to be talking about the weird things that they've been doing with cows, the Canadian invasion, and honestly, how they're just everywhere in the world, the pollution that they cause, and really just a lot of weird things we're going to be going over today. Now, I wanted to start with the cows. Now, may I warn you, if you are one of those people that watch YouTube while eating, you might want to either skip this part and come back later, or, you know what? Actually, we won't start with the cows. We'll do this later. If you're eating right now, finish your food and we'll come back to it later.
I am a lesbian. That's okay.
Yeah, that's okay, right, guys?
I'm bisexual. That's okay.
Yeah, no, bisexual. That, you know, it's not my cup of tea, but it's up to you.
I'm transgender. That's okay.
You know, once again, not my cup of tea, but if that's what you want to do, you know, that's okay.
I am a Hydra. That's okay.
Wait, what? Where did that come from? Did they just say that they're Hitler? What? That just came out of left field.
We are beautiful.
Oh! Trying to teach a fellow Indian native about deodorant. Yeah, good luck with that, buddy.
What this is?
I don't know.
You don't know? Look.
Perfume.
Deodorant. For this.
Okay.
Do you use it?
I don't need that.
Brother, you need to use it. You need to use it.
Why should I?
Because if not, you're going to smell bad.
It doesn't matter.
This guy just asked, why should he be using deodorant, as if it's not the obvious answer to that? Like, bro, you are going to smell like shit, like literal poop from a butt. And that's fine when you're in India, because I'm sure everybody else just smells the same there. But when you come to Canada or America, you're going to whip people's heads wondering what that smell is. Like, it's not even a joke that deodorant is against Indian culture. Like, they genuinely have such an ego about themselves that they don't think that they need it. It's like, newsflash, everybody needs deodorant, even women. Like, Wise is actually kind of tough. Like, he's aura farming mid-fight with the stall stand owner. Everybody personally think, because they are everywhere.
First time in NHL history, O Canada will be performed in English and Punjabi.
Why? Why would you need the national anthem to be translated? If you're doing the national anthem translated, is it still really the same national anthem? Nobody listens to the national anthem for the lyrics anyways. It's like The anthem itself, with the original language intact, is a symbol. Canadians complain about Indians using beaches for bathing, calling it a transformation into a third world country. Holy shit, they actually brought soap to the beach, but hey, at least they're using soap for once. This guy is washing his ass and everything. I mean, hey, good for him. But I feel like this is something you should be doing in private. Successfully converted Toronto downtown into Punjab. What do you mean by successfully? That just seems like very weird word choice. Now, you might be wondering, how are all these Indians getting into Canada legally? Now, I actually found a video explaining it.
Do you want to know why Indians are getting so much hate in Canada now? It's because more Indians have come to Canada in the last 5 years than the last 100 combined. And they're all coming as international students. Great. They're all studying at schools that are legitimate. No, 94% are studying at community colleges and these diploma mills for certificates, like Anderson College, that used to be a Walmart, and then they made it into some diploma mills. Or Candor College, which is literally connected to an Indian restaurant, has graduated over 45,000 Indian students, and also has another college beside it, Stanford. Sweetie, our son is going to Stanford. Oh, no, not the one in California, the one in Brampton.
So yeah, basically these people are using these diploma mills shown, which really aren't real colleges, in order to loophole the student visa laws. And I looked it up, and apparently the US has more relaxed student visa laws than Canada, whereas if your student visa expires, as long as you're still going to school, you're still technically a legal citizen. I don't know what corrupt politician or immigrant politician put this in place, but this should not be a law. This is kind of weird. And the fact that liberal Canada has stricter laws than this is honestly concerning.
Like 5? There are 800. There are 800 of these just in Ontario. I don't know about the other provinces. I'm Toronto born and raised. And every brown kid I grew up with went to either UFT, York, or Ryerson. All right? What the is this? What are these schools? Some of the smartest people on the planet. I'm not even Indian. You know who taught me AP Calculus? A random Indian man on YouTube. We're not getting these geniuses. All right? We're literally getting deep rural villagers. That's why they're studying at these fake schools. Because they would never qualify for permanent residence without a little scamming. Which is why the highest number of asylum seekers in Canada were international students from India. Illegal border crossings into the United States, only Indian international students.
Wow, so they are using diploma mills to loophole student visa regulations to get into Canada, and then from Canada, they are illegally going into the United States. Yeah. I guess we need a wall up north too, because goddamn.
These dudes that are protesting in tents for PR when they went to these fake diploma mills, never seen before, only Indians. Have you ever seen job lineups for minimum wage that circle around the block? Millions, literally millions of villagers to compete with high school and college kids for jobs. That's why people are talking about pooping on beaches. Indians have been here forever. Never heard about pooping on beaches until now.
This is why I told you guys to finish your food before we go into this video a little bit deeper, because yeah, we will be talking about this shit, literally talking about it. But first, we got to talk about the Indians going into Japan. The Japanese and Indian governments aim to formulate a plan to promote people-to-people exchanges, setting a target of more than 500,000 people over the next 5 years, according to sources close to the Japanese government. Tokyo aims to increase exchanges in government, industry, academia, and other sectors, harnessing India's dynamism to fuel Japan's economic growth. Of the 500,000 people, 50,000 are expected to be highly skilled Indians with specialized knowledge who will work in Japan. Oh my God, even the government is out here scamming. Like, this is a terrible idea. I'm just going to say that myself. Like, it's just a terrible idea. The Japanese can't even get along with the Koreans, and they look alike. What makes you think that they're going to just take in Indians and not be hostile towards them? There's already been footage from years ago of Indians harassing a woman, trying to get her to show off her cleavage. In fact, the AI bot is confused with another incident where a Japanese woman went to India and reportedly got molested. This seemed to happen during the Holi festival, which other people have reported getting molested as well.
Last week, I was harassed at the Holi festival in India, and here is exactly how it happened. Example number 1 is when I say no, but this local man did not care.
Just give me all
So he proceeded to aggressively grab my face from behind. So an example of my friend getting harassed is going to be more common, where they decide to excessively touch and then throw flour at her face. And a lot of them do this to blind the woman so they can grope them and grab their chest. If you slow the footage down, after he touches my friend, he grabs his mate and says, hey, look, there's a woman. You should go touch her face. Now,
so yeah, these men basically throw this paint or whatever into these women's face and then blind them to grope them and molest them. And then I saw women in the comment sections blaming men for this. And it's like, well, it's not men, but it is a certain type of men. I find it interesting that some women are too scared to be racist or be against a certain culture while getting molested. But then they think being sexist is okay and judging an entire sex of people based off of this culture. In fact, women are starting to get scared of getting into Ubers and are now requesting women-only Ubers. Who do you think is driving the Ubers? In fact, I saw this video of two women in the back of an Uber with an Indian driver who was refusing to drop them off at their destination, driving on the freeway very fast, and saying that he'll only let them out to their destination if they agree to marry him.
Dude, I'll literally give you a cash tip to let us out. Like, I will pay you for your time. What the fuck? Why? Why are you pulling over? Dude, pull over! Let us out! Crazy! Why? No! Why the fuck are we gonna marry you? Why do you need to marry one of us? Why?
Now, I like making fun of women just as much as the other guy, but there's people in this comment section that were like, stupid women, what, they want to be let out on the freeway? As if they were like defending the Indian guy doing this action. And it's like, no, they didn't want to be let out on the freeway. They wanted to be let at their destination. And if you look at the GPS screen, this guy needs to make an entire U-turn because he purposely went past the exit that he needed to take. Like, yeah, I'll make fun of women when they're in the wrong, but clearly this guy is deranged and needs to be out of the country. That's not racist to say that. He's a criminal. This is technically kidnapping. Anyways, we got a little bit off topic. Let's go back to travelers to India.
Please, no, sorry. Please, no. Out. Call your friend.
This gorgeous Korean travel blogger just shared her recent trip to India. And man, what started as an exciting adventure turned into a complete nightmare. In just a few days, she dealt with nonstop stalking, creepy harassment, and scam after scam. And if that wasn't bad enough, the whole thing ended with a nasty car accident. She went there curious about a different culture.
Was the videos on the internet not enough for her curiosity? I mean, people be like, don't believe the propaganda online, and then go and experience the propaganda that happens online.
Pushing her deeper into despair until she finally broke down crying on camera, shouting, I hate India.
Are you crying, ma'am?
Yeah, I'm crying.
Why?
Guys, I hate India.
I'm to India. Yes, you heard that right. It's my first time traveling by myself and going to India. So I really appreciate any tips or any travel hacks you guys.
Okay, at this point, I'm going to say, if you haven't finished your food, you're going to have to either continue this video at another time, or you're going to have to hurry up and finish, because we're going to be talking about this shit. This is a guy just straight up defecating in a Starbucks. Just no care in the world, no shame, just straight shit falling out of his pants. I don't know what kind of person you have to be doing this kind of stuff, but maybe it's like that guy said earlier, it's a villager who just doesn't know any better. But this guy is holding what seems to be a phone charger, so he can't be that backward. Even if we give him the excuse of, okay, maybe he has diarrhea and just couldn't control himself. When I have diarrhea and I'm about to shit my pants, I'm usually running to the bathroom with shame on my face. If I pooped myself in public, you do not know how embarrassed I would be. Like, this would be almost like the goonicide. But this guy is defecating in public in Starbucks while holding a conversation with the employee with no shame at all. His ass is just hanging out. I can't even show this on YouTube. I have to censor it.
Calling for the mix for cow dung soup.
Are you serious? Are you fucking serious? What did you just say? The myths of cow dung soap? This sounds like the most counteractive thing I've ever heard. What's next? Fucking piss shampoo?
Let's bust them wide open. Myth 1.
People think it's unhygienic. Actually, cowpathy soaps are blended and sterilized with herbs and essential oils for fresh and clean feel.
Oh, thank God. I thought they were just rubbing cow poop on themselves and calling it clean. Oh, no, thank you for elaborating. Now that I found out that you actually add essential oil. No, that doesn't even matter. That doesn't matter. You know those people that don't shower and instead they just spray cologne on themselves? That is just what you're doing. These herbs and essential oils are not going to mask the smell of cow shit.
Myth 2. It smells bad. No. We add essential oils so it smells amazing.
This is Indian math, where they add essential oils to literal cow poop and think it smells amazing.
3. It's only for traditional use. Wrong again. Our soap blend ancient wisdom with modern skincare, which is perfect for your daily beauty routine.
Listen, you Indians, if you want to use this, that's fine and all. Like, you know, it's a free world. Do whatever you want. But, like, whose idea was it to make this advertisement and advertise to the Western world? Like, do you really think a white man in America is going to be like, oh, wow, ancient Indian wisdom, cow poop with essential oils. I need this soap. Oh my God, it's so amazing. I don't even think the tolerant left here in America would appreciate that. Like that blue-haired, hyper-liberal, college student girl, she would puke at the idea of this. In fact, I'm willing to bet that the essential oils makes this smell like even worse.
Ready to burst this myth and get glowing skin? Try cowpathy and let's change the way you think about the soap.
I looked it up and they have everything: bath care, hair care, face care, home care, so your dishes can smell like cow shit, incense so your room can smell like cow shit, lip care so you can kiss and taste cow shit, medicine. Oh my God, like... Nigga, you made a grown man cry. Yeah, I'm not going to show you the whole thing. And matter of fact, I'm not even going to have the freeze frame on. I'll take this off and put something happy and calming and relaxing so you get... But this guy, yeah, he ate cow shit. And then there's the cow poop festival where they just throw cow poop at each other all day for an entire day. Like, this is supposed to celebrate. And then they bathe in it and, you know, basically have snow fights, but it's with cow poop. This guy decides to eat yogurt with the cow's tail, which in all honesty is the most tamest thing you will see with Indians doing to a cow. For example, this guy is drinking cow piss. And I don't know why you would need to farm it straight from the tap when they actually sell this in a bottle. And yes, you can actually find this product on Amazon. But it's not just Indians polluting their body with cow fecal matter and cow urine. They also pollute the earth through the Ganges River. The Ganges River is a river in India that the Indians hold as holy. Unfortunately, it doesn't really look too holy.
What about swimming in this?
Swimming is like once a year. Everyone likes to have a swim in this river.
Doesn't that get you sick?
No. Like, have faith in water. You see, the water is pure, but we as sinners, we pollute the water.
I take only thing negative. My thing no negative. Everywhere clean.
It's all about perspective.
Please look, USA people and USA friend.
Wow. If you think the water is clean, then the water will be clean. If you think the water is medicine, it will heal you. If you think it's poison, it'll kill you. Wow, brother.
Oh, by the way, there's dead, rotting bodies in this water as well as sewage. Politician drinks from the Ganges, the cleanest and holiest river in India, starts shitting and coughing blood, dies. Okay, but he didn't die. He was hospitalized, and it was a different river in India. I'll give Indians the benefit of the doubt. You're really not supposed to be drinking river water from anywhere, like, untreated. I just don't know why these Indians are drinking it, trying to prove some kind of point. Like, this is not good for you.
I'll show you the beautiful river. Well, I mean, you can't really tell there's water under there.
This can't be real. Like, you can't claim a body of water is holy and then treat it like this, man. The Yamuna River is often cited as the most polluted river in India, particularly the downstream of New Delhi, due to untreated sewage, industrial waste, and lack of environmental governance, making it hazardous and uninhabitable for aquatic life. While other rivers like the Ganges are also severely polluted, the Yamuna state is marketed by toxic foam, zero oxygen levels in certain stretches, and contamination that makes it unfit even for animal bathing. Yes, the Yamuna River is directly connected to the Ganges River.
Yeah.
You can drink this?
Yes.
Oh, hey bro, it's not clean.
My thing clean.
Your thing clean.
Yeah.
He honestly probably just grabbed that bottle out of the river too. Like just saw that shit passing by and just grabbed it.
Yes, my thing no negative.
Hey,
River mother.
You see this? Color, bro. It's okay. Wow, you immortal guy.
They always flex after drinking this water as if they just did some tough thing. Like, you wouldn't flex after drinking tap water, you know, because the tap water is actually clean. They like deep down, they know like, hey, like this is actually a challenge for my body to overcome this dirty ass water. In fact, in the 1980s, there were so many dead bodies in this river that they initiated a plan where they would put carnivorous flesh-eating turtles into the river to eat these dead bodies and to clean the ecosystem. India once released 25,000 flesh-eating turtles into the Ganges. A plan to clean up corpses failed due to the lack of planning. Can you guess what the Indian government failed to account for? It was plagued by corruption and mismanagement, and though plenty of forethought was put into raising the turtles, not so much attention was paid to seeing that they survived in the wild after their release. As a result, they were poached and killed in large numbers. These Indians just ate the turtles. The turtles were supposed to eat them, but they ate the turtles. You can't make this up, man.
We are in an Airbnb and we are going to ask our security where we can throw this because there is no bins anywhere here.
So this lady stayed in an Airbnb in India and they had no trash can, so she gave it to the security guard. And guess what he does with it? He just throws that shit over. Not my problem. God, that reminds me of this scene in the Simpsons movie where Homer comedically dumped pollution into the lake. Isn't it crazy that one culture's comedy is another culture's reality? Government installed revolving door at a public spot causes struggle to get through. I don't know if this is the fault of the public for not knowing how to use the revolving door properly, or if it's just the engineer's fault for making this so poorly. Look at the thing. It's about to fall over. And then you have these people who snuck out on the other side, not even waiting their turn, just cutting the line. And it's like, it's pretty obvious which side you're supposed to be on, dude, if you just followed the line. This also reminds me of that time where 7 engineers were suspended after they built a bridge with a 90-degree turn. It doesn't take a genius to realize why this is such a terrible idea. I mean, unless they're expecting to put a stop sign here where you have to then make a right turn on the bridge when they could have just made it curved and had continuous flow. I guess they don't teach common sense when it comes to universities in India. This is also why Canada doesn't accept degrees from India.
Call the police for what you hit. How you hitting it? The car's parked. The car hurt you on the bike. The parked car with nobody in it hurt you. How is that possible?
Been in Europe for 5 fucking minutes and already found a way to scam. Funny thing is, since this is Europe, she actually probably won this case too.
No, you don't. Listen, I've seen everything. I've seen everything. Now. This is ridiculous. This is Sunday afternoon. You've got no better things to do. I crashed.
No, actually, she might be onto something. This guy hit her with his car and then managed to parallel park it and then run back into his apartment in time to pull out his cell phone and record her. And she didn't. And that's just what happened.
You hit me. No, you hit the car. You crashed into a parked car and you're trying to get my insurance details for what reason? To make a claim. But it's your fault. You're in the wrong. You crashed into a parked object. So look, if you hit a tree, were you gonna ask for the tree's insurance details as well?
Please don't ask her these kind of questions because she actually probably would. Like, don't give her any ideas, please. She actually would probably try to sue the government. Why did you plant this tree here in my way? You should have known that I was gonna ride my bicycle here and you planted this tree in my way. Guys, welcome to Canada. Oh, and this is also soon to.
That's why I told you. That's why I was so triggered when Diddy started begging that man. I said he drinks water from the Grand River. I could never do what you must do. I'll see you at the Court of Appeals. I'm not even trying to be mean. I feel bad. I do have friends that are Indian, but I could never beg it. I could never. When I saw that, I was to the stairmaster. I was so triggered. Like, they kept playing Diddy's letter. And I'm like, Diddy, you're about to beg an Indian. Are you fucking stupid? What the fuck is wrong with this man? I was so mad. Y'all, you should hear the way my dad talks about India. I could never. I'm so sorry. I could never do what you must do. I can't. Oh my God. I'm not saying you're worth 300 million. You go beg somebody from India. Then he pissed me off today. He pissed me off so hard. I had to stop my workout. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus.
Beat Japan as well.
ये नारियल हिलने लगा है.
Nigga, I can see the string.
गुरुदेव नारियल हवा में उड़ चुका है.
हर चीज का एक समय होता है.
नहीं, इस समय में ये स्टूडियो में भी लाइव करके दिखा रहे हैं. हाँ.
Look at this guy's face. He knows he's on some bullshit. He's like, are people actually going to believe this guy? Look, he bumped into it. You can't be for real right now. By the way, people worship this guy in India. Also, I've noticed that a lot of Indians are kind of insecure about their race and claim to be something else, or openly say that they wish they were something else.
My family has been Greek from the ancient times. My DNA test shows I am only Greek. This shows that Alexander is actually my ancestor.
Please tell me this is bait, because
okay, so he was born here. The judge was born here. Okay, in 1979. Yeah, he's racist. He's a little bigoted. Okay. Subramanian was born in Pittsburgh to a Tamil family originally from India. Okay. He was born in 79, but he got his law degree. He has a bachelor in arts. Teddy, you are fucking stupid. So he got a bachelor's in 2001. Why? How old was he in 2001? If he's born in 79. 1980. 21. I guess that makes sense. 2001. And then he a bachelor's in art. And then he has his JD from Columbia Law School. Okay. Oh, so he was put in place by Joe Biden, you see, and recommended by Chuck Schumer. So I'm like, these are a bunch of Democrats. These are a bunch of Democrats. So to me, what does that even mean? Okay. Tamils known as Tamila are a Dravidian ethnic group who speak the Tamil language and trace their ancestry mainly to the southern part of India. Okay. They're from South India. They're all over Canada. Look at that. Canada has almost 238,000. America has it's a lot of them here. Wow, and there's 69 million of them in is that it in India? Wow. Because yes, they're from southern India right there. Okay. I need to look into southern India. Okay, so that's where the judge is from. I don't know. Hold on. You are crazy. Okay. So the Tamil people in India would not fall under one single caste. Instead, they belong to the complex, diverse Tamil caste system, which includes numerous jatis and subcastes, similar to other regional systems in India, with communities such as Brahmin, Nadars, Velavlas, how would you say this? Representing a few examples within this hierarchy. There are nearly 400 castes in the Tamil Nadu alone. Wow. And their specific position in the caste hierarchy can be influenced by hereditary occupation, socioeconomic status, and political power. Mm. Mm. No. Yeah, they should. His lawyer should have done more research on this judge to see like what are his inherent biases and prejudice against like Black people, people of color, because it really matters. Yeah, because I'm like, Diddy, why are you sitting here in politics like begging this man for what reason? Like bachelor in arts? What the fuck?
This guy does not understand anything because there's no such thing as 100% Greek.
So.
If you took some guy from the meat shop in Greek, the big hairy uncle, even he wouldn't be considered 100% Greek at the DNA level. But this guy, no, this guy is not Greek. If you can't tell, like it doesn't take. You could put. You could show a baby this and be like, hey, do you think this guy's Greek? And he would say probably goo goo gaga, which as a professional baby translator, that would mean no, nigga, he's not Greek.
Someone as white passing as me has received Indian racism online.
Is the white passing in the room with us? The only white thing I see in this video is the suds in the bowl and the inside of this mug. Oh, and maybe her eyes are white too.
Okay, here's what it says. So it says that due to colorism, because they struggle with that too, right? So what they're saying is, due to historical and cultural factors, a preference for lighter skin is widespread in India. In North India, this sometimes leads to prejudice against South Indians, who are often stereotyped for having darker skin. You see? So he feels some type of way. British colonialism. The British favored lighter-skinned Indians, creating a systemic bias that persists today. Okay. Okay, media portrayal. In Bollywood, film industry has historically reinforced this bias by casting predominantly lighter-skinned actors as heroes and often portraying darker-skinned characters as villains or stereotypes, including in films set in South India. Okay. Okay, some North Indians expect or demand that South Indians learn Hindi, often refusing to learn local South Indian languages in return, even when living and working in the South. This is seen by many South Indians as a form of linguistic chauvinism. Okay. People from the North have been known to mock South Indians with slurs like kala, dark skin, or idli sambar, a reference to Southern cuisine. There's also a history of North Indians creating and perpetuating negative stereotypes about South Indians. Sons of the soil ideology. In some regions, migrants from other parts of India, including South Indians moving to northern cities, can face discrimination under the sons of the soil belief, which favors local linguistic groups. Yeah, so yeah, they're not nice to them. Yeah, because he is darker. He is darker. Yeah. So he would be treated well in India. You know, like if he went to New Delhi, he would not be treated well. So imagine growing up like that, right? And now you're here in America, most likely hurt people. So you might have an even more of a negative bias against Black people, because since you were made to feel horrible in your native country, you get to come here and be like, well, at least my hair is sleek and you have Afro hair, so let me be mean to you. And that's why I feel like his lawyers didn't do a good job. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, you shouldn't apologize to him because he already has a chip on his shoulder. I'm like, you shouldn't have done that. Yeah, and they bring that here. People, that's why I said about immigration. Like people swear, all people come with, they come with their luggage, like their suitcases and dreams, and sometimes no money in their pockets. No, people bring their cultures, they bring their caste systems, they bring their tribalism, they bring many times their bad hygiene, their lack of civility, and people don't want to talk about that. I'm like, no, we need to talk about that. Because immigrants bring more than just luggage. Okay? Like not every people is good for immigration because they have a lot of issues. They have lots of issues. And even people think, oh, all Indians are the same. No, they're not. But I'm like, if you're in India and you're mistreated for being dark skinned, you can see how when you come to America, even though you're darker skin, you can say, at least I'm Indian, I'm not black. And then their hair is sleeker. Like they have straight hair. We have Afro kinky hair, right? We somewhat have the same complexion, but their hair is sleek. Our hair is Afro kinky. So you can see how somebody, oh, well, I guess I'm better than you because hurt people hurt people. You see the Jews in Germany, they were being abused. They go to Palestine, they turn to the abuser because hurt people hurt people. Yeah, that's why Diddy should not have apologized. Like Diddy should not have begged this man. Why are you begging a South Indian for? For what reason? Are you crazy? Please, you are insane. It couldn't have been me. It really could have been me. He would have seen it. He would have had another thing coming.
If her parents didn't immigrate here, she'd be sleeping in cow shit with no rights. The irony. Hi, Mom. I got.
Go ahead.
I got a racist comment. Do you want to hear it?
What is it?
If her parents did not immigrate here, she would be sleeping in cow shit with no rights. The irony. They're saying if I was still in India with you, we would be sleeping with cows and shit, but you didn't have cows in your house, right?
I did.
We did have cows in our house.
You low-key gotta respect the fact that she uploaded this, knowing that it's gonna do irreversible damage to her race. Top 3 Indian canon events. 1. Falling for your family friend. 2. Body hair trauma. 3. Being jealous of white girls. This really isn't surprising considering that India has the most skin whitening product marketing. Wow, this Korean guy's looking for an Indian girl to be his friend. Jeez. Yep, says he's South Korean here. I wonder what this account is based in. Huh, India. That's not really surprising. DM Indian girls. We can be best friends. Let's be friends. DM Indian girls.
Indian.
In belief of Valhalla yourself. I know this is a touch. She met in India that didn't skip her. You can't make this up, man. After the passing of Charlie Kirk, FBI Director Kash Patel had this to say.
Charlie Kirk. Rest now, brother. We have the watch. And I'll see you in Valhalla.
Valhalla? Charlie Kirk was a Christian. And you don't really look exactly like a Viking that would be in belief of Valhalla yourself. I know this is a touchy subject in current news, but saying you're going to meet somebody in Valhalla as an Indian is such a cornball move. Also, another thing that cracks me up is that Indians practically love Israelis, despite Israelis seeing them as subhuman. Here is an Indian couple. It seems like the man is saying, I love Israel, and he's being told to go back to India. And it seems like his girlfriend, wife, or sister or something is saying, you are the king of kings. And he is shouting, go back to India. Here's an Indian man who's trying to join some kind of Jewish ceremony, and it looks like he is just about to get kicked out. Never mind, he puts his head on the floor and bows to the Jew and then gets kicked in the butt.
Most natural wigs are made with Indian hair, over 99.9%. It's called black gold in the industry.
You wouldn't believe where this video is heading.
In 2004, this fact changed everything for Orthodox Jewish women.
Yeah.
I'm saying, Kash Patel was born in the U.S. to parents who immigrated from India. His family is Gujarati, of a Gujarati ancestry, and belongs to the Patidar community. Here's an overview of his family's background. Gujarati heritage, Patel's family has ancestral roots in the village of Badran in the Anand district of Gujarat in India. I don't know where that is. I need to look that up. Journeyed to the U.S., his parents lived in Uganda until the early 1970s. In 1972, they were among the Indian community expelled by dictator Idi Amin. After spending time in other countries, they settled on Long Island, New York, where Kash Patel was born in 1990. Okay. So these people are Indo-Aryan people of the Indian state of Gujarat. Okay. Key aspects of Gujarati heritage includes its diverse religion landscape: Hindu, Jain, Muslim. Where are they on the map, though? Let me see. So they're right there. They're near Pakistan. They're near Pakistan. Oh, what the heck? Well, I didn't show y'all this. Okay, so he's from here. Vivek, we know for a fact Vivek is a Brahmin. But Kash Patel, his people are from here, Gujarat. And they're Gujarati. So he's the son of Pramod Patel, a Ugandan of Gujarati Indian descent. Yeah. So he's Gujarati. That's what he is. Sandra said Gujaratis are a bit cleaner and more reformed. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, we need to, like, people don't know a lot about Indian people. They just assume, but it's like it's 1 billion people. They have a huge population, and people don't know a lot about them. And I'm like, his lawyers should have done a better job.
Jewish women were like, wow, this is such amazing hair. Where did you guys get this from? Oh, India? Yeah, we're going to have to burn it now.
Because head covering is a religious requirement for married Orthodox Jewish women, they became a huge market. But once rabbis discovered that the hair came from these Hindu rituals, they raised alarms, calling it idolatrous and banning it. This led to the great wig burning of 2004, when women discarded their expensive human hair wigs, some even burning them in public, and turned instead to other forms of head covering.
So Jewish women were trying to trick God by covering their hair with real human hair. And then when they realized that this was from a Hindu temple, that's where they draw the line, right? That's where it's like, whoa, this is actually breaking her religion's rules.
Why are black women going to do that? Imagine black women burning their Indian hair. Oh, they're going to go crazy.
Actually, guys, let's go back to headscarves until we find wigs that come from another community. I think it's racism, to be honest, because if you've looked into Jews, they have a loophole for every single rule in their religion. But Indian hair from Hindu temples, that's where they draw the line. They couldn't come up with a loophole for this one. Oh, and don't forget that one Indian guy that went to Tel Aviv thinking it was going to be some grand adventure and ended up getting kicked out of every single bar and nightclub he went to there. Also, I don't know if this falls under the whole wishing to be another race thing when it comes to Indians, but meet Fatima Khan. Fatima seems to be some ex-Muslim who lives in New York, and claims to be an American journalist. Except for she's not. She's an Indian man who got exposed for pretending to be a woman in America.
Fatima Khan has left Islam and she's listed all the reasons for doing so. Except Fatima Khan isn't Fatima Khan. When you run her name through the database, she's a guy called Pankaj Srivastav from India.
Reminder that slavery was legal and segregation was legal. Don't base your morality off of legality. She's actually onto something. I agree with her. However, let's look at India for the past 70 years. The caste system in India was abolished in 1950, which banned caste discrimination and outlawed the practice of untouchables, which is a person that, based off of what they were born with, they're untouchable. You cannot touch them or even step in their shadow, or else you would then be considered dirty. When I say this, I mean this in the most literal way possible. To Indians back in the day, if you were an untouchable, they considered you worse than cow shit because they actually touch cow shit. Now you might be wondering, when did this start? Because it got abolished in the 1950s. Surely that's around the time your grandparents were born. So when did this start? Apparently it was estimated to start in 1500 to 500 BC. So this system where you are heavily discriminated against based off of how you were born and what family you were born in has existed for almost 3,000 years, if not over that. But no, let's talk about slavery and segregation. And yes, I'm assuming that this is talking about American slavery and American segregation, since these things kind of go hand in hand. And if you mention these together, you're most likely talking about the American issue. Oh, and by the way, since we're on this topic, the caste system in India was so deeply rooted into the culture that it still has after effects today. This would be like Americans getting rid of slavery and then going into segregation. India is still in their segregation stage. Like, if you're from an untouchable family or another lower caste family, you are still segregated against. Not to mention, discriminating against nationality and religion still goes on today in India. Here's an Indian official kicking people while they're trying to pray. Here's an Indian train station where they put the Bangladeshi, Pakistani, and Palestinian flag on the floor for people to walk on. Now, the Bangladeshi and Pakistani flag, I can somewhat understand. I don't think it's right, but I can understand why they would be doing this to those flags due to these countries having rivalries with India. But the Palestinian flag, that's just pure hatred. Like, this country has nothing to do with India. And yes, I do believe in a free Palestine. In fact, one of the reasons why I believe they have the Palestinian flag here is because of how much of simps the Indians are for Israelis. Like, this is some kind of weird virtual signaling in hopes that Israelis will accept Indians one day. Now, look,
That's why Diddy shouldn't have done all this begging to that Indian judge. Well, he's most likely a bigot. He's most likely, I mean, he can actually be a racist because he's a judge.
Try to respect all religions, right? You know, like, everybody has their own beliefs, but okay, I don't know how to explain this without looking like an asshole, so I'm just gonna play some clips and I'm sure you'll understand.
India, there is a temple with 25,000 rats, and people worship them. The locals believe that the rats are the reincarnation of a goddess for followers as well as their own family members.
I am very happy.
Inside the temple, you'll see people feeding rats by hand and drinking milk out of the same bowl.
Oh my god, that is disgusting.
Despite being the dirtiest creatures on earth.
I'm in the back alley of the rat temple here. You can see the rats are just feasting on all this food, drinking water, and in all the cracks of the walls, like literally everywhere.
Okay, don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
like, if you're gonna feed rats and like give them food and water and stuff, sure, whatever, you know. But like, worshiping them, believing they're like reincarnation of family members, and then drinking out of the same bowl of them, I'm still not recovering from that, dude. That is disgusting.
Raji has been blessed by the Hindu monkey god, Hanuman, giving him divine powers.
मेरी पूजा यहाँ पर इसलिए होती है क्योंकि जो लोग हैं, मैं तो सिर्फ परमात्मा के आगे विनती करता हूँ, दुआ करता हूँ, जो भी मुझसे होता है वो मैं करता हूँ, और लोगों की जो मनोकामना है वो पूरी हो जाती है और वो यहाँ पर आ जाते हैं.
But despite his position in the community, Balaji's health has become a concern for his family, and he is considering having his tail removed.
So Indians are worshiping a boy with a physical deformity, and the deformity is now taking over his health, and he needs to have it removed.
India, anything can become a god, but sometimes even the weirdest things. In Punjab, there's a visa gurudwara where people offer toy aeroplanes praying for their visas to get approved.
Like, who comes up with this? Like, how do you know? Like, how do you know what to sacrifice to get approved? You know what I mean? Like, and why can't you just ask God? oh God, please approve my visa. Like, why is that so hard? Like, in reality, do you think God really cares about a toy airplane offering? Like, let's be for real.
Telangana, there's a Visa Balaji temple where people bring their passport documents, hoping Lord Balaji will clear their US visa problems. Current politicians and actors have temples. Narendra Modi temple in Gujarat, Sonia Gandhi temple in Telangana, Amitabh Bachchan temple in Kolkata, Rajnikant temple in Tamil Nadu, and even Trump has a temple in Telangana.
Can somebody please explain this to me? Like, surely these guys are like seen as weirdos even in India, right? Like that one guy that was about to get arrested and he was calling upon Donald Trump in America. Even Americans were kind of making fun of him and calling him a weirdo. Surely, like, normal Indians see stuff like this, like somebody worshiping a statue of Donald Trump and being like, oh, yeah, that guy's loony. You know, they'll see the people drinking out of the same bowl of rats and being like, okay, yeah, no, that guy, he needs some mental help. But the guy that got pulled over in America, at least he has the excuse of being intoxicated and under a high-stress situation. These people are just like, it's a part of their daily routine. Like, wake up, eat breakfast, and then worship Trump. And in fact, it seems like anything can become a religion in India. This guy is walking under a bridge and touching the top for some kind of blessing and doing it back and forth a few times. It looks like everybody just started to copy him. It seems like this and the toy airplanes are actually outside of the realm of a religion and are more towards a superstition. Another thing that's observed in Indians is their creepiness towards foreign women and other things. 4 men gang rape a protected monitor lizard. Experts explain why. By Pallavi Pundir. However, just because it's being reported by an Indian doesn't mean that this happened in India, right? Well, that must just be a coincidence because forest officials in India are investigating 4 men who gang raped, killed, cooked, and ate a monitor lizard in one of India's most protected forest reserves. That is so disgusting. Like, not only did they stick their private parts into a lizard, but after 4 men did that to a lizard, they all shared it and ate it. I have never seen a crime like this before. Division Forest Officer Vishal Mali told Vice World News. The men are in their 20s and 30s and they appear to have done it for fun. There was no religious or black magic agenda. This act was so disgusting that the police were already assuming that there might have been some kind of black magic or satanic involvement for this to happen. But then they realized, nope, they were just doing it for fun. This is what they just do in their pastime. A report by wildlife advocacy groups recorded 82 cases of sexual abuse against animals in India between 2010 and 2020. Most recent cases of sexual abuse against animals included a man raping and killing a pregnant goat in southern India and a 60-year-old man raping a female stray dog last year. Here seems to be some kind of apartment listing. Indians seeking young white female roommate. Description: 7 very friendly men looking to befriend and what? I hope this is fake because this is honestly very creepy. Why are you looking for a young white female in specific? And dog, if there is 7 of you, surely if all of you have jobs, you wouldn't need another roommate to pay the bills. Like, people have roommates so they can share the bills. You have 7 of you. Here's a white woman that's in a push-up competition with an Indian, and then he tries to kiss her? Some countries have the average virginity loss is... What the fuck? Some of these guys have such broken English, I can't even read it properly. Let me try this one more time. Some countries has average virginity loss age is 17. Meanwhile, me at the age of 21, just watching everyone virginity loss. Did this guy really think we were going to laugh with him and not think that he's a total creep? Here's a Twitter user talking about Israel becoming more diverse, referring to these Indians on a Tel Aviv beach. A large Indian account responded to this with a screenshot of theirs from 2020 where they say, not gonna lie, I fapped on my auntie's panties when she was in the bathroom. And says, but you are still a perv, Peter. Didn't spare aunt, except for the account was made in 2022, so a 2020 tweet is impossible, and this was actually an Indian just writing some fan fiction to slander some guy. And only an Indian can really come up with some disgustingly sexual stuff like this. And you can also tell because only Indians say auntie instead of aunt in the broken English when she was in bathroom. Indian nationalists on Twitter are low-key kind of ruthless. Did you guys hear the news of that Indian truck driver in Florida that killed a family while making an illegal U-turn? Well, this is the Indian response to that. What's wrong? He took out 3 pedos. Chad took out 3 pedos from this world. Oh, but these Indians were making jokes about it and stuff like that. But in the moment they found out he was Khalistani, they turned on him. By the way, Khalistani is just Northern Indian. Let me run you through the Indian mind games. If a brown person with an accent does something bad, the Indian's first response is, oh, this guy is Pakistani or Bangladeshi. If he's confirmed to be Indian, they say, oh, he's Northern Indian. He's not like us. If he's confirmed to be Central Indian, then, oh, he's not Hindu. He's not a real Indian. Then if he's confirmed Hindu, they just repeat step one and say, this is Pakistani, sir, and they just lie about it. Or they'll just call you racist. After throwing Pakistanis, Bangladeshis, Northern Indians, Muslim Indians, Christian Indians all under the bus, after all that fails, they will then call you the racist. It's like these people just always have some kind of excuse to come up with. To make things even more ironic, the guy that was saying that he's not Indian, he's Khalistani, is then talking about a NATO representative calling for the dismantlement of India. Well, there's Khalistan. You guys didn't accept them when the guy made the trucking incident, but now that a NATO committee chairman is asking for the dismantlement of India, now you want them, right? It's the same thing with Pakistan and Bangladesh. They're still salty over the independence of these countries, yet they still want these countries. They hate them, but they still want them to be a part of India.
That's about me. I'm like, immigration, people want to always make it seem like, oh, we just let people in. No, it's a lot. It is a lot. And people are not. People come with their bullshit. They come with their bullshit. But I'm like, Diddy shouldn't have written to that judge and asking for all that forgiveness crap. There's no need for that.
Oh, and while we're on this topic, let's talk about how this wasn't even the only trucking incident where an Indian killed people. This guy was texting and driving while in a semi-truck, full-blown, full force, rear-ended somebody. That is instant death. Here's an Indian that fell off the highway because he was driving while asleep in a semi-truck. Okay, now forget about all this. Did you know that Indians are so egotistical that they believe that their English accent is the most superior accent in the entire world?
As an Indian person, were you aware that foreigners often make fun of the Indian English accent?
It's actually proper English. After I went to United States, I thought they spoke wrong English, so I made fun of their English, so it doesn't make any difference to me.
I think our accent is better than theirs because I think they are like not that good. It looks like they're split. I think
no. I think they need to learn English from us.
This is just scientifically wrong. Like linguistically, it's just wrong. English is not your first language. Hindi or Punjabi or something like that is. So realistically, you're going to have a messed up accent when speaking English. That's just wrong.
It is like when we hear them, we find it funny.
The Indian characters like Apu from The Simpsons have perpetuated stereotype in Western culture that Indians sound funny when they speak English.
Like, we don't really sound like that at all.
We don't really sound like that at all.
You know, we don't speak like that, firstly. We do not speak like that. Stop doing that.
Bro, you can't make this up. They've got to be trolling at this point, really.
I have no clue what accent I have. Do I even have an accent?
That's disrespectful as shit, bruh. The fuck is wrong with you, bruh? Stop fucking laughing, bruh.
Americans don't know how to speak English. They're bad at grammar. They're like really bad. To be honest, they don't even have proper grammar in the way that they speak English.
In the way that they speak English?
They mispronounce a lot of words. Like they say water instead of water, and I just find it a little weird.
I will admit it, Americans do that, like water. Like, yeah, I say it like that, but she said water and water. Like, she did the same shit.
Spell a lot of words. It's always color is OR and stuff like that.
That's not misspelling. That's just how we spell the word. It's just a cultural difference between American English and British English.
Lazy. When you listen to British English, it's very formal. It's very, crisp and classy. American English is like, it's very lazy.
Indian accent is easiest to understand. Like, they don't like slow it down like how Americans like slow, like not like.
Wouldn't that make it harder to understand if you're speaking fast? The reason why us Americans speak so slow is because we have so many foreigners that don't understand us.
They stretch out a lot of words and then it's like really like attitude-y.
Oh yeah, we are really attitude-y, but you guys bobbing your voice up and down while literally bobbing your head isn't attitude-y. and they speak really slowly like it's very attitude-y.
The Americans find the English accent quite funny when we speak English.
We don't speak that way how they imitate us. So yeah.
I mean, like the word English, I feel like it should be like, yeah, like the.
She says this like Americans are the only ones that make fun of the Indian accent. Like English people from England don't also make fun of the Indian accent.
Like English, that's where the name comes from. You know, so I think
if you want to debate that England English is the right type of English versus American English and Australian English or whatever, sure, I've heard all sides of the stories. You know, whatever, you can make an argument. They're all English-speaking countries. But we can all agree that the Indian English is not correct English and that they do sound goofy. Like, if that was the case that Indians speak better English than Americans, then how come when Trump was having that press conference, he couldn't understand a single word that the Indian reporters were asking, but they could understand him perfectly fine, and other English speakers can understand Trump perfectly fine?
Yeah, back home. In that context, I'd like to ask you a question about, in last few years, we have seen several groups in the U.S. raising.
See my dad. When I tell you what my dad goes in, it is hilarious. It is. I swear, one day my dad was talking about that damn Grand River because my dad worked with water, right? Like access to clean water and things like that. Yo, when my dad goes in on India, it is too fucking funny. I was like, my dad never. Woo, not to say he would have been in Diddy shoes, but if he had to, he will never write no letter to no damn Indian. I'm doing what? Oh hell no. He will keep seeing these people drink that water. He's like, no, I can't do it. Do what you must do. No, no. I will not.
Anti-India voice calling about separation, terrorism activities in India. Do you think that should continue here in the US as well?
You're going to have to go louder.
Mr. President, people in India would be welcoming your decision to extradite Tahabur Rana to...
I can't understand a word he's saying.
I'm not saying that Trump is the litmus test for the English language, but I mean, come on. Let's move on to an unfortunate statistic. As of 2014, 597 million Indians defecate in the open. Second place being Indonesia with 54 million blown out of the water, times 10ing, and plus the second place. Obviously, this being a huge issue, the Prime Minister of India decided to build a bunch of toilets in rural India. They literally went to these Indian village homes and forced them to have toilets. Later on, they investigated them, and during the course of the investigation, they were shocked to realize that house after house, they had just done away with the toilets. Funny enough, they labeled these Indians as defaulters as they went back to their default setting. One of the defaulters, though, was candid enough to admit that elders and children are used to defecating in the open and found it uncomfortable to ease themselves in unnatural surroundings. The toilets, constructed at the cost of 12,000 Rs each, were entirely funded by the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, also known as the Clean India Mission, which is a countrywide campaign initiated by the government of India. So it looks like the government is aware of the problem and is actively trying to fix it, but it seems that this culture is going to take a little bit more to be corrected. So we've talked about Indians. Now, could you imagine Indians up in the air? This is when Indians meet airplanes. Air India plane returns after plastic bags and rags clog toilet. I don't know if that's just a weird coincidence or if it's just fate that every single time an Indian is involved, somehow poop or toilets or something is also involved. On this airplane, somebody was stinking it up by farting, and coincidentally, the one who speaks out about it had an accent.
Whoever is farting, don't fart, please. It smells bad.
What a totally not suspicious accent.
Going to bomb the plane. Let's go America. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
Yes, because the radical Islamics are well known for their shaved faces, Indian accent, and their stereotypical polo t-shirt. Abhay Nayak arrested for bomb threat on UK flight. Just once again, another Indian trying to tarnish Muslim name. It seems like he was already upset with the flight and decided to just take down his enemies with them. An Indian man on a flight from Bali to Australia jumped out of his seat to try and kiss an attendant. What was the Indian community's response to this? That he was Pakistani. We haven't even talked about the Indian illegal spree shoplifters.
She was dealing with a customer and he was purchasing something. He didn't end up purchasing something, but unfortunately he bought it with cash. So he stole one of my wallets. He was in this one right here. Not yet. You're gonna see him. He's gonna put down his backpack here, and then he's gonna put something and grab something. He's very slick with it. He has the wallet in his hand, right here, right there.
Unbelievable.
And then he's gonna put it and grab something with his other hand. Saw that?
Yeah. So he already had the wallet in his hand.
Yeah.
So that's what I.
Yeah, I can show you.
No, they just gave me the bag. I bought it from my mom.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you take anything else that didn't belong to you?
No, just check.
No wallet or anything like that?
Just check.
Okay. Just give me 1 second, okay?
I mean, you can check it. Why would I do that?
That's why I'm here to ask.
I can go with you. I can talk to you.
So here he's admitting he had no involvement with any wallet. Watch how quickly he switches up when they catch him with the wallet. But first, how stupid do you have to be to steal from an airport, one of the most secure places in the world? Like, there's police everywhere, and the only way you're leaving is if you miss your flight or take it. He could have at least tried to been smart with it and stole 5 minutes before they were boarding for his flight. But even then, I think they would just delay the flight and kick him off the plane. Or just arrest him at the airport that he's traveling to. Unless he's traveling outside of the country to India.
Are you like crazy? She told me that this comes with this comes with an offer. She gave it to me, right? Come on, don't say that. You have the recording, right?
Yes, I do have it.
She said that this comes with this and this is for you.
So then after he's caught with the wallet, he tries to say that it was a part of a bargain where she was giving him it free with the purchase. This is how you know he comes from India, where haggling and bargaining is a real thing. Because if that was the case, then on his receipt, the wallet would be marked off as $0. But since they don't do that in India, he tried to make that as his excuse.
For you. I'm a student, right? I'm going back to India. I bought it from my mom. And she said this comes with this. I said,
I told you. I literally told you. I didn't watch the full video. I'm commentating as I'm watching. And I told you that he had a plane ticket to India. And as soon as he landed there, he was scot-free. Nobody would do anything about it.
You're being arrested for theft of property, okay?
But ma'am, I have not done anything.
Okay. You'll be able to explain to this, okay?
Huh?
Are they back there still?
No, they're right here.
Okay.
Hello. She said she doesn't live here. She's from India. She's with family.
Yes,
They're
she
going
is.
to pick her up still.
She is on target.
A few times. So basically, she's been in the store. We've been watching for at least 4 hours. She's taken a ton of merchandise, different kinds. We're getting a total right now for you. It'll be well over 500, I'm sure.
No, it'll be more.
You're right.
Yeah.
Bro, you can't be this dumb.
Past the first set of doors, went into the vestibule. We stopped her in the vestibule, brought her back here. She's saying that she was still planning to pay for it.
Okay, what do you guys want done?
They always say that they're planning to pay for it. Like, where are you going to pay it in the parking lot? Where are you going to pay it in your car?
So you don't have an ID on you or anything like that? No? No driver's license?
No, I don't drive here also.
Okay. So you don't have any sort of Illinois ID, anything like that?
I'm not from this country.
So where's your visa? Where's your passport? You didn't have any of these things, but you were able to steal over $500 worth of merchandise from Target?
Where do you live?
India.
Negative.
Who are you staying with right now? Where does your family live?
Family is in India.
How'd you get here?
On the flight.
On the flight?
Yeah.
So you're here by yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. They let you fly over without a passport?
Of course, I have one.
You have a passport?
Is it with you?
It's how do I carry the passport and roam around?
Okay. Let's see your passport.
I don't have a passport right now.
I know she's trying to just make it hard for the cops in hopes that they just let her go. But in reality, she's just making things worse for her. Here's another Indian woman who also coincidentally was shoplifting from Target of all places.
Do you speak English?
Not very good.
Not very good. What's your primary language?
Gujarat.
What is it?
Gujarati.
Oh, that's
Gujarati.
Great. She was shoplifting, and the only language she speaks is some random Indian language from the depths of the Indian village. Luckily for the police, though, judging off their hoodie, they're in Canada, so surely there's a translator just down the street.
Home and clothing.
So that's first. So you just put everything in the cart
Yeah, and then just walk straight out.
That's the point of sales. Okay.
Yeah. So we're here. They called us saying you were shoplifting. Do you have any ID on you? Driver's license or anything like that?
He's Gujarati.
No.
No, of course. Why would she have a driver's license? Why would she have a passport? Why would she have a student visa? Why would she have any kind of visa?
If you shoplifted and I can identify you, I'm not taking you to jail tonight.
I don't know if I'm just a gullible person, but honestly, what if she is just some village girl from India that for the first time she's seeing a Target?
Yeah, she's a regular.
Oh, nope, never mind. It looks like she's been to this Target before. Man, in all honesty, I'm kind of just tired about talking about this topic. I mean, it just keeps going on, and you guys know me. I'm not really the one to make 40-minute long videos, but I still have some leftover clips that are just plain old goofy clips, nothing really too serious about them. So let's just get on to that and end this video on a good note. I've seen some Indians partying in Ireland with a bunch of drums. And, you know, whatever is going on here, right? But some Scottish or some Irish guy decided to go to India and pay back the favor with a bagpipe. Friend in Japan invites me to visit the countryside where he grew up. Driving through small towns in the middle of nowhere, friend gets more depressed with every group of Indians I point out to him. Is there no escaping these people? Dude, why are they genuinely everywhere? Ireland, the United States, Canada, Thailand, now Japan? Keep in mind that the agreement between Japan and India was recent, so this was even before they agreed to take all these immigrants. I'm convinced that if you took a boat to the North Pacific Ocean in the middle of nowhere, there will be a bunch of Indians floating on a raft that you will smell from a mile away, and they're like, wow, nice place, sir.
प्रेशर होता तो हम दौड़ के भाग के जाते हैं वहां नंबर थोड़ी लगाना पड़ता है ये तो समुद्र का किनारा खुला हुआ आते हैं लुंगी उठाते बैठ जाते
Canada, Japan, this is your future. This actually is already happening in Canada. India House Restaurant. Yes, we're open to dine in. And yes, AI checked 100% deodorized staff. What do you mean AI checked? AIs don't have noses. Let me get in there and I'll check and I'll write up a report. You're going to have to pay me a hefty price for that kind of torture, though. Funny enough, Indians in the comment section were calling this out and saying, wow, bro, you're really going to play into European racism? And it's like, bro, like, it's not really racist if it's your own race getting sick and tired of you guys smelling. Other people were saying, yeah, they lost my respect. I'm not going to be dining there anytime soon. As if they want your smelly ass stinking up the restaurant after they worked so hard to make it not smell. Like, good, yeah, stay at home. They can control the hygiene of their staff, but they can't control the hygiene of their customers unless they just refuse to serve them, which would cause just an even bigger uproar. Like, instead of reflecting on this and being like, dang, our own people are now turning against us. Maybe I do need to actually use deodorant and take a shower. They double down and call these people out when they're trying to solve the problem. It reminds me of that one saying, if you throw a random insult on the ground, the owner will come and pick it up. I didn't even want to touch the Indian street food due to how overplayed it is, but we got some time to kill. Here's this guy. Here, have some masala with your leg soup. Sir, I think you got some food in my microplastics here.
There is a pubic hair on the sweet pan. Something with his nuts. He just grabbed his nuts.
Then when Indians open a barber shop in India, as you can see happening back here, the barber eats every client's hair. We're going to play it, and he shakes his head too.
This is where you shower?
I'll translate for him. He said, no, we don't shower.
Is this a real leak or do they make the leak?
Some people, make the leak, but sometimes there are the leak.
So they're making food here?
Yeah.
Is this the hangout spot?
Yeah. Every day they make the food here.
You a rapper? He's an autist?
Yeah. No, his name is Atish.
Why you trying not to laugh, bro? That's disrespectful as shit, man. I see you trying not to laugh behind the computer screen, bro. Stop fucking laughing, bro.
In America, we say my Oh!
अरे भाई दूध गिर रहा है हेलो अरे मैडम का दूध गिर गया हेलो मैडम दूध गिर दूध अरे यार मैडम दूध गिर रहा दूध
I'll translate for you guys. He's saying don't redeem the card. Okay, so he's cutting some hole in the underwear. Surely we're doing some kind of do-it-yourself craft here. Please tell me they were at least washed. Not the phone in the little penis pouch. I think we're going to have to end the video here. But before I let you guys go, I'm going to give you one fun fact, one scary fact. Believe it or not, but 65% of India does not have internet access.
You guys, this was I don't even know what to say. I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed. These people are batshit crazy. They are really batshit crazy. Oh my gosh. I have to go to sleep. This is just insane. I have no words. They're just, all I can do is just laugh. Like I said, Diddy should not have done that. He shouldn't have done that. You're an American citizen. Like, you're a Black American. You're an African American. Like, you've been here your whole life. Like, you're actually from here. You're not about to apologize. You're not about to beg no Indian. Like, you are out of your fucking mind. And that really triggered me. That really, really triggered me. Like, what the fuck? Let him do whatever the fuck he wants to do. Like, I'm not begging you worth a damn. You are batshit crazy. All right, you guys, let's go to sleep. I have my fitness class in a few hours. This is crazy. I'll be back tomorrow by the grace of God. This is crazy. Like, no. But yeah, you know, sometimes like the stuff that some people say, I don't really think it's racist. It's really about like, are certain people and their culture, their mindset and stuff, is it compatible with Christian culture? You know what I mean? Because I mean, yeah, people are not the perfect Christian here, but America is more of a Christian nation, right? So some people, their culture is just not compatible, and it's okay to be honest. And then they want to be judges, and they want to be judges in pretty much a Christian society. And it's like, I don't know. I really don't know. Okay. Yeah, it's like they don't wash their hands. They don't, and even the food, like what water are they using for the food? They go to the Grand River and get the water to make their street food. Nah, it's a no for me. Yeah. Like, yeah, people don't know. People don't study a lot of these immigrants. Like, no, you need to study people where they come from and know as much as you can about those people. Like, how is that fair to you? They know everything about you and you know nothing about those people. Nah, you got to do you got to do research on everybody. You have to do background check on everybody. And that's why I said when it comes, even Usha, I don't know where Usha's from, but we got to do research on Usha to see who her people are. But I'm like, I feel like his lawyers could have pressed harder to get that judge to recuse himself. Because I'm like, given that you're from India and you people have a caste system, and my client does look like a Dalit, I don't know if you'll be capable to not be impartial. And that concerns me. And you have to say that, like, it doesn't make you a racist. Right? But imagine if he's South Indian and he's being abused by Northern Indians, you know, that's in his family. They were kicked out of, they were mistreated in India. They went to Uganda. They were mistreated out of Uganda. Now you come to America. Like, yeah, you might have a chip on your shoulder. So now you have this African-American person in front of you. You might feel like a super, super white person. Okay? Yeah. I don't even know why people eat from street vendors. Like, me, if I ever went to India, I would only eat at like super bougie ass restaurants. Like, I'm not doing that. Yeah. So it's like, that is crazy. That is really, really crazy. All right, you guys, but let's go to bed because I got to wake up in a couple hours. Okay. I love y'all. And I'll try to be outside tomorrow. Okay. Be Zoom people. Hope you enjoyed the live. All right. And Diddy, stop crying in that damn jailhouse. Ultimately, it's only 4 years. Like, get over yourself. Like, it's disgusting. Okay? Be Zoom, my people. I'll see you tomorrow. Well, in a few hours. Bye. Oh, Lord. Good night, Lonnie.